This little boy is our main character, Li Qiao. But just because he's the illegitimate son of the clan leader, he hasn't received a single bit of privilege. However, there's one thing they don't know. Qiao is hiding a secret. He's secretly mastered every single martial arts manual in the entire clan. He's secretly mastered every single martial arts manual in the entire clan. The story begins in the unexplored northern region of Korea. At this moment, a group of martial artists is gathered around, chatting among themselves. Among the crowd, a young man stands there, looking around in confusion. Right then, an older man carrying 2 glasses of water walks over and greets him. "Hey, young man, is this your first time joining?" Hearing that, the young man hesitates slightly before taking the glass, nodding in confirmation. "Yes, I've been through gates and dungeons before, but this is my first time in this area, so I'm a little nervous." Seeing this, the older man bursts into hearty laughter. "Haha, then you'd better brace yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're definitely crawling with monsters. Who knows, there might even be ancient beasts lurking around." As he spoke, the older man sat down beside the young man. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, the young man turned and asked, "By the way, our expedition team leader is from the prestigious Lee martial arts clan, right? I heard he's the clan leader's brother, so he must be really strong." Hearing that, the older man glanced toward a man sitting nearby, then shook his head with a mocking laugh. "You mean him? Thing is, he's just a bastard child, so weak he got kicked out of the clan." The man he was looking at was around 40, with a weary, downcast face that made him look like an unemployed slacker. This was none other than the 9th legitimate son of the prestigious Lee martial arts clan, Li Qiao. Looking at Qiao's somewhat unkempt appearance, the older man continued his commentary. "Not only is he weak, but he clearly has zero perseverance either. That's why even at his age, he's only reached level 7 in martial arts. How can we count on someone like that?" At the same time, a man in black approached Qiao and reminded him, "Team leader, we should keep moving." Hearing someone call him, Qiao barely lifted his eyes to glance at the man, then lowered his head again and muttered, "All right." After that, the group quickly packed up and continued forward. Yet for some reason, Qiao felt a vague sense of unease about this expedition. As he walked, he thought to himself, "The Black Spear Corps is directly under the Lee martial clan's head. They're supposed to protect me, but from the looks of it, something feels off. I've got a bad feeling about this," Qiao silently warned himself. In his mind, he began recalling his own background. "I used to carry hope and dreams. The moment I realized the pressure of being part of the prestigious Lee martial clan was also when I was chosen by the supreme divine weapon during the divine weapon selection ritual. Back then, I thought that if I kept learning and kept pushing myself, one day everyone would acknowledge me. But that never happened. Everything started when Qiao was around 7 or 8 years old. At that time, a clan doctor pointed at the ultrasound image on the wall and explained, 'Look here, I've never seen mana like this before. Mana of this nature isn't suitable for learning magic, and if he tries to train in martial arts, it'll be very difficult to stabilize.' With young Master Li Qiao's condition, reaching level 9 would be nothing short of a miracle." Hearing that, Qiao's father just let out a long sigh and silently turned his disappointed gaze toward the window. That was the moment everything changed. Once people learned about my condition, they decided my selection by the divine weapon during the ritual was just a coincidence, or simply a mistake. Even so, I poured everything into it. I wanted to prove him wrong. I reached level 7 at age 25. Back then, I was genuinely overjoyed, even though my siblings had reached that level when they were still kids. But that joy didn't last long, because at age 30 I was expelled from the clan. If it weren't for my eldest brother, I probably would have been nothing more than a corpse after leaving the clan. Since then, I've been running. It's been 10 years already. The chaotic era has arrived. Unexplored regions are expanding, and monsters are growing rapidly. My father, the man known as the pinnacle of martial arts, clan leader of the prestigious Lee martial clan, has passed away. Not long after the news spread, a group of people dressed in concealing black approached me. Seeing them, I immediately frowned and questioned, "Black Spear Corps, how did you find me?" The black-clad group on the opposite side didn't answer. Instead, they handed me a letter and spoke in low tones. "This decree is for you, my lord." Back to Qiao's perspective, seeing the Black Spear Corps ignore his question, he sighed and self-mockingly muttered, "Haha, they just brush off my question like that, so I'll never escape this cursed bloodline, huh?" With that thought, he quickly read the letter and began to grasp the situation. Clan leader Li Gunxiang, third brother, has become the clan head now. Then what about eldest brother? Qiao wondered inwardly. But before he could think further, the group across from him spoke again. "We will meet in 1 hour." With that, they turned and left. Seeing this, Qiao clenched the letter tightly and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what happened to eldest brother?" The black spear core didn't answer and remained silent. Seeing that, Chial continued, "For the past 10 years, I haven't even touched a sword. So why are you still dragging me to investigate unexplored regions?" Hearing this, one of the black-clad men seemed to grow angry. He glared back at Chial and said, "So you're refusing the task?" As he spoke, his hand subtly gripped the sword at his waist. This made Chial shudder, realizing that refusing without a valid reason would only lead to death. With no other choice, Chial had to accept the demand. "That's not it, I'll do it." Hearing the answer, the black spear core finally looked satisfied and vanished before Chial like a gust of wind. After they were gone, Chial angrily crushed the paper in his hand and gritted his teeth. "Those damn bastards." Back to the present, at this moment, Chial's group, after traveling through the forest for a while, suddenly spotted a massive ruined building ahead. This left the young man stunned. "Huh, an abandoned building. This place is surprisingly well preserved." Beside him, one of the black-clad men suggested, "Let's head inside." With that, the entire group drew their weapons, gripped them tightly, and slowly advanced into the building. As they walked, they kept scanning all directions, and the scene before them filled everyone with chills and goosebumps. At this point, inside the building lay piles of bones, both human and monster. "What the hell is this?" "Corpses of ancient beasts," someone shouted in alarm. But before they could find an answer, one of the black-clad men glared and ordered, "Begin the operation." The moment the command was given, two black-clad men on either side charged forward. Before the young man could even comprehend what was happening, his head was severed. The incident happened so quickly that the entire group of martial artists couldn't react in time and screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" The response was the cold voice of an assassin. "You all knew you were dead the moment you came here. You should feel honored to sacrifice yourselves for the clan's benefit." As he spoke, he charged forward with his weapon to attack the older man. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish off the man in front, a sword pierced straight through his chest from behind. And the one who struck was none other than Chial. He coldly asked them, "Who's behind this?" In front, the assassin answered in a calm voice, as if he felt no pain. "The clan leader is the one behind this. We were ordered to bring you here. Of course, only if you didn't resist." As he spoke, he reached up and crushed the sword piercing through his body. Immediately after, the massive wound on his chest began healing at a visible speed. This left Chial unable to believe his eyes. But taking advantage of the moment, the older martial artist immediately circled behind him for a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the older man's martial skill was still lacking. Before his strike could land, the assassin casually swung his sword backward, slicing the older man's body in half. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, filling the air with the stench of iron. After finishing this, the assassin glanced at Chial with a mocking look. "How pathetic. I thought you'd be stronger than this, especially since half your blood still belongs to the prestigious Lee Marshall clan." With that, he charged forward like lightning and delivered a powerful kick straight to Chial's chest, making him cough up a large mouthful of blood and fly backward like a cannonball. His body crashed through countless walls and piles of bones before finally coming to a stop. Yet in this moment of extreme danger, for some reason Chial's mind remained eerily calm. He reminded himself, "I can't die like this, I need a weapon." As he thought, Chial scanned all around, and very quickly he spotted a long sword embedded in the spine of a gigantic monster that had died who knows. Over there, that sword was strong enough to kill a monster this big. If I use it, I'll have a chance, please. With that thought, without a moment's hesitation, Chial reached out, gripped the sword tightly, and pulled it free. However, for some reason, the moment the sword was drawn, it slowly dissolved into black smoke. Seeing this, Chial's eyes went blank as he muttered lifelessly, "Why?" At the same time, the assassin's voice rang out right behind Chial. "I can't believe it. Someone from the Lee clan could be this pathetic. Then at least let me send you off as someone who carries the Lee name." With that, he swung his sword in a flash, creating a red streak that sliced across Chial's body. The protagonist's entire body lost all strength and collapsed forward. In his heart, only one resentful thought remained. The heavens are too cruel. Am I really going to die like this? My whole life I've only been running away, tasting countless failures, and this is the end. If I ever get another chance to live, then I will. With that thought, Chial's vision turned pitch black. Yet his consciousness hadn't completely faded. A streak of light began to appear within the darkness. Then a familiar voice rang out. "Is this Yujung's child? What happened to Yujung?" Beside him, a man dressed like a butler replied, "When we found her, she had." His voice faltered. Back to Chial's perspective, the familiar voice and face filled him with nostalgia. That voice is father's, but he already passed away. Wait, he looks so young, and not just him. Butler Choi too, Father Butler. As Chial thought, he reached out with his hand. But what he saw was an unusually small pair of hands. The reason was simple. Right now, he was in the state of a newborn infant. Looking down at his own tiny hands, Chial shook them a few times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He wondered inwardly, what the hell is going on? I was supposed to be dead. Is this the afterlife, or just a memory? Unaware of the thoughts running through his son's mind, Chial's father, Li Tishan, spoke to the butler. Young will be a suitable name for him right now. Like with the other children, arrange a wet nurse and a few members of the Shadow Sword Squad to protect, and let him participate in the weapon selection ritual alongside 8th young lady. Those words left the butler stunned as he asked again, right away, my lord. But he's still not ready. Besides, 8th young lady is a few months older than him. The butler's words made Tishan pause in thought for a moment, but then he shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, I'm heading out first. With that, he gave Chial a brief glance, startling the boy, before quickly leaving the room. Only after he was completely gone did Chial finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, as expected from father. Even though it's been so long, the pressure from him hasn't changed at all. So what's going on here? This feels way too real to be just a memory. And that conversation earlier, it really happened. Even though I don't want to believe it, if this is real. Then I've actually regressed back to this damn moment. The more he thought about it, the more absurd the situation felt to our protagonist. Time passed quickly. A few months after Chial's regression, today was a major day for the prestigious Lee Marshall clan. The weapon selection ritual. Descendants of the clan would reveal their talent through the weapons that chose them. In the past, his father had been chosen by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. His older brother had been chosen by a sword, a tome, and a staff, earning fame across the world for his mastery of both swordsmanship and magic. Now it was his turn. At this moment, Chial was dressed in extremely luxurious clothes. However, they made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet a maid looking at his current appearance smiled brightly and praised. Oh my, young master looks so handsome today. He doesn't cry at all even in a strange place. He's already so grown up. This girl was Chial's wet nurse, Moon Gawa. She reached out to pick him up and continued. I'm sure young master will get a great result. Your future will definitely shine brightly. On this side, Chial looked at her face and unconsciously gave a soft smile. In his eyes flickered memories from his previous life. Wet nurse Gawa was like a mother to him, but because of jealousy from his siblings, she had been expelled. She was the only one who cried over his loneliness and always stayed by his side. But this time I won't let that happen again. I'll protect her no matter what. With that thought, he reached out his tiny hands to touch Gawa's face. The action surprised her a little, but she hugged him even tighter. Then right at that moment, someone approached and reminded them both, Young Master Young, everything is ready. Hearing that, Gawa turned to Chial and said, all right then, let's get going. In another scene, Butler Choi stood behind Tishan and reminded him, everything has been prepared. In response, clan head Tishan turned and nodded. Good. With that, the entire group quickly moved to a certain area. It looked like an arena. However, at this moment, above the arena stood countless weapons erected upright, while all around were many guests who had come to watch the ceremony. They looked toward Chial and whispered, that child, the illegitimate one brought back from outside. In another corner of the stands, key members of the clan were also present. The beautiful young woman here was the clan's matriarch. Her name was Baekhyudian. The long-haired young man beside her was head steward Lee Yi. Next was the eldest son of the clan, Lee Gunseong, and finally the third son, Lee Myeongjung. At this moment, while everyone was still quietly observing and judging Chial, Myeongjung suddenly spoke up. He's still too small. Don't you remember we participated in this ritual at around his age? Right, Gunseong. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at his younger brother sitting nearby. To those words, Gunseong replied indifferently, yeah, probably. No idea where he even came from. He spoke with an emotionless face, though a hint of interest flickered in his heart. Scene shift to the arena. At this moment, Tishan announced loudly, the weapon selection ritual begins. Bring HWA forward. Hearing that, a girl hurriedly carried a little baby girl over. This baby was Lee HWA, the 8th child of the clan. At this point, Tishan set the little girl down against a chair, then took out a dagger from his sleeve and pricked her tiny fingertip. A few drops of blood immediately flowed out, causing the baby to burst into loud sobs. But strangely, right as those drops of blood fell below, they emitted a blue light that shot straight toward the distant weapon. And among those weapons, a white-silver sword suddenly glowed. Seeing this scene, the observers around couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Wow, that's the supreme holy relic sword, NHA sword, a true masterpiece. For generations, it has never responded to anyone. Ignoring the murmurs, Tishan immediately reached toward the sword, using his power to draw it into his hand. Once he firmly grasped the sword, Tishan gently held his daughter and said, from now on, NHA sword belongs to HWA. Hearing this, several middle-aged ladies around them chimed in with congratulations. Congratulations to young lady. Another genius has been born in the clan. Today is truly a grand day. Accepting the well wishes, the clan's matriarch, Lady Bcudian, smiled happily and gave her thanks. But right after, her expression darkened when she heard Tishan continue. And next, Young's ritual will begin. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd's enthusiasm seemed to vanish. Instead, they began to whisper skeptically, "That child, the illegitimate one from outside, right? Why let someone like him participate in the ritual at all?" Ignoring the gossip, Tishan set Chial down against a rock, then pricked his fingertip with the dagger, just as he had done with HWA earlier. However, because he had the mind of an adult, Chial didn't cry like his sister. This made Tishan somewhat pleased as he softly said, "I'm very proud of you." With that, he patted Chial's head in praise. But in Chial's heart, there was a trace of anxiety. He thought inwardly, so the moment has come. In my previous life, I was chosen by the echoing sword, a heavenly grade weapon. With that thought, Chial reached out, letting the drops of blood fall below. Scene shift to the stands. At this moment, head steward Yihang glanced coldly at Lady Bcudian beside him and thought, judging by her expression, eldest sister-in-law isn't happy at all. After all, he's eldest brother's hidden bloodline. It's understandable. That child really has a tragic fate. Being a bastard yet wanting to survive in the Li clan, it's probably not easy at all. Perhaps it's exactly because of these stubborn old fogies obsessed with pure bloodlines that things turned out this way. Thinking that, head steward Yihang let out a regretful sigh. At the same time, as if reading his thoughts, an old man behind him stroked his beard and laughed. It seems the head steward has quite a bit of concern for a bastard child. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Yihang with eyes full of hidden meaning. This old man was the great elder of the Li clan. Hearing those words, Yihang coldly glanced back and replied, "Greetings, great elder." With that, a trace of wariness appeared in head steward Yihang's eyes toward this cunning old man. He thought inwardly, this is someone who never reveals his true thoughts. No matter what, I can't let my guard down around him. Unaware of Yihang's thoughts, the old man Chialjun cheerfully continued, "That child, is he the one the clan head brought back from outside?" Yihang replied without even looking at him, "Yes. I heard the Spirit Sword Squad found and protected him." Chialjun had known about this long ago, yet he still asked. HMPH, hard to understand. I can't guess what the clan head is thinking, letting a bastard of unknown origin participate in the weapon selection ritual. The ritual has no meaning for a bastard. That's already been proven through your own experience, hasn't it, head steward? The old man's words dripped with mockery, making Yihang's face stiff. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled as he questioned, "What did you just say?" Hearing that, old man Chialjun quickly corrected himself, though his arrogant tone didn't lessen at all. "Oh, my apologies. It's just that the head steward, someone who came from outside, wasn't chosen by any weapon during the previous weapon selection ritual. It's quite famous, after all. A bastard is still a bastard. It would be better to know one's place." With that, he gave a mocking smile full of disdain. And at this point, even if he were the Buddha himself, he couldn't stay calm after such humiliation. How could Yihang sit still after being insulted like that? He gritted his teeth and roared, "That's enough. I won't tolerate such outrageous insults any longer." Before the words even fully left his mouth, suddenly from afar a blinding light flashed, making both Yihang's and Chialjun's faces freeze in shock. Yihang even stood up from his seat in astonishment, eyes wide as he stared more carefully. Beside him, old man Chialjun's face was filled with panic as if he'd just dropped his wallet. "What is this? How could this happen?" he muttered. Meanwhile, head steward Yihang's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels like a dream." At this moment, following their gazes, every single weapon on the arena floor had simultaneously begun to glow, emitting light so bright it hurt the eye. Even masterpieces like the Blood Spirit Spear or Iron Glory Blade, and sacred relics such as the Holy Sword Ma or Sacred Thunder Dragon Spear, all of them were reacting to Chial, accepting the boy as their next master. This made the entire stands fall deathly silent in shock, and just a few seconds later, countless frenzied shouts erupted. "How is this possible? This is absurd. Not just the ritual weapons, even those with owners are reacting." On this side, the sword of the clan's eldest son, Myung-Yung, also glowed. It trembled non-stop in response to Chial. This left Yihang only able to give a dazed smile. "Haha, how could this happen? Gunseong, do you believe what you're seeing? Looks like our ninth brother possesses talent far beyond what we imagined." In reply, Gunseong remained as cold as ever and acknowledged, "Indeed." In another section, the guest spectators who came to watch the ceremony continued their heated discussion. "Doesn't something feel off? A result like this shouldn't come from a bastard. But damn it, the weapon selection ritual is absolutely infallible." From the perspective of the family head Tishan, Faced with all this murmuring chatter, he immediately bellowed loudly, "Silence! According to the clan rules, all the weapons that Young has chosen must belong to him." However, handling this matter so simply might not be easy. That's why I want to hear everyone's opinion. In response to his words, the head butler Yihung raised his hand and shared his thoughts. "I have a suggestion. No matter what the clan rules say, I believe that gifting all these weapons would go against the true meaning of the Iron Selection Ceremony. The Iron Selection Ceremony is a tradition that must continue to be upheld for future generations. So how about letting the ninth young master pick one sword from among them himself? What do you think, my lord?" For family head Tishan, this was an offer he couldn't refuse, so without needing to think too much he immediately agreed. "Not bad, that opinion won't be accepted." With that said, he snapped his finger, commanding the weapons that now had an owner to fly toward the arena. Then he also used his own energy to gently guide Chial's body, the boy sitting in front, and spoke softly, "Come on, my son. Choose the one you desire." From Chial's point of view, he saw all the weapons in front of him radiating dazzling brilliant light, leaving him in a daze. He wondered inwardly why everything was so different from before the regression. But anyway, this was clearly a great opportunity for him. So he would make full use of the entire situation. Thinking that, Chial quickly crawled forward. He crawled right past the sword, bearing the bloodline of the true dragon Braha, without any intention of stop. Even the weapons with devastating power yet incredibly strong, like the Holy Spear White Realm, forged by combining part of a saint's body for the purpose of exterminating superpowerful creatures, failed to catch his attention. There was also the staff Valheen, crafted from a branch of the world tree where spirits dwell, or the Spirit Veil sword, forged at the moment when the moon, sun, and stars intersected. All of them were magnificent weapons waiting for Chial to choose. However, he didn't need to hesitate for long. Chial reached out and touched a certain sword, as if he had already decided long ago. Behind him, family head Tishan saw the sword the boy chose and couldn't hide the surprise in his eye. That sword was the very one the founder of the Li clan had discovered in untamed wilderness. For generations, no one had been able to unlock its hidden power. The sword had simply lain silently in the darkness, covered in the dust of time. Its name was Black Knight. Based on its known abilities, this sword didn't qualify to be ranked among the heavenly grade. However, because of its connection to the clan founder, it had always been preserved alongside the heavenly grade weapons. Until now, no predecessor had ever been recorded as choosing it. Was this just the meaningless choice of an infant? Or would it be the arrangement of a great new destiny? Tishan whispered, his voice so low that only he could hear it. Then after Chial had selected the sword for himself, he also pulled the boy, along with the sword, back toward him and declared, "Li Young has chosen Black Knight." With that, the ceremony is officially concluded. At that moment up in the stands, the matriarch of the clan, Baekhyun, upon seeing Chial choose that sword, a flash of killing intent appeared in her eyes that sent chills down others' spines. That bastard Li Young, another troublesome one, has entered the clan. If he becomes an obstacle, then the only option is to eliminate. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before anyone knew it, 9 years had passed. Now, our protagonist Chial was already 9 years old. Inside a certain villa, he shouted loudly, "Wet nurse, I'm heading off to afternoon training." Hearing this, the girl Gawa quickly ran after him. "Oh, let me see you off part of the way." And so the two of them walked together. Meanwhile, Chial felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his cheek. "I can go by myself," Gawa replied with a question. "But young master, all the other training areas are empty. Why do you insist on choosing the first one? That area is way too old and worn out, isn't it?" To this question, Chial didn't explain much and simply gave a light smile before saying calmly, "There's someone waiting for me there." Chial's explanation left Gawa stunned as she muttered, "Someone's waiting." Then right at that moment, a sudden shout rang out, drawing both their attention. "That's not how you do it." Gawa stopped walking, glanced to the side in surprise, and said, It looks like someone's in the 7th area." Inside the 7th training area, a little girl was vigorously practicing swordplay under the instructions of some master. "Gripping the sword too tightly will hurt your hand. Come on, one more vertical slash." "Yes, sir," the girl shouted back loudly. This little girl was Li Hwa, the 8th young lady of the Li clan, who had once participated in the sword selection ceremony with Chial when they were bobbies. From outside, Chial saw this and shrugged as he said, "So it's the 8th young lady." Behind him, the maid Gawa hurriedly reminded him, "You have to call her older sister, young master. If anyone hears, it'll cause big trouble." Her voice was full of worry. Chial, upon hearing that, only felt amused inside. "We're only 5 months apart. What's with calling her older sister?" Ignoring the two of them, inside the training hall, the teacher's scolding voice continued to ring out. "You always have to swing the sword as if you're controlling your own body. Do it again." Handle the sword with extreme care so you don't get hurt once more. The constant reminders made Hwa's head throb with frustration until she trembled and threw the sword aside. Seriously, master, why do you keep nagging like that? What's wrong with holding it however I want? As long as I grip it tight, that's enough. Across from her, the master saw her irritation and quickly raised his hand to calm her. Young lady, all of this is for your own good. First, calm down and try again. This time you'll definitely do better. As he spoke, he picked up the sword and handed it back to Hwa. From outside, watching the awkward sight of an adult struggling to deal with a 9-year-old child, Chial asked curiously, "Who's the one having such a hard time over there?" Hearing the question, the maid Gawa was a bit surprised but quickly answered, "Ah, that's Biki Hyun, the captain of the Black Dan squad." Upon hearing that, Chial couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Captain. A 9-year-old kid having a master like that. That's really over the top. Behind him, Gawa sensed a slight fluctuation in Chial's mood and assumed he felt upset about not having anyone to guide him, so she comforted. "Young master will soon have a good master appear and recognize your talent. It's because I'm useless and can't serve you properly. Young lady Hwa has been raised since childhood on milk mixed with medicinal herbs." By this point, the corners of Gawa's eyes had started to well up with tears. As for Chial, after hearing this, he felt a bit annoyed and reminded her, "Come on, there you go again. Wet nurse is someone I should be so grateful to. I don't need people like that. They're definitely only coming because of the Li clan's status anyway. Besides, I already have good masters," Chial said confidently. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the first training area reserved exclusively for the Li clan. This place symbolized the long history of the Li family. Around it were displayed all kinds of weapons along with training dummies. However, it had become somewhat dilapidated and didn't seem to get much use anymore. For Chial, when stepping into this training area, he didn't bother paying attention to the training equipment around him. It would just waste time. Nowadays, it was almost more symbolic than an actual training ground. Even so, there was only one reason he came here. Because this place stored weapons even more ancient than any in the other training hall's armor. Thinking that, Chial opened the door to the storage shed. Inside were countless swords leaning against the walls. They were extremely old, rusted, and some had countless cracks running along their body. Yet Chial didn't care about any of that. He glanced at a long sword not far away and walked toward it. "Oh, found it. Let's try using this one today." After saying that, he carried the sword to the training spot. As he walked, he thought, ever since 9 years ago, when he returned to his second life, an extraordinary change had happened to him. Among them, the most astonishing change was, he had gained the ability to read the hidden memories contained within weapons. At this moment, as Chial's hand gripped the famous sword tightly, and he focused his mind, strange images suddenly appeared in his head. He was standing in a neat line with some group of people holding swords, and along with that, an unknown person's instruction rang out. "Train your fundamentals solidly. Whether it's high-level or low-level swordsmanship, the foundation is the same." From top to bottom, from left to right, the memories become clearer like an unshakable pillar. Engrave that foundation into your sword. From top to bottom, from left to right, the memories become clearer like an unshakable pillar. Engrave that foundation into your sword. As that voice echoed, Chial also slowly began moving his body. He told himself, "This is the memory deeply engraved in this weapon." The older and more exquisite the weapon, or the longer and more cherished it was by its master, the clearer the past memories would emerge. With a powerful swing from high above down below, Chial unleashed a huge explosion. Shockwaves burst outward, sending dust flying everywhere. This was the 7-star sword technique's first form, Red Wind. Looking at the result of this strike, Chial couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. So the 7-star sword is done too. Over the past 2 years, I've read almost all the memories of the weapons in this training hall. Then right at that moment, applause of praise suddenly rang out from behind. "That was amazing. It's been so long since I've seen such a perfect 7-star sword." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned around and saw the person who had arrived was none other than the head butler, Yihung. In his mind, some information about the man flashed. Head butler of the Li clan, Li Yihung, a 4th-grade martial artist. Though born as a collateral son, his strength earned him recognition and the current position of head butler. From his previous life until now, this man was the only one in the clan who truly cared about. Thinking of this, Chial quickly bowed. "Greetings, uncle." Hearing that, Yihung happily ruffled the boy's head and praised. "Haha, you can just call me uncle. You never skip a day of training. Really praiseworthy. Every time I come back from work, I see you here. Being treated differently from your other siblings must be really hard. But even so, I hope you can stay strong and overcome it all." His voice was full of affection. As for Chial, he had already experienced this kind of differential treatment once before, so now he didn't feel inferior at all. "I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I carry the blood of the Li clan. Prove it with the sword. That's the meaning behind our clan name, and that's how I've been taught. So I'll prove myself with my own strength, Chial said with a bright face. This made Yihang momentarily stunned. Then he sighed with regret. Sigh, how could a child like this be born as a collateral son? He muttered to himself inwardly before clearing his throat and saying, thinking about it, it won't be long before you reach the age for the naming ceremony, even if it's a bit late. But before that, I want to become your master. How about it? Does that make you happy? He pointed at himself as he spoke. Unfortunately for the uncle, he had been fantasizing a bit too much, because afterward Chial awkwardly refused. I appreciate it, but I can't accept. Across from him, Yihang was thunderstruck. He hurriedly asked, what? Why are you not satisfied with me as your master? To answer, Chial raised both hands to reassure him. It's not like that. Before the naming ceremony, one isn't allowed to serve under a master. That's the rule, and I don't want to put uncle in a difficult position. Chial's words made Yihang feel indignant on the boy's behalf. But your other siblings openly break that rule. They get trained under famous masters and nourished with all kinds of spiritual herbs, Yihang said while gripping Chial's shoulders tightly. However, Chial still quietly shook his head in refusal. Just because it's a rule no one follows doesn't mean I shouldn't uphold it. And as I said before, I want to prove myself with my own strength. For Yihang, Chial's maturity made him feel a bit doubtful inside. This kid, is he really only 9 years old? Those eyes, it's like I'm looking at Big Brother. Thinking that, faced with Chial's determination, Yihang didn't press any further. Looks like you have no intention of giving up this stubbornness, huh? Just like your father, what a stubborn guy, such a handful. He sighed and continued. So does that mean uncle can't help you at all? Doing nothing for you makes me feel uneasy. Is there anything else you need? Yihang asked with a smile, causing Chial's eyes to light up. Thank you, uncle. Then I'll take you up on that offer. Chial whispered to himself inwardly, then scratched his head and made his request. Actually, there's something I want to ask uncle for. I want to visit the basement of the secret vault. Time passed quickly. In response to his nephew's request, Yihang took the boy into the car and headed toward the place known as the secret vault. Outside, 2 security guards raised their hands to stop their car and spoke in a stern voice. Please stop. Pardon the interruption. Please verify your identity and state the purpose of your visit. Hearing this, Yihang rolled down the car window and replied, I'm head butler Li Yihang, here for a routine inspection. With that, he showed his identification card for the guard to confirm, then pointed toward Chial in the back seat. The one with me is Li Young, the youngest young master of the Li clan. I'm bringing him along to take a look around. Seeing that, the guard glanced over briefly before stepping aside to let them through. Identity confirmed. Please proceed inside. Just like that, after a short procedure, Yihang's car continued rolling forward into the complex. As for Chial, in his previous life he had already come here long ago, but now he still had to act a little to avoid raising suspicion. He told himself, this is the moment I need to react like a real kid. With that thought in his head, Chial's eyes lit up brightly as he looked outside. Wow, so this is the secret vault. Seeing the boy's reaction, Uncle Yihang chuckled, fully convinced. That excited, huh? Chial replied with an extremely thrilled expression. Of course, the secret vault is where the clan keeps its most precious treasures. When he said this, Chial wasn't acting at all, his hand clenched tightly from sheer excitement. What he was searching for was inside there. Legendary weapons, ancient artifacts that no one even knew if they truly existed. Those chasing such wild legends usually got one answer. Everything can be found inside the Li clan's secret vault. Inside the hexagonal building, a sleek modern architecture so polished you could see your reflection everywhere. The Li clan crest was visible on the walls all around, 2 crossed swords. Over here, Uncle Yihang pressed the elevator button while saying, the basement of the secret vault is where weapons are sealed away for various reasons. Hearing that, Chial's eyes sparkled as he asked, among them, there are those monstrous weapons that devoured their own masters, right? Yihang answered with a nod. He even teased his nephew a bit. That's right, you know your stuff. If you touch those carelessly, they'll swallow both your body and mind whole. He said it with a creepy grin, making Chial's shoulders shudder as if scared. This made Yihang burst out laughing in delight. What, scared now? Chial replied with a brave face. Not at all. Then the elevator doors opened. However, Yihang had no intention of stepping in and only turned to instruct Chial. Don't worry. Anyway, you won't be able to go into those dangerous areas. I have some business to handle upstairs, so take your time looking around. Yes, thank you, uncle. Chial nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator. The moment the doors closed, the innocent, childish demeanor vanished completely. He let out a heavy sigh from having to act for so long. Pretending to be an innocent kid was no easy task. Waiting until the elevator doors opened. In front of Chial was a gleaming armory filled with countless different weapons. This was the basement of the secret vault, also known as the Graveyard of Weapons. a place sealing away innumerable weapons and ancient relics. The only reason he went through all this trouble to come here, to find one special weapon, it was called Endless. Originally appearing as a short sword, but when infused with mana, Endless could freely change its length, shape, weight, and even properties. Before the regression, Li Gunxiang was the one who discovered Endless in the secret vault. Thanks to its infinite transformations and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title Myriad Changes. With that title, it wasn't the eldest brother, the once promising candidate for family head, but the third brother Gunxiang who became the family head. And then he found him, the one hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated. That's all he knew up to this point. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, there was one thing he had to do. Even if it took some time, he had no choice but to check them one by one. This time, he would claim Endless before Gunxiang could. As Jiao spoke, black smoke began pouring from his palm. Next, he started searching everywhere inside the armory. He touched each weapon one by one. However, he still hadn't found that Endless sword. This one isn't it either. An hour had already passed. He had checked all the short swords that seemed to fit, but there was no trace of Endless anywhere. Chial let out a frustrated sigh. But very quickly, he regained his composure. Chial scanned around and thought, no, it has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. This time, let's try the display case over there. Saying that as he moved, Chial's body bumped into a nearby table, causing a completely rusted short sword to fall to the ground. The sound it made upon impact was far from small. As for Chial, looking at the unusual shape of this short sword, he felt curious. Rusted so thickly, how could it get to this extent? As he spoke, Chial reached his hand toward the sword. But right at that moment, the black smoke from his palm surged out and enveloped the sword. The smoke was denser and thicker than ever before, even covering Chial's entire body, making him feel a twinge of fear inside. What the heck? What's happening all of a sudden? Chial exclaimed softly before his entire vision was obscured by the black smoke. When Chial finally came to his senses, he found himself on some unfamiliar battlefield. All around him were corpses piled up like mountains. Where is this? Could this be the memory hidden inside that rusted short sword? This feeling is completely different from the memories I've read from other weapons. It's as if I'm really present here. The sensation is shockingly vivid. Thinking that, Chial looked left and right. Then suddenly, a chilling sensation made his hair stand on end. Something's wrong. Chial immediately spun around and discovered a massive figure staring at him from behind. Right then, a thought flashed in Chial's mind. An overwhelming pressure that makes even nature tremble. The apocalyptic monster that once rose from the ancient blue hole, devouring countless civilizations. Before Chial stood a gigantic monster, its body as massive as a mountain, with an utterly bizarre shape and countless tentacles sprouting from it. It was extremely difficult to describe its exact form. The moment he faced it, Chial's body trembled uncontrollably. His instincts were screaming at him to run. I'm gonna die. I'm dead for sure. No way I can win against that thing. I have to run now, Chial thought as he slowly backed away. However, he then tripped over an obstacle and plopped down onto the ground. At the same time, footsteps began to sound from behind Chial. It was a stranger holding a long sword, slowly approaching the gigantic monster. This left Chial stunned. When did this person get behind me? He wondered, but right then, the unknown warrior gathered his strength and shot forward like an arrow. He leaped high and clashed decisively with the gigantic monster. With a heaven-shaking roar, he unleashed a single sword strike to pierce the enemy. In a flash, the attack left a streak of light across the monster's body, and just a second later, its body exploded into countless fragments, turning into a rain of blood across the sky. Meanwhile, Chial was still dazed, unable to process what had just happened. He muttered in shock, "No way," one slash took it down. That's right, where's that person now? Thinking that, Chial searched for the figure. And right then, the warrior in front suddenly turned his head, stared straight at Chial, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" That question made Chial's body tremble. He thought inwardly, "He can see me." Ahead, the nameless warrior continued, "Why am I here? Out of mercy, I'll send you off without pain." With that, he raised his sword high above his head and slashed straight down at Chial. In that instant, he snapped awake, escaping the illusion. Chial began panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face, while the rusted sword fell right in front of him. What was that? What just happened? The oppressive feeling is still lingering all over my body. It felt so real, Chial thought in confusion. But before he could figure it out, the short sword beside him started vibrating nonstop. From its blade, faint orange smoke began spreading, and in a moment, its appearance completely changed. Seeing that, Chial hurriedly rushed over, picked up the sword, and examined it. Could this be? No mistake. I will become the master of myriad art. Thinking that, Chial lightly cut his fingertip with the blade, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the sword. Instantly, the short sword burst into light, emitting a gentle blue glow, as if accepting Chial as its master. Unable to contain his excitement, he began swinging the sword. With each swing, the weapon's form continuously changed. From a short sword, it quickly extended into a long sword. With one more swing, it turned into a spear. Time passed quickly, and now Chial was still training as usual. However, he felt a bit down. Phew, failed again. It had been a week since he obtained Endless, the Endless he got from the underground armory that day. Right now, he was keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. But what happened that day? What was it exactly? That's right, that man. His slashing strike. It felt like a reminder that I still wasn't worthy. The black energy showed me that technique along with its name. Not to mention its power, just the man's movements alone exuded an elegant beauty. Yet no matter how hard I tried to imitate it, I still couldn't pull it off. But even so, he didn't feel impatient at all. In his previous life, he was just someone looked down upon. Even the clan's basic martial techniques weren't taught to him. It's just one move, but this was the first time he had encountered such advanced martial arts. I'll make it happen. I remember exactly how that person moved in the memory, clearer than anyone else. Thinking up to this point, Chial's face suddenly went blank as he realized something. Wait, that man, I'm not an adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I can't bring out the full power. I have to accept this body, take it slow, naturally, swing the sword in a way that suits me. With that thought in mind, Chial slowly closed his eyes. He relaxed his body, raised the sword high above his head, then suddenly gripped it tightly and poured all his strength into a downward slap. The moment the sword tip touched the ground, a shocking sound rang out. The earth cracked into pieces, debris flying like bullets. Chial looked at his result with satisfaction. Great, looks like I've got the feel now. Now it's just a matter of applying mana. Saying that, Chial's face turned thoughtful again. No matter how many times I try using it in the memory, it still feels like something crucial is missing. I can't recreate it. What exactly is it? The only way is to keep experimenting. All right, let's start over. Chial sighed and continued training. However, right as he drew the sword back, his sword was suddenly grabbed by the hand of a young woman. She asked softly, "Hey kid, where did you learn that technique from?" For Chial, this woman's sudden appearance left him a bit puzzled. Jet black hair and brown eyes. This person carries the Li clan's bloodline. Thinking that, Chial asked directly, "Who are you?" Across from him, the young woman's eyes showed slight surprise. "Huh, you don't know me." "Ah, yeah, fair enough. You probably wouldn't, since I don't show my face much anyway." With that said, she cheerfully asked next, "So, what's your name, kid?" Seeing her friendly attitude, Chial hesitated a bit before replying, "I'm Young." The moment she heard the name, the young woman suddenly grabbed Chial's hand tightly and started shaking him like a rag doll. "Young, what a special name. That's right, I'm Lee Jeonghwa. Nice to meet you." Upon hearing Jeonghwa's introduction, Chial quickly realized who she was. This is the youngest aunt, Lee Jeonghwa. According to what Yihang told me, she's a bit different from everyone else, so grandfather couldn't accept it. Uncle shared that story with me in my previous life. But more than that, how can she not consider her ridiculous strength when playing around with her nephew like this? Chial thought to himself while glaring at Jeonghwa without saying a word. Jeonghwa just casually remarked, "Your body's a bit weak, huh?" Saying that, she slowly approached Chial and got straight to the point. "So, little one, where did you learn that technique from?" As for Chial, he wasn't dumb enough to just explain it outright. Instead, he turned the question back. "Why are you asking?" Jeonghwa laughed and answered in a boastful tone, "That's ancient martial arts. Your youngest aunt here absolutely loves ancient martial techniques. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, right?" With that, she pulled an old book out from her sleeve and handed it to Chial. "So, this is a gift for you." "A gift?" Chial asked curiously. Jeonghwa nodded eagerly. "Yeah, open it and take a look." Seeing that, Chial didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly flipped through the pages, skimming them. The handwriting is so messy it's kinda hard to read. But this is magic, not just magic, it records martial arts too. Pretty advanced level, to the point I don't understand any of it. Maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking that, Chial hesitantly asked, "This is?" Beside him, Jeonghwa saw her nephew didn't get it, so she stepped closer and explained right away. "Ah, this thing. These are ancient magics, based on exposed mana flow. Back in the day, magic could only use the mana flowing through the body without needing a mana core, while modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really call ancient magic outdated? Sometimes, the mana control techniques from that era are even superior to now." Saying that, Jeonghwa pointed at the book in his hand. "That's why your youngest aunt here is researching amplification and conversion techniques, but the remaining records are way too scarce." Meanwhile, Chial felt a surge of genuine interest in this topic. "This is an angle I never considered. Magic for endless." Thinking that, he quickly spoke up. "Auntie, wait a second. With that, Chial dashed off, leaving Jeonghwa completely confused about what was happening. Next, somehow Chial produced a sword, gripped it tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on controlling the energy in his heart. Mana from the core spread throughout his body, but instead of absorbing the mana back into the core, wait, that nameless warrior used it with exposed mana flow, the way that man in the memory manipulated mana, which I couldn't understand before, but now I can do it. With that thought, a spark lit up in Chial's eyes. He gripped the sword tightly and swung it down with full force. A massive slash mark appeared on the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Seeing that, Chial couldn't hide the joy on his face. "It worked," he exclaimed softly. But right then, Jeonghwa suddenly rushed over like she was possessed. She hurriedly grabbed Chial's shoulders and bombarded him with questions. "What was that?" "That was amplification technique, right?" Hearing that, Chial felt a bit awkward, glanced aside and replied, Yeah, it's the amplification technique." "What?" Jeonghwa shouted. "How did you do that?" To this question, Chial wasn't foolish enough to explain in detail. He just shrugged and answered vaguely, "I just did it, that's all." Of course, Jeonghwa wasn't satisfied with that answer. She said frustratedly, "I mean, how on earth did you manage it?" Chial frowned and shot back, "Why do I have to tell you?" In response, Jeonghwa looked desperate. "Because you only figured it out thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after getting kicked out of the house. Please." She gripped Chial's hand tightly, her eyes sincere like she was begging. "If I do something for you, could you teach me?" Chial looked at Jeonghwa, then sighed. "Fine, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. First," Chial said seriously, "you can't tell anyone about me unless I allow it. Naturally, that includes my eldest brother and my father too." "Why?" Jeonghwa asked blankly. Chial replied curtly, "Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back." Hearing that, Jeonghwa suddenly went quiet, as if remembering something, her face turning a bit sad. "Ah, I get it, I'm the same way." Her expression made Chial wonder, why does she look so unhappy? But setting that aside, Chial continued with the second condition. "Second is, you can't lie to me, because we have to trust each other. I'll be honest with you as much as I can too." Hearing that, Jeonghwa hesitated a little. But just a few seconds later, she agreed. "Okay, so what's the last one?" The last one is, the following conversation is hidden by the author. Time flew by 1 year later. At this moment, the maid Gawa was holding some kind of letter and rushed over to inform Chial, shouting, young master, young master." Inside the training yard, Chial saw her hurried figure, stopped his movements, turned around and asked, "Wet nurse, what's the rush coming all the way to the training ground?" Across from him, Gawa was practically out of breath but still managed to say, "Here, look at this." With that, she handed the protagonist the letter in her hand, making Jeonghwa beside him a bit curious. However, with memories from his previous life, Chial had already guessed what it was. He thought to himself, "It's finally here." Inside the letter it read, "Summon order subject. 9th Young Master Young scheduled date, September 10th at 10:00. Content. Participants in the naming ceremony must gather at the Central Training Hall before 10:00 on September 10th. Note, anyone bringing items outside the permitted list will face severe punishment. Representative, Family Head Lee Myung-young." Seeing his eldest brother's name listed as the representative, Chial felt a bit curious. The representative is Family Head Myung-young. Isn't father home? I didn't hear anything about him going on an expedition. Turning back to Jeonghwa, for some reason she suddenly got so angry she was practically fuming. The naming ceremony. Seeing that, Chial didn't understand what she was freaking out about and asked, "Why are you suddenly so worked up?" Explaining this, Jeonghwa ruffled her hair in frustration while saying, "Things are just getting on track. This is the most important time. If you join the naming ceremony, you'll be stuck there. No way, don't go." Her demeanor was like a kid throwing a tantrum over losing a favorite toy. This made Chial shake his head helplessly. "It's been a year since our deal with Auntie. Since then, I've been researching magic with her. Modern magic focuses on core mana, while ancient magic focuses on exposed mana flow. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new type of magic. That's the lifelong dream she wants to achieve. Core mana for storage and attribute change, exposed flow for control and operation. Thanks to that, my magic application has far surpassed kids my age." Beside him, Jeonghwa kept muttering nonstop, giving Chial a headache. Is it really impossible not to participate? Researching magic is way more fun." Hearing that, the protagonist didn't want to waste more time and cut to the chase. "You know it's impossible, right? Don't worry, even if the time gets cut a bit short, I'll keep training magic and restoring ancient techniques." His words made Jeonghwa's eyes widen in shock. Her head was practically filled with question marks. How? The naming ceremony training schedule is super intense." In response, the protagonist wore an extremely confident expression. "I'll do both at the same time." Time passed quickly. At this moment, Chial and the girl HWA were inside some room. The special thing was that both of them were sitting inside a glass enclosure. In front of them, a man spoke up to remind them, training starts today. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. This man was the captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, Instructor Jang Wook. Next, inside the glass enclosure, countless erratic lightning bolts began shooting everywhere. However, before they could hit Chial, they were all repelled by an invisible barrier surrounding him. Seeing this, Jang Wook's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. Normally, the ninth young master, who had never undergone basic training, should have been shocked and collapsed right away, but he deflected everything with magic. Thinking that, Chial seemed to sense Jang Wook staring at him and glanced over to observe the man. And with just that one look, it startled Jang Wook, making him flinch. That kid is testing and observing me to gauge my level, while forcing the instructors to teach at a higher level. A 10-year-old collateral son dares to do that. Damn it, call him a collateral son. No, with that kind of ability, calling him that is an insult to any martial artist. I need to reflect on myself. This is no longer just simple training to prepare for the naming ceremony. It's a chance to pass on knowledge to him with full effort. Thinking this, Jang Wook's hand unconsciously clenched tightly. Inside, he felt excited about Chial's immense potential. Time passed quickly. At this point, Chial was tiredly stretching after this electric shock training session. Phew, finally done. This clan is seriously crazy. To train magic resistance, they just throw me into a magic emitter device. But I didn't expect the other side to apologize first. At some point, the way people looked at him had changed. Anyway, time to rest a bit. Chial muttered and quickly left. However, things never went exactly as he wanted. Right then, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside Chial and launched a sneak attack. But with his vigilance and all the knowledge from his previous life, Chial easily swung his arm to block the attack. The one who struck was none other than the girl HWA. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly ordered Chial, "Hey, you collateral bastard, come here for a sec." With that, she yanked her arm free from Chial's grip. Meanwhile, Chial had no intention of complying and asked back, "What are you up to?" Chial's blunt words immediately made HWA furious. She pointed straight at him and snapped, "Watch your mouth. I'm a legitimate child and you're just a collateral. Plus, I'm a whole year older than you." From Chial's perspective, he had no time to argue with a kid. Instead of wasting time on pointless bickering, he'd rather train or rest. So Chial waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have time to argue with you." With that, he turned to leave, driving HWA behind him absolutely furious. The girl immediately gathered mana in her fist and shouted, "Hey, don't ignore me." Up ahead, Chial sensed the mana fluctuation and hurriedly turned back. "She's actually using mana. I was planning to let it go, but looks like I have to teach her a lesson." Thinking that, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch. At the same time, while HWA hadn't retracted her arm yet, Chial's hand shot out swiftly, grabbing her slender white neck and lifting her body into the air. Next, Chial pulled her close and warned, "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me. I'm really busy right now." With that said, Chial sighed in annoyance and released Hwa's collar. Meanwhile, HWA seemed to realize she couldn't beat Chial, so now she started yelling nonstop. "It's all your fault because you caused that huge scene at the Iron Selection ceremony before. I'm constantly being compared to you. Know your place as a collateral and shut up. It's so unfair. I train day and night without sleep or food, and you were just born with superior talent. I didn't ask for this, but my mother." At this point, HWA realized she'd said too much and quickly covered her mouth. As for Chial, hearing that activated his lecture mode. "Blaming others, that's pretty easy, huh? Like you said, I'm a collateral. This status doesn't give me the luxury of that. You lose sleep, then don't sleep anymore. Can't keep up without snacks, then skip main meals too. If I piss you off, then use every means to beat me. After that, force me to apologize to you. That's the Lee clan way." With that, Chial didn't want to waste more breath and just walked off. Behind him, the girl Lee clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "You little brat, talking so tough. At the naming ceremony, I'll show results way better than yours, make you call me big sister. Kneel and beg, remember that." Chial turned back and replied, "Yeah, I'll be waiting to see." Time passed quickly until the afternoon. The scene shifted to the training area for direct lineage members, the 7th area. At this moment, the matriarch of the clan, Baekhyun, had come here to visit her daughter. Seeing that, the nearby maid quickly bowed and said, "Madam has arrived." Madam Baekhyun replied with a cold face, "Leave us. I have something to say to my daughter." With that, she directly entered the training room. At this time, the girl HWA was still vigorously practicing against the dummies in front. Then Baekhyun spoke up, "What are you doing?" For HWA, hearing this familiar voice made her startle and turn around. "Mother, I'm training." As she spoke, Her eyes drooped slightly, as if not daring to meet Baekhyun's gaze directly. And sure enough, just as she thought, Baekhyun had come here purely to berate her. I've heard about it. You actually got overpowered by him. I told you if you can't suppress him, then crush him. What a disappointment. If you're only training this hard out of fear of punishment, then stop. Across from her, HWA stayed silent for a few seconds. Then she lifted her head, looked straight at Baekhyun and retorted, I know what mother thinks about my training, but I'm doing this because I want to. I'll defeat him, but not because you ordered me to, because I want to. I'll decide for myself. Looking at her determined demeanor, Madame Baekhyun quickly guessed something and muttered softly, got provoked by some nobody. You're a direct descendant of the Lee clan. You and him aren't even starting from the same point. Beating him should be obvious, and yet you let yourself get riled up. Saying that, she took out a small glass vial and handed it to HWA, instructing, this is dream illusion. It's a type of deadly poison. If you can't overcome it, then trample that boy underfoot. That's the way of the Lee clan. With those words, she left the room, leaving the stunned HWA behind still in a daze. Switching to the maid Gawa, at this moment she had a bewildered look on her face as she stared at the computer screen. This can't be possible. Right in front of her was the Lee clan's internal website used for evaluating and ranking the disciples within the family. At that moment, it was displaying the results for the 14th weekly leaderboard. Lee Chial, gender, male, magic technique. Level 1, weapon technique. Level 1, theory. Level 1, overall rank. Level 1. Beside her, Chial grinned smugly and boasted, how about that, wet nurse, feeling less worried now. Faced with these results, all of Gawa's anxiety had vanished. She excitedly pulled Chial into a hug and said happily, I didn't help the young master at all, yet you've done so amazingly well. Hearing that, Chial smiled back. You've helped me a ton, don't say that. At the same time, suddenly heavy footsteps echoed from outside, making both of them curiously turn to look at each other. And just a second later, Jeonghwa burst in and shouted excitedly, Kid, time to train. Seeing her pumped-up energy, Chial couldn't help but feel awkward and reminded her, but I just finished training. That's exactly why we keep going. Training mana will make you less tired, Jeonghwa said while flexing her biceps. But those words could only fool normal kids. How could they trick someone who'd lived decades like Chial? I've never heard of that effect before, Chial said while looking at Jeonghwa with full skepticism, making her a bit embarrassed and unable to meet his eyes directly. It's true, probably, Jeonghwa stammered in response. Setting that aside, Chial remembered something and continued, sigh, fine then. Anyway, I have something I want to show you. Hearing that, Jeonghwa first looked curious, but very quickly she realized something and her eyes widened. Don't tell me. You've already reached 1-star level. At that moment, Chial just gave a light smile as confirmation. Mana control originally goes through 3 stages. Body reinforcement, reaching the body strengthening realm. Mana property transformation, reaching the chi control realm. Manifesting extraordinary power through mana, reaching the chi force realm. But his mana technique was different. At the same stage 1, it could do far more and unlock many additional abilities. That's why Jeonghwa's mana system was divided into levels called stars. Right now, Jeonghwa was channeling her energy into Chial to check. After getting the results, she happily said, perfect, it's really 1 star. Do you feel anything strange when using magic? I thought it'd take at least another year. Turning to Chial, his whole body trembled as he recalled the hardships he'd gone through before. I realized this just from studying theory. Thinking back, it really was insane training. If I failed to control mana, the balance between my heart and mana veins could collapse completely. But in reality, you just need to let everything flow naturally. Mana is like water. It follows its own laws. In the end, our bodies are just vessels for mana. Chial's calm words made Jeonghwa seem to have an epiphany. She muttered, the body as a vessel. Kid, I think I can do it too. It'll take time, but I can do it, she said with a voice full of joy. Seeing that, Chial gave a light smile, happy for his aunt. Did she just have a breakthrough? Chial thought to himself. Before Jeonghwa lunged forward to hug him tightly and exclaimed happily, thank you, little cutie, I'm so lucky. With that, her arms unconsciously squeezed harder, making every bone in Chial's body creak. Hey, let go, you're gonna break my ribs, Chial yelled loudly. Seeing that, Jeonghwa reluctantly let Chial down but still excitedly continued. Awesome. Then let's move on to 2-star phase right away. From the start, you knew your 1-star was different from normal stage 1, right? So in your opinion, what's the thing you handle best? Up ahead, Chial raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully for a few seconds before answering. The thing I handle best, I think it's the sword. Before he could finish, Jeonghwa shook her head in disagreement. According to me, it's not. That comment startled Chial, and he immediately asked back. But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship. Jeonghwa shrugged and replied, I have a few times when I was free. What I mean is, you have a talent that surpasses even swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is actually mana technique. Your mana aptitude is overwhelmingly superior, to the point it overshadows everything else. I've tried teaching my created magic to lots of people, but no one could do it. From Chial's perspective, he began staring at his own two hands with eyes full of doubt. Before I went back in time, I was mocked for not being able to use mana. Who knows what thoughts were in my heart back then? Seeing Chial lost in thought like that, Jeonhwa flicked his forehead and reminded him, but for you now, reaching 2-star isn't hard at all. And if you succeed with 2-star, the naming ceremony will be like child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus up. Over here, Chial happily replied, got it. By the way, Auntie, what's that thing next to you? As he spoke, he glanced at the wooden box placed on the table. Ah, this thing, Jeonhwa said softly. And right after, suddenly something shot past Chial's face at supersonic speed. It instantly left a scratch on his cheek and embedded deep into the wall behind, causing cracks to spread. Jeonhwa smiled brightly and answered, it's an iron bead. You have to learn to release mana while moving. If you only use it while standing still, even real mana would be useless trap. All right, let's get started, she said with a face full of excitement. But for some reason, our protagonist felt a bit uneasy about this hellish training regimen. Time passed quickly, shifting to some arena. At this moment, Chial and HWA were being trained by Captain Yunquin. I'm the captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, Lee Yunquin. From now on, I'll guide you in the techniques of Sungmuiga. Choose the weapon you'll use and bring it here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Hearing that, Chial and HWA hurriedly ran toward the weapon racks. But during this time, for some reason HWA kept glancing at Chial, making him feel a bit irritated. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, seriously, what are you staring at? Got something to say? He yelled, startling HWA, who immediately denied. Staring at what? Nothing to say. With that, she whispered softly to the protagonist. You're using a sword too, right? No, Chial replied coldly, then quickly grabbed 2 swords and a spear before returning to the arena. This left HWA stunned. What? But earlier when I saw you training weapons, it was clearly the sword. Over here, Captain Yunquin also looked at the pile of weapons in Chial's hands and asked curiously, what are you doing? Chial answered, you told us to choose our weapons and bring them here. Yunquin reminded him again. I said choose the one you use. Chial shrugged. These are the ones I use. Hearing that, Captain Yunquin was left speechless and shook his head in disappointment. I thought you weren't that stupid, but turns out you're a total blockhead. Engrave these words into your bones. I'm going to teach you secret arts, but not moves or stances. In Sungmuiga, there are countless secret manuals called Imperial Intent. To comprehend those manuals, first you must awaken the origin still dormant in your blood vessel. From now on, I'll help you open that sense, so don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. As he spoke, Yunquin swung his spear, creating strong gusts of wind, and quickly assumed an attacking stance. Seeing his ferocious demeanor, HWA couldn't help but feel scared and said, what is he planning to do? For Chial, he had already guessed what was coming next and warned, if you don't want to pass out right from the start, get ready. Before the words even finished, Yunquin's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Chial, unleashing a powerful, unpredictable strike that sent Chial's body flying into the air. The only fortunate thing was that in that brief moment, Chial still managed to use his sword to protect himself. This surprised Yunquin, who laughed loudly. Ho, you blocked it. Over here, Chial landed lightly, then gritted his teeth thinking, damn it, I didn't expect to go through this crazy stuff again. In my previous life, I couldn't even complete this training. But this life is different. With that, Chial poured power into his souls and charged forward. His stomp was so strong it cracked the floor. Then he rushed ahead at tearing wind speed. Time continued to pass, and the training of Chial and HWA under Captain Yunquin's guidance kept going on. Naturally, with his strength, the two of them got thoroughly beaten up. So a month had passed since starting training with Lee Yunquin. No matter what, a 10-year-old kid going through training that breaks bones and causes internal injuries isn't something meant for children. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm gradually getting the hang of it, Chial said with a light smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl HWA jolted awake from her daze. In my blackout, I passed out again, she said in confusion. Chial just shrugged and reminded her. Yeah, that's your 20th time already. While I've only got 16, the protagonist's teasing tone made HWA furious. She grumbled, if only I'd prepared better on the first day. From Captain Yunquin's perspective, while watching the two kids bickering loudly in front of him, he silently pondered. The 8th young lady has extraordinary physique. I went a bit hard, yet she never suffered serious injury. As for that illegitimate brat, from day one I felt he was something special. At first when he brought that pile of weapons, I thought he was just some idiot, but his proficiency with each type is quite solid, and his practical application exceeds expectations. Plus, in just 1 month, results are already showing. Interesting indeed. Thinking this, Yunquin's cold face broke into a faint smile as he decided to beat up the kids in front of him even more. All right, training starts again. Everyone back to position. Hearing that, Chial and HWA quickly stopped their argument, gripped their weapons tightly, their faces turning extremely serious. Next, Chial realized that if they kept fighting normally, there was no way to touch Yunquin, so he turned to suggest, "Hey, I'll give the signal, you try blocking once." HWA asked curiously, "Why should I?" Chial shrugged. "Yeah, if you don't want to, forget it. I just thought we might land a hit on the uncle." Chial's words immediately changed Hwa's expression. It seemed the girl was also extremely resentful after getting pummeled by Yunquin for so long. Then she probed, "You sure?" Chial nodded, "Definitely." Hearing that, HWA didn't hesitate anymore. She gripped her weapon tightly and charged to block ahead, shouting loudly, "You owe me." Behind her, Chial also rushed forward to attack right after Hwa's move. In his mind, he began thinking, with his genius-level strength, I have no chance of winning alone, so I can only exploit the advantage of number. Across from them, Yunquin watched the two of them coordinating and didn't hold back his praise. Cooperating with each other isn't the optimal choice, but that's only if the plan actually succeeds. As he spoke, he tilted his head to the side, dodging the spear thrust coming from Chial. Then right after, he swung his own spear to counterattack, but Chial had already anticipated this move and quickly pulled his spear back to block the strike. This made a look of surprise flash across Yunquin's eye. Next, he gathered his strength and charged straight toward the boy. And right at the moment, when both of them were about to unleash their attacks at each other, Chial shouted loudly, "Now's the time." With that, he leaped backward to create distance, while little HWA dashed forward in a lightning-fast assault. However, her sword slash was easily parried, and from behind, Chial hadn't really expected the two of them to land a hit on Yunquin that easily anyway. He tossed his spear aside and silently transformed his infinite weapon from its ring form into a long sword, a parry-capable strike that deals damage, just one sword I pulled from the endless secret vault. Then he began enveloping the blade with his own energy and channeled power down into the soles of his feet. He stomped hard and shot forward like an arrow. At that moment, little HWA had already been knocked flying backward by the coach, but Chial seized the timing with perfect precision. Right then, he suddenly let go of the sword in his hand, poured strength into his fist, and threw a straight punch forward. But of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. His fist was caught firmly in team leader Yunquin's palm. This made Chial let out a wry laugh. "Haha, you blocked it." The words had barely left his mouth when the man delivered a punch that sent him flying backward like a cannonball. His body slammed heavily into the wall, forcing him to cough up a bit of blood. However, that combined attack from the two of them left Yunquin extremely satisfied, and his voice carried a hint of approval. "So it took 37 days, huh? Congratulations, you've awakened your sixth sense. But the young lady still has a long way to go." As he spoke, he leaned to the side to dodge Hwa's incoming, while sweeping her leg, sending her whole body crashing straight into the wall. Looking at the sorry state of both of them, Yunquin decided to let them off for now and end today's training session. That's it for today. Speaking of little HWA, she now turned to interrogate the protagonist. "Hey, you said we could land at least one hit, and I believed you. That little brat." He paid no attention to their bickering. After turning to leave, team leader Yunquin quietly looked down at his slightly bruised and swollen palm and thought to himself. In the end, even after activating mana, it only managed to pierce through a tiny bit. Even though it was just a small amount, he broke the taboo of not using mana. Giving up a technique like that, combined with his already outstanding combat instinct, he'll become someone that terrifies even the pillars of the family. Time passed quickly. On the 47th day, after HWA awakened her sixth sense, the training sessions with team leader Yunquin finally came to an end. The remaining time was spent resting and reviewing what they'd learned, and at that moment, the person who came to find me was my older brother, Lee Myung-young. Lee Myung-young was the eldest son of Lee Tishan, known by the title Songseong, a master who had reached 2nd grade in magic and 2nd grade in martial arts. Everyone admired and feared him, but to me, Big Brother was simply my one and only older brother. Chial silently reminded himself of that. Back to reality after they'd sat down at the table for tea, Myung-young spoke apologetically to his younger brother. "I'm sorry I couldn't look after you properly. Even if it was just an excuse, I've been pretty busy lately." Knowing his eldest brother had a mountain of issues to deal with, Chial replied gently, "It's fine, I'm okay." Across from him, Myung-young saw Chial's attitude and let out a laugh. "This must be our first real meeting, yet you knew right away who I was, huh?" To that, Chial answered, "Of course. Even if I'm just an illegitimate child, as your little brother, how could I not recognize my own big brother's face? Hearing those words, Myung-young's body suddenly trembled for a moment, then his face turned sad as he reminded Chial, illegitimate, don't ever say that again. Even if we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers. Saying this, he felt a bitter pang in his heart for Chial, a child who hadn't even had a proper naming ceremony yet already saw himself as illegitimate. Unaware of his brother's inner thoughts, Chial scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. Seeing the boy's reaction, Myung-young could only let out a heavy sigh. No need to apologize, just understand from now on. Next time you don't have to greet me so formally. We're brothers, why be so stiff? Got it? Chial nodded with a bright smile. In his memories, his big brother had always had this kind of personality, even when he was younger. Putting the greetings aside, Myung-young handed Chial a gift. This is a meeting gift. When I enrolled at the Eiffel Magic University in France, I obtained this, but I think it'll be more useful to you. It's a divine elixir called nectar. As he spoke, he pulled a small glass vial from inside his coat pocket. And for someone who'd lived an entire previous life, Chial immediately recognized what it was, a high-grade spiritual medicine produced by the French Magic Tower, only 500 ml every 10 years. After a moment of thought, he reached out to accept the small bottle and stammered, "Big brother giving me something this valuable. Thank you so much." Across from him, Myung-young looked a bit stunned by Chial's reaction for some reason. Then he muttered, "You're a little different, aren't you?" Chial narrowed his eyes in confusion. "What do you mean?" Smiling as he explained, Myung-young said, "The other little brothers I've met before all saw me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and nice." From Chial's perspective, he explained his own thoughts clearly. "It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Since we're both born into this family, big brother is naturally my rival too. So don't just treat me like some cute little kid. Who knows, one day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition ahead." Chial's confidence made Myung-young burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, all right then. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." With that, he gave his little brother an affectionate head pat. As for Chial, he silently told himself, "The eldest brother who has always genuinely loved and protected me. This time, I'll definitely protect." A few days passed quickly. Today was the day of the Lee family's second major event. The naming ceremony had arrived. At this moment, aboard a ship, Chial and HWA were being transported to the examination site. It was called Crimson Blue Island, an island where the color of the soil changed depending on the density of mana in the air. For a very long time, it had been the place where the Lee family held their naming ceremonies. As the ship drew closer to the island, a crew member spoke up to remind both of them. "Now I'll explain the naming exam. Young lady and young master will have to survive on Crimson Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove yourself. The devices we're handing out now are for location tracking. Unless it's a life-threatening emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final gate of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Good luck to you all." Seeing this, Chial and HWA quickly put the watches on their wrists. Then, carrying backpacks filled with essential supplies, the two were left behind on this deserted island. After that, for some reason, little HWA suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I have something to say." Before she could finish, Chial sighed and grumbled. "Looks like you've already made up your mind, huh?" "Huh, what do you mean?" HWA asked back. Chial just blurted it out. "Ever since training started, you've been trying to say something." The words hit right to the core, making the 12-year-old girl's face flush red as she yelled, That how did you know?" Looking at her flustered appearance, Chial chuckled inwardly. "How could I not know?" Thinking that, he asked, "Go ahead, I'm listening." From Hwa's perspective, the young girl looked a bit nervous and swallowed hard as if gathering her courage. Then she removed the badge from her clothes and glanced at Chial, signaling with her eyes for him to do the same. After they'd put away the 2 eavesdropping-capable badges, Chial casually asked, "All done, so what's up?" At this point, HWA stopped hiding it. She pulled out the small glass bottle of poison that Madame Bcudian had given her earlier and said bluntly, "This is poison called Dream Charm. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates. Once it enters the body, it clogs the mana veins for a long time." Across from her, Chial's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he asked coldly, "Who gave this to you?" Of course, HWA couldn't reveal that her own biological mother was the one who'd handed it to her. "I'm not telling you that." With that, she threw the bottle straight at a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces, and continued, "See, no evidence left now. I'll defeat you fair and square, no need for this poison, so you better go all out too." The determination in the little girl's voice left Chial momentarily stunned. But then he replied cheerfully, "Didn't need to say it, I was already planning to." Good. HWA nodded in satisfaction. Next, the two put their badges back on. But before moving, HWA didn't forget to turn back and warn. You put the tracker back on, right? Don't recklessly charge into the island's center before you know the terrain. It's super dangerous. From behind, seeing her nagging like that, Chial replied in a bored tone. Yeah, I know already. Are you actually worried about me or something? Up ahead, Chial's attitude immediately made HWA furious. Worried. I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere, without a trace, before you even get a chance to fight me. Her words weren't even finished when suddenly from deep inside the forest came the horrifying roars of some monster, instantly silencing their argument. The two kids exchanged uneasy glances and stared into the forest ahead. Then HWA spoke softly in reminder, "So don't die, okay? I'm heading out first." With that, she quickly moved off to one side. Watching her figure gradually shrink into the distance, Chial murmured, "She's gone. Even though I said that, my goal isn't the island's outskirts anyway. All right, time for me to get moving too. Straight to the center of Crimson Blue Island." As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with endless excitement for the journey ahead. At the same time, inside the Lee family's observation room, key family members and elders were watching Hwa's activities through the monitoring screen. Someone commented, "As expected of the 8th child of the Lee family, she's already completed her first hunt. The number of monsters HWA has taken down isn't small. After all, this is probably Hwa's first real combat experience." But that sense didn't come out of nowhere. It took 47 days, right? The sly old man Chial Jun said with a chuckle while stroking his beard. In response, team leader Yungquin, leaning against the wall at the back, spoke up. "That child wasn't originally like this. I thought she'd need at least a full 2 months." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "She has talent, but only to that extent. Simply put, someone stimulated her." That would be the youngest, Li Young. With that thought, he glanced toward another screen ahead, which was showing Chial's image. Unlike little HWA, who was constantly fighting monsters, Chial seemed to be exploring the island. This made the old man Chial Jun curious enough to ask, "But what the heck is that kid doing? Looks like he's looking for a shelter." Yungquin voiced his guess. Right after those words, a few scornful sounds rang out, acting like a scared little rat running away. What a coward, truly an illegitimate child. In another corner, Myeongyung was also present in the observation room. Hearing them mock his little brother like that, how could he stay silent? He gave them a slight glance and reminded, "Enough. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is the smart move, nothing worth criticizing." His words made a few idiots cough awkwardly and backpedal. Yeah, that's right, haha. Probably because we've been watching the 8th young lady too much, our standards got too high. In another corner, the sly old man Chial Jun, showing no respect for Myeongyung's status, continued to mock. "Let's see now, in the Lee family, being ordinary is a sin, isn't it? A person carrying Lee blood acting like a nobody. How ridiculous." For Myeongyung, hearing those words from the old man made his hand clench tightly in indignation, and he thought to himself, putting down and mocking a child just because of his background. Since when did our family become like this? Or maybe we've always been this way. But seriously, what the hell is Lee Young planning by heading straight to the center of the island? Thinking about it, he glanced over at Uncle Yihung beside him, who was anxiously biting his nails nonstop. What on earth is that kid thinking? The muttered words made Myeongyung feel like he wasn't the only one confused. "What exactly are you up to, Lee Young?" Switching scenes to Chial's position. At this point, he'd found himself some kind of cave to use as shelter. Next, he started burning certain herbs, then tossed a lit torch inside the cave to check for anything lurking, before covering the entrance with leaves. His careful actions began earning a few approving murmurs. His stealth skills aren't half bad. Then suddenly the sly old man Chial Jun widened his eyes and shouted, "Wait, hold on. What is that kid doing now?" Following the old man's gaze, Chial had removed the watch along with the badge on his chest and set them aside. Next, he covered the two items with several leaves, instantly blocking the signal and turning the screen completely black. From behind, team leader Yungquin couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, this guy's really impossible to predict." As for Yihung and Myeongyung, they could only clutch their heads at Chial's move. For Chial himself, with so many secrets to keep, there was no way he could let the family just casually watch his every move like that. After carefully hiding the two items, he muttered, "No need for anyone else to see this. Now I can use infinite without holding back. Since I'm already on Crimson Blue Island, might as well harvest as much as possible. All right, let's get going." As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into the shape of a short sword. Time flew by until evening. At this moment, our protagonist was frowning at a clay pot in front of him, inside which was a deep bluish liquid that looked incredibly toxic. He could even vaguely make out a screaming face inside the swirling fluid, and just looking at its appearance was enough to make anyone feel repulsed. Guess it's done, but man, this looks horrifying. Is this really mana tea? No one would think this came from steeping mana herbs, he told himself. In my previous life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, so I had to tag along with herbalists and alchemists just to scrounge for mana grass. Crimson Blue Island is overflowing with mana in the air, so I should take full advantage to boost my mana reserves. Little Ant said the same thing. Drinking steeped mana herbs should definitely give better results. All right, here goes. Chial gritted his teeth and slowly lifted the clay pot to his face. Not long after, he tossed the pot aside carelessly, his whole body pale and drained of life. Tastes like it came straight from hell, he groaned. And so the solitary battle for 3 weeks officially began. Time passed quickly. Today was the 18th day of the naming ceremony. Switching to Lee Myung-young's office, while he was working, someone suddenly entered the room and spoke. "Captain, may I come in?" Hearing that, Myung-young paused his work and replied, "Yeah, come in." Across from him, the stranger saw Myung-young still busy and said apologetically, "Sorry to interrupt you, sir." Myung-young waved it off. "No worries, no worries. Looks like bad news, huh?" To that, the brown-haired man nodded seriously and explained. "A large group of wanderers seems to have infiltrated the northern region of Korea. I thought they'd pass through uncharted territory, but they're heading straight south. 2 days' march from them is the Lee family's Mana Stone mine." The speaker was Yu Gunseong, vice-captain of Myung-young's Blue Sky Sword team. Hearing this, Myung-young stroked his chin, thinking about some recent intel he'd received. Wanderers, huh? They usually stick to uncharted lands, moving along while committing all sorts of crimes. After a moment, he muttered his guess. "Those hyenas wouldn't dare trespass on my territory without some kind of scheme." Gunseong fully agreed and added, "They look like wanderers on the surface, but it's very possible that's just a cover. Can't rule out another force pulling the strings behind this." So Myung-young started tapping his fingers on the desk and continued. There was also intel earlier about 9 Dragon City mobilizing forces toward the northern border. Speaking of 9 Dragon City, it was a massive power in the Central Plains, sharing a border with the uncharted lands. They'd provoked the Lee family multiple times by infiltrating our territory. Maybe word got out that father is absent. This would be the perfect timing for enemies to strike. Thinking of that, Myung-young looked up and asked, "Does my intelligence branch have anything on this?" Gunseong shook his head in response. "I knew before they did, because you told me to keep an eye on things." Hearing that, Myung-young stood up from his chair, sounding tired. "Then coordinate with the investigation unit to dig deep. I've got a bad feeling this isn't simple. I hope it's just a bad hunch." As he spoke, he gazed out the window. But the uneasy feeling hadn't faded in the slightest. Switching scenes to somewhere inside Crimson Blue Island. At this moment, a red magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Next, the magic circle glowed brightly and created a floating spatial rift in midair. From within the rift, a figure stepped out. He wore white robes and held a monk's staff in his hand. The stranger muttered in a mocking tone, "2 knights is more than enough to kill 1 illegitimate brat." It seemed his target was none other than Chiao. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Somewhere on the island, a massive dragon with glowing red eyes was growling threateningly at someone ahead. This was a level 7 dragon monster, Draco. Facing it was none other than our protagonist, gripping his sword tightly, panting heavily from exhaustion, as if he'd been battling this giant lizard for quite a while. Next, as if wanting to end the fight quickly, the dragon suddenly opened its maw wide, taking a deep breath. Its throat swelled like a balloon, and a clear orange light glowed from within. Just 1 second later, it roared and unleashed a colossal pillar of flame shooting forward at tearing speed. For Chial, he could feel a terrifying wave of heat blasting straight into his face. His eyes widened to the limit as he twisted his body to the side, dodging at the very last instant. Without any hesitation right after, Chial charged straight toward the dragon. Taking advantage of it standing still to breathe fire, he leaped in, gathered mana into his sword, and executed a technique called Mana Slash. Using the momentum from his fall, Chial drove the sword deep into the center of the dragon's head. From his attack, bolts of lightning erupted outward, scorching its skull black. In the end, the giant monster could only let out a final reluctant roar before perishing completely. For Chial, after sensing no life left in the beast, he let out a soft sigh and admitted its danger. Phew, a dragon really is something else. It's on a completely different level from the other monsters. If I'd fought it right when I first arrived, I'd probably have gone down in the first hit. Since entering Crimson Blue Island, it's taken me 19 days just to reach the dragon's territory. But staying longer would just be a waste of time. There's still one reason I had to come all the way here. Thinking that, he sheathed his sword. Before he could do anything else, some noisy sound from afar caught his attention. Unable to resist his curiosity, Chial carefully crept toward the source. From his view, what was making those weird noises was a group of weapon-wielding lizardmen. They were grade 8 monsters. The fact that these green-skinned creatures were suddenly gathering here and screeching like maniacs made Chial suspicious. Something's been off since yesterday. Normally, lizardmen only appear on the island's edges, but now they're pushing into the center, attacking then fleeing. These guys aren't smart and their rank is low too. Could they be influenced by something external? If so, I need to check it out. With that thought, he drew his sword from its sheath and dashed out from the bushes straight toward the lizardmen. The moment they spotted him, they let out panicked cries and hurriedly fled, no intention of fighting at all. This confirmed Chial's suspicions. Just as I thought, once could be coincidence, but twice means something's definitely wrong. Better to follow them. He swiftly swung his sword, decapitating the monsters, then quietly guessed. A strange phenomenon is happening on the island, just like I suspected. Speaking of the mage who infiltrated the island the previous day, at this moment, his whole body was radiating purple mana as he kept muttering like he was in a trance. Face-to-face, warrior battle, all set the formation. A kid that small can take on so many monsters alone. Lee family descendants really are something else. But nothing to worry about. After all, he's just a child, one who's bound to fall right into this obvious trap. I doubt I'll even need Plan B, the young mage said while gently stroking an egg in his hand. He was the beast tamer Nishiyama Shogo. Just as he'd predicted, Chial, following the lizardmen, had arrived exactly where the mage wanted. From atop a tree, Chial now realized his situation. A bit suspicious because it was so blatant, but sure enough, it really was a trap. The ability to control monsters, so he's a beast tamer. But how could an outsider sneak all the way in here? Chial wondered inwardly. But very quickly he answered himself. Wait, it's not impossible. If there's a transfer formation set up inside, it could happen. Then the one behind this must be a member of the Lee family. Should I report back to the family and wait for reinforcements? No, by the time they get here, it'll be too late and I won't be able to find the mastermind anymore. So only one option left. Hide my presence with stealth technique and take him out myself. Thinking that, Chial yanked the badge off his chest and stuffed it into his pocket. Next, he activated True Stealth, enveloping himself in a layer of blue energy that concealed both his breath and presence. Right after, Chial leaped down from the tree and rushed toward Nishiyama at maximum speed. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword straight at the man's neck from behind.
But nothing ever comes easy for Chial. At that moment, the egg in the hands of the sorcerer Nishiyama suddenly emitted an alarm-like sound. It turned out not to be an egg but some bird curled up, shaped like an egg. Its piercing cry made Nishiyama startle and turn around. He shouted, "Since when did?" Behind him, Chial silently cursed inwardly. Damn, does he have a magical item that senses danger? Thinking that, Chial increased the speed of his strikes. Unfortunately, Nishiyama reacted in time. He immediately swung his staff backward and shoved Chial's body away, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Next, the two paused briefly. The sorcerer Nishiyama praised, "Bastard of the Lee clan, you're better than I thought." To that compliment, Chial replied sarcastically, "Maybe you're just too weak." The taunt from a kid made Nishiyama furious. He refocused on eliminating his target and immediately ordered the surrounding lizardmen, "Shut up! Attack him!" Obeying their master, the stupid lizardmen lunged without fear of death to draw some of his blood. Seeing that, Chial began channeling his mana into his sword. He used his technique, heaven-cleaving slash, propelling his body forward. His sword swung through the air like a ribbon and neatly beheaded 3 lizardmen before they could react. Still, this didn't faze the sorcerer. From the start, he had used the lizardmen to hold Chial back a bit, creating an opening to cast his magic. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Chial. From within it, countless bright red chains shot out, tightly binding his body and sword. Chial's face went blank as he said, "My body won't move." In front, Nishiyama laughed loudly as if seeing his victory. "Haha, you've fallen into my trap. This is a top-tier formation that can seal a martial artist's mana loop. Without mana, you're just a useless weak kid. Die helplessly." He gaped and laughed, not knowing his words were the dumbest thing he'd say all day. They inadvertently gave Chial a hint on how to resolve the situation. "Seal my power, huh? Then I'll just use my meridians to replace it," Chial said, as he began distributing mana throughout his body via his channels. After that, his body slowly moved forward. With the pressure Chial generated, the chains could no longer hold him. They began to creak as if they might snap at any moment. Then, with a forward leap, Chial shattered the restraints and charged straight at Nishiyama, cutting off his escape route. In Nishiyama's terrified eyes, Chial pointed his sword at his face and coldly asked, "Aren't you going to run?" Nishiyama panicked slightly, taking a few steps back and asking, "How did you get out?" Facing Chial, he of course had no obligation to answer, so he only shook his head. "I'm not obliged to tell you. I've reported this to the clan, so surrender now." Turning back to Nishiyama's perspective, whether he still had an ace up his sleeve or not, he confidently said, "Ha ha, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you and regain my freedom." The sorcerer's mad words truly baffled Chial. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Before the sentence finished, suddenly a large shadow shot toward Chial, smashing his small body like a cannon into a nearby tree. The impact was so strong it made a deafening sound in the air, and Chial spat out a mouthful of blood. After taking the hit, Chial had a sudden association in his mind. He tremblingly lifted his head to look and saw that the thing that had just struck him was a gigantic blue turtle with long whiskers. It was the guardian of Red Green Island, the mountain turtle head. A third-rank monster, truly an overwhelmingly powerful beast. Could an ordinary beast tamer like him really have tamed it? Chial thought, casting a dubious glance at Nishiyama. From that look alone, Nishiyama could read Chial's thoughts and admitted, "Looks like you grasped the situation quickly, although I haven't fully controlled it yet. Still, if it were to coldly kill you on its own, it would certainly obey. So it's best if you give up fighting." Saying that, he produced several talismans from inside his sleeve and tossed them into the air. Then his body dissolved into a wisp of purple smoke, to avoid being accidentally trampled into a bloody mess by the giant turtle while fighting Chial. Back in Chial's perspective, merely sensing the terrible presence radiating from the giant turtle made the hair on his body stand on end. Chial reminded himself, "Stay calm. If he hasn't fully controlled it, then I just need to capture the beast tamer first. That's the only way to do anything about the mountain turtle head. I prepared this as a precaution, but I didn't expect to have to use it like this. A banned drug because of its severe side effects, though very potent, a mana enhancement pill." Saying that, he took out a brown pill and tossed it straight into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, it released an energy that flowed throughout his body, making him feel overflowing with power. However, that was not all Chial needed to prepare. One more thing. The technique that youngest sister, Jeonhwa, told me to use only in the most dangerous situations. Now is that time. As he thought this, Chial's body began to emit a tremendous energy. The aura he radiated pushed all surrounding dirt and rocks away. He prepared to use the ultimate skill, Defy Heaven. Next, because the pill's effect had a time limit, Chial wasted no time and dashed forward at lightning speed. Immediately, he swung his sword at the giant turtle. His slash produced a blade of light that struck toward its neck. However, it barely even scratched the turtle. Its defensive capability was so despair-inducing that Chial struggled greatly. "I haven't even touched it and it's already stopped me. Fine, I'll finish it with this move." Thinking that, he began concentrating energy into his sword to prepare another ultimate strike. However, the giant turtle ahead was no fool. It had no intention of standing still for Chial's attack. It opened its mouth and emitted a purple sonic wave that spread around. As soon as the sonic wave struck, Chial felt a heavy sense of oppression pressing down on him. He thought to himself, "This roar is the fear skill. This ma-energy vibration is preventing me from moving. Damn it." Then, while Chial was still unsure how to deal with this skill, a familiar black smoke began to spread from his heart. instantly relieving the oppressive weight on his body. This surprised Chial a little. Has the darkness energy in my body countered the mountain turtle head's skill? Now's the moment. Saying that, Chial gathered force into his legs and sprang forward with full force, using the skill demonic slash that he learned from the nameless warrior in the memories of the infinite azure blade. The accurate strike aimed directly at its throat, causing the turtle's head to tilt back toward the sky. From its mouth, a column of deep purple light began to spew, giving off a hair-raising, terrifying sensation. It even dispelled part of the cloud far up in the sky. Back to Chial. Right after unleashing that technique, his whole body ached violently. He collapsed to his knees and kept coughing up blood. Damn it, I don't have time. The side effects of the mana enhancement and the Defy Heaven technique will leave me immobile for a while. Within 10 seconds, I have to find that beast tamer. With that thought, there was no time to waste. Chial dashed forward, using every sense to search for where Nishiyama had fled. And it seemed even heaven wanted to lend a hand. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a red thread of energy on the ground. He hurriedly followed it, and sure enough, the thread led straight to the sorcerer Nishiyama's location. Ahead, Nishiyama went pale with fright when he saw Chial charging at him with murderous intent. What? How is this possible? He let out a soft exhale and hastily backed up. Yet by then Chial's sword was already right by him. Chial thought, the distance isn't enough, just a bit more. If only I were a little stronger. Then I just extend the blade. Chial shouted and began using the transformative power of infinite to lengthen his sword. Immediately after, he swung with blinding speed, slashing straight into Sorcerer Nishiyama's chest and sending him to meet the King of Hell at once. Right after finishing, Chial was so exhausted he could no longer hold the sword. I need to take care of myself first. If I pass out now, my life is over. Youngest sister, Jionhwa, told me to take this if I used that move. Good thing I brought the nectar. Now, before any monster comes sniffing around, I have to deal with this guy first. Thinking that, Chial hurriedly swallowed the prepared pill. Immediately after, he fainted and collapsed to one side. Some time later, when he opened his eyes again, Chial suddenly found himself lying in a blindingly white space. Black wisps of smoke kept spreading from his body. Chial wondered, everything's white, where is this? What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain turtle head? Thinking that, Chial tried to sit up, but a sharp pain struck him, making his face contort. His entire body trembled relentlessly, as if about to shatter. Chial pondered silently, unaware that in this snowy white space, a gigantic eye above was staring down at him. A strange voice began to speak, whether Chial heard it or not. So it has come to this at last. Those things are too dangerous for humans to bear, the two of them existing together in one entity. I hoped you wouldn't wake. If only now, the voice paused, then spoke again. Feed it. Right after the words, something suddenly fell straight in front of Chial, and he curiously looked to inspect it. He began to make associations when he saw its shape. This is a purple honeycomb. Could it be the violet core stone? The strange voice continued. Not for you, but it is for it to eat. The era has shifted. Grow strong, child of humanity. Don't let the age swallow you. Back in Chial's hazy vision, he seemed to see the giant turtle speak to him. Then it turned and slowly walked away. His sight gradually went dark. Returning to reality sometime later, Chial opened his eyes again. Before him stood the girl HWA. Seeing him awake, she poked her head in and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Seeing that, Chial gave her a weary look and asked, "HWA?" His blank tone made the girl furious. "You brat, you dare call me by my name. I'll let it slide because you're hurt. How's your condition?" Hearing the reminder, Chial hurriedly closed his eyes, checked his body and thought, although my musculoskeletal system is severely damaged, my mana has skyrocketed alarmingly. Could it be that I actually absorbed the violet core stone? Thinking this, Chial hid his surprise and only listed the injuries he had sustained. Some mana veins are severed, my organs are a bit disordered, bones stretched and some muscles torn. Not too serious. Chial spoke calmly, while HWA, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes and shouted with a purple face. What? That's not serious. Did someone hit you on the head? From Chial's perspective, he looked a bit guilty at HWA. The violet core stone was something Lee HWA intended to take. It's a terrifying elixir that strengthens the body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poison and curses. It is indeed what I decided to take on Red Green Island, but I do feel a little guilty. Having thought that, Chial suddenly shot upright as if nothing had happened and asked, "Wait, why are you here?" Before HWA could answer, a voice called from afar, "Little brother." It was his elder brother Myung-Yung rushing over. Myung-Yung quickly produced a bottle of some healing potion and hurriedly asked Chial, "Are you okay? First, let me heal you with mana. I also brought restorative elixir." Seeing his rushed demeanor, Chial forced a smile and waved him off. "No need for mana healing, but I'll take the restorative elixir." Saying that, he took the healing bottle and drank without stopping. From Myung-Yung's viewpoint, seeing his younger brother so badly injured twisted his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he glanced at HWA and quietly said, "HWA sister, could you step outside for a moment?" HWA understood they wanted to speak privately, so she didn't stay to interfere and nodded. "Yes, I understand." After HWA left, Myung-Yung lowered his voice. "If you die, I will wipe every organization connected to beast tamers from this world, no matter how powerful they are. As a member of the Lee family, what you showed is truly the model of a warrior. But as your elder, I can't view it positively. That was recklessness." His voice was full of reproach but also concern, which moved Chial slightly. His face reddened. He scratched his head and said, "I didn't anticipate the mountain turtle head's appearance. Sorry, brother. If I'd known it was there, I would have waited." Seeing his remorseful posture, Myung-Yung involuntarily sighed. "It's good that you can tell the difference between recklessness and confidence." Putting that aside, Chial asked, "Brother, since I dealt with the beast tamer, the information about him should belong to me." As Chial said this and reached forward, the gesture made Myung-Yung groan inwardly. "I knew you'd say that." That beast tamer was once a quasi-5-rank sorcerer of the Yin-Yang Guild of Japan. It seems he was expelled for attempting to master forbidden arts. Someone supplied talismans and high-grade artifacts and activated them while the mountain turtle head slept. They wanted to make it appear as the monster's action. Hearing this, Chial frowned in thought and asked, "So you still haven't found the mastermind?" Myung-Yung shook his head in response. "He's in a near-death state, so it's hard to extract information immediately." Suddenly an idea flashed through Chial's head, and he hurriedly said, "So this wasn't their main target aimed at you. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Chial's explanation seemed to jolt Myung-Yung awake. That's exactly it. It seems we can't just pretend we don't know." Myung-Yung sighed and Chial, worried about his brother, asked again, "Are you all right?" Responding to Chial's concern, Myung-Yung ruffled his head and reassured him, "I'm fine. The reputation was damaged a bit, but it's insignificant. You can't be gone long, so come back right away." Saying that just as Myung-Yung was about to leave, Chial suddenly reached out, grabbed his hand and said with a serious face, "Brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Say that you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and ordered me to handle it first so I can testify accordingly. That way it will look like you had prepared for things even intelligence hadn't discovered yet." At this request, Myung-Yung quickly guessed Chial's true intent and asked back, "You'd better testify to the truth, right?" Chial stood and answered, If people believe I completed this on my own, they'll be even more wary and cautious of me. So that's why you call it a deal. Yes, a deal is when both sides exchange something they each need. So what do you want? Myung-Yung asked, and Chial plainly stated his request. Give me access to the archive. 3 days will be enough. As he said it, he reached forward and Myung-Yung gripped his hand and teased. Arrogant brat, fine, thank you. His voice was full of gratitude. Chial, however, shook his head slightly. No need to thank me. This is just a transaction. Turning to Myung-Yung, the latter gently patted Chial's shoulder a few times and whispered, even if I didn't agree, you already have a way to handle this, right? At that moment, Myung-Yung's phone began ringing incessantly to remind him. It seems the Azure Sword Squad is calling you. You really have to go now. Myung-Yung also tossed the short sword infinite back to Chial. Myung-Yung threw the short sword infinite back to Chial and winked at him. I'll keep this matter secret for you. With that said, he hurried off. Chial watched his brother's retreating figure and let out a few spirited laughs. Ha ha, as expected, he's not easy to deal with at all. After Myung-Yung left, little HWA returned and asked, looks like the conversation went smoothly, huh? Which trial will you challenge among the examinations? 3 weeks have passed. It should be open by now, she asked curiously. But Chial didn't answer and instead asked back, what about you? Where will you challenge? Hey, I asked first, HWA snapped in annoyance, while Chial shrugged and said, if you want to know, answer first. Facing HWA with no other choice, she proudly shared her plan. Which trial will I take? Nothing less than the hardest, the crucible of authority. And you? Chial replied that he would challenge the combat trial. This left HWA stunned. Huh, there's a place like that. Don't tell me that's one of the peripheral trials. Chial nodded calmly. Yes, it's indeed in the periphery. Hearing that, for some reason Hwa's expression turned slightly disappointed. She mocked. How disappointing. I must have misjudged you. You chose a peripheral trial, well, that says it all. I thought you were a rival. Honestly, I thought you were better than me. With that, HWA began to leave in disappointment. Chial, watching her attitude, wasn't surprised at all. He thought to himself, people assume the location determines a trial's difficulty, so they'll think I picked the periphery because it's easier. Whatever, they can think whatever they want. Time passed quickly. Dawn was breaking and Chial was still wandering in the woods searching for something. I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here. Before returning, this was the cave I happened upon, and it's where I'll complete the second naming ceremony challenge, the combat trial. With that thought, he brushed aside the foliage in front of him. And now, before him was a cave as black as ink. Next, the protagonist prepared a torch and carefully entered. As he walked, he thought, at first glance it's just an ordinary wall. But of course, it won't be that simple. With that thought, he drew his sword and began hacking repeatedly at the wall before him. Chunks of stone started falling away, revealing behind them a massive iron door standing there. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared in Chial's eyes. Found it. Then Chial used the short sword to cut deeply into his palm. After that, he used the drops of blood that flowed from his palm and flung them straight at the door. The blood droplets contained mana. The instant they struck the iron door, they emitted a dazzling light like a switch activating the door. The door shuddered once, then slowly opened to both sides, revealing a vast hall inside with a sword embedded deep in a wooden pedestal. The familiar scene stirred Chial's memories, and he hurried inside. Next, he approached the wooden table, dripped blood into the bowl-shaped indentation on the table, and muttered, a descendant of the Li clan requests to be tested by the ancestors' trial. Please permit me. As his words echoed, a blue smoke-like light rose from the indentation. The content of the combat trial is singular, to defeat oneself. At that moment, In Chial's sight, the blue light transformed into a figure identical to him. He was so familiar with this test that he wasn't surprised. The trial has unlimited attempts. Before victory, even if you give up, you cannot leave. Then let's begin, he thought, slowly drawing his sword. But before he could launch an attack, a beam of light slid across his throat, causing the protagonist's small head to immediately separate from his neck. "What the hell is happening?" Chial exclaimed, bewildered. The last thing he saw was the image of the fake Chial standing right beside him. After some unknown time had passed, the protagonist calmed down. He hurriedly put his hand to his neck and swallowed a few times. Sweat kept pouring down his youthful face. He thought, my head was definitely just severed. Right, the illusion in this combat trial can't actually kill me. But the realism is infuriating. At this level, a normal person would probably go insane. Moreover, can I really reach that level? The combat trial's illusion allows one to use power perfectly, which means I still haven't unleashed my full capability. If I could fully tap into it, I would have blocked that strike earlier. All right, try one more time, Chial reminded himself. His hand tightened on the sword, his eyes filled with relentless determination. But as time passed, on the third attempt Chial was pierced through the stomach by the fake Chial and died. On the fifth attempt, he managed to block the sword, but was immediately killed by having his neck broken. By the 10th time, the outcome was still decapitation. Thus the 13th, the 18th, the 23rd, Chial lost count of how many times he had died in this trial. How many more times is this? He wondered. In the silent space, the two identical figures kept colliding with near-identical sword strikes. A shrill sound rang out as their blades met. After being pushed back, Chial gasped and thought, is this the 75th time, or the 80th? But now I understand a little bit. The greatest strength I have is freedom, an overwhelming transformation. A fighting style that can't be predicted. This time I'll definitely do it. With that thought, Chial changed his longsword into an axe and charged to attack again. The two figures once more rushed at each other with loving blows, constantly switching weapons as they fought. From the fake Chial's perspective, after the axes of both struck each other, he leaped back to keep his distance. Then the fake Chial switched his weapon from axe to longsword and lunged forward to attack once more. The sword in his hand easily pierced through Chial's abdomen. However, this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. At that moment, Chial reached out and grabbed the fake Chial's wrist, preventing him from withdrawing the sword. Fool, I deliberately exposed a flaw. Saying that, he immediately used the skill Demon Cleave to split the fake Chial in two in an instant. His strike was so powerful that the ground behind was plowed up. On this side, the fake Chial's body slowly dissolved, but at the same time, his face broke into a smile that seemed very satisfied with Chial's performance. From Chial's viewpoint, he watched the fake Chial's body vanish into a stream of blue light and pondered, if I pass the combat trial, the Li bloodline will release hidden energy. In my previous life, my ability was only the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, what will it be? At that moment in Chial's sight, blue energies began to hover in the air. Moments later, they entered his body, awakening the hidden power in his bloodline. Immediately, a layer of golden radiance enveloped him. This power is... Chial murmured. In another scene outside the great iron door, the clan's core members stood waiting, whispering among themselves. While Uncle Yihang sighed wearily. Thought he'd behave this time. That annoying brat. The more peaceful we plan the naming ceremony, the more trouble he causes. As soon as the words ended, someone in the group shouted, the mana density is changing. It's opening. Hearing this, Yihang hurriedly looked toward the door. Sure enough, the door had swung wide and Chial staggered out. His steps became wildly off balance, and he toppled forward. Fortunately, Yihang reacted quickly, rushed over, caught him, and anxiously asked, "Li Young, are you okay? Wake up." In response to his uncle's concern, Chiao looked up with a hollow face as if he hadn't eaten for half a month. His stomach kept drumming for food. Hungry, so hungry, water. He mumbled a few words before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yihang was so furious at the sight that he trembled with anger. "That brat!" the uncle shouted loudly. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to Chiao's villa. By now, the protagonist had returned home. The maid Gawa burst into tears with relief when she saw him safe. "Young master, do you know how worried I was? From the beast tamer to the guardian peaks and even the ancient ancestral trial," she cried as she hugged Chiao tightly. Seeing that, Chiao could only force a smile. "Nurse, I'm filthy. I've been outside for almost a month." Ignoring his words, Gawa still wouldn't let go and inspected him carefully, only nodding once she was sure he had no injuries. "At first I planned to scold you properly, but never mind. Welcome home, young master. I've prepared a bath. After you bathe, I'll prepare a meal for you." Chial nodded, then remembered his youngest aunt Jeonwoo and asked, "Nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first to come running." At this, Gawa's steps suddenly halted. Her voice faltered, uncertain how to explain. This made Chiao curious. What had happened while he was gone? Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to another house. There, Jeonwoo cheerfully greeted her nephew through the iron gate. "He, my dear has come." Seeing her jaunty demeanor despite being confined, Chiao could only rub his face in pain and ask, "What did you do?" In front of him, Jeonwoo didn't explain and instead smiled and asked, "Sorry, but it's good to see you safe. But exactly what did you do to spike your mana so much? You still can't fully process the energy in your body. Sit down." "Now I will." Before she could finish, Chiao's face turned serious. Yet Jeonwoo scratched her head with a sheepish laugh. "Haha, it's fine, it's fine." From her perspective, she felt moved seeing how much Chiao worried for her. She hadn't expected him to go this far for her. The reason she was locked up was that she had caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and the big brother. Saying that, she poked her fingertips together and stammered, "I'm sorry, my dear. I thought they'd done something strange to you, so I lost my temper." She felt overwhelming anger at the thought she might never see him again. As she said this, her throat tightened. She began to mime strangling herself to illustrate her point. Chiao couldn't help but be surprised. To be honest, he hadn't fully trusted his youngest aunt before, but at some point he had come to regard her as family. Now he had accepted that. Thinking this eased Chiao's mind. He assured his aunt, "I'll get you out soon, please wait a little longer." Seeing that, Jeonwoo inside the cell quickly said, "Huh, how can you do that? Don't push yourself." Hearing this, Chiao shook his head and explained, "I won't do anything reckless. Anyway, you'll be released soon. We'll see each other next time." With that, he quickly left the cell. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to an airport. By now, all the core members of the Li clan had gathered here and were waiting. All because the person disembarking this plane was the current head of the clan, Li Tishan. Seeing him appear, Madame Baekhyun hurriedly asked, "You've arrived." Tishan responded with a nod. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Madame Baekhyun bowed and said respectfully, "It's fine. The hot spring is ready. Please wash and then enjoy your meal." Among the group, Chial and little Hwa were also present. He glanced at his father and thought silently. "After the naming ceremonies events, I thought I'd grown a lot, but the distance between my father and me, how far is it? I still can't measure it." At that thought, Tishan noticed his gaze. For a moment their eyes met. However, Tishan turned his face away and murmured, "I always say those who don't know how to fight are useless to the clan. But among these, only one child carries within him the desire to win against me." His offhand remark made those around him startle and whisper, "Who is he talking to? Is he referring to the eldest?" To Chiao, Of course he understood that the remark was directed at him. His father's sharpness made him heave a sorrowful sigh. I've restrained my emotions this much, and he still saw through me. He wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, the scene cutting to the Li clan's banquet hall. To welcome Tishan back from a long trip, a celebration like this was inevitable. As for Chiao, being an illegitimate son meant that even if he attended, he would quietly stand in a corner and observe everyone. Because this was a rare event for the Li clan, the scale of this banquet far exceeded that of other naming ceremonies. That one is the youngest known Tower Mei. And this one is the director of the Yin-Yang Institute. No, actually he's still the deputy director now. Chiao thought to himself. Many familiar faces he'd seen in the papers appeared at the naming ceremony, but he didn't have time to ponder long. When Butler Choi approached and reminded, "Excuse the breach of etiquette, young master. The clan head requests your presence." Hearing this, Chiao frowned and asked, "Father summoned me." Butler Choi nodded and guided him. "Yes, this way, please." At that, Chiao briskly followed him. As they walked, he couldn't help but wonder why Tishan wanted to see him. If father called me alone, what could it be? I hope it's not something serious. Soon after he was brought to the meeting room, Tishan saw his son's back. Chiao hurriedly bowed and said, "Father, why did you summon me?" Having said that, when he looked up, he was slightly surprised to see that his eldest brother Myeongjung was also present. His presence made the protagonist suspect. Perhaps this relates to the incident where the mage Nishiyama infiltrated Red Azure Island. Opposite him, Tishan didn't let him wonder for long and said, "I think you know why I summoned you. I want to hear about what happened at the naming ceremony. According to Myeongjung, you discovered an intruder and captured him. This was your plan, wasn't it?" Tishan's words carried pressure for Chiao, making sweat bead on his face. "Just as I thought, so father already knows." Chiao thought to himself, then nodded and answered, "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal to the elder. The condition was that I'd have access to the archive for 3 days and help him avoid the public outcry this time." In response to Chiao, Tishan's voice turned stern. "Considering your contribution this time, I will disregard your false report. But there will be no next time." "Yes, father, I understand," the protagonist bowed and said. Then Tishan glanced at his eldest and warned, "Myeongjung, you will receive proper punishment later. Organizing this banquet was your duty. Return to your work." To this, Myeongjung expressed no resentment and accepted. "Yes, I will do so." After saying that, he gave Chiao a smile and quickly left. While Chiao wondered whether his eldest brother would be all right after receiving punishment from their father, he set that worry aside. After everyone left, Tishan continued, "Let's put the false report aside. This achievement is yours. You will receive the reward Myeongjung promised. Finally, because you discovered the trial of the match, I will grant you a reward." At this, Chiao's eyes flashed in astonishment. Then he voiced his request, a request the author had deliberately hidden. Time passed quickly. The naming ceremony reached its main stage as Tishan moved to the ceremony's most important purpose. He addressed everyone. "Thank you to all the guests for coming. May our 2 children, the protagonists of today's banquet, be blessed on the road ahead. Now, we will continue the naming ritual. HWA, step forward. You were chosen by the Holy Sword and always shine like the sun around you. Keep walking this brilliant path. I give you the name Seoyeon, meaning eternally shining." The moment his words rang out, a scroll suddenly unfurled before Seoyeon. Her new name was written inside. She was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up and she quickly replied, "Thank you." Then Tishan turned his gaze to Chiao. "Next." Yong stepped forward. When he was called up, the atmosphere at the banquet seemed to fall silent. Everyone was quiet, completely different from how they reacted to Seoyeon earlier. Chiao didn't find it surprising. Their reaction mirrored the previous selection ceremony. But it's fine, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, Tishan's voice continued. You are hard and sharp, yet flexible and unbroken. Like a smith gathering steel from all directions to forge a single block, you have forged yourself. I cannot find a better word to describe you. So I will give you the name Chial. He snapped his fingers as he spoke. Immediately after, the scroll bearing the name Chial was spread out before him. Looking at the name, a thought occurred to Chial. Previously, I was named with the meaning live resilient like iron and steel. But now that meaning has changed. Until I reach the pinnacle of the Li clan, I will not stop. My name is Li Chial. Thinking that, he exclaimed excitedly, thank you. Time passed to the next day. The scene shifted to the Li clan's isolation room. Inside, Jeonhwa had nearly gone mad. She tore at her hair, gripped the bars with both hands, and screamed like a wild beast wanting out. It's so suffocating, so infuriating, I couldn't even watch the numbing of the child. They said they'd release me, so why is it taking so long? Outside, the two guards listening to her complaints looked pale with headaches. She swore non-stop, making them suffer. At that moment, a call came through. While Jeonhwa sat biting her sleeve in frustration, one of the guards entered, opened the door, and said, you may come out now. As for discipline, there will be a notice later. For now, you are permitted to leave the isolation area. To celebrate being released, she gleefully kicked the door open, which made the guard behind her snap. Hey, don't kick things around. Then, before she could take more than a few steps, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, hold on. Hearing this, Jeonhwa hurried back toward the call source, and indeed saw her nephew Chial standing with his back against the wall. Oh kid, could it really be that you released me? Jeonhwa said in surprise. Chial nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's right. This startled Jeonhwa. She blankly asked again, how did you? Before she could finish, Chial took out a sheet of paper and tossed it to her. What's this? Jeonhwa asked, but Chial offered no explanation, only a cryptic line. You owe me a favor. She widened her eyes and read what was written on the paper. Li Jeonhwa is appointed as an elder and designated as tutor to 9th young master Li Chial. Reading this, her eyes bulged like a cow's. She couldn't believe what she had just read. Only Chial cheerfully said, from now on, please teach me, master. He said this as he eagerly reached his hand forward. Time passed quickly. Now Chial wore a blue martial uniform while the maid Gawa beside him sniffled and muttered. It starts today, Chial nodded in response. Yeah, now is the real beginning. So the young master is already 13. She murmured softly. Meanwhile, after finishing packing, Chial also nodded and said, then I'm off. By now 3 years had passed since the naming ceremony, and today his new life as a student officially began. Cut to the clan's martial arena. When children reach the right age, they're all sent here for training. Chial's presence made them curious, and they started whispering among themselves. Isn't that the illegitimate son? Yeah, that's the 9th child, Li Chial. I heard he caused a scene at the selection and naming ceremonies. Must be just lucky. He's an illegitimate son after all. It's hard to achieve that at the naming ceremony purely by luck. Right, makes me curious too, the murmurs continued, making Chial increasingly annoyed. Illegitimate son, I'm sick of hearing it. He complained with a sigh before being distracted by other voices. Oh, it's the 8th miss. Truly, a direct line descendant of the clan stands out. Her presence is different. Observing everyone's reaction to Seoyeon, Chial could only smile. Their reaction is totally different from mine. He quietly watched Seoyeon. Meanwhile, when Seoyeon met Chial's gaze, her body suddenly stiffened. She mechanically walked toward Chial and said, hello. Chial responded with a nod. Yeah, long time no see. Then Seoyeon scratched her cheek awkwardly and stammered, You don't hold a grudge about the naming ceremony, do you? About that, when I said I was disappointed, her words made Chial recall a bit of the memory on Red Azure Island. Of course, he hadn't held onto those words. If Sioyon hadn't mentioned it, he would have long forgotten. It's fine, I don't care, Chial sighed, making Sioyon's face bright. Really? Really? Great, you're a bit petty, aren't you? She said cheerfully, unaware that Chial's expression behind her had darkened. He snapped, want to specify what petty thing you mean? Ignoring that remark, Sioyon suddenly remembered something and happily asked, I heard you're studying with the young lady, and you even got into the archive. To Chial. Before he could answer, a teacher's shout rang from the front. Attention everyone, we will now begin class assignments. New students called by name assemble before the instructor in formation. The man's words put the kids below under pressure, because which class they were assigned to would greatly affect their future results. What if? I'm getting nervous already. If we get placed in a bad class, we're done. They spoke as sweat poured down. As for Chial, he could understand the feeling since he'd gone through it before. The reaction was understandable. The academy's training period is 3 years, so class placement is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes. The more talented students are placed in higher classes. Opposite them, an instructor handed Sioyon a paper and said, Congratulations, Miss Lee Sioyon, Class 1. Congratulations. Thank you. Chial wasn't surprised by that. Next, the instructor turned to Chial and continued, Next is young Master Lee Chial. Seeing this, the protagonist stepped forward to receive his notice. The result left him too bored to speak. His displeasure obvious. Really, I knew it would be like this. But he hadn't expected them to be so brazen about it. Class 5, also called the garbage heap, where repeaters and those who failed are concentrated. Class placement for direct line descendants is based on the evaluation from the naming ceremony, and the assessment panel is controlled by the Elders' Council and Lady Bikuyan. They think it disadvantaged them, but on the contrary, it's better for me, it saves effort. With that thought, a man stepped forward to guide him. Young Master Lee Chial, Class 5 this way. Seeing that, Chial nodded and tucked the paper inside his shirt. At the same time, he felt Sioyon's scrutinizing gaze fixed on him from behind. She was clearly angry that Chial showed no reaction to being placed in Class 5. Seeing her lioness-like stance, Chial was a bit startled. Wow, look at that face. Just from that expression, if I don't do anything, she'll take matters into her own hands. But I'm totally fine with it. Thinking that, he waved his hand to reassure her and then hurried off. Around him, several other kids assigned to Class 5 felt as if the world had collapsed. Damn, Class 5. Will I even graduate? What do I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5, my family will die laughing. Watching the others' attitudes, Chial felt some irritation. How disappointing. Why do students of the Lee clan behave like this? At that moment, a voice of greeting rose beside him, pulling him from his thoughts. You're the youngest son of the main branch, right? Indeed, I'm honored to greet you. My name is Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by the Lee clan. It's an honor to study alongside you, young master. From Chial's perspective, seeing a kid come up and greet him like that surprised him a little. Kim Han, I have no memories of him from my past life. Then Chial asked, but why me? Kim Han scratched his head and answered, because you're a standout figure, so I've always looked up to you as an idol. The boy's sincere words made Chial sigh, then he continued, Kim Han, is it? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? The sudden question made Kim Han's face pause briefly, but then he cheerfully said, maybe my current ability is only at that level. But who knows what will happen later, he said with a face full of determination. As for Chial, he smiled faintly and nodded, you'll make it. Cut to the dojo of Class 5. After the new students arrived, the upperclassmen greeted them with bright smiles. Welcome, new students. Please take care of things with us. Let's work hard together. Yes, if there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. Their enthusiasm made the kids glance at each other with curious looks. Then the instructor clapped a few times to grab everyone's attention. All right, now that the greetings are done, everyone pay attention here. My name is Lee Young-ho. I'm the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new recruits joining, there won't be a lesson, just a brief introduction. Young-ho said with a smiling face, a face quite familiar to Chial from his previous life. Memories began to stir in his mind, thoughts about this instructor. He still seems full of enthusiasm and determination like before. In my past life, he even tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up with everyone. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Young-ho turned to the long-haired student beside him and said, "All right, that concludes the introduction. In-ha, please guide the remaining part for the new students." "Yes, instructor." In-ha replied with a smile, then turned to introduce himself to the factory chicks. "Hello everyone, new students. I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but since I've repeated a year twice, I'm still the class monitor for the second year. You've been standing for a while, you must be tired, right? Whoever wants to sit, go ahead. Now we'll elect a class monitor. Though you're trainees, you'll sometimes be put into real combat, so the class monitor is much like the captain of a martial unit. Unlike the instructor who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class monitor can be seen as the one who holds authority over everything else in the class." Hearing this, a kid in the group raised his hand and asked, "How is the class monitor chosen?" The question surprised In-ha a little, and he turned to explain. I forgot to mention. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we'll hold a light match and then vote for the class monitor." "Very well, then let's start the matches now. Because this is a skill contest, magic is not allowed. After each match there will be a rest period." Before he could finish, Chial's cold voice suddenly rang out, "Are you serious?" His tone carried a hint of challenge, causing In-ha to panic slightly and ask back, "Young Master Li Chial, is there something you object to?" Answering this, Chial stepped toward the weapon rack, took up a wooden sword and spoke plainly to everyone. "Everything you are doing and everything you've said. Wake up, this is the Li family. If you want to play student games, don't come to this academy. Go to a regular school inside the safe district instead." From behind, In-ha hurriedly objected, "Your words are a bit excessive. We only wanted to resolve this peacefully." Back in Chial's perspective, he no longer wanted to waste words on these socially inexperienced kids. He plunged the wooden sword into the stone floor and challenged them all. "Talking like this won't get you. Come up one by one. From now on, I will fight every one of you." Time passed quickly. Chial was now panting heavily like an exhausted ox. He braced the sword on the ground to steady himself, while all around him new students groaned in pain. Meanwhile, In-ha, who had witnessed everything, could hardly believe his eyes. Unbelievable, how many people has he beaten by himself? In-ha wondered before Chial turned to him and said, "Choi In-ha, call the next person." Chial said this while staring at In-ha with a sharp gaze. This made him a bit anxious. He swallowed nervously. "The pressure is terrifying," In-ha muttered, then replied, "This is the last match." Hearing that, Chial nodded and added, "Is that so? Then go ahead, Choi In-ha." Thus, the duel between the two of them officially began. After just one clash with Chial's sword, In-ha's teeth were clenched tight. 1,000 thoughts raced through his head. Why is he taking this so far? There's no prize, no value. This is just a practice match at the academy. No longer even able to land a serious strike. No, actually, I know very well. I used to be like that. No matter what, I wanted to win. I also thought compromise was another way to live. Don't assume that accepting reality and maturing is the only right choice. But I want to win. I crave victory so badly it drives me mad. Manhwa screamed inwardly, spinning to increase the force of his blade's swing. Across from him, Chial made a similar sword motion and he was still a step faster. I win. With that, Chial knocked the wooden sword from Manhwa's hand, causing the boy to clutch his wrist and drop to his knees, crying out in pain. Seeing that, Chial sighed and ended the match. Phew, take him to the infirmary. No sooner had he spoken than Manhwa shouted, "It's not over. It's not finished." As he said it, he snatched up the wooden sword and lunged to attack again. However, this hasty strike was also intercepted by Chial with extreme ease. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, evaluating. A left-handed sword, using the left because the right is injured. His gaze now was completely different from before. Thinking this, Chial put power into his blade and flipped Manhwa's arm backward. Next, he stepped forward, swung the sword like a baseball bat, and struck Manhwa square in the stomach, making the young teen vomit water from the pain and lie flat on his back. His body curled like a small shrimp, officially losing the will to fight. "Take him away," Chial instructed, and two other new students hurriedly ran to support Manhwa and carry him to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Chial walked to the group of new students before him and declared, "I have lived each second like an hour, each hour like a year. Who wouldn't know that an easy, comfortable life is preferable? But if you don't risk everything and fight every second, you'll end up losing it all. So even when I breathe, I fight myself and everything around me. Have you ever lived like that? That's what I call struggle," Chial said, clenching his fist, his eyes glaring, his demeanor terrifying. Time passed quickly. After the class monitor decision concluded, Instructor Jung-ho returned. He had learned what happened and couldn't help reproaching Chial. "You went too far. 4 people with broken bones, 3 with internal injuries." On his side, Chial sat resting and replied with no remorse for his actions, even challenging back. "If you want to survive in the Lee family, you have to learn to laugh at those wounds." In response to this, Jung-ho said, "Those kids each have their reasons." However, before he could finish, Chial interrupted. "Instructor Lee Jung-ho, even the students have realized it. Do you really need me to explain it to you too? People like you are rare in the Lee family. You are a good person. But they are students of the Lee family. If they go astray, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty." Chial's words made Jung-ho's body twitch. His hand tightened into a fist. Time quickly passed to the next day. Back at Chial's position, although he had easily overwhelmed the new factory chicks, that didn't mean he was unscathed. As he walked, he rolled his shoulder joint and groaned. "Oh man, my whole body aches. I overdid it a bit yesterday." He trailed off. He scanned the lineup of new students, their faces bruised, standing neatly in front as if they'd arrived early. Chial felt a bit pleased. Some may show hostility or discomfort, but none of them ran away or turned their backs. If they were still as scared as yesterday, there'd be no hope. But this isn't so bad. Having said that, he slowly walked past them. Just then he heard a few whispers. "He's here, that piece of trash." At the same time, his friend Kim Han's voice came from behind. "Young master, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned and replied, "You came early." Kim Han scratched his head. "Yes, I'm afraid I performed poorly in front of everyone yesterday." Chial offered comfort. "We're still just trainees, being weak is natural." At that, Kim Han could only give an awkward smile. Then he proposed, "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" Chial nodded casually. "Sure, ask." Now Kim Han's eyes showed determination as he said, "What should I do? How can I become strong like you?" To that question, Chial thought, "I don't even have enough training time for myself. Where would I find time to teach others?" Yet he offered a suggestion to the youth. "To be honest, I'm not skilled enough to teach, but you have very good eyes, perhaps a keen instinct. You avoided my attacks 3 times in a row yesterday. Use that. I think you're suited to technique rather than brute strength. If you bet your life to hone what you have, one day you'll be different. Chial's sincere words left Kim Han stunned, and he replied foolishly, Thank you. At the same time, Inha greeted the protagonist. Hello, young master. Hearing that, Chial glanced back, looked at his bandaged arm and shook his head. You look pathetic. With that appearance, you probably can't train, can you? Hearing this, Inha couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, if I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? Planning to give that speech about fighting and then call me a coward. I just don't want to hear those words anymore, so I came out, he said angrily and quickly strode past Chial. Still, despite Inha's annoyed attitude, Chial smiled at it. He thought to himself, he's changed, hasn't he? Next, instructor Jung-ho came over and gathered everyone before him. Gather up, today 4 are out sick, 5 absent without reason, so there are 11 left, he announced. He then scanned the students once more. Everyone was bruised all over, making Jung-ho worry for them. They all look exhausted. And the atmosphere is different too. Are the students this tense over a single predator? Thinking that, as if having made a decision, he clenched his fist in it. We were supposed to test basic fitness today, but given the current state, I'll change the plan. Right now, begin the fitness assessment. Time passed quickly, and Jung-ho's voice rang out again. From now on, free training is under the class monitor's charge. Now whatever test Jung-ho set for these kids, after finishing it none of them could stand, each breathing like an ox that's just plowed a field. Not to mention them, even Chial felt aches all over. He sighed inwardly. 10 hours for a fitness test. I'm a bit tired myself. But I can't stop, Chial reminded himself. In the back during the break, the new students looked at each other and murmured. Hey, the instructor seems a bit different today, doesn't he? Someone asked, and the person beside answered. It's because of yesterday's match. Many got hurt. If it were before, he would have definitely let them rest. Ignoring their whispers, Chial stepped forward and said, Attention everyone. No need for introductions. I am Li Chial, your class monitor. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class monitor has full authority over everything, except the instructor's orders. My training schedule will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up follow me. Those who can't, I have no intention of dragging along. If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge. If you land one hit on me, I'll give up the monitor position. All right, no more words. Start now. Fight the person next to you. And so, once again, the students who had barely had time to rest had to throw friendly punches at each other. After a while, Chial took stock. Looking at those still standing before him, he frowned and thought, 6 remain. The others gave up halfway. With that, he spared the weak ones for now and announced, Okay, that's enough for today. Dismissed. Well done. Having said that, he turned and left quickly. As soon as he disappeared, a few jealous students began cursing. That bastard, because of him we're suffering like this. I really can't stand that bastard. What's the point of this? I'm not going to follow that kind of thing. Elsewhere, Kim Han heard the mocking voices and shouted loudly, Cut it out. Honestly, I'm pissed off too. But even when he's exhausted, we still couldn't land a single hit on him. The students ignored that and turned to ask In-ha, Hey In-ha, what do you think? Last year we had fun, right? Or do you also feel, before they could finish, In-ha interrupted, Yeah, fun enough to get detained. If nothing changes this time, I'll truly live like a failure. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to try once. Honestly, I really want to. You all know. That bastard, you understand what he wants to do, right? I'll try fighting this time. It might really be the last time. So wake up. Don't resist pointlessly or pretend you don't know. After saying that, In-ha turned and left, leaving the students behind in silence at his words. Cut to Jeonwa's study, where Chial was now present. His body was wired with countless cords to measure some parameters. Now he was concentrating mana into his palm, producing a blazing blue flame on his hand. Seeing this, Jeonghwa beside him said with difficulty, "Stop, that's enough. Another failure. Every time you try to form an aura, its shape collapses." I didn't expect this issue to appear after reaching 3-star level. If only there were records on how the ancients used mana, that would be great. Her voice was full of annoyance. Meanwhile, Chial pulled off the tangle of wires, quietly studied the ring on his finger and thought, if it's Vatan's memory maybe, but I still can't read the next pattern. Still, the trip to the archive yielded unexpected gains. There, Chial had found a document about the weapon called Vatan. It said the thing was shrouded in black aura, terrifying hordes of monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals were defeated. Countless heroes sealed it on the northern 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king granted land to honor that achievement. The heroes, grateful for the king's favor, turned it into a sword. They named it Vatan. Finding information on Vatan was an enormous gain. Thinking of that, Chial's hand involuntarily clenched. Meanwhile, Jeonghwa's 3 seconds of annoyance passed, and she returned to her usual cheerful face. Anyway, you've touched aura. Reaching the 3-star realm on your own is truly impressive. The current deadlock will soon be resolved. Actually, the amplification and transmutation techniques are almost perfected. Thinking that, Chial nodded and didn't forget to say thanks. "Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for teaching me every time. By the way, ma'am, after reaching the 3-star realm, what do you learn next?" Explaining this, Jeonghwa said, "You will learn how to use hard mana techniques and aura skills, but mastering them will take a very long time." Then, as if remembering something, she asked the protagonist with amusement, "So, how's the trainees' training going? You always look exhausted." Chial replied, "The training is okay." However, could his sullen face and heavy breathing fool Jeonghwa? She burst out laughing. "Really? If it's hard, let me give you a hand." Hearing that, Chial's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, How do you plan to help?" Opposite him, Jeonghwa revealed nothing and confidently patted her chest. You'll know soon enough. Just trust me." Time flew to the next day. To help her grandson, Jeonghwa personally came to his 5th class, making Chial give a lopsided smile. Just hearing her say, "Trust me," already makes me nervous. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Instructor Jung-ho cheerfully announced, "Today we will have a special lecture on magic. Fix your outfits and hold your positions." This is Elder Lee Jeonghwa, a researcher of the Lee clan. Applaud everyone. As soon as he finished, applause erupted like firecrackers. Meanwhile, the goofy Jeonghwa scratched her head embarrassedly. I'm flattered. I don't like long-windedness, so let's begin the lecture." She winked playfully, quickly took out a piece of chalk, and started today's theoretical presentation. From the back, watching her focus, Chial judged, "Looks like she enjoys teaching more and more." Time passed quickly, and then Jeonghwa suddenly clapped her hands to draw the group's attention. "Okay, the boring lecture ends here. From now on, it's the not boring part. I'll demonstrate the improved version of the iron thread technique developed by the Research Institute." Beside her, Instructor Jung-ho blankly asked, Didn't the lesson just end?" "What are you talking about? The main part is only starting now. Everyone sit up straight. I only do this once, so pay attention." Saying that, she motioned for Chial to come forward to help, leaving the protagonist truly puzzled about what his aunt was thinking. "What's going on?" he asked. From behind, Jeonghwa laughed. "When direct descendants enter the academy, they often receive support like this. But you have nothing, so I tried a bit harder for you." Hearing that, Chial felt a bit moved and replied, "Thank you, ma'am." Not minding Chial's state, Jeonghwa continued, "All right, very good. According to theory, your power should double. Wonderful, right?" Chial responded with a sigh. "Yes, you're amazing." On this side, Instructor Jung-ho also recognized the importance of the lesson and announced loudly to the group, Everyone pay attention. From now on, we'll continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. All, find your opponents. Following his words, the trainees began pairing up. To get revenge on Chial, Inha immediately called out to the protagonist, "Master, be my opponent, will you? Last time I won't hold back," he said with eyes full of determination. Meanwhile, Chial, who wasn't afraid of anyone, agreed, "It's an honor to fight you. I'll let you strike first." With that, the two of them lunged at each other, tearing into one another, while Jeonhwa watched from the side, marveling with delight. "Wow, my kid is really ruthless. He fights just like I did in my youth." Thinking of that, she was suddenly drawn to some murmurs from behind. "I really can't stand that brat. Even if he's a younger son and gets discriminated against, he's still completely different from us. Different physique, unlocked skills, they're different from the starting line." One kid shrugged and the boy beside him chimed in, "That's right, we tried our best, but what does he even know?" From Jeonhwa's vantage, how could she tolerate her nephew being slandered like that? She immediately called out, "Hey, you two." At her voice, the two unfamiliar students startled and stammered, Ma'am, you're still here." Ignoring that question, Jeonhwa looked at them with a death-like stare and coldly asked, "Just now, were you talking about that kid? No, my disciple." Opposite her, the two students turned pale and hurriedly bowed in apology. "Sorry, we spoke out of line." Back in Jeonhwa's view, her anger hadn't subsided at all. She shot back at them. "Who do you think you are to say things like that to that child? Please forgive us." Both cried out in panic. At that moment, before Jeonhwa could further chastise them, a student named Kim Bo-seong stepped forward and challenged, "Isn't the young master clueless too? We worked very hard, but we're always treated like nothing. Growing up in different circumstances naturally causes differences, right?" To this, Jeonhwa shook her head mockingly. "You really know nothing, do you? Maybe it's better not to know. If you knew how different a single day in that child's life is from yours, you'd realize your whole life is nothing but child's play." Behind them, Bo-seong heard the pity in Jeonhwa's words and grew so angry veins stood out on his hands. He muttered to himself, "What exactly is so special about that younger son? All right, fine, I'll show you." Time quickly passed and it was now break time. Instructor Young-ho's voice rang out, "Training ends here for today." Hearing that, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bo-seong watched Chial resting to the side and sneered inwardly, "See, what's the difference? All this talk of struggle, it's just that he's gifted, different from us." As he thought that, suddenly, a stranger student ran up and asked Bo-seong, "Today you said you wanted to keep an eye on that youngest son, right? But is it okay to roam the clan grounds like that?" Explaining, Bo-seong nodded confidently, "We're students, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going somewhere dangerous. That younger son doesn't even live in the main family's quarters. We can't let him dominate like this forever. Today we'll see for ourselves." And so time passed quickly into evening. Bo-seong led a few students waiting outside Jeonhwa's research quarters. But after waiting too long, Bo-seong couldn't help wondering, how long has he been in there? It's already 9 at night. Meanwhile, some students began yawning and suggested, "Hey Bo-seong, let's go home. Day training made me so sleepy. I'm exhausted too. Let's drop it. Besides, nobody knows what that younger son is doing in there." With that, some members left guilty, which made Bo-seong a bit annoyed and curse, "What a bunch of weaklings." Shortly after, Chial also left the research room. Bo-seong hurriedly hid himself and then followed him from behind. "Finally, we're almost going home." He coming to the spring training. That area is reserved for the main line. He shouldn't be allowed in there. Bo-seong wondered to himself, before the group heard numerous shouts of training coming from outside. This startled the group and they turned to each other. "What's that noise? Is that training?" Then one kid in the group advised, "Bo-seong, that youngest one really seems formidable. Let's stop. The young master isn't wrong. If we also trained like in Ha before his friend could finish, Bo Xiang's hand clenched and he snarled. I never skip personal training. There's nothing special about this. At his words, the other two could only exchange disappointed looks. Then they didn't want to waste time tailing Chial anymore and left at once. Sorry, we'll head back first. Ignoring them, Bo Xiang remained tangled in his thoughts. What's so different about me and that younger son? I'll definitely prove that I'm not wrong. So he began to wait in secret again, until the protagonist finished his training and left the training ground. This time, Chial had gone straight home, not lingering anywhere. However, before Bo Xiang could do anything, a beam of light and a loud shout came from behind. Hey, someone, stop right there. The shout startled Bo Xiang, but when the guard looked at his uniform, he exclaimed, What? You're a student. Although Master Li Chiao moves around at this hour every night, I didn't expect him to bring a student along. By regulation that's not allowed, so go back now. Opposite him, seeing the guard not make trouble, Bo Xiang hastily nodded. Before leaving, he glanced at Chiao's villa and thought, the lights are still on. It's already 2 a.m. This made Bo Xiang fall silent. He quietly replied to the guard, Well then, good night, and hurried away. Time quickly passed to the next morning, at 5 a.m., at the Class 5 private training ground. Because he returned late last night, Bo Xiang still felt sleepy. As expected, I came back too late yesterday. The tired youth muttered, then his eyes widened as he looked ahead. At that moment, Chial was already standing in front of him. He really looks exhausted. Even with the main line's gifted physique and abundant mana, can a 13-year-old endure a life of only 3 to 4 hours sleep a day? What about me? When I go home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also do personal training, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and recreation reasonably. Thinking that, Bo Xiang couldn't contain his curiosity and stepped up to Chial to ask, Aren't you tired? Opposite him, Chial's brows knitted, and he casually replied, So you were among those watching me yesterday. For Bo Xiang, hearing this from Chial first surprised him, but then he admitted, Yes, the young master is of the main line, so he's supported. His starting point is different and more than that. He rambled on, but before he could say more, Chial interrupted. I've lived like this since I was little. Before joining the academy team, I did sleep a bit more. If you don't sleep enough, of course you'll be tired. Then why do you go to such lengths? Bo Xiang asked. To this, Chial gave no long explanation, only calmly patted Bo Xiang's shoulder a few times and whispered, You already know the answer. Saying that, Chial moved off to another spot. Upon hearing it, Bo Xiang was overcome with a profound shame. In another development, while the family head Tishan was training, Steward Choi came to him to report something. My lord, the documents for the mission you assigned have been completed. Saying this, he handed Tishan a stack of papers. However, after checking, Tishan still looked somewhat dissatisfied and said, This is still not enough. Steward Choi hurriedly advised, These are level 7 and 8 dungeons. With the current skill of the academy team, it would be very dangerous. Despite Choi's counsel, Tishan remained firm in his intention. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now we need to create people who can survive. Hearing this, Steward Choi no longer argued. Understood. I will carry out your orders. Also, I have another piece of news to report. He began to speak of what had happened with Chial. This brought a hint of delight to Lord Tishan's eyes. The youngest did that. That boy has had a different look since he was little, the gaze of someone who has been stripped away, who has fallen to the bottom. But leading people and changing them is an entirely different matter. Adjust the exam content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same cohort. Raise the level for the entire academy team. See whether that kid truly has the qualities to lead people. This time, we will review him carefully. He spoke with a face showing some anticipation for this test of the children. Poor other students, they didn't know the exam difficulty had been raised because of Chiao. Back at the Class 5 training ground, when instructor Jung Ho arrived, he couldn't help but be surprised by the sounds of training echoing everywhere. "You're beaten, surrender. Damn it, it's not over yet." From his view, the students had split into two groups. One was running for conditioning while the other sparred. This made his eyes widen in bewilderment at why these students were suddenly pushing themselves so hard. These kids, it's the weekend and they're out here from early morning. Then, there's no need to summon them. Elsewhere, two students noticed Jung Ho's arrival, stopped their movements and turned to greet him. "Oh, instructor, you're here." Jung Ho replied with an approving nod. "Yeah, diligent even on a weekend, huh? If anyone's missing, go fetch them. I have something to announce." One student hurried off to call the others together. After everyone assembled, Jung Ho informed them. Although it's a bit rushed, the first quarter evaluations have been moved up earlier than planned. Therefore, the instructors have decided to grant the students 1 week of leave in advance. Consider this your final break and rest well. Finally. At that, his voice suddenly trailed off as he looked at the bright faces of the students and thought to himself, no need to tell them to keep up minimal training even during leave, right? With that thought, he continued contentedly, "I trust you know it takes hard work. That's all." Opposite him, all the students answered in unison, "Understood." Back in Chial's perspective, being suddenly granted early leave made him a bit suspicious. Suddenly getting time off like this, with the quarterly evaluation moved up, is that okay? Thinking that, he noticed the students staring at him from behind and curiously turned to ask, "Why are you all still here?" In response, Kim Han and In Ha asked his opinion. "We're watching the young master. What does the young master plan to do during this break?" Hearing that, Chial's face went blank as he looked back at the students. Leave is personal time. Why are you asking me? Take leave whenever you need. I have no intention of forcing anyone during the break." Across from him, the students' eyes widened as if witnessing a dinosaur come back to life. They turned and whispered among themselves, "I didn't expect to hear that from the young master. We actually thought he'd force us into hellish training, like, who actually rests, and make everyone join a group session." Of course, these whispers couldn't possibly escape his ears. Hearing how this group judged him made Chial feel a bit embarrassed. Why not say it out loud? "What do you all take me for? Should I try it again like on the first day during this break? Take time off when you need it. Rest is important. I know you won't just sit idle even if I tell you to rest. Handle things yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet after the break." Chial calmly instructed them, and just hearing that had the students ecstatic, yelling and cheering. Cut to Jongwa's research room, where Chial had dashed after leaving the training ground. However, his arrival did not please her at all. She complained, "You were supposed to be on leave. Why are you still here bothering me? I have a ton of research to do." To that, Chial immediately retorted, "Clearly you're just playing on your phone and looking at nonsense." At that, Jongwa bristled like a cat and snapped, "What nonsense? I'm reading that Hanman was acknowledged by the Lord. Leukemia is even cured." At this, Chial recoiled in shock, his eyes going pale as if near death, and asked, "Wait, what exactly are you looking at? And the quarterly evaluation was moved up. Was that really by your father's order?" Chial asked curiously. Hearing Tishan's name, Jongwa's face turned serious. She nodded and added, "Yes, a direct order was sent down." Back with Chial, receiving confirmation from Jongwa, he fell into contemplative thought. Then this test will be harsher than imagined. Right now I'm blocked by the mana barrier. To get past it, I'll probably need to find the next of Vo T-letter 1E-ADN's memories. If the memory can't be read, it means something's still missing. I've tried modifying things to unlock the next memory, but it still hasn't worked. I'll just have to keep trying. As he thought that, he leaned back and accidentally. Chial knocked over the stack of documents beside him, scattering them everywhere. Seeing this, Jeonghwa widened her eyes. "Oh my God, what is that? Be careful. I told you to tidy this place up." Ignoring his sister's complaints, while Chial picked up the report papers, he suddenly noticed a page printed with images of the monsters he'd encountered on Red Coral Isle. A passage in the report caught his attention. It says the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended targets. It can be inferred that back then humanity's techniques focused on fighting monsters. This remark made Chial ponder. Target-focused demon slaying was probably like that. Originally, demon slaying was an excessive technique. Thinking of that, an idea suddenly popped into Chial's head. He sprang up abruptly, causing Jeonghwa, who was eating a pastry nearby, to ask curiously, "Huh, what's up, kid?" Chial replied in a rush, I get it. I'll explain later. I have to go to the training ground right now." Saying that, he ran like the wind, sending the room's papers flying again. "That damned kid!" Jeonghwa shouted once. Cut to the training ground. Chial transformed his ring into the shape of a greatsword and thought, "Okay, now imagine my opponent. Someone larger than me. A monster of a different species than humans. A gigantic beast. A technique that ignores combo efficiency, conserving strength, evasion, or defense. Flashy moves without destructive power or only meant to deceive the enemy are useless. The clear purpose of demon slaying is to cut down monsters." As he thought this, he began to picture the giant beast that had fought the nameless warrior before. Then he recreated the demon-slaying move exactly as that warrior had performed it. His move immediately caused an explosion within the training yard, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. With the successful reproduction of that technique, a black smoke began to rise from Chial's palm, affecting the Vo T-1-80 sword to read its memories. This brought a flicker of anticipation to Chial's eyes. "All right, what will appear now?" He whispered once. The scene shifted, and when he opened his eyes again, Chial found himself in a strange place. He scanned his surroundings for a moment, then thought, "Where is this? Is this the training ground? It looks exactly like when I first received Vo T-1-80. Why does the viewpoint change? Only when reading Vo T-1-80's memories." Thinking that, he was drawn by the sound of weapons clashing not far away. Glancing over, Chial recognized who the silhouette belonged to, the person from Vo T-1-80's previous memory. Their strike speed was terrifying. Wait a moment, what? When the weapon changes, does the aura change too? It wasn't that that person's aura changed, but that Vo T-1-80 was altering the aura. Chial thought in astonishment before someone's voice suddenly rang out. "Interesting, it's just changed its method." Hearing this, the warrior turned and said, "Don't spy on others' training." His tone was a bit annoyed. However, the newcomer paid no mind and instead asked, "Since you got it, have you named those techniques?" The warrior replied, "Not yet. Honestly, it's not at the level of a technique." Hearing that, the stranger suggested, "Then let me name it. How about myriad transformations?" "Sounds not bad." The nameless warrior nodded in reply. Then, as if noticing something, he tilted his head to one side and asked, "Hey, did you bring someone here again?" Seeing that, the stranger said in surprise, "Me, I wouldn't do such a thing." Their words made Chial startle a little. Without hesitation, the stranger suddenly swung his sword to strike. However, the attack was blocked by the warrior. The stranger shouted, "Want to test each other? There's no reason to bring someone along." From Chial's viewpoint, taking advantage of their sparring, he dared to peer at the warrior's appearance. "Those eyes and that hair color are characteristics of the main line of the Li family," he whispered. Time passed quickly. The 1-week break ended. and today Chial's group was herded onto a vehicle to be taken to the site of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the vehicle, Chial glanced outside and moped, thinking, "This scene is no different from the future or the past." A wall separates the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humans had never officially explored. And from inside it, monsters never seen before poured out. Humanity fought the monsters for a long time to reclaim territory. But there remained uncharted lands. Places like these are called unexploited areas or dangerous zones. He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, his friend Kim Han also grinned and said, "They say the walls now mark the boundary between the safe and dangerous zones, right? The closer you get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes." In response, Chial began to enlighten him with knowledge from his previous life. Still, we're inside the wall, so the level of destruction only goes so far. The pioneer villages near the danger zone have very primitive levels of civilization. At that remark, a bitter memory surfaced in Chial's mind. In his previous life, he had lived there for a time to hide. That period was truly unpleasant. Soon after, the small vehicle began to pass through the wall. Everyone should be on guard. Because from now on, the place we are entering is a dungeon not yet fully explored. The scene on this side is somewhat gloomy and vastly different from inside the wall. Inside, a pale blue mist hangs all around. Everyone assemble. We'll set up base here, check necessary supplies, then begin the test. The escort guards are only tasked with protecting this base. So from now on, you must take care of everything yourselves. But don't worry, I'll support you as much as I can in my role as the base trainer. Show everything you've prepared up to now. Yes, sir, the entire group of trainees shouted energetically. Then Chial turned to the others and said, "From now on, I'll take command. But before that, this test will certainly become harder because of me. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should go now," Chial said with a serious tone. He then glanced toward the distance. Inside the forest, countless spiderwebs were strung everywhere. This made Chial uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The forest of human-faced spiders, it's a dungeon full of webs. Any intruder will be detected by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Chial thought silently. However, no one in Class 5 was cowardly enough to leave. Inha sighed and smiled faintly. "Now you can try me if you want." The entire Class 5 members won't just want to run or give up. Beside him, Kim Han nodded and said, "That's right, young master. We all trust you." As he spoke, the group looked at Chial with complete confidence. This surprised Chial a little. In his previous life, he had never experienced this feeling. Then Chial smiled and teased, "You guys say those cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" Chial's words made Bo Seong's face flush. "That's because the young master created that atmosphere." On this side, Chial continued, "All right, I understand. So no one is giving up. Then do a final communications check, inspect the supplies, and we'll enter the forest together." "Yes, sir," the group of trainees shouted in unison. Speaking of the forest of human-faced spiders, they operate with the collective behavior of ants or bees, so they're very difficult to deal with. At this time, our protagonist was leading the group. As they moved, he reminded them aloud, "You all know the mission, right? Our task is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. So from now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha." His friend In-ha was startled and hurriedly asked, "Wait, what do you mean?" Answering this, Chial candidly shared his intention. "I'll act alone. I'll become bait for the spiders." Hearing this, the group, including In-ha, went dumbfounded. A huge question mark seemed to appear above their heads. Then they shouted as if there were a fire. Wait, what? Time passed quickly. By now Chial had separated from Class 5's formation and was acting alone. At this point Chial had broken away from Class 5's formation and was operating on his own. After casually stabbing and killing some giant spider, he also looked around and breathed heavily from exhaustion. From his gaze, countless giant spiders were staring at him with their blood-red eyes, but this was exactly what Chial had hoped for. Finally, they're all gathered. Seems it was worth killing a few to lure them with pheromones. Human-faced spiders will carry nutritionally valuable prey back to the nest to feed the larvae. The simplest way to make them consider you a nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses tremendous strength. As he thought this, he transformed the sword in his hand into a longsword and executed a demon-slaying strike, cleaving the charging spider in two instantly. This action seemed to anger the remaining spiders. They began to hiss and growl. Then all at once surged forward to gang up on him from all directions. Seeing this, Chial gave a faint smile, dropped his weapon down, and completely ceased resisting. Next, after opening his eyes again, Chial discovered he was lying on a pile of soft silk. He wondered, is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then the plan worked. My stomach feels a bit off from the venom, but this isn't too bad. First, I need to use the stealth technique to eliminate my presence. Thinking that, he used the stealth technique to cloak his body within a veil of blue energy, at the same time transforming his weapon into a short sword. Then, using the short sword, Chial cut away all the threads wrapped around him and calculated his next steps. If this is their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to cut a large tear in the top of the cocoon. Chial looked out and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? Impossible, is this just what they caught today? They should have eaten all that long ago, so why? Chial frowned in thought. To answer his question, he scanned the surroundings, and his face went pale when he saw. Not far away, a huge food cocoon was suspended in the air, held aloft by countless threads. Beneath it, countless giant spiders gathered, seemingly guarding this cocoon. Next, the cocoon began to tremble incessantly, as if whatever was inside wanted to break free. At the same time, Chial suddenly felt a vibration within his body, thinking, is the dark energy resonating with it? Before Chial could ponder further, the giant cocoon began to be torn apart. From inside, a massive leg thrust outward, followed by a hand that resembled a human's. Finally, the creature's full form was revealed. It was a giant spider with the lower body of an arachnid and the upper body of a seductive woman, 6 eyes on her face. This was a rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, you're hungry, aren't you?" she called out. Meanwhile, upon seeing the monster, Chial held his breath and silently analyzed. A rank 5 dungeon monster that can use human language. No, it hasn't opened its mouth. Then could the dark energy be reading this creature's mind? Ahead, as if detecting something, the Spider Queen suddenly launched an attack. She lunged forward and struck Chial's cocoon with one of her razor-sharp legs, sending his body crashing to the ground. There's no time to maintain stealth technique anymore. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen glared at him with murderous intent and asked, "What are you?" "The thing that awakened me is inside you. Why do humans possess that?" "That thing is Mylara, give it to me." As she spoke, she activated a skill, emitting a purple sonic wave from her mouth. It was the fear skill, similar to the giant turtle Chial had encountered before. Chial recognized this, yet he felt no fear at all. A terrifying pressure that only a high-tier predator can produce. "But unfortunately, this pressure has no effect on me," he murmured inwardly. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure had been neutralized. which startled the Spider Queen into asking again, "You dare resist my magic? You insolent thing!" No sooner had she spoken than a plume of black smoke rose in the nearby forest. And immediately after, a horrendous explosion occurred, blowing everything nearby to pieces. Seeing the scene not far off, the Spider Queen's face fell. "My forest, my forest! What on earth have you done?" she screamed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chial smiled as his plan unfolded exactly as predicted. He explained aloud, "That's a weapon called a violent mana grenade. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty that can burn. I just detonated them on my signal." Not far away, Kim Han's team also contacted Chial through the earpiece. "Group 1 has started, departing now. Will reach their nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, Instructor Jung-ho, watching through the monitors, hurriedly reported, "This is base camp, sir. I've detected a rank 5 mana source inside the nest." But before he could finish, Chial cut in. "I'm fine. Make sure you support the trainees first." Back at the spider lair, the Spider Queen began to lose her mind. She gritted her teeth and ordered her minions, "Children, hurry, protect my forest." Then she turned her gaze to the protagonist and snarled, "I will personally crush you. You arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe your comrades racing to my nest will surely make it here? You cannot do anything to me." In response to those words, the protagonist snorted with a laugh. "You're the one underestimating me." Saying this, Chial enveloped his body in a golden aura. Cut to the trainees group. While moving, Inha directed everyone, "Keep firing the violent rounds to attract the human-faced spiders. Group 1, head straight into the nest to support the young master and secure the retreat route." Hearing that, Boseong running beside him turned and asked, "Wait, there's a variable in the nest. Are we just going to act like this?" Inha replied, "This is the young master's order. We follow the plan." Saying that, Inha couldn't hide his worried face and silently prayed, "Young master, please hold on just a little longer." Back in the spider lair, the cavern began to tremble without stop. Debris kept falling below under the impact of the Spider Queen's attacks, yet her demeanor showed no joy. "Why? Why are you still not dead? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what on earth are you seeing?" she screamed as she watched all her attacks do nothing to Chial. All of this was thanks to the protagonist's skill called Demon Eye. He thought to himself, "Hidden things, invisible currents of power. An eye that can see through those is called the Demon Eye. Thanks to the Demon Eye, I can read the flow of mana and evade lethal blows. But the power gap is too large, so I can't avoid everything." Chial used a healing potion on his wounds. Fortunately, this Spider Queen had just hatched and couldn't fully control her body yet. "I only have one chance." Then he transformed his sword into a longsword. Next, he began using the martial art steel chi technique, Thunder Roar, covering the entire blade in black lightning. Without hesitation, Chial sprinted forward and swung, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that shot straight at the Spider Queen. Thus, a cataclysmic explosion occurred inside the vast cavern. The Spider Queen herself, unable to dodge in time, took a heavy wound to her body. One of her forelegs was also blown off. However, even so, this was not yet what the protagonist intended. "Damn it, the wound is too shallow." As expected, cutting through that thick hide with one strike is too difficult, Chial thought as he stared at the massive spider, which was now howling in pain. It hurts so much. I will turn you into my subordinate, pull what's inside you out, and then heal myself. After that, you will endure endless pain." Saying that, she raised both hands and unleashed beams of light. Not knowing what skill this was, Chial tried his best to dodge. Unfortunately, there were too many threads. In the moment he couldn't react, a strand of silk snagged him. Immediately after, a voice echoed in his head, "Submit." Along with that voice, a terrible headache struck him, causing Chial to scream out in agony. Seeing that, the Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. "Haha, that arrogant face." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this, you? The Spider Queen stammered and tried to lunge forward, as if to attack Chial. Seeing that, instead of fleeing, Chial stood still and murmured, "You should be careful. Spiders and insects are naturally weak to fire." No sooner had he finished speaking than a huge explosion occurred beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the afterlife. The ones who had just helped Chial were, of course, the group of trainees who had just arrived. Seeing their young master still safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Han said, "Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear a path." Hearing that, Chial sighed and scolded, "When we get back, I'll give you special training." Kim Han, hearing about the punishment, went pale and complained, "Oh God, you can say that even in this situation." "All right, let's get out of this nest quickly," Chial announced. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the examiner's room where they were grading the group's tests. Inside, murmurs began to rise. "First-year Team 5 is behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. Have they abandoned the mission like Team 4? It's understandable, it was a special level 6 dungeon, and there was an anomaly." At that moment, Examiner Jung Ho opened the door and announced, "Sorry I'm late. Many were injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I will report the situation." As he spoke, he pressed the controller to display images of the human-faced spiders on the screen. He slowly said, "Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission we discovered an anomaly and collected information first. Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 violent mana rounds." Hearing this, a man in the audience interrupted, Wait, did I hear wrong? You used firearms." Jung-ho nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's correct. In addition, we used 52 rounds during combat with monsters, so the total is 184 rounds." At that, the black-haired man could no longer contain his anger. He slammed the table and demanded, "Did you intend to level that dungeon? The original mission was only to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a success." Jung-ho stammered. "The mission objective was completed." "Then where is the footage? Play it now," someone shouted. But before Jung-ho could answer, the door opened again. The person who entered was Chial. "Sorry I'm late. The equipment broke, so it took time to restore it, but here is the video," he said, handing the badge on his chest to Examiner Jung-ho. Behind him, Seoyun whispered, "This crazy guy, is it normal to plant bombs in a dungeon? Also, don't you prefer capturing things alive?" To that, Chial replied, "If you want footage, this is the most reliable way." Soon after, Chial's video was played for everyone to watch. After viewing it, the crowd was stunned. The black-haired man rubbed his face and said in bewilderment, "Unbelievable, the report matches the footage exactly. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing a can of gasoline into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan?" As he spoke, he looked toward the protagonist. Chial confidently replied, "I only chose the option with the highest success rate. With a standard plan mission, could the trainees have succeeded? I deployed every measure to complete the mission, rather than fail or give up. The Lee family only looks at results, nothing else." This statement made the black-haired examiner narrow his eyes and think silently. Not an accident. It looks like a variable, but in fact it was a plan. That brat trusted his plan absolutely. The other examiners in the room looked at each other and whispered continuously. The young master's plan is too radical to be used as an example. It's also hard to grade. But since the mission was completed with no fatalities, it can be considered a perfect score for this evaluation. Team 5 is the only team to achieve a perfect score. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Lord Lee's office. At that time, Butler Choi was reporting the test results to him. 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many lightly wounded. The contract includes a clause for identity transfer, so there are no separate issues. Hearing that, Tishin nodded, as if not particularly surprised. Then he asked, "What support measures are there for the casualties from this evaluation?" Choi answered, "Cover all medical expenses for the seriously injured, for those who suffer irreversible aftereffects. Continue to report the progress." "You've done well," Tishin said as he quickly flipped through the report to review it. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed a control button to display the video and continued his report. "Yes, I understand. These are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time." Turning to Tishin's perspective, as he watched the footage he commented, "It certainly had an impact. The human-faced spider forest is indeed located in a hazardous area. Yes, it's on the northern edge of Gangwon province." Ahead, the screen showed the scene of the Spider Queen ordering her brood to attack the protagonist. However, the image quality was extremely poor. "So short," Tishin complained. Butler Choi shrugged and replied, "According to the report, the recovered footage only reached this quality. However, it seems to have been heavily edited." At this remark, Tishin's gesture suddenly paused for a beat, before he sipped his tea and said with pleasure, "Truly an interesting child. Don't you think so?" On this side, Butler Choi offered a sincere observation. "Overcoming arduous missions through steadfast will is admirable. I'm just concerned he may be underestimating basic tactics and strategy." His casual remark unexpectedly met Tishin's agreement. "You think so too?" And breaking the rules in that way simply shows the boy's boldness. Because he understands the rules, he knows how to employ special maneuvers. The fact that not only the trainees but also the examiners followed his plan without objection is proof of the youngest son's leadership. In fact, no information about the operation was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not only this evaluation raised both the frequency and difficulty of the overall assessments. "Yes, I'll handle that." As for Tishin, he began to feel boundless expectation for his son. "It seems others will soon start paying more attention to the youngest as well," he whispered. Time passed quickly. A few months later, the scene shifted to the specialized training ground for Class 5 trainees. At that time, Kim Han clasped his hands and wailed, "Young master, you know we completed the final evaluation yesterday, right?" Hearing the question, Chial looked puzzled and replied, That's why I let everyone have the day off yesterday." Seeing his attitude, Kim Han could only sigh. "I meant, sigh, never mind, it's nothing." Then Examiner Jung Ho gathered everyone and announced, "Although this was the final evaluation of the year and you probably want to rest, don't forget the promotion exam is coming. I don't want to see anyone in my class held back, understood?" In response, the entire group of trainees shouted in unison, "Yes, we understand." Speaking of Chial, as if remembering something, he teased his subordinate. "Kim Han, it looked like you hit mana depletion during the last evaluation, didn't you? Today you must memorize all those incantations." "All right, start with physical training first." With that, the group of trainees dove into their exercises. Looking at their spirits now, Chial felt a bit pleased. They've grown tougher, not just physically but mentally too. They no longer collapse from shortcomings and have learned to compensate. It's been almost a year since we started trainee life. Except for those forced to quit at the start, no one has been expelled or killed. Thinking that, Examiner Jung Ho approached Chial. "So you're here, young master." Hearing that, Chial looked surprised and asked, "What's the matter?" In reply, Jung Ho reminded him, "The examiners have an announcement to convey regarding the promotion exam." "All right, I'll go now," Chial nodded and quickly ran to the assembly room. Not long after, just as he stepped into the room, Seoyun waved at him and called, "Over here, over here." Sit down, I have something to tell you. She said this as she patted the seat beside her. After waiting for Chial to sit, she glanced at him and quietly said, "You did pretty well on this evaluation, but I heard Class 1 performed excellently too." Chial's answer gave Sioyun a chance to boast confidently. A hum, right, isn't it?" "Ah no, that's not important." She said this while shaking her head repeatedly to dispel the stray thought. Then she lowered her voice and whispered, "Listen, from this promotion exam you'll have some trouble. Sixth sister and seventh brother were recently called into mother's room. Afterwards there were rumors that they're going around meeting students." As for Chial, how could he not guess Lady Beak Hwayan's purpose? Still, he showed no concern and gave a faint chuckle. "What? They're going to pull stunts in the promotion exam." Beside him, seeing Chial's lack of worry, Sioyun irritably repeated, "Being eliminated is obvious, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they'll pull. You probably don't feel anything because you're so strange you fear nothing. Sixth sister and seventh brother are both extremely terrifying people." Chial folded his arms and reprimanded her. "If you're warning me now, it's too late. Those kinds of troubles started after the midterm evaluation, remember." Saying that, Chial stroked his chin and considered the current situation. Because at every evaluation there are issues like poor equipment distribution or deliberately cutting training content to discriminate. Lately, I've even heard someone tried to approach Boseong. Unaware of these thoughts in Chial's mind, Sioyun clenched her fist and affirmed, "I've warned the kids in my class too. This time I'll compete fairly with you and win. I'll take first place just to make you call me sister." She said this with blazing spirit, which made Chial wonder why she liked competing with him so much. "Why are you obsessed with that form of address?" Chial whispered. Next, the examiner entered the classroom and called out, "Has everyone gathered? As of today, this quarter's evaluations officially conclude. Now I will announce the content and schedule related to this cohort's promotion exam. As you know, promotion results are decided by adding points from evaluation performance over the year and the promotion exam results. This promotion exam will be held at Gate Y7, about 3 km north of Kaesong City." Hearing the test location, Chial brightened with a bit of surprise. "A gate. I figured this promotion exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an otherworldly gate." Above, the examiner continued his presentation. He took out a token and said, "Nameplates reading Sung Mu will be placed inside the gate. Each student will also have a nameplate. If yours is stolen, you'll be treated as voluntarily disqualified and forced to leave. Other than that, there are no rules. Collect as many nameplates as you can." This promotion exam isn't a simple test of combat ability. Call it a struggle for domination instead. Back in Chial's view, with his big brain, he quickly read the true nature of the exam. So this is how they plan to play it. Collect nameplates, steal them, and survive. If your nameplate is taken, you're considered voluntarily disqualified. The number of nameplates will determine the promotion score, so the rules are very simple. The so-called fatal elimination is actually a trap. Even if someone's nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't know what happened. So as long as you steal someone's nameplate or find hidden ones, it's as if nothing happened. Additionally, it's an individual contest with second-year students participating too. Clearly some force has a hand in this. The promotion exam is held inside an otherworldly gate, completely cut off from the outside world. For a despised, illegitimate child, whatever happens leaves no evidence. It's an opportunity not to be missed, right? But that applies to our side too. Thinking that, Chial spread a sly smile, causing Sioyun beside him to look at him with a wary expression. Time passed quickly, shifting to an office. Inside, a girl was whistling and humming happily. When suddenly a voice cut in. "What are you doing?" It was Li Yi Hak, the seventh young master of the Li family. The girl replied, "Watching my cute little brother work so hard that he's gone all over the reports." This girl was Lee Seal Ah, the sixth miss of the Lee family. Seeing her, Yi Hak cursed, "You crazy woman," which earned the older sister a complaint. "You always blurt out nonsense when you talk to me, don't you? But anyway, compared to you, eighth sister is much cuter. Her personality and behavior are like a rabbit. I just want to strangle her once and be done with it," she said as she pulled out a dagger and licked her lips menacingly. Then pausing for a beat, she asked Yi Hak, "So what do you think?" "About what?" Yi Hak replied without taking his eyes off his computer. "About the matter mother's orders," Seal Ah reminded him. Yi Hak answered with an irritated sigh. "I just think it's time to get a clear handle on the situation." Seal Ah began twirling her dagger and voiced her thoughts. "It really pisses me off. An illegitimate brat dares to wear the main family's nameplate. And on top of that struts around like he owns the place. So as his senior, I'll personally teach him a lesson. Worse, he's tagging along with a weak big brother like Doe at his back. I have to make that illegitimate child know his place." Saying that, she gripped the dagger and drove it deep into the underside of the desk. Time passed, and the final promotion test began. This exam determines which trainees advance to the next year, and this time it's a contest for badges inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han looked at the two cold-faced men ahead and whispered to the protagonist, "This sealed place is still guarded so tightly." Chial calmly replied, "Probably to reassure the civilians, or maybe as a precaution because it's where experimental research is conducted." At that, Chial's brow furrowed slightly with curiosity. "But there are fewer staff than I expected. Do they think we won't notice so they can act brazenly? Or are the trainees' abilities only that low?" But either way it didn't matter. With that, Chial turned and addressed all the trainees behind him. "So, is everyone ready?" From the back, the group shouted in unison, "Of course." Hearing that, Chial nodded. "All right then, let's go." With that, Chial led the trainees and briskly stepped through the gate. Back to the Lee siblings, Seal Ah was happily munching on some pastries and praised, "Yi Hak, this office has so many delicious sweets." Behind her, Yi Hak, focused on his work, sighed reproachfully, "Those are for guests, don't overeat." Seal Ah shrugged unconcernedly, "Oh, come on, any word yet? I'm busy and had to come here in person." At that, Yi Hak looked up and answered, "The examiners reported that the second-year students have also entered." Hearing this, Seal Ah's face lit with delight and eager anticipation. "Just the thought of those illegitimate brats and trash crawling on their bellies excites me. Mother said we'd be rewarded if we handle this well, right? You must write down what you want first." Turning to Yi Hak's point of view, unlike his confident sister, he began to feel uneasy. "But will everything go smoothly? Although I believe it will follow the plan." At that moment, Yi Hak recalled what his eldest brother Myung had said before. "Be careful, little brother. The youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily. Be cautious." Recently, his eldest said that when he came to see him. At the time, he laughed it off, but the words still smoldered in the back of his mind. As he thought this, Yi Hak's phone suddenly began to ring. Seal Ah, who had been lounging on the couch, jumped up and asked hurriedly, "What is it? Are they done?" Without answering, Yi Hak only narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen without saying a word. This made Seal Ah annoyed. She snatched the phone and checked it herself. And just seconds later, her voice turned frantic, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. 21 killed, 15 withdrew. The entire first-year class 5 survived. Impossible. Are you telling me that all of them combined still couldn't beat one illegitimate brat? At that, Seal Ah was so furious she clenched her hand, crushing the phone in her palm. As for Yi Hak, he finally understood what his eldest's warning meant. He told himself inwardly, "We've lost, completely defeated by the youngest, Li Chiao." Cut to inside the gate where two trainees were desperately running away. The brown-haired one kept cursing, "Damn it, damn it." Obviously, he's just an illegitimate brat from Class 5. In response, the black-haired one shouted, "Shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, even that illegitimate brat won't find us." So they both sprinted at full speed until they managed to hide inside a cave, where they paused to catch their breath and peered out. "Did we lose him?" the black-haired one asked. Then, as if answering, a sword suddenly shot in from afar at wind-rending speed. It plunged deep into the ground, creating large cracks. While the two were still in shock, Chial suddenly appeared. He grabbed the black-haired man's arm and bent it backward, making him scream in agony. On the other side, Chial smiled at the brown-haired trainee and taunted, "I am Li Chial. You hid so well, it took me a while to find you." Opposite him, the brown-haired man was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. Stepping back, he stammered, "Get away, I said get away. Just because you're of the main line you think that's everything. Why torment us?" In response, Chial advanced, grabbed his collar and lectured him. "Some people might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If you point a sword at a mainline person, shouldn't you pay the price?" As he spoke, Chial slowly raised his own sword. Then a horrifying scream erupted from inside the cave. Time passed quickly, and Manhwa ran over to report to Chial. "Young master, this side is also done." Hearing that, Chial nodded and replied, "Good. If it's done, let's move out immediately. We still haven't finished dealing with those chasing us." "Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's side right away," Manhwa answered. Next, Chial said he would move alone and instructed Manhwa, "Make sure you thoroughly handle the names on your list and continue collecting more cards." Receiving the order, Manhwa quickly departed, watching his back disappear. Chial stretched uncomfortably and thought about his group's situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is how many cards we can collect. Stealing name tags from other cadets is very inefficient, which is why I hypothesized, could badges be found with the demon eye? When Chial activated his demon eye, countless streaks of golden energy appeared in his vision. One of those energy strands stretched to a cliff not far away. Seeing it, Chial smirked, "Found it." With that, Chial quickly dashed up the cliff. And indeed found a badge there. He couldn't hide his delight. "This will do. This was worth doing. Excellent. While he's at it, I can also practice my control skills." Time passed quickly, and Chial stared in amazement at the bag full of badges. "Phew, this is. I didn't expect to collect this many. No wonder the bag feels kind of lightheaded." From afar, numerous loud explosions began to erupt. But more importantly, I can't train the demon eye any further. This made him a bit disappointed. The exam is about to end, and battles have been going non-stop since dawn. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll only become more troublesome, Chial sighed. At that moment, Sioyun dropped down right in front of Chial. "Finally found you." Li Chial, her voice was full of joy. But looking at his face, she curiously asked, "What's up?" "Not surprised," Chial shrugged. "I knew you'd chase after me." "Then why didn't you stop?" Sioyun asked. "Well, I'm stopping now, aren't I?" Chial said with a smile. Sioyun wasted no time on small talk and got to the point. "So confident, huh? No more words, let's duel." She tied her hair back as she spoke and reached out to provoke him. "Fair fight to see who ends up on top, you in. If I win, you have to call me sister, understood?" Hearing that, Chial seemed somewhat interested and asked, "And if I win?" Opposite him, Sioyun spoke in an unusually sweet tone. "If you win, then I'll call you brother." For Chial, the oddly sweet sound made the hairs on his arms stand up. Unconsciously, Chial hugged himself and looked at Sioyun with embarrassment. "If your tactic is to wound me mentally, it's actually pretty effective." Chial's remark made the swordswoman blush and shout, "Shut up! Enough talk, come on, Li Chial." So the two gripped their swords and lunged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly, and the promotion exam ended. With increasingly strict evaluation standards, this term's exam included not one but two direct-line main family members competing at once, making it a major topic among everyone. In a corner of the arena, some anonymous trainees whispered among themselves, "Of course the 8th Miss will take first place, right? Even second-year fighters are participating. Can the first-year cadets hold their ground?" Someone voiced their worry. In another corner, a few people covered their mouths and whispered, "You mean those people?" "Yeah, exactly." The youngest illegitimate child and the first-year cadet from Class 5. Cut to Class 5's arena, where instructor Jung-ho congratulated the protagonist. "Congratulations, young Master Lee Chial, you scored the highest." As he spoke, he handed the protagonist a certificate. Seeing this, Chial reached out to take it and shook his head. "Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect to get first place." He smiled, thought to himself for a moment, and remembered his earlier duel with Seoyeon. They can't show favoritism too obviously. Maybe Lee Seoyeon did better on the exam, but in the end I took all of her name tags. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Jung-ho continued his praise. "Stay calm. You became the top scorer among all the cadets. That's an achievement to be proud of." Chial nodded in response. "My wet nurse will be so happy. Thanks for the congratulations." With that, Chial quickly left the arena, and the other cadets took the chance to congratulate him. "Congratulations, young master. Well done." Above, Jung-ho didn't let his duties be interrupted and called the next cadet. "All right, next, Cadet Choi In-ha stepped forward." Hearing this, In-ha, who had repeated the first year twice, hurriedly stepped forward. "Congratulations on your promotion," Jung-ho said with a smile as he handed him the certificate. At last, In-ha was promoted. He placed 13th in this exam. Looking at the certificate in his hands, In-ha trembled. Thank you." His voice was full of emotion. From behind, Chial teased without restraint. "Don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. This is a proud moment, but resting on your laurels won't change anything." Hearing the tease, In-ha sighed. "Yes, young master." Paying them no mind, instructor Jung-ho continued calling names. "Next, Cadet Kim Bo-seong. Congratulations on your promotion." Bo-seong ranked 24th in this exam. "Kim Han promoted in your first year. That's great effort. Congratulations," Jung-ho said with a smile. But for Kim Han, looking at his rank brought him no joy. He thought to himself, "A not very impressive rank. To be honest, I'm disappointed. All right, this is just the beginning. I'll become strong like the young master. I have to work harder. I've decided to change myself so I won't be a burden to him or live a half-lived life again. From now on, I won't lose." These were the thoughts of the entire group of students, as they all looked at Chial's retreating figure with determined eyes. Back to Chial's perspective, knowing no one in the class had to repeat a year made him smile with satisfaction. So it's over. But now I don't have to worry anymore. With that thought, Chial turned to the cadets and said, "You all worked very hard. Everyone passed. I had planned to personally retrain anyone who failed. What a shame. Second year will be even harsher. Many will long to tear you apart. But I believe you can manage on your own, right?" In response, the cadets shouted in unison, "Yes." Seeing that spirit, Chial couldn't help but smile. Chial clenched his fist and shouted, "Come on, you can do it." Time passed quickly. Chial and Seoyeon dressed up to go meet their fathers after being summoned for some matter. Meanwhile, Seoyeon's face soured as she thought about losing to Chial. "Hey, I won't accept this." A weary sigh escaped the protagonist. "What is it this time that you won't accept?" Hearing that, Seoyeon fluffed up like a small cat. "If it weren't for the promotion exam, I'd have placed first. You played dirty. Beating me wasn't enough, you also took my name tags. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to grab those from you?" If I'd had my Chang Nga sword then, Sioyon pouted regretfully. Meanwhile, Chial inwardly had to admit her skill. Right, I thought I'd win easily, but it ended up taking over an hour. Li Sioyon is stronger than I thought. She still hasn't unleashed her sword chi or mastered her techniques. If she's already that capable now, I really don't want to imagine any more. Unaware of Chial's assessment, Sioyon, after venting some frustration, cleared her throat a few times and said, "But if you make a promise, you must keep it." Beside her, Chial cast a curious look and asked, "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Sioyon shrugged. "About how we address each other. We made a bet, remember." "You planning to bring it up now?" Before she could say more, Chial suddenly put his hand over her mouth and glared, warning, "One more word and we'll duel to the death." Seeing Chial's fierce stance, Sioyon blinked and replied, "All right, is it really that annoying?" "Stop babbling, let's go, we're going to be late," Chial urged, startling the swordswoman, who hurriedly said, "Yeah, right, let's move." With that, the two of them quickened their pace until they reached the family head study. The moment they stepped in, they bowed and said, "Father, we greet you." At this, Tishan turned around and nodded, "Come in." Tishan then poured each of his children a cup of tea and began to speak. "I heard you both completed the first-year cadet training. What did each of you see and feel?" At the question, Sioyon hesitated and turned to look at Chial, making him tense and wonder inwardly. "What? Why is she looking at me?" From Sioyon's perspective, seeing Chial unwilling to answer first, she shouted, "I saw the true face of the family." Her answer made Chial cough so violently he spit tea everywhere. Tishin, somewhat amused, asked, "What do you mean by true face?" In reply, Sioyon said, "I know rivalry comes from competition, but there are things I simply cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword and my own strength." On this side, Tishin nodded, reasonably pleased. Fairness and uprightness, huh? Not bad. Then he silently judged his daughter. "So that's why that sword chose you before. You've always been cautious and shy, but the one who brought about this change must be the youngest." He thought while watching the protagonist and asked, "Now, Chial, what did you feel?" Before him, the protagonist's expression turned serious. After a few seconds' thought, he said, "I feel ashamed. The cadet corps is supposed to be the foundation of our family's warriors, but the current cadet corps has rotted." Hearing this, Tishan's gaze shifted. He grew more serious and asked, "How so?" Chial replied with firm conviction, "They did not fight. They may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to belong to the elite of the Lee Marshall family. And I've seen far too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the trainer's ability or their training methods," Chial said, recalling what he'd experienced in Class 5. "How arrogant," Tishan murmured, though a smile appeared on his face. This left both Chial and Sioyon stunned. They wondered if they'd missing things. Unaware of their thoughts, Tishan advised, "It's admirable that, as students, you've built your own ideological foundations. But always remain cautious. Once you fall into the swamp of bias, it's very hard to get out." Tishan's words brightened Sioyon's face, and Chial was surprised inwardly. "I didn't expect Father to offer this advice himself," he whispered, and quickly replied, "Thank you, Father, I'll remember that." Turning back to Tishan, he moved into the real reason he'd called his children. Of course, he wouldn't just offer meaningless praise. He'd heard of what they'd done over the past year. The tests may have differed in form from a typical warrior's duties, but in essence they were the same. You recognized they were examinations I arranged, and you diligently completed your tasks. The reason I've summoned you today is to reward the tasks you've completed." For Chial, the reward falling from the sky made him skeptical. Father is always strict with rewards and punishments. Why reward this? There must be a reason. Unlike him, Sioyon had fewer doubts. She raised her hand and said, "In that case, I want a supreme-grade breastplate, dragon scale armor, father." In response, Tishin agreed, "Very well, I'll notify the armory. Come by tomorrow to collect it." "Yes, thank you, father," Seoyun replied happily. Then Tishin turned his gaze to Chial and asked, "So, my son, what do you want?" For his request, Chial, as if decided, spoke, "I request permission to enter Mount Tianwei." He didn't yet know what that mountain truly was. However, as soon as they heard it, even Tishin and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They widened their eyes and stared at Chial. Time quickly passed, cut to Chial's private room. It seemed his father had approved his trip to Mount Tianwei, so he was checking his gear before leaving. Herbal encyclopedia, iron pot, medical kit too. Perfect. Looks like I've packed everything I need. Because Mount Tianwei is a sacred mountain, not only herbs but spirit medicines grow abundantly there. My alchemy on Jiaxiodo is still unfinished, but this time I'll make it properly. Thinking that, Chial couldn't help but be surprised by his father's decision. "I can't believe father really let me go to Mount Tianwei. Thanks to that, I can enter the martial trial earlier." Speaking of the martial trial, it is the final exam for the Li family's children to be recognized as warriors. Mount Tianwei is a place they must visit before participating in that exam. Besides, I've always wanted to go to Mount Tianwei someday. As he thought that, Chial glanced at the black sword beside him. There seemed to be some connection between that mountain and the sword. Then suddenly there was a knock at the door outside, snapping Chial out of his thoughts. He called, "Come in." Hearing that, the person outside entered. It was the servant Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitated and announced, "Young master, you have mail. It's an invitation from 7th young master for you." The words surprised Chial a little. He quickly went to meet his older brother. This time, when they met again, the pretentious Yi Hak greeted him warmly. "Long time no see. The first time since we met at the Chuseok ceremony this year, huh?" Hearing that, Chial smiled brightly and replied, "So you still remember." Yi Hak shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not so absent-minded as to forget something like that." From Chial's perspective, just watching Yi Hak act so natural made him respect him a bit more. Indeed, a hard person to deal with, speaking like brothers, pouring tea himself, even sitting so casually. It's easier to handle a shameless face than unpredictable kindness, he thought silently. Meanwhile, after pouring the tea, Yi Hak invited him, "Try it. My only pleasure is the tea ceremony. The flavor's not bad." Chial hurriedly reached for the cup and nodded. "Thanks, brother. Do you always personally serve your guests tea like this?" Yi Hak replied with a smiling face. "Depends on who it is. This tea is from a foreign estate I visited 2 years ago." As he enjoyed the tea, Chial concentrated and tried to guess why this annoying man had summoned him. Tea poured and still no rush to discuss matters. This leisurely pace doesn't suit his status at all. He knows how to control the situation. He's not a pathetic fool with only a little skill. Enough with the circling. Thinking that, as if reading Chial's mind, Yi Hak went straight to the point. "The reason I called you here is about the recent promotion exam. You know it was arranged by Siala and me, right?" Chial nodded slightly and admitted, "Yes, I knew." Chial's words didn't surprise Yi Hak much. He began explaining his reasons. "What happened wasn't solely my decision, blah blah." Ignoring those words, our protagonist had already guessed his intention, so he gave a faint smile. "So that's what you wanted." Li Yi Hak, famed more for politics, management, and commerce than martial arts, is cunning. He's very good at avoiding creating enemies. People call him the Golden Sword. His intent was that he didn't want to become my enemy, wasn't it? Unaware of Chial's thoughts, the bespectacled man babbled on. "Even so, it's my fault. If you want, I'll apologize." Not letting him finish, our protagonist waved his hand and smiled as if nothing had happened. "No need for that. Things like this happen often in later contests anyway. You don't mean to say you were forced to do that because of Madame P1-80, do you? At this, Chial's gaze sharpened. Before his words, Yi Hak's tone shifted somewhat. He asked, "The contest. Do you consider me your enemy?" Chial answered bluntly. "You targeted me and publicly tried to harm me. That's nothing but enmity." From Yi Hak's viewpoint, seeing the protagonist show such an attitude, he began to contemplate countless plans. What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent future trouble? Or... Then, as if weighing future losses, Yi Hak sighed, seeming to give in, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Chial told him, "Show some sincerity, but it's not you who suffers this time, it's me." His voice was supremely confident, as if he'd already cornered Yi Hak, which made him slightly annoyed. Arrogant brat, refuse an apology and demand compensation. Well, I like that. With that thought, he reached forward and made an offer to the protagonist. "All right, I'll bring the best spirit medicines for Class 5 students. I'll also give you a proper reward." Only when he heard this was Chial satisfied. He clasped Yi Hak's hand and nodded. "All right, if you've decided that, I won't bring this up again." Yi Hak smiled in reply. "You must be the brother who knows me best, haha. Really, I'm not so sure about that," Chial said softly. Then, just as he was about to leave the room, the bespectacled man offered him one piece of advice. "Ah, let me give you one bit of counsel. Be careful with Xiao. She really doesn't like you, not like I do." Chial paid no heed to the warning. "That's not important. Anyway, next year you won't be here anymore." With that, Chial quickly left the room. At the same time, in another scene, that madwoman Xiao was slapped hard by Madame P1-80 and shouted, "Don't call me mother anymore. I didn't raise a failure like you." Her voice and gaze were icy. This terrified Xiao, who grabbed at her skirt and tried to explain. "Mother, please listen to me. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away." Before she could finish, Yi Hong barked, "Shut up." With the words came a fierce pressure that pinned Xiao to the floor. Then blaming voices continued, "What you did was desertion, a disgrace to the Li lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never let you do this." The madam's words made Xiao tremble violently with agitation, her hand clenching so hard it left a mark on the wooden floor. She screamed, "Even now can't I atone for my sin? That mongrel, can't I deal with him now?" Opposite her, P1-80 was utterly disappointed in Xiao. She calmly enlightened her daughter. "You really know nothing. If I could, I wouldn't have been so strict with you. That mongrel will be sent to Mount Tianwei for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you won't be able to do that anymore. You've smeared the honor of our direct line. If you show that pathetic face again, next time it won't be just a slap." With that, Madame P1-80 coldly left the room, leaving Xiao screaming in despair behind her. Outside, Yi Hak saw her leave and bowed slightly as a courtesy. Then he cast his eyes into the room, where Xiao was nearly insane. "That mongrel, I'll do everything to bring him down." Seeing this, Yi Hak could only shake his head in exasperation. "Mother is cruel. Doing this will only make Li Xiao seek revenge. But now, between Li Xiao and Li Qiao, who will be more valuable? I look forward to the future. The day that child returns after a year." Back with Qiao, he was already on the carriage preparing to head to Mount Tianwei. However, his expression wasn't very good, because the one taking him was Steward Choi, the master's closest retainer. Up front, Steward Choi smiled and said, "Great, we're traveling together. Even if it's only for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master." Butler Choi encouraged him, "You don't need to feel pressured." Li Qiao was so surprised he looked up. Butler Choi explained, "This is the time we pay respects at our ancestors' graves before Lunar New Year, and I also have a task to hand over to the mountain guardian on Thien Vai Mountain. I'm accompanying you only because the family head ordered it." Li Qiao appeared pleased. I see, then I'll feel less lonely going there. But inwardly he thought, such a coincidence can't really be true. His appearance and demeanor seemed ordinary, but in reality it was completely different. He was a core figure of the clan, holding a position more important than most elders. I couldn't clearly gauge the distance between myself and Butler Choi. Suddenly Butler Choi spoke, then reconsidered and asked, I heard you'll stop by Than Vu Mountain before going to Thien Vi Mountain. May I ask why you're visiting the ancestral mountain? Li Chial scratched his head and replied, I'm planning to pay respects at the family head's tomb because I'm about to leave the clan. I thought visiting to pay homage is proper. He told himself, honestly, it's just a convenient excuse to show them that even an illegitimate son like me comes personally to bow. Butler Choi remarked, as expected, you're really perceptive. Young master, many elders will view your respectful homage to the ancestors favorably. Li Chial smiled politely. Thank you for saying that. Inside, he felt a bit uneasy, as if the man could see through him. Butler Choi asked again, Young master, may I say a few words? Li Chial replied comfortably, Yes, I'm listening. Butler Choi began, Do you like mountain climbing, young master? Li Chial answered, No, I don't think I've ever really climbed a mountain. Butler Choi smiled kindly, Ha ha, I understand. I, on the other hand, quite enjoy it. He started rambling. Once I climbed a very steep and treacherous mountain. There wasn't even a path. I had to blaze the trail myself. If it were you, how would you climb such a mountain? Li Chial pondered. I would climb in silence, eyes fixed ahead. That way I'd reach the summit quickly and accurately. Butler Choi smiled in approval. That's right, then you would probably climb very fast. But Butler Choi smiled approvingly. That's right, so you would probably climb very fast, but not always. Sometimes you have to look back or to the side to check if you're still on the right path. If you only look forward, you can lose your way and end up taking a very long route. Butler Choi mused, The higher the mountain, the truer that becomes. Only then did Li Chial suddenly realize, was he talking about the martial path? After being reborn, I was too busy accepting new things before consuming the power I'd acquired. But I never thought that would be a problem. If things continued like this, even with time I'd keep chasing after new things. Thinking of that, Li Chial bowed his head and sincerely said, Thank you for the wise advice. Butler Choi waved his hand with a kind smile. Ha ha, it's nothing. Just think of it as an old man's nagging. Then Butler Choi reminded him, More importantly, it seems we've arrived. When the carriage stopped, he introduced, This is Than Vu Mountain. Li Chial quickly stepped down from the carriage. He called out, Butler Choi. He asked with concern, I heard only those of Lai bloodline or the permitted can pass through this gate. Butler Choi, can you enter? Butler Choi replied, I was honored to be granted permission by the previous family head. He continued, I intended to tend to that late family head's tomb. And young master, where do you plan to go? Li Chial answered, To the memorial stele of the clan's first family head. As Li Chial stepped in, it felt as if he passed through a transparent layer of protection. He thought, a strange sensation. Am I passing through the ancestral mountain's barrier? He tried moving his hand. It felt as if he had just entered a new world. Butler Choi bowed and said, Then I will take my leave now. I hope you achieve what you set out to do, young master. Li Chial walked ahead, Thank you. He steadily climbed each stone step, spotting the pavilion in the distance. Li Chial thought to himself, I'm here. The tomb of the first family head, the founder of the Lai clan, pay respects to the founder. Li Chial opened the door and looked upon the solemn, ancestral altar. He spoke, Even if I have committed the disrespectful crime of drawing a sword inside the ancestor's tomb. If I draw my sword, please forgive me. I do this to carry out what you arranged. Then he placed the sword before the altar. As he poured the wine, Li Qiao thought, the Black Knight's sword is a sword, but it's not only that. A family secret had been revealed by his brother before his resurrection. There were 9 seals on the Black Knight's sword. Li Qiao knew 4 of them, including: first, prove that you are the sword's owner. Next, prove that you belong to the bloodline of the Lai martial clan. Third, pass the founder's first trial, the naming ceremony. Thus I have unlocked 3 seals. Li Qiao wondered, what will the hint for the next seal be? At that moment, a stream of spiritual energy emerged from a nearby mirror. On the mirror, the word Qinhui, meaning heavenly will, appeared. Li Qiao quickly realized, this is the Thien Vai Mountain I remember. Let's go to Thien Vai Mountain. The clan founder had sensed the energy of Thien Vai Mountain and chose it as the place to train future generations of the clan. Li Qiao observed the scene before him and exclaimed, the mana density is thick. I saw it on the assessment chart, but this is the first time I've seen it in person. Just then Butler Choi appeared. It's a beautiful mountain, isn't it? Li Qiao agreed. Yes, it feels different from Than Vu Mountain or the peaks on the map. Butler Choi offered his wishes. I hope you achieve worthy results, young master. They're noisy again. At that moment another person appeared complaining, such a nuisance, they're noisy again. A mountain rogue appeared behind them. The Lai clan's guards immediately stepped forward. Young master, Butler Choi, step back. The man is strong. Li Qiao remained astonished, thinking, when did our people fail to sense them? The mountain rogue snapped. Ha, you bastards want to die. I'll be polite once, drop your swords. The guards were still shouting. Everyone prepare to fight. When the mountain rogue shoved his head to the ground and barked, serious now, you black-haired bastard. He sneered contemptuously. Once they have a metal blade in their hands, they refuse to listen to anyone. Then both sides plunged into a savage fight. Dust filled the air. The scene before Li Qiao was chaotic. In the end, the mountain rogue even had time to leisurely take a sip of wine, while the guards for Li Qiao and Butler Choi lay knocked out on the ground. The mountain rogue clicked his tongue, remarking, while you lot don't have any strength at all. He turned to scold the butler. Heavens, you shameless wretch, I told you to give me a heads up, at least one strong man. If you show up without at least one brawler, you're as good as dead. Butler Choi laughed carefree. I apologize for that, but you're a bit excessive yourself. The mountain rogue, irritated, snapped. Excessive? You've gotten arrogant, haven't you, daring to talk back too? Butler Choi then spoke. Sorry for the late introduction. Butler Choi introduced. This is the guardian of Thien Vai Mountain. The mountain rogue took off his glasses for a clearer look. Is this the kid? The one Tishan said was brought in from outside. Hearing that, Butler Choi nodded and replied, yes, this is the former young master Li Qiao, the one who will ascend the mountain this time. At the butler's words, Chioasen seemed slightly interested and asked, you've already seen part of my technique, haven't you? The sudden question surprised Chial a little. He hadn't expected Chioasen to recognize that, but quickly Chial nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I have seen it. Chioasen stroked his chin and said, let's see, you carry some of Tishan's bearing, but there's something odd about the aura around you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chial's left eye suddenly throbbed painfully, making him utter a small cry and clutch his eye with his hand. Seeing that, Chioasen quickly realized something and whispered, this kid also has a strange eye. Through Chial's vision, ribbons of golden energy were now swirling around him from all directions. Time swiftly passed and the scene cut to Chioasen's house. At that moment the burly uncle was heartily drinking without pause. Western liquor really is different. This woody aroma is strange, yet brings an indescribable flavor on the tongue. I'm glad it suits your taste, Butler Choi smiled in reply. Meanwhile, Chiao looked at the number of wine bottles on the table and felt a bit shaken. I'm not well versed in wine, but you can tell these aren't cheap, haha. Putting that aside, after taking in enough alcohol, Chioisin moved on to the topic. All right, then tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here to train, surely they hate you, right? Slash segment. In response, Chial explained, I came here entirely of my own volition. His calm tone made the burly uncle laugh. Oh, is that so? Just the type of child entangled with death and destiny. As he said this, he glanced aside. Meanwhile, Chial silently assessed Chioisin before him. The illusion my demon eye just saw, and the reputation of the mountain guardian I heard before I reverted. He's a Dakibai. Dakibai can foresee the future with eyes full of stars. In the art of reading fate, they see what is predestined and unchangeable. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, Chioisin, after exhaling a heavy breath of alcohol, asked with interest, So, you've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Before Chial could answer, Butler Choi silently reminded him via a sound transmission technique. Just so you know, he can hear everything you say now. After the reminder, Chial spoke his plans for the coming year. However, his words were concealed by the author. Time quickly passed until evening, and Butler Choi and Chioisin had a private meeting. Chioisin's complaining voice rang out repeatedly. Damn, I've seen some oddballs, but that kid, when I told him the training field, he charged straight for it. And you, wait until I deal with those weaklings, then set off with them. Hearing this, Butler Choi nodded in agreement. Thank you for allowing me to use the spirit water. Back to Chioisin's perspective. Of course he wouldn't believe that someone important like Choi would escort Chial here for no other purpose. He casually tossed the empty wine bottle behind him and asked bluntly, So why did you come here? You're not just here to deliver wine, are you? I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. At this, Butler Choi no longer concealed his purpose and asked coldly, So, could it be that the mountain guardian read the omens, and the clan head sent me to inquire? Immediately after speaking, Chioisin's hand unconsciously clenched around his cup. He replied in a slightly drunken voice, Omens, huh? I have read them, but there's not much I can say. Before the chubby uncle could finish, Butler Choi softly prompted, Surely a Dakibai who was just offered wine wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, right? In response, the uncle angrily slammed the table. Old man, that's an apology gift. Hee, I brought more than 10 bottles, Choi said with a smile, leaving Chioisin only able to grumble in annoyance. Good heavens, damn it, I knew this would happen. Then he let out a long breath, his face becoming more serious than ever, and said, There's still a long way to go. The sex gate opened long ago. Human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush, but to go with the flow. Across from him, Butler Choi received the message and cheerfully replied, Yes, I will pass this on to the clan head. For some reason, Chioisin sounded a bit irritable and growled, If I'd won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be stuck in this mess. But still, it seems you like that beast-skinned brat, don't you? Aren't you worried? Hearing this, the old butler's expression turned somber. He looked at the wine in his hand and shook his head. As a servant, I simply serve the Lee bloodline. On his side, Chioisin shrugged as a reminder. You heard he wants to go there, right? He's still just a rookie. While saying this, Chioisin poured himself another cup, as if providing a safety net for Chial. Butler Choi also requested, Chioisin, just keep an eye on him once. You'll find it interesting. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a general training room of some kind. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space, and then Chial's figure emerged from the void. Haha, every time I see it, it amazes me. A single tree eye leads to the training ground. Even yesterday at Thon Thur there was an entrance to a cave, so this is Dakibai magic. Honestly, I still feel lacking. From now on, I have 1 year. The secret techniques learned from Mu Gi and Mu Jin, dark eye, intuition, and dark chi, I have to make them all my own. The goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until it is, Chial said as he summoned his weapon to train. However, what he didn't know was that all his actions were being observed by Uncle Chioisan through a series of spells. Seeing the protagonist's fervor, he couldn't help scratching his belly and praising, "That kid is relentless. I've never seen anyone like him." He trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spirit water, repeating the cycle. It's easy to say, but it's nothing less than self-torture. No wonder his fate is so bleak. Chioisan snapped his fingers to dispel the surveillance spell, then lay back, sighed, and lamented Chial's fate. He was destined to die young or be unhappy. Yet now he overturns that unchangeable fate, even suppressing his innate energy. A being without destiny. When was the last time I met someone like that? Indeed, blood doesn't lie. Your family is so bizarre even the heavens must be fed up, Chioisan said excitedly. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, spring arrived and Chioisan's complaining voice echoed everywhere. "Damn it, that Choi said it would be interesting. But I'm bored to death. I'm done, I won't watch anymore. That kid only practices basics all day. What's fun about watching that? Apart from asking permission to gather herbs, he hardly says anything. He hasn't died yet, has he?" At that moment, a piercing screech rang out, and Chioisan's expression changed. He hurriedly stood up and focused. "That's the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Something has invaded Sao Mountain. But I've already set up barriers, so that shouldn't be possible. Could the elders from the main clan have messed things up when they brought food and wine here?" To check, Chioisan used his magic and created a mirror before him. From what appeared, a gray, very cute beast was crying and fleeing with a glass jar in its mouth. However, what startled Chioisan most was that Chial was chasing the little beast. What the hell? What is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Thinking that and not wanting the spirit beast to lose any meat, Chioisan flung the door open and shouted, "Stop right now!" He rushed toward Chial like a gust of wind, and immediately blocked his path. "Hey, you brat, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing?" On the other side, seeing himself blocked, Chial replied with an innocent face, "Mountain Guardian, long time no see. But could you please step aside?" Before Chial could say more, the pot-bellied uncle cursed at him and scolded him fiercely. "How dare you target the spirit beast right before my eyes? In all my life, I've never seen anyone like you." Hearing this, Chial looked at the uncle in confusion and asked, "Huh, what are you talking about?" Wissen shouted. "The murderous aura you gave off while chasing is aimed at the spirit beast. It's called Baki." The more he heard, the more puzzled Chial became. Why would I kill a spirit beast? At this, the uncle's face turned astonished, as he looked at the protagonist's hoe and basket and asked, "That hoe and that basket?" Before he could finish, Chial saw the little beast trying to run off and wanted to pursue it, but Wissen pulled him back. Hey, wait, why are you chasing Baki?" To that, Chial had no time to explain and snapped, "That brat stole my secret medicine. Sorry, but I'll explain later." With that, he quickly passed by the pot-bellied uncle like a gust of wind, leaving him no time to give chase. "Hey, you, now that the spirit beast's escaped, how do you plan to find it?" No sooner had he said that than Wissen's expression suddenly changed, and he thought, "That kid is heading exactly toward where Baki is hiding. Even with the scent leading right to its head, it's hard to pinpoint precisely. Although the energy radiates from his every step, the ground shows no disturbance. Was that kid always this fast? He hadn't taken his eyes off him for only 3 months. Could something have happened in that time?" he murmured. Next, Chial turned back and explained everything, making the pot-bellied uncle cough in embarrassment. So while you were gathering the final ingredient for the tonic, Baki stole the secret and ran off, right? Ah, sorry. Chial replied. His face darkened as he slowly listed the ingredients that had been stolen. At least a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. Hishu Wu, white lin herb, dragon lion flower, velvet pine mushroom, and cordyceps growing from the corpse of a demon insect. I worked hard to gather them all. That was the medicine I labored over for 100 sleepless days, and now it's all ruined. The more he spoke, the more desperate Chial sounded. Seeing this, Wissen intended to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Chial continued with a heavy sigh. So, one of the reasons I came to Thien Vi Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of my most important goals. Hearing this, Wissen couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Hey, I gave you permission to pick, so what's the problem with it being stolen?" Chial slapped his palm as if remembering something. "Ah, that's true. You did give me permission, but in the end, I still got it. If the mountain guardian couldn't manage things in your territory, that's on me." His sharp words felt like a knife to the uncle's heart, sending guilt surging. "All right, fine. I'll compensate you anything, I'll accept it all," the uncle proclaimed, pounding his chest. Hearing that, Chial broke into a sly smile, as if he'd achieved his aim. "Just now you said you'll give anything, right? It so happens, Mountain Guardian, there are two things I need you to do for me." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the interior of the training room. At that moment, the silhouette of the Spider Queen also appeared before the protagonist. Seeing this, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly wrapped his sword in his aura. In his mind, Chial murmured, "Remember, the power of an aura skill when used continuously doesn't change from the first use." With that, he swung his sword forcefully forward, using a skill called Fiendish Force, cutting out countless strips of red energy that shot forward like wind-tearing blades, instantly wrapping around the Spider Queen's legs and making her scream in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Chial then used Stonewind Force, causing his sword to be enveloped in a green aura. Then he slashed straight into the Spider Queen's midsection, sending a torrent of green spilling everywhere. However, although he successfully inflicted a wound, Chial's face remained slightly frowning, as if dissatisfied. "Not enough power to kill it," he murmured. From his perspective, the Spider Queen's body was nearly cleaved in two. Yet with her vast life force, she could still launch a counterattack. Her sharp legs lunged straight toward Chial. But before they could reach the protagonist, the Spider Queen's body suddenly transformed into a talisman and fell to the ground. Wissen, standing nearby, picked up the talisman and grumbled, "Damn it, why do I have to serve some brat? I don't know why I agreed to do things like this anymore." "Hey kid, wanna take a break?" Hearing this, Chial wiped the sweat from his face and whispered, "Gotta try one more time." Seeing that, the uncle could only sigh. "Suit yourself. Focus and visualize the target in your memory." Following his words, Chial closed his eyes and concentrated. Meanwhile, Baki tossed the talisman into the air. The talisman then dissolved and formed an illusory swordsman before Chial. And so the two of them charged and collided with each other repeatedly. Li Tu, standing to the side watching, was so furious his whole body seemed to flare. "My gods, the spirit energy keeps leaking out non-stop. It knew, and it's been using me to train with illusions for 4 straight hours. Well, it happened, so let it go. The second task, collecting the mana herbs, won't be difficult." Over the past 3 months, its body has become noticeably healthier and probably taller. Overall, it has become more refined, clearly reaching maturity. Not necessarily stronger, but more steady. Putting that aside, I should probably ask about that weapon once. Time passed quickly. And now, after finishing his training, Chial was relaxing in the hot spring. "Ah, I feel revived. If it weren't for the hot spring, I probably wouldn't have made it. I wish Thien Vi Mountain had hot springs like at home. At that moment, the sound of footsteps touching the water sounded, making Chial's eyes snap open in surprise. Someone. I can't even sense their aura and they're this close. Chial murmured skeptically. To answer him, the familiar voice of the pot-bellied uncle rang out. You look tired, you must be human after all. In response, Chial turned and asked, Ah, mountain guardian, did you come for something? The uncle replied with a slightly irritated tone. I've been working hard too, don't you get any rest? You've been here a while, have you been resting properly? Chial scratched his head awkwardly. I always rest properly. Hearing that, Wissen realized Chial had misunderstood and clarified. I mean coming here after every training session, kid. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you, I tell you. Wissen advanced while chewing an egg in his mouth. Meanwhile, Chial, not wanting to bathe with a middle-aged pot-bellied man, forced a grin and stood up. Ha ha ha, is that so? I feel like I'm fully recovered. I'll head up now. But before he could leave, Wissen's serious voice sounded. Wait. I still have something to say. Sit down. That thing you swung just now, what's its name? Chial held out his hand, looked at the ring on it, and asked, Are you referring to this? Wissen stared at the ring and nodded. Yes. Where did you get it? I promise I won't tell anyone about it. I'm not certain, but it's related to its identity. Chial actually didn't know much about the weapon, so he could only say simply, It's called Mugen. I took it from the clan's vault. Turning to Wissen's perspective, his eyes showed a hint of memory as he began to tell a story. I don't know how much you understand about it, but I once saw something very similar long ago. In the past, there was a mage who could communicate with souls and read the stars above the sky. That mage always carried something, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that stone alone, the mage could perform all kinds of magic, or employ forbidden arts without paying a price. He naturally became the leading mage of his era. However, the stone he trusted ultimately swallowed him. He lost his sanity and began to wreak havoc like a monster. He changed like that in less than a year. He wasn't easy to kill, so in the end they sealed him. After saying this, Wissen waved his hand and dispelled the image he'd just created. Meanwhile, curious about the outcome, Chial asked, What about the stone? Number 3 shrugged and replied, They gathered the power of countless mages of that time and destroyed it. At that, the protagonist stroked his chin and thought, That story is similar to one I read in Changyungak. Then Chial looked up and asked, Could that mage have been sealed in a place called Manhwa? The uncle shook his head in response. No, he was sealed on an island to the east. Hearing that, Chial felt a bit relieved. Then it's not what was recorded in Changyungak. The stone and Mugen are two separate objects, but perhaps they are connected. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Wissen continued, Back to the story. Back then, I smelled a foul stench coming from that stone. And that scent is very similar to the aroma emanating from you right now. A strange scent, not human, not beast, nor a spirit. Mugen is an alien object of unclear nature. There are better weapons out there. Why not abandon this one? The uncle said with a smile. Meanwhile, Chial swallowed nervously. His tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried a suffocating pressure, as if squeezing my heart. Then he inhaled, embarrassed himself into composure, and said plainly, When I obtained the demon eye, my father advised sealing it, and I said this, word for word. If it is a power given to me, I will subdue it and use it. Hearing this, Wissen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Arrogant brat, you said that to Tishin. But kid, do you think that's similar to the demon eye? Chial replied calmly, To me, they're not all that different. From the pot-bellied uncle's perspective, seeing the protagonist unwilling to cooperate, he began to make a move. Then there's no other choice. I'll have to take it by force. With that, the uncle summoned a sharp spiked mace. and swung it down hard straight at Chial. Meanwhile, Chial remained stone-faced, as if he didn't see the attack. Luckily, Wissen stopped in time and warned again, "Give it to me while I'm still speaking politely. It's been a long time since I wielded a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold myself back." Answering the challenge, Chial wore a confident look. "You won't do it, Mountain Guardian, because doing so would break your oath." Chial's casual words made Wissen's hand tremble for a moment. Then he smoothed his face and reclaimed his composure. "So you already know everything." Hearing that, Chial nonchalantly shared, "Of course. To protect the mountain and help those who train here has been the vow you made with the founder. You're just testing my resolve, aren't you?" Hearing this, the pot-bellied uncle grumbled a bit. "If you already knew, why not say it plainly? Sneaky brat." Ignoring the uncle's attitude, Chial whispered on, "You don't really intend to take it, do you?" Wissen clicked his tongue in counsel. Tusk, I think you should fight with your tongue and brain instead." Chial laughed out loud. "Thanks for the compliment." Baki, furious at the display as if his house were on fire, shouted, "That's an insult, kid." Putting that aside, Chial, a bit curious, asked, "Why don't you try taking it by force? You could claim you were helping me." At this, Wissen's expression grew serious as he said to him, "That thing doesn't carry the strange aura of that mage's item, so it's probably not the kind of creature that devours its user." Chial nodded, looking at the black ring on his hand. "I understand. Thank you for telling me." Putting that aside, Mountain Guardian, you just threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? "I'm pretty meticulous with calculations, you know. You didn't know, did you?" Chial said with a smiling face like a sage. Wissen couldn't hold back his irritation and shouted, "Hey, you filthy little freeloader." Time passed quickly, cutting to Chial's temporary lodging on Thinvi Mountain. At that moment, the sword in his hand emitted a black aura and slowly dissolved. Chial felt somewhat pleased by this. "Finally, I can't believe it took me 3 months to complete Judo's memory." Inwardly, Chial thought, "Before I left Thinvi Mountain, I received 2 swords from 7th brother Yi Hak, the Judo Masterpiece Blade and the Star-Grade Sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses innate negative energy that allows it to emit cold chi. Its memories were few, so I absorbed them at the main hall. Let's test Judo's ability. The second memory about Mugen that I saw before the Academy District's evaluation, and the new power I gained from Mugen. The ability to use the power of copied weapons." At that moment, a thread of energy shot from the protagonist's fingertip, wrapped tightly around the hilt of the black sword, and pulled it toward Chial's hand. Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. Merely copying appearance doesn't demonstrate the ability. Maybe I can only use powers from weapons absorbed through the black chi. Since I also broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, so I should check the black sword's memories. Then his consciousness began to be drawn into an unfamiliar scene. Before I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I could only see this far. The important part starts now. At that moment, a young man spoke up. "I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my children be swayed by its power." Hearing this, a man in white robes behind him replied, "Sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? If so, no one will be easily chosen by it anymore." To this, the young man in front simply shook his head calmly. "If they are unworthy, it's better they don't use it." Then the robed man reached forward to seal the sword. From the palm of the man, a strand of golden light energy emanated, forming characters that imprinted clearly onto the sword. After finishing, the robed man continued, "The sealing is complete." As for the seal's contents, at that point, the sound suddenly distorted, preventing Chial from hearing what the seal's terms were. Then the robed man's voice returned. "After the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that?" The young man nodded slightly. "It won't cause much difference, so it's fine." "Even so, I still need to test it." Saying that, he gripped the sword tightly, enveloping it in an aura. As for Chial, witnessing the scene left him stunned. That, could there be a mana channel running within the black sword? In complexity, it's no different from a human mana system. At that moment, the young man swung the sword down hard. However, the mana wasn't just being blocked, it was scattering chaotically. The young man whispered, "I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more." At that point, Chial was ejected from the sword's memory. His head ached slightly. Nonetheless, Chial was greatly pleased. Haha, a power that can erase mana. Who would have thought such a weapon could exist? In the days that followed, Chial continued training to fight the Spider Queen as usual. At that moment, the protagonist dashed forward. As he closed in, he used Iron Weapon Strike and Lightning, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that cut the Spider Queen's body in two with a single blow. Seeing this, the chubby Uncle Wissen also smiled and came over to congratulate him. "Not bad, kid. You really did it. Do you know this is your first victory after a string of defeats? It took you 7 months." Hearing that, Chial smiled and teased, "I know, now I can beat you anytime, right?" At this, Wissen seemed a bit annoyed and growled, Yeah, you're special, you brat." "So what do you plan to do now?" Chial said he thought they should stop training. When Wissen heard that, he felt relieved and gave him a pat on the back. "Hey, good idea. I'll take a break too." That was exactly what Wissen had hoped for. However, Chial's real desire was to raise the training to a new level. "I think it's time for a challenge." A challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream. Speaking of the Bloodless Dream, it is a trial created for the Li clan. It contains all manner of enchantments and the domain power of Mount Chinhui, and is an illusion amplified by elven magic. It selects those deemed worthy to be tested. It is one of the oaths linked to the Mountain Guardian. Turning to Wissen's perspective when he heard Chial, his voice grew serious. "Do you really want to attempt it?" Chial nodded and said firmly, "Yes, I'm trying for it." Hearing this, Wissen bluntly warned him, "You, in your current state, aren't strong enough to pass the trial. However, it seems you are ready to attempt it, Li Chial, 9th generation of the Li clan. I permit you to enter the Bloodless Dream." As he spoke, the uncle reached out, and Chial eagerly took his hand and thanked him. Next, Wissen led him to the entrance of a cave and introduced it. "This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream." Hearing this, Chial curiously asked, "But isn't this the cave where you live?" "That's right," Wissen nodded. Then the uncle stepped forward, used his power to touch the air lightly, causing it to ripple. Suddenly, a gigantic stone door appeared before them. Seeing it appear, Wissen said, "You probably know this. Once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial ends. Go in." Chial stepped forward, promising he would return as quickly as possible. As for Wissen, the uncle wished Chial luck. "If you can truly pass the trial, I can't stand to look at him anymore." "Good luck." With that, Chial shoved the door open. Immediately, a blinding light burst from within, forcing him to shield his eyes. In his heart he thought, to some he's a war god, to others a dragon slayer, or even a legendary figure in fantasy tales. The founder of the world's foremost clan, founder Li Hailhyun. At that moment, the scene before the protagonist was an unfamiliar meadow, and standing there was a young man of about 19 or 20. Seeing his face, Chial spoke respectfully. "A descendant greets the founding ancestor of the Li household." Then he summoned his blade and focused on the figure ahead, inwardly awed. What an overwhelming presence. So he's still alive. Throughout history, across generations, only a few have challenged the Bloodless Dream. There is only one condition for victory: to defeat the founder at the age of 15. For now, I'll just probe a bit, Chial thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword in Ancestor Hailhyun's hand had already plunged deep into his chest. Then, when Chial opened his eyes again, He still couldn't believe he had been taken down so quickly. What just happened? Has my heart been stabbed through? I wasn't negligent. I've been throat cut in simulations before, but at least then I knew how it happened. But this time, apart from being stabbed through the heart, I know nothing. The more he thought about it, the more anxiety showed on Chial's face. But quickly he shook his head and urged himself, "Calm down, examine this carefully." He didn't use any secret technique or special move, not even an aura enhancement skill. Not even with sixth sense could I detect it. Even with my eyes closed, could it have been a strike to a blind spot? But could that be? He would have had to read all my movements to do that. But that also means he's that powerful. Thinking that, Chial gripped his sword tightly and slowly stood up to face his ancestor. And even though he'd witnessed it once, the protagonist couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle from the tremendous aura Hyalhyun radiated, making him force a smile. Haha, honestly, I don't even know if I can win. In another development, Butler Choi reported to the head Tishin, "Master, we've received news from Mount Chinwei." Nearby, Tishin wiped his sword lightly with a handkerchief and said, "So he's entered the cave. But he shouldn't have that level of skill. That child has never truly failed. From the Naming trial on Mount Sungmu to the challenges against the Blood Tiger and the faceless Cursed Queen. Judged by achievements, he hasn't won them all, but he's never truly failed. In other words, he has never encountered an insurmountable wall. Do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is under 50%? It's because they collapse mentally when they hit the wall named Lee Hyalhyun. So what will happen to someone who's never faced such a wall when they stand before it?" The master wondered, his voice full of curiosity. Back with Chial, he was lying panting like cattle on the grass, ruffling his hair in frustration. Damn it, taken down in one move again. He deceived my sense, feinting a frontal strike, then from the flank unleashed the real blow. A strike that pierced perfectly into my blind spot. Could he have discerned all my patterns in the blink of an eye? Thinking that, Chial sprang up. He looked at his trembling hands and murmured to himself, "This feeling, it's been a long time since it returned." The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear that comes from someone I absolutely cannot defeat. However, I cannot allow myself to collapse now. Because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do. Someone who has hit rock bottom, and the only thing left is the way to rise. Every strike I make is not meaningless. Gradually, I began to understand. The ancestor isn't someone with some unfathomable mystical power. His power is the talent to find the correct answer in each moment. He instinctively seizes the optimal move. That is the essence of martial arts. The tiniest fundamentals, the most basic techniques, form a foundation as solid as the earth. So I must clearly observe the ancestor's sword path. Chial quietly reminded himself, his eyes wide and blank as a cow's, staring intently to study the young man's movements. Then, in a moment, Hyalhyun's blade path seemed to slow in his eyes, allowing him to grasp the information. A horizontal slash from left to right. This time, I'll definitely see it. After that, Chial plunged into training, forgetting everything else. As time passed, he gradually withstood Hyalhyun's attacks. First strike. Second strike. Third strike, fourth strike. Bang! I've started to duel on par with the ancestor. At last, I've learned to use chi technique. A fighting style that's uniquely my own, its transformation and freedom. And what I lacked all along, commanding countless weapons and rooting every move on an immovable, solid foundation. Now I understand, the true purpose of the bloodless dream is to shatter the wall called oneself. Gripping the spear in his hand, Chial lunged forward like a gust of wind. He thought to himself, there is something the ancestor didn't have, a strength in myself I haven't yet recognized. In his mind, he recalled his Aunt Jionwa's words, "Your magical talent is extraordinary. I stake my honor on it." At that moment, Chial smiled broadly and called out, "Thank you, Aunt." Then he used a technique called anti- or chi wax wind, causing his entire spear to be enveloped in a spiraling green energy. Next, Chial put all his strength into thrusting the spear forward with full force. The impact was so powerful that the air erupted in a deafening boom. And at the point where the two weapons collided, Hyun's sword could not endure and shattered into many pieces. Thus, the white wall before him collapsed. As for Uncle Wissen, though he was sitting drinking, he couldn't help worrying about the protagonist's situation. It's been a month since that kid entered the bloodless dream, right? Before Tishin, for 100 years no one was permitted to pass the test. Yet within 50 years another appears. Just as he said this, the space around Wissen suddenly trembled violently, causing him to startle and exclaim, "Could something be happening on the mountain? Could it be?" As if thinking of something, Wissen hurriedly tossed his wine bottle aside and dashed swiftly toward the entrance of the bloodless dream. Standing there, he peered forward with a worried look and muttered, "You finally passed that trial." Just as he expected, the stone door slowly opened, and Chial stepped out and said, "I have returned, gatekeeper." Time passed quickly until evening. Chial rested in the hot spring while Wissen came over, smiling, and asked, "So, how does it feel?" Hearing that, Chial reflected on what he had been through and shook his head slightly. "I absolutely don't want to go through that again." Seeing his expression, the uncle couldn't help bursting into laughter, as if he'd struck gold. "Yet you show no sign of having changed at all. Usually those who emerge have dead eyes like spoiled fish, because their inner aura has changed." Hearing this, Chial realized that everyone seems to arrive at their own answer. Next he turned and asked, "So, do you know what my father was like back then?" The topic shifted to Tishin, and Wissen, a bit excited, shared, "You mean Tishin? Well, old man, after all he's my father, so you're curious, right? Do you know what that kid said when he stepped out of the bloodless dream? 'The training is over. I take my leave. Thank you for everything during this time.'" As he spoke, he folded his arms and kept trying to imitate Tishin's tone, leaving Chial speechless. He muttered, "Did you just imitate my father?" Wissen asked, "Did I? Isn't it close?" Chial shook his head in rebuttal. "Not at all." Putting that aside, Wissen continued to praise, "Kid, you've just caused a stir. You're the youngest ever to clear the bloodless dream. Although the nature of that trial isn't really to see who finishes fastest. You still have more than a month before leaving the mountain. What will you do? Continue training?" At that, Chial stood and replied, "No, I plan to rest, recover, and organize what I've learned." Wissen cast an amused look and teased him. "This kid seems unchanged, yet he can change. Saying you want a rest, does that hurt? Or have you been affected by some charm?" He said cheerfully. Chial could only sigh, "By the way, gatekeeper, isn't it time to collect my reward now? Surely you haven't forgotten that you once used that to coerce me." His words made the rotund uncle's face suddenly turn awkward. He avoided meeting Chial's eyes. Now, kid, about that." He stammered, unable to speak. Chial didn't want to fuss, so he said plainly, "I'm not asking for anything difficult. I just want to borrow your demon club." At this request, Wissen's eyes widened in astonishment. But then he glared at Chial and scolded, "This thing isn't for ordinary hands. You might not even be able to use it." Of course Chial was aware of this, so when making the request he already had a plan in mind. "It's okay, I just want to touch it a little." Touching it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing that, Wissen could only rub his face and grumble, conceding, "Not exactly." "All right then, damn it, I'll lend it to you. But you can't do anything with it." So the burly uncle summoned his club. It was a weapon carved from a shard of a star and bound with the spirit of a demon, thus called the demon club. Then Wison tossed his weapon to Chial and reminded him, I'm only lending it for 1 hour. If you push it too far, you might not make it, kid, so be careful. Thank you, Chial replied with a bright smile. But before he could finish speaking, as soon as he touched the club, its weight nearly snapped his wrist. With a single touch, the club cracked the ground into many pieces. Seeing this, Wison grinned like a grave robber. Ha ha, I told you, you might not even be able to hold it. Go play with it for an hour. So seeing that Chial couldn't even lift his weapon, Wison turned and left reassured. Time passed quickly, cutting to the training room. After using every ounce of strength, Chial finally hauled the club here, panting from exhaustion. Phew, I finally moved it. I had to use mana to inch it bit by bit. And this isn't even its complete form yet. He said this while rolling his aching shoulder, then recalled the information about the weapon. This is a weapon that can summon thunder, storms, move mountains, and fill seas. If fully unleashed, wouldn't it be like a natural disaster? The only reason I borrowed this demon club is to see whether, if Dark Chi regards it as a weapon, I can absorb it, or if it only fulfills certain conditions. I need to test it. So Dark Chi flowed from Chial's palms, slowly enveloping the club. Then suddenly a voice rang in his head. Huh, stubborn, why do you keep trying things like this? Right after that voice, Chial gasped and collapsed to his knees. Yet his hand clenched with excitement. I can read it. Just by hearing that voice I was thrown back. But if I can read its memories, then I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I can use a weapon even humans cannot wield. Thus time flew by. It was already time for Chial to leave the mountain. Everything's ready, Chial whispered as he slung his backpack on. At the same moment, Uncle Wison's voice sounded behind him. No wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. You're coming back today. Seeing this, Chial turned, nodded, and said, Yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Oh, is that so? Wison said, producing a pouch from nowhere, which made Chial curious and ask, What's that? Wison smiled and answered, Salt. I want to use it to ward off evil when you return. His words twisted Chial's face. It felt like, to him, the protagonist was nothing but a demon to be chased away. But quickly Chial adjusted his mood. Thank you for everything. I'll come visit again. Wison smiled faintly and reminded him, Don't come back empty-handed. Bring me some fine liquor. His cheerful remark made Chial find it hard to believe that just seconds earlier this man wanted to use salt to exorcise him. Then suddenly, Chial asked a different question. Gatekeeper, are you content living on this mountain? To that question, Wison's expression turned slightly annoyed as he replied bluntly, Content or not, what does it matter? This place is mine. I live here because it belongs to me, that's all. It may look like I'm stuck here, but I do go out sometimes. Do you think snacks and liquor just fall from the sky? Stop bothering me, get lost already, he said as he turned. Meanwhile, Chial promised, not now, but someday I will reclaim your name. Those words made Wison halt in his tracks. He glanced back and asked, How do you know that? Without saying more, Chial just smiled faintly. When the time comes, I'll need your help. In another scene, Wison watched Chial's carriage disappear and forced out a laugh. Ha ha ha, how would that kid know? He's a strange one indeed. To explain this, long ago a demon rampaged across the 8 directions. A man captured that demon. It was defeated and released by him, but it refused to accept defeat. The demon challenged the man again. After losing, the demon made 2 vows. First, it must guard the mountain and support new lives. Second, it must create the bloodless dream and choose those capable to undergo the trial. That's what people usually know. However, the truth is somewhat different. A very distant memory began to stir in Wison's mind. The head of the Li clan at that time, after overpowering it, made his demand. Because I won, you must not cause trouble in the human world anymore. As proof of the oath, I will take your name. A name is necessary to bind your spirit to me. But that isn't a bad thing, because one day a child of my blood will return your name to you. Then our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking of these words, Wissen sighed. I suppose in the end it's not so bad. That bastard Hyun really. Will that kid be the one to complete it? Ah, whatever. He said he'd reclaim my name. But then he just left like that, making me hope like this, damn it. Use more salt, that's what I need. Wissen grumbled as he returned to the mountain. Meanwhile, Chial had returned to his clan. By then, the sky had already grown dark. I had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal things, which took quite some time, he thought to himself. When Chial arrived, Butler Choi had already been informed and came out to greet him. Long time no see, young master. Are you well? Seeing him, Chial guessed that Tishin might want to see him, so he asked directly, Has my father called for me? Mr. Choi nodded slightly and stepped aside. Yes, I'll have someone bring your things in, so please go to the main hall to meet the head of the family. And so, Butler Choi began to lead Chial. However, when Chial attempted to enter the master's study, the old man stopped him. Not that way, young master, this way. As they walked, Chial began to realize where they were headed. This must be the master's private training room. Sure enough, inside the training room, Tishin was practicing swordsmanship. Hearing footsteps, the uncle turned and said, So you're here. On his side, after entering, Chial felt his father's power more clearly. He thought to himself, I'm not as surprised as before. I still can't gauge my father's level. With that thought, he bowed slightly and greeted, Father, are you well? Tishin nodded coldly and said, It seems you've achieved some things while you were there, haven't you? Hearing that, the protagonist replied humbly, Yes, but seeing you, I know I still have many shortcomings. His words loosened Uncle Tishin's face a little. He smiled. You learned how to flatter people out there. If so, I'm very disappointed. Seeing his current expression, Chial was a bit surprised and thought to himself, Damn, I was just joking. Father is actually smiling. At the same time, Butler Choi spoke up. The tea is ready, master. Tishin calmly thanked him. Then asked Chial to follow behind him. Next, when the two had sat at the tea table, Tishin asked seriously, How have you been lately? I don't want to hear only your performance reports. I want to hear your thoughts, so I called you here privately. At his father's question, Chial's hands involuntarily clenched. If you want to hear my true thoughts, then. Blah, blah, blah. And so the protagonist began to speak everything he felt. At that time, Uncle Tishin had his own thoughts. This strange feeling. Summoning you isn't to hear a report of your achievements, but to hear your thoughts on this training. This is the first time. Then, after listening, he calmly sipped his tea and whispered, Is that so? You didn't waste your time, did you? Chial smiled and replied, I didn't want to waste the time you granted me. Before he could enjoy the pleasant mood for more than a few seconds, Tishin's tone turned colder as he questioned, Is that why you were late today? To answer, Chial said he had stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors. That is all, sir. That's all. His uncle frowned and asked again, sounding as if he didn't believe his son truly stopped only to pay respects. For his part, knowing it was something he would have to say sooner or later, Chial spoke frankly. I wanted the elders to witness that moment. Across from him, suddenly a terrible pressure radiated from the family head. His face darkened as he growled, You've achieved a little and already become arrogant. Are you saying that to my face? You went to the mountain to pay respects just to boost your reputation. Under the pressure from his father, Chial doubled over like a shrimp, his teeth clenched against the dreadful force. Inside, he shouted, This terrifying pressure. But because of the seal, I need to go to Sungmu Mountain frequently. I don't always have an excuse to go there. Then Chial used all his wits to bluff. It's not just talk. I want them to see our traditions and the acts that show respect. They may have borne me as an illegitimate child, but I also carry the glorious blood of Li. I dare to stand as an example for others." Hearing this, Tishin seemed somewhat pleased. He withdrew his intimidating aura and nodded slightly, saying, "Well done. This time I forgive you, but don't let it make you complacent." On his side, Chial nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm sorry, father." Then Uncle Tishin asked again, "One more thing, there's something you still haven't told me. I allowed you to go to Tianwei Mountain, but I did not permit you to participate in the Bloodless Dream Challenge. You only asked me to let you train there. Deceiving your father is punishable. Come with me." Having said that, he drew his weapon and challenged his son. "Draw your weapon. I'll see what you've achieved while you were there." Elsewhere, Butler Choi apparently knew this already, so he hurried off, bringing the black sword to Chial so he could prepare to take his father's blow. By now, Chial finally understood why he had been brought to the training room. "So this is the reason they brought me to the training ground. It seems my father intended this from the start. He knew everything, didn't he?" Thinking that, he suddenly didn't take the black sword. Instead, Chial transformed his conduit material into a long sword. And indeed, when that sword suddenly appeared, Choi did not seem overly surprised. Instead, he calmly said, "Charge." Hearing that, the protagonist did not hesitate and immediately activated his demon eye skill to probe Tishin. However, moments later, his eyes widened as he looked ahead. "Impossible. I can't see anything, not even mana or the flow of aura, so my demon eye still isn't powerful enough to perceive them. No need to use it anymore. It's only making me lose focus. Against my father, there's no need to probe. Put everything into a single strike." With that thought, Chial concentrated all his power into his souls and lunged forward at high speed. At the same time, he used the Mugen First Form skill, Demon Break, causing his sword to be enveloped in a blue radiance and fire forward like a laser beam. For this attack, Chial even infused it with wind and ice aura. And yet it still didn't cut through to the man. Tishin must at least create some aftershock. That was what Chial expected. However, in response, Tishin merely flicked his sword with extreme lightness and easily shattered the powerful attack. The shockwave produced when the two strikes collided cracked the training ground into many pieces. After finishing, Tishin asked in a deep voice, "Is that the answer you found after meeting him?" Chial replied with steady voice, "Yes. A power that no one else possesses but myself, to continually break and hone that power, aiming to build a solid foundation. That is the answer I found." Tishin stared into Chial's determined eyes and thought to himself that it seemed the boy had chosen a difficult path. He frowned slightly, harboring his own thoughts, but he would neither collapse nor bow his head. Then Tishin flicked his hand and spoke, "Very well, so how about the trial inside the bloodless dream?" He relaxed the sword in his hand. It glowed and then gradually faded. Nervously he answered, "I can't describe it clearly with words." Standing on the cracked tiles from their recent fight, the man said sternly that if you can't put it into words, then it hasn't truly become yours. Tishin handed the sword to the steward standing beside him and continued, "Actually, that attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it?" Chial clenched his hand, hesitated, and replied, "Yes, I know." At his answer, Tishin became pensive and inscrutable. Then Tishin clasped his hands behind his back, turned and walked away. "You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show such mediocrity again, I will surely punish you." Chial immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, "I'm sorry, father." The next question from him made the boy slightly stunned. "From now on, what do you intend to do?" With a serious expression, Chial stepped behind Tishin and slowly said, "About that, I have something to report to you." He blinked in response. "Speak." With permission granted, he began to explain. From now on, I must undertake the Academy's third-year program, but as you know, I surpassed that level long ago. As soon as he finished, Tishin coldly spoke, making him swallow, get to the point. Chial stepped forward one pace and said, I want to experience the world. He placed his hand over his heart with sincere devotion. Please allow me to begin my journey as a martial seeker. Seeing this, the man tilted his head and glanced at Chial. So from the moment you wanted to go to Tianjin, this was your aim. The boy nodded decisively. Yes, that's right. Then Chial hesitated a moment before continuing, however. The greater reason is that I want to improve my own abilities. Tishin bowed his head slightly, his eyes full of thought. Trying to achieve many goals at once, such a habit could one day be the rope that tightens around your neck. He stood straight, feet together, bowed low and replied politely, I will remember. Chial narrowed his eyes and fell into contemplation. This was both advice and a warning. Then suddenly the man spoke again. Right, the journey of a martial seeker. Moonlight bathed the mansion at night, evoking grandeur and an indescribable mystery. The martial journey is the final trial descendants of the ancient Li martial line must undergo. No help from the clan, only training until adulthood and then return. Though there's no fixed test, one must achieve feats recognized by everyone. Chial clasped his hands behind him and stood in the main courtyard deep in thought. 15 was still very young. The usual age to begin the martial journey is around 17 to 18. A dazzling sunlight shone upon him, but this child wasn't the sort to be constrained by what's common. The new move had already proven he possessed power comparable to a level 5 martial artist. Seeing this child, the others would surely be more wary. Tishin slowly turned toward Chial and couldn't help but praise. Very well, I allow you to begin the martial journey. Hearing this, he clenched his hands behind his back in relief. It's done. Suddenly the man's voice rang out again, causing Chial to be surprised, but Tishin's face grew serious as he continued. There are 2 conditions. Cut to a large, spacious building, the administrative office of the ancient Li martial family. Yiheng appeared out of nowhere, smiling brightly and waving to greet him. You've had a hard time, nephew. Chial's cheeks were squeezed hard by his uncle, struggling to form each word he said. Hello, uncle, are you well? Yiheng kept pinching his cheeks, his smile growing more playful. When am I ever not well? Only after a while did his uncle release Chial, hands on his hips as he inspected him, remarking that the boy had clearly grown taller. Startled, Yiheng hurriedly pulled him to a chair. Oh dear, you can't stand like that forever, sit down quickly. Chial replied politely, yes, thank you. Seeing him sit, his uncle sat down beside him and asked kindly if he wanted anything to drink. Chial shook his head slightly to decline. No, thank you. He remembered the lavish meal earlier at home. Young master, eat a bit more. Oh my, what to do, there's not enough food. Ah, it's fine, please stop. Though only a little, the thought still unnerved Chial. Actually, I just ate with my nurse, he said, rubbing his stomach. I'm so full I feel like I'll burst. Yiheng burst out laughing. Ha ha, then that's settled. He looked up at his uncle with some surprise and said, You look tired, uncle. Yiheng rubbed his neck and forced a smile. Dark circles have formed under my eyes. Work has been heavy lately. It's obvious, isn't it? Then Chial grew serious and got to the point. Actually, I have a gift for you. He placed a small wooden box, palm-sized, on the table and pushed it forward shyly. It's nothing special, but it's a pill I refined myself. As he explained to Yiheng, it's not extraordinary, but it will significantly boost your vitality and mana control for a few weeks. His uncle, eager, reached for the box and smiled. My nephew is the only one who thinks of me. Let's see. Saying that, Yiheng opened the box. A strange fragrance rose from the pill. What is that scent? Like pine after rain. He smiled at the pill. Even the mountain watcher had acknowledged this as a good medicine. His uncle held the box and looked up at Chial with some surprise. The mountain watcher, really? Instead of answering, he urged, "Try it, uncle." Yihang nodded, reached into the box for the pill and said, all right." His uncle held the pill, staring at it and thinking that if even a spirit praised it, it must be effective. Then Yihang closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in front of Chial. With his eyes shut, he savored the flavor and the pleasant sensation it brought. This is the real thing. A surge of energy flowed into Yihang's body. If one practiced mana while taking this medicine, the effect would certainly be many times the usual. Then his uncle slowly opened his eyes, surprised. Truly remarkable. Yihang looked at the boy who had produced the pill and commented that besides its rapid effect, it was as good as a spirit medicine. "Did you really make this?" Chial smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, that's right." His uncle rubbed his chin and glanced up at him. "Do you still remember how to make it?" Chial smiled honestly and replied, "Of course, sir. Rare ingredients can also be substituted with other beasts' parts." Yihang snapped the box shut and said, "If that's the case." His face turned serious as he looked at him. "Don't tell anyone, keep it in your head. When you grow up, you can use it in many ways." Chial smiled brightly, thinking his uncle always put him first as ever. Then he nodded politely. "Yes, and I hope you'll help me a lot when the time comes." As soon as he finished speaking, Yihang ruffled Chial's hair hard, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, this kid plans to take advantage of his uncle, huh? Fine, I'll gladly let you use me when the time comes." His uncle suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand. Right. I've heard you're planning to take the martial journey this time." Chial blinked and smoothed his hair, replying, Yes, uncle, I know." Yihang lowered his head slightly, his expression contemplative. "There will be a lot of controversy." He thought of the eyes that would watch and scrutinize him, whispering that the boy would inevitably be accused of favoritism. Since they couldn't touch the eldest, all the resentful looks would fall on Chial. Yihang gently placed the wooden box on the table and said, "To join the martial journey, you need not only the clan leader's permission, but also the approval of the elders." His uncle frowned slightly and glanced at Chial, speaking seriously. "Besides, the elders don't like you. Maybe you should give this up." But Chial only smiled softly and replied that he had anticipated some of those concerns, and so his father had set a condition. Yihang tilted his head in puzzlement and asked, "A condition?" Chial nodded slightly and said, "Yes." Then he looked up at his uncle earnestly and with sincerity. "Because of that, I need your help." Chial threw the door wide open and said excitedly, "It's been a while since I've been back here." He stepped inside and began to stretch, wondering if he should warm up a bit. Suddenly frantic footsteps sounded. Chial's face showed helplessness. "I'm here." Jiowa burst the door open excitedly, smiling brightly as she called out, "My dear nephew." In an instant her excitement turned to a flare of anger as she spat each word. "You brat." Jiowa lunged forward, grabbed his collar and shook him wildly. "How dare you? You're supposed to visit me first, you ungrateful child." Chial panicked and slapped her hands away, shouting, "I was busy. How could I come?" Only then did Jiowa let him go and, jealous, said, "I know you went to see second uncle first." Chial despaired as he rubbed his sore neck, struggling to say, "I thought I was dead. It's just work." She crossed her arms and pouted angrily, retorting, "Don't argue with your aunt, and you're off training to become a warrior. When are you coming back?" Suddenly Jiowa's tone turned serious, catching his attention. "Even so." She reached out to ruffle his hair proudly and praised without stopping. "Your nephew has grown. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your meridians are much firmer." Chial didn't hesitate to boast about his training results. "I've mastered all the aura skills I learned." Hearing that, Jiowa grew even more delighted. "Really? So you've reached 3-star magic?" She smiled and turned to leave. You still need to refine a bit more. Then I have a gift for you, darling. I've completed the incantations for the other aura skills. Want to try them now? He hurriedly said, Auntie, sorry, but I probably can't do that right now. Chial's words made Jiowa pause slightly. Huh. He felt a bit guilty and hesitated while explaining. Just then the door opened again. Well, I'll be quite busy today. A familiar voice rang out, causing both of them to turn and look, still as close to her as before, huh? Light footsteps landed on the floor. Myeonjung smiled kindly as he stepped forward at Chial's call, Big Brother. In the training room filled with combat gear, Jiowa's resolute voice rang out. I told you I'm busy. She angrily prodded his arm repeatedly while scolding him, leaving Myeonjung to force a helpless smile. Now you're here training the youngest. What a lie. He scratched the back of his neck and hurriedly explained, I really was busy, but I did try to help you arrange those incantations, right? Seeing that, Chial's mood turned a bit sad as he thought to himself that he'd even have to ask his busy big brother for help. Then Myeonjung turned to him with praise. Anyway, your notes are excellent and helped me a lot during training. Chial forced a smile and replied, Is that so? That's good, haha. His eyes brightened and he smiled, asking, But are you still all right, Hayoung? He moved closer and answered cryptically, making Chial uneasy. I'm fine, however. Then Myeonjung threw an arm around Chial's neck, pulled him in and ruffled his hair hard. You left for Chinwison without telling me. Chial chuckled and replied, Sorry, Hayoung, at the time you were on a mission. Being ruffled, Chial grinned brightly. Then after returning he was summoned by his father. Myeonjung recalled the conversation he'd had with Tishin in the study. I need you to teach the basics of martial arts to the youngest. Will you do it? Surprised by the offer, he widened his eyes and asked, What? Myeonjung thought to himself that he'd surely teach better than leaving it to the elders. He stroked his chin, pondering, though Tishin isn't one to worry about such matters. Then Myeonjung bowed and quickly accepted, Yes, I will teach him. Just as he placed his hand on the door, Tishin's voice called out, You should prepare to go. Myeonjung turned back and smiled slightly, Thank you, sir. He walked across the courtyard deep in thought. The bloodless dream. He himself had never been allowed that trial, and at this rate of progress. Thinking that, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Tishin ordered him to teach the basics. Thinking that, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Tishin ordered him to teach the basics. Or perhaps, he wanted some competition. In the wide corridor, Myeonjung walked with determination. All right, I need to see for myself how far my brother has come. At that point he reached up and lightly ruffled Chial's hair. 20 years. No, maybe just 10. He might even catch up faster. Chial looked up at Myeonjung sincerely and said, Sorry to bother you when you're so busy. Then he took his hand off Chial's head and generously replied, It's fine. I'm the only one free right now, and I'm holding Manhwa Gijian. Within them, a plentiful energy constantly flowed. The basic techniques, secret methods, and ultimate skills of the Seungmu clan, evidence that someone had inherited all the ancestral arts. It's called the complete inheritance, and it's one of the conditions Father set for my martial journey, to receive all the clan's basic martial teachings. Chial smoothed his hair and asked Myeonjung hesitantly, But will you really be the one to take the lead, Hayoung? Aren't the elders at the academy in charge? He asked in mild surprise, Do you think you'll learn properly from them? Myeonjung rubbed his forehead helplessly and forced a smile, revealing the truth. The dirty tricks during instruction, ambushes at naming ceremonies, political sabotage during promotion exams, being shoved into the worst training class. A new perspective opened for him. He turned to Myeonjung and said, Thank you truly for everything. Myeonjung understood and gave Chial a gentle pat on the shoulder. There. His gaze grew thoughtful. More than that, his brother had matured to this extent. Myeonjung looked at him, half as usual, half as a wellspring of energy continuously flowing through his body. Before, when I focused, I could still see the flow of his mana, but now I can't even predict it. He smiled and ruffled Chial's hair with pride. Still, I wouldn't mind if he caught up. I'm very proud of him. Chial, seeing this, called out helplessly, "Big brother, it seems Myeonjung isn't really paying attention to me right now. I still want to be a brother you always admire, but—" Jiowa appeared out of nowhere between them, her face dark and her low voice menacing. "You kids!" She shouted in displeasure, planning to gossip while the adults are talking. The man beside her hurriedly soothed her. "Calm down, miss." Jiowa put on an offended act and turned to leave. "Fine, I'm going. You're not going to stop me, are you?" Chial suddenly remembered and spoke up. "We'll still meet at dinner tonight, right?" She pouted in mock anger. "I told you you'd train, didn't I? You'll be training until late, right?" He replied, which immediately improved Jiowa's mood. "Training is one thing, but researching with you is another." Hearing that made her smile involuntarily. Studying with someone world-renowned in mana, how could I pass that up? "Sorry, Aunt, but please wait a little longer." Jiowa beamed with pride. "Very well, who told me I'm globally famous? I'll let you off this once." With that, she stepped out the door still smiling and waved. "All right, I'm going because I'm generous, not because of the upcoming show." Chial politely waved back, "Yes, go ahead." He sighed after smoothing his hair. Finally, she's gone. At the same time, Myeonjung calmly smiled and drew his sword. Now the training can truly begin. His sword was sharp and fine. Myeonjung became serious and said, "All right," to fully satisfy the condition father set. Standing before him, Chial now focused even more. "I will train you seriously." In the training hall, the clash of weapons rang out continuously. A week later at Sungmu Estate, practicing basic skills with his big brother was simple yet intense. Myeonjung repeatedly launched techniques at Chial. On this side, he responded just as fiercely. He swung his sword forcefully, causing Chial to stagger back several steps. The time for teaching stances or theory passed in an instant. He grit his teeth and slid across the ground, struggling to stay planted. Rest was only enough for a single breath. Chial braced himself on the ground, head down and panting heavily. This bout was painfully close to real combat. Myeonjung gripped the sword in one hand and placed the other behind his back, calmly stepping through the dust. "I think carving it directly onto the body carries more meaning than teaching by words." He looked at him with eyes glowing orange and said in a deep voice, "You're watching with mana eyes, right? Move with feeling." When he finished speaking, Chial slammed his sword into the ground. He cried out and painfully pushed himself up. Chial stomped hard on the ground, then dashed forward at speed, shouting "Haya." He decisively thrust his sword at Myeonjung, thinking to himself that he could clearly read the flow with his mana eyes, yet his body wouldn't obey his will. Chial's eyes flared red as he launched attack after attack without pause. The sword strikes came from angles structurally impossible to withstand. Neither muscle nor even joints could bear it. Suddenly Myeonjung spoke calmly. "You thought that move was too much, didn't you?" He startled and stepped back, eyes wide in surprise as the man had somehow dashed in like a storm. "Wrong, members of the Lee Sung-mu line are even sturdier than you think." Chial stood dumbfounded with the sword tip nearly at his eyes. A red flash lit his gaze. He leaned back to dodge Myeonjung's thrust move. He was slightly surprised to see Chial able to evade his strike. Has he really caught up this much? Myeonjung grabbed his collar and pulled sharply. Solid foundation, quick to absorb. This isn't the child who couldn't perform such moves before. His outer coat fell away. Even I have never been allowed into the bloodless wood trial. Could this be the insight he gained from there? Myeonjung rolled up his shirt sleeve. Very well, you seem to be keeping up. Then I'll raise the difficulty a notch. He smiled meaningfully, tightened his grip on the sword that gleamed amid a blaze of blue aura, and taunted, let's see how far you can follow. Feeling the power radiating from Myeonjung, Chial trembled slightly. Damn, he's really serious now. The evening light streamed through the training room windows as his voice rang out. Today's training ends here. Myeonjung smiled sheepishly and scratched his neck in apology. Ah, I'm sorry. He looked down at Chial sitting exhausted on the ground, battered and sweaty and covered in dust, and said awkwardly, it seems I went a bit too far during practice. Chial only managed a weary smile in reply. It's fine. This is what training should be like. A hand reached out toward him as Myeonjung's voice said, that's enough. Then he pulled Chial to his feet. It seems you've gotten the feel of it somewhat. Because of that, you can stand more easily. Thanks. Yes, didn't you say the Lee Sung-mu lineage has very sturdy bodies? A large blue energy radiated from his body. The Sung-mu family members' bodies were indeed much tougher than ordinary people. Tendons like steel cables, muscles supple, and elastic like rubber. Chial looked down at his hand thoughtfully. Such a powerful body grows even stronger with each training session. He clenched his fist and looked up at Myeonjung with a determined smile. So even if it's hard to apply techniques that heavily strain the body, it's okay. Because of that, I realize that's where foundational skill begins. He smiled slightly and replied, yes, your comprehension is very good. In fact, you've applied it to your footwork as well. Chial scratched his head in embarrassment. After only a week of hard training, I've only grasped that much. I'm still far behind. Myeonjung, hearing that, looked surprised and chuckled. He says he's still behind. Normally, basic training takes months to take shape. He's doing very well. He smiled, bent down to pick up his outer jacket and said, truly commendable. Stop by the infirmary and have those external injuries properly treated. Myeonjung turned to leave smiling and patted Chial's shoulder. Then, see you at this time tomorrow. Chial replied seriously, yes. Today I'll review a bit of what I learned. He stepped outside, the door shut, and he didn't forget to leave a reminder. All right, but don't overdo it. Chial finally let out a sigh, as if some weight and pressure had been lifted. Once more he looked at his hands and thought to himself, it really does feel real. Chial recalled the times he'd executed moves. The basic principles of the infinite technique had systematized motion based on boundless application and endless variation. He then remembered the training battle with Myeonjung, the family's foundational art, which leverages the body's nature to push physical capability to its limit. Chial was astonished to realize that the patterns of the two were eerily similar. He felt every stream of energy flowing through his body. The difference, if any, was that the foundational art centers on the body, whereas the infinite revolves around weapons. Chial furrowed his brow in thought. This made grasping the foundational art easier than expected. Perhaps both sprang from the same root. He glanced aside, recalling the figure that had appeared in his mind. Back then, in Infinite's memory, I had seen someone bearing Sung-mu traits. Indeed, Infinite seemed to have a very close connection with our family. Chial clenched his fist and thought inwardly, feeling as if he'd uncovered a secret no one suspected. A smile curved his lips as he said, it seems time will pass very quickly. Later, everyone was seated around the long table in the Sung-mu clan Patriarch's Council Hall. The chamber door opened softly with a sound. Chialjung shuffled in, leaning on his cane, smiling kindly as he said, please forgive my lateness. He looked toward Yihang, who sat calmly with folded arms. Well, a steward busy with 100 duties yet taking the leisure to attend. The uncle replied coldly that he had often used busyness as an excuse for not attending regularly, so this time he thought he should come. Chialjung raised an eyebrow and picked up the teacup from the table. Is that so? Then he leisurely took a sip and remarked, You must have heard about the youngest branch's warrior trial, right? The others shouted in discontent. Of course, honorable elders, a green brat is being allowed warrior status. What kind of propriety is that, and he's a mere secondary son to boot? While those beside Yihang joined the argument, the uncle remained silent and calm. It was said that arrogant fellow had personally petitioned the clan head, claiming that since he returned from the celestial demon mountain, he should be allowed to pass. Chialjung glanced over and slowly set his cup down. It seems you all have misunderstood. The clan head has not made a final decision. He instructed the elder council to discuss and decide. One of them hesitated, then the final decision rests with us. The man beside him said boldly, At this point we should just veto it outright. Chialjung forced a smile and stroked his beard. HM, it isn't that simple. Recalling Chial's fierce fighting, he said the clan head noted the boy possessed combat power equivalent to a rank 5 warrior, and even surpassed the bloodless dream trial. Therefore there's no legitimate reason to refuse. Chialjung's gaze darkened and his voice grew low as if plotting. Therefore, faced with a secondary son disrupting our traditional order, we must present a suitable pretext. Has anyone devised a fitting course of action? Suddenly a hand shot up. Yihang spoke confidently, I would like to say a few words. Throughout the council murmurs rose, yet only Yihang remained calm and attentive. Li Tihang never took sides in political matters. The uncle always stood alone, unaffiliated. The elders regarded Li Tihang as a neutral who wished to stay clean while avoiding commitment. Yihang sat with folded arms regardless of events, so when they saw Li Tihang attend this meeting, all the elders drew the same conclusion. He came to side with that boy, since both of them are bastards. Until now the uncle had shown no reaction, calmly listening to everyone. But at this moment Yihang suddenly opened his eyes with an extremely serious look. And of course Li Tihang knew this well. The uncle looked at them thinking, their intentions are as clear as day, these old snakes. And the matter they were discussing concerned the next examinations, the 3 tests that a direct blood member of the Sung Mu clan must undergo, the selection, the naming ceremony of fate, and the warrior's journey. Those who passed all 3 would be considered senior members of the clan. Countless privileges would fall upon them like papers from the sky. They would gain many rights and approvals, including the right to attend and voice opinions at major council meetings. Honestly, it was no different from the treatment of a former elder. Yihang quietly slipped his hand into the other sleeve. There was no way these shallow elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would accept such a thing. The uncle suddenly realized, wait a moment, this kid. Don't tell me he brought that divine elixir just to ask for this honor. Yihang sighed softly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Chial, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. The uncle politely raised his hand and said, May I express an opinion? This unexpected move by Yihang drew Chialjung's attention. What does the steward want to say? Then he smiled meaningfully and said, I've heard the steward has a rather close relationship with that kid. The uncle felt disgusted inwardly, thinking his tone was truly malicious. Yet outwardly Yihang displayed warmth and friendliness without revealing any weakness. With such effort, how could I hate the boy? Chialjung propped his hand on the table and rested his chin as if probing the uncle, then said, however, I think this matter is going a bit far. Are you saying it's going too far? Yihang remained unperturbed and calmly replied, Yes, the boy has sufficient evidence, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedure. The youngest must understand there are matters one cannot act on at will. Chialjung chuckled smugly, not noticing the corner of Yihang's mouth curl into a smile. Ho, I thought the steward disliked tradition and protocol. The uncle fumed inwardly, thinking what a meddlesome old man. Yet he had to maintain his image and proper demeanor outwardly. It's not that I don't understand their importance, I just want to avoid them because, as a man of progress, handling issues rigidly can cause trouble. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. I understand your point, steward. Qiaozheng tilted his head and asked, so, what solution do you propose? In the council chamber, Yihang's calm voice echoed. If the council has no reason to refuse, we only need to create one. Honestly, this issue isn't that complicated. The uncle placed his hand neatly on the table and said confidently, ultimately the only problem is that the youngest has not proven himself. Qiaozheng glanced at Yihang with implication. Didn't the clan head acknowledge that the boy's strength equals that of a rank 5 warrior? However, the uncle immediately retorted, refusing to yield. But can the clan head make that public? He narrowed his eyes with scheming intent. Who? Yihang's hands gripped the table tighter as he continued. Then. The uncle clenched his teeth thinking, damn brat, do as you wish. Yihang sat up straight, looked directly at everyone, and declared firmly, I think we should simply create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Qiaozheng, surprised, hastily asked, you mean create an opportunity? You don't mean a match, right? The uncle nodded, confidently confirming, which set the other sect leaders whispering. That's it. Considering what the youngest has done, we will not refuse. He slightly raised an eyebrow, his deep, meaningful gaze fixed ahead as he asked slowly, so who should he fight? Yihang confidently suggested, isn't the person who most recently completed the warrior's path the most suitable? But the 7th young master, Yihak, would never agree to this. It's not his style. Qiaozheng stroked his beard thoughtfully, picturing Xiao Ah brandishing a knife with fierce intent. What about the 6th young master? The uncle nodded slightly and replied, wouldn't Xiao Ah be a suitable choice? If there's any problem, we can set limits for Xiao Ah. He felt quite pleased, thinking to himself that it wasn't a bad idea. Qiaozheng could already imagine her hate-filled face upon meeting him again. Moreover, as Lady Beak said, the 6th young master harbors strong hostility toward that brat. He smiled and raised his voice a bit. I think this approach isn't bad. What do the other elders think? The others had no objections. I also think it's a pretty good plan. It's acceptable to me. Everyone agreed with the proposal. If the main elder consents, then I have no objections. I think so too. Then Qiaozheng's voice rang out. Then let's adjourn the meeting here. As dusk fell, a voice praised him. You did well today, steward. Yihang paused and turned an elder. Qiaozheng stepped through the threshold against the light, his cane clacking as he shuffled forward. He smiled kindly and probed the uncle. It seems I misjudged you. What made you change your view so quickly? Yihang replied calmly, as I said earlier. Qiaozheng tapped his cane and nodded understandingly. I already know of your loyalty to the clan. Suddenly he struck his cane hard on the wooden floor and said, but listen, steward. Qiaozheng's eyes now looked different, his tone carrying a warning. Even the smallest details matter in performance. But Yihang only gave a sheepish laugh. Then he rubbed the back of his neck and replied, performance. I don't quite understand what you mean. Each of his words echoed in a way that made the uncle pause. The eyes, the tone, even every single word. Having said that, Qiaozheng smiled and passed Yihang, but didn't forget a gentle reminder. You, steward, keep calling him the youngest while everyone else calls him that bastard. While the uncle's pale face had hardened and no longer wore the amiable expression he used with him, Qiaozheng's back receded down the dim corridor, and a low voice murmured, anyway. In the training hall, the aftermath of the previous battle, cracked ground in many places, still remained. 3 weeks later at the Sungmu grounds, Qial's confident voice rang out. Today might mark the end of this training period. Myeongjung feigned mild surprise, then watched him draw his sword from its sheath and said, really? You were beaten to a pulp just yesterday. Chiao leaned, readying his stance. Don't you feel the same, elder brother? Myeonjung smiled, lowered his stance and prepared to spring into combat. Then let's see. With that he swung his sword and lunged at him. Chiao frowned, observing each of Myeonjung's movements intently. He brought his sword up and successfully blocked the strike. Then Chiao swung his blade and knocked Myeonjung back. He smiled with delight and launched another attack, not forgetting to praise him. Good, that's the stance. Chiao continued to block Myeonjung's next sword strike. His eyes suddenly lit with a golden gleam, sixth sense and mystic sight. Through training, these supernatural abilities could detect every path of the sword. At that moment Chiao lunged and raised his sword, seizing the initiative to attack him. I can block them all. His eyes went pale and vacant. He then swung down in a slash toward Myeonjung. Myeonjung could also parry his blow. Their collision produced a minor tremor that kicked up dust and sent small stones flying everywhere. Myeonjung gripped his sword tightly, was knocked back by Chiao and skidded across the ground. And Chiao himself couldn't avoid being tossed aside. Seeing that, he couldn't help but laugh. Myeonjung sat on the sandy ground, clutching his head and laughing heartily. You've mastered the basic skills now. Those took me 3 months to perfect. You're truly a genius. He exhaled deeply, dizzy as he rubbed his head, thinking, 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and only 33 days to apply mana and perfect them. Chiao widened his eyes at Myeonjung's outstretched hand. He never failed to surprise me. He smiled brightly and said, I officially recognize that you've fully mastered the basic skills. Myeonjung's clear voice rang in his ear, and it seemed the younger brother understood more than that. Chiao smiled, both pleased and helpless. I really can't hide anything from my elder. He reached up, took his hand, and replied, Yes, I'm also training my teleportation. Myeonjung immediately asked, Want me to help? They clasped hands warmly. Chiao happily answered, I'd be very grateful if you would. Fog lay thick among the withered trees, black, gnarled branches reaching up, both gloomy and cold. A powerful knife stroke plunged down and dragged out, followed by a curse. The pathetic, useless lot put on a show of ferocity. Xiao Ah shoved her hands into her pockets, her face displaying complete, utter boredom. She lowered her head, her face clouded over. This was all because of that bastard, stuck with these annoying tasks. Each step Xiao Ah took on the waterpock ground, her mother still angry. She stepped over countless monster corpses, muttering as she walked. All of it was because of him. Suddenly, one of the monster corpses twitched. Then it let out a huge roar. It opened its mouth, razor-sharp teeth lunging at Xiao Ah as if to devour her. But Xiao Ah kept her hands in her pockets and walked on nonchalantly. So, a flash of radiant red light suddenly streaked past. The knife, wrapped in blazing red mana, drove straight into the monster's head. She angrily raised her hand, flames blazing small and fierce. Eyes wide, she shouted that she had said she was bored. Xiao Ah stared dead-eyed as the flaming knife pierced the monster's skull. She decisively reached in and pulled the knife free from its head. Then Xiao Ah retracted the knife into her hand. This was my 21st task. She gritted her teeth in anger. They were all troublesome jobs like exterminating rampaging monster packs. Normally, I only do 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. After that, Xiao Ah strolled through the dark, bitterly cold forest. The final 5 appointments had finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will return too. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared behind her and bowed respectfully. Greetings, miss. Xiao Ah widened her eyes and glanced at him. A deep voice rang out. State your identity. He answered earnestly. I am Gaguk of Company 12 of the Black Sword Corps. At this, she froze, turned, and hurriedly asked, the Black Sword Corps. Xiao Ah looked at the hooded stranger as he respectfully placed a hand on his chest and asked puzzledly why the clan chief's personal guard would come here. He wore a mask that hid his face, so his true features couldn't be seen. Only his voice could be heard. "I bring a message from the clan chief." Then he whispered some information that was hard to make out. Upon hearing it, Xiao Ah gave a cold laugh and exclaimed, "That arrogant bastard." Then she let out a loud, eerie laugh. She even kept stabbing the knife repeatedly into a nearby tree. Xiao Ah lowered her face. It was unclear what expression showed, perfect timing. He had just dug his own grave with his own hands. She wore a crooked, mocking smile, eyes wide and a shrill laugh escaping, saying the clan chief is really something. Then Xiao Ah glanced down at the man and told him, "Inform his lordship that I have received the message." His respectful voice replied and then vanished. "Yes, miss." She gripped the knife in her hand until sparks flew, feeling intensely excited. "I've been really looking forward to this." Saying that, Xiao Ah drove the knife harder into the tree, causing the emanating mana to blaze brightly. "I will crush you into the mud, Li Qiao." On a beautiful, clear morning, Qiao stepped forward, gently opened the door and leaned in to peek. "Sorry I'm late, sir. My training ran a bit long." When Yihang saw you finally appear, he immediately turned and beamed with delight. "You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basics. What's left to practice?" Qiao replied very politely, "Yes, there are still a few things I want to test." The uncle watched you pull out a chair and sit down slowly, then got to the main point. "The detailed schedule has been announced, so I've come to discuss it." Chial sat upright in the chair opposite Yihang and smiled slightly, answering, "If there's an official notice, I will come to see you." The uncle sighed heavily at that. Yihang looked him squarely in the eye and asked seriously, "Aren't you nervous?" But Chial remained calm and asked back, "What's there to be nervous about?" His gaze darkened slightly, and the smile on his lips curved with meaning. "Everything is unfolding just as I predicted." Chial recalled everything he'd done before. His father had approved the warrior expedition, but had set two conditions. Next came the joint training sessions with Myeongjong. The first condition was to master all basic combat techniques. Fortunately, thanks to his brother's guidance and what he'd learned about mana techniques, he achieved it quickly. The second condition was also the hardest for Chial, as Tishin told him. The second was the toughest: convince the Elder Council President. Chial was stunned by that. "Excuse me." Tishin looked at him seriously and replied, "You may use any means necessary if you can't persuade them." The next thing he said made Chial a bit anxious. The warrior expedition would not be approved. After that he sat alone, racking his brain for ways to proceed. In his current position, it would be difficult to interfere with the elders' affairs. Suddenly Chial let out a sound as if he'd realized something. He put a hand to his chin and smiled confidently. "So I decided to create the most advantageous stage for myself." Next, Chial went to see Yihang to ask a favor. Using a demonstration as an excuse, arrange a match with 6th senior sister. Have you steer things that way so the elder president will have no reason to refuse. At that moment, he formally set a new move for himself. He wanted to engineer a situation that would grant him the right to travel. The ability to turn circumstances is essential in politics. This matter itself was part of the test. Yihang sighed again in a way Chial didn't fully understand, causing him to look up slightly. "Ha, I just don't know how you can be so calm." He answered still very composed, "Is that so? Because I trust that you've arranged things properly." The uncle held his head and shook it lightly. "That's not what I meant." Yihang spoke with worry. "That girl, I heard you don't get along with her." Chial sat silently and listened to what Yihang said. With Xiao Ah's personality, even a match wouldn't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? He replied calmly, I have a debt to repay to sixth sister." As soon as he finished, the uncle slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Then Yihang shouted loudly, "Exactly." The uncle, unable to understand, raised his voice. "Couldn't that be dealt with later? Why force yourself into a situation like this?" Yihang's hand on the table tightened slightly. "It's not that I don't think you can do it." Then he collapsed back into his chair. Yihang held his head, feeling sad, pitying, and worried for Chiao. "I'm afraid you'll get hurt somehow." Seeing him like that, Chiao thought to himself that his uncle really did care for him. Just as emotions swelled, Yihang stretched his face into a drawn-out wail, looking pathetic. "What am I to do now, Chiao?" He could only smile helplessly and say, "Or, leave it be." Chiao's expression softened, filled with feeling, and he uttered his most sincere thanks. "Thank you, uncle, for caring." You remember the wild look from Xiao A's position. Sixth sister will probably try to beat you senseless. Along with the scrutinizing stares from the elders will have an excuse to bind you. Chiao's hand clenched, and he lightly struck the table. This match isn't just about the warrior expedition. Then he stood up briskly and spoke seriously, while still reassuring Yihang. "If I lose, it'll be troublesome, but don't worry." Chiao curled his palm into a fist and smiled with confident determination. "In this match, no matter what, I will win." Amid thunderous cheers echoing through the stands, the central training ground lit up under the sun. The Elder Council quickly issued the official announcement and pushed the bout forward, and before long the venue was set. The central training ground. In the waiting room bright with lamps, the largest and widest arena of the Sungmu clan, the same place that had held the selection ceremony. Chiao cast a glance around and pulled on his black outer coat, thinking to himself that they wouldn't let things pass quietly. He smiled faintly and exhaled. Without a doubt, this is the Grand Elder's scheme. Outside was a very large arena with room for countless spectators. The central ground had stands encircling the central ring. Clearly they wanted to publicly shame me and crush my morale. Chiao closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled, but that wasn't a problem for me. Suddenly someone stepped up and pulled the waiting room door open. More importantly, Joa appeared, her beautiful face filled with worry, stammering, "Aunt." You looked at her still anxious, fidgeting with her hands. All day long she had worn that expression. Chiao stepped closer, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's really bothering me." She sighed and brushed it off. "No, it's nothing." His voice came out a bit loud, making Joa flinch. "You've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing?" She lowered her head and snapped angrily. "All the things this clan decides on its own. I hate their whispers and backroom scheming." Joa clenched the white dress she was wearing, bowing her head with worry and restlessness. "She's a rank 4 warrior and you just reached rank 5. The gap between rank 4 and rank 5 is enormous." Chiao looked at her calmly and said, "That's why sixth sister will be limited in magic. She won't be allowed to use secret techniques or finishing moves, right?" Joa lowered her head and answered hesitantly, "Yes, I know." She put her hands out. They were visibly trembling nonstop, her voice a bit fearful and anxious. What if you really lose?" Joa clutched her head in panic, her eyes darting around as she whispered, I magic. If only I had taught you more diligently. If only I had revealed Mujuan to the clan sooner." Then a clear, respectful voice rang out, startling her into alertness. "Please stop, Elder Lee Kyunghwa." Gawa, who had somehow appeared at her side, smiled confidently. "The young master will win, just like he always has." She narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, put an arm around Joa's shoulder and reassured her. "As your teacher, shouldn't you offer a word of encouragement?" Her eyes still drooped. The heavy feeling and worry hadn't fully left, but she tried. Chiao looked at Joa and thought to himself that she was like a trembling young animal. Perhaps she, too, had lost something within the Sungmu clan. A solitary image of her surfaced in his mind. I don't know your past, aunt, but if I wanted to, I could easily investigate it all. Chial, very clear-headed, pushed the thought aside, though I intentionally did not. Then he gently lifted his foot, because I believe that one day you will tell me yourself. Chial walked up to Jiowa with a bright smile and instead comforted her. Aunt, this is not the time to be gloomy. You should feel encouraged. Jiowa tilted her head, looking at his confident face and smile, feeling uplifted. Her yellow eyes widened in surprise, her lips parted at his cryptic words, and even better, there came an unexpected turn. A voice called from outside, making Chial immediately look up and pay attention. Young master, it's time to go out. He didn't forget to turn back, smile at Jiowa and say, watch closely, aunt. I will not lose. Chial grabbed his sword, clenched it in his hand, and stepped out confidently and radiantly. Cheer loudly from the stands. If you cheer too quietly, I might get sad. He himself felt a little nervous as he walked down the long corridor leading to the arena. It's been a long time since I walked this corridor. Chial suddenly stopped, pondering inwardly. Since birth, I have constantly tried to prove myself. Then he strode again toward the light at the end of the corridor. Now is the time to close that chapter of proof. Chial tightened his grip on the sword and smiled as if reassuring himself. Let's go. The stands around the arena were packed. People had arrived very early, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. He stepped into the arena with a steady bearing. Chial glanced toward the nearest row of seats above the arena. There sat Tishan with a stern expression, his wife beside him, and father and Lady Beak. Along with that were the elders' seats where Yihang and Qiaojung appeared. Even he and the elders were present. Suddenly a sharp, sour voice rang out that made him glance over. Hey, you arrogant bastard child. Xiao Ah stood opposite and spoke with contempt. Is that neck of yours always held so high and smug? She sneered to show her attitude. I've never liked that neck of yours. Xiao Ah casually tossed the knife in her hand. Just a bastard always acting like they're so great. It's obnoxious. Then she caught the knife, pointed it at Chial with a confident, provocative smile and said, Today I'll break that neck, get ready. He tilted his head and smiled dangerously, replying, I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee stood between them, raised his hand high and called out loudly, Then, start now. The match between 6th Miss and 9th Young Master begins. With the referee's permission, both placed a hand on their weapons simultaneously. Ready in their fighting stances, ready. Chial closed his eyes briefly to feel the atmosphere around him. As soon as the referee shouted begin, he opened his eyes. Chial's eyes burned brightly and many rays of energy, eyes radiated around him. But in an instant Xiao Ah had appeared behind him, holding a knife already blazing with fire. Chial was astonished at her speed. He glanced back to see Xiao Ah's knives hurtling toward him, when had she gotten behind him. You remained rooted in place in silence while 3 knives flew in from behind, 3 throwing blades coming from the rear. And in front of Chial, 2 other blazing knives were launched, 2 more blades ahead. He hadn't even had time to see her throw them. Xiao Ah saw him pressed from both sides and smiled smugly, throwing blade technique. Her knife was singed and flared with mana flames, a skill where she infused mana and energy into the blade before throwing it, a unique technique the 6th sister discovered herself. Its name was given for the image of falling flames, firefall. 5 blazing throwing blades surrounded Chial, and he still stood frozen in place, unable to evade them. Chial's eyes suddenly lit up. The black sword he held radiated pure black power, then the violent energy skill. Chial gripped the sword and slammed it hard into the ground, creating a column of lightning striking the center of the arena, causing the surrounding earth to tremble slightly. The thunder strike variation. The incoming throwing blades were blasted aside by the impact. Xiao Ah was no exception. She staggered back a few steps, horrified. Dust and smoke filled the arena, completely hiding Qiao. Only a dark silhouette remained standing. As the smoke cleared, his face appeared wearing a smile. Calmly he said, "I've heard a lot about Sixth Sister's marvelous throwing blade techniques." Qiao confidently pointed his sword straight at her, his voice challenging. "But it's not as impressive as I expected." Hearing that, Xiao Ah became furious, grinding her teeth as she plunged a hand into her green robe to find something. She pulled out another knife and yelled, "You're finished." With that she gripped the knife and lunged swiftly at Qiao. She stabbed angrily in rapid succession, but Qiao could still dodge those strikes. Brat still wet behind the ears, daring to speak arrogantly, "Huh." Xiao Ah's eyes widened wildly as blazing throwing blades rose one after another. "I'll crush you head-on." Immediately they were launched straight at Qiao. Yet facing the blades, he calmly observed her actions and gestures, silently evaluating them. Sixth Sister moved like an acrobat, using multiple blades at once, striking from skewed, unnatural angles. Such a technique is impossible without superior reflexes and situational judgment. A satisfied smile appeared on Chial's face, but he took a running start and then launched himself like an arrow. That was what I wanted to bait her into doing. Both charged at each other at once. Neither would yield, forcing her into a direct attack. Chial swung his sword, slicing past Xiao Ah's face and successfully cutting away the incoming throwing blades. He clenched the sword. A surge of electricity radiated from Chial's blade. Mugen's first technique awakened. The sky suddenly brightened with crisscrossing lightning as he raised the sword high. It flashed with thunder, demon pierce. Xiao Ah widened her eyes at the bolts cascading down. A thought flashed through her mind. Dangerous. Xiao Ah immediately brought two throwing blades forward to block Chial's attack. This is really dangerous. Thunder exploded across the clear sky as he thrust his sword straight at her, causing a massive lightning discharge to erupt violently, the ground itself trembling at the unimaginably powerful strike. Xiao Ah's forward footprint on the ground had long since cracked and shattered. She gripped the two knives, which were almost shattered from the previous strike. Xiao Ah knelt on the ground, gritted her teeth and looked up. He had reduced the force at the last moment by stepping back as the swords collided. She looked down at the pitiful knife in her hand. That bastard used swordsmanship like a family heirloom. Xiao Ah tossed the broken knife aside, eyes sharp as she stared at Qiao. She must not let that strike land. She picked up another knife. She rose to face him and said, "So you actually have some tricks, but sadly that move." Xiao Ah clenched the two blazing knives and charged fiercely, shouting loudly, "You should have saved that for a more important moment." Qiao watched her speed carefully, assessing silently. Faster than before, yet she lunged straight in again. At the same time, he swung his sword up. But Xiao Ah spun several times in midair to dodge Qiao's strike. Very quickly she reappeared behind him, turning defense into offense. "What, speechless now? Come on, argue back." Qiao nimbly raised his sword to block Xiao Ah's unexpected blow. Then they crashed into each other, exchanging rapid strikes. Weapons clanged across the arena floor in fast, unpredictable combos. He frowned and raised his sword to parry Xiao Ah's knife. He blocked it, but its speed made counterattacking difficult. Qiao's eyes suddenly shone with golden light. Sixth Sister. He could read each of her movements and make judgments. "I can see everything." Qiao tilted his head to evade the knife Xiao Ah thrust. "Instinct told me the blade's path, and my demon eye pinpointed every direction they came from." He let out a small, satisfied smile. "The reason I insisted on dueling Sixth Sister." With fiery eyes, he wore a confident smile amid the thunder-filled battlefield, thinking to himself that his ability was her greatest weakness. Xiao shivered in stunned surprise when she saw that gaze, the demonic eye. She hurriedly composed herself, lowered her stance back into combat readiness. The advantage of short blades lies in mystery and agility, but if seen through, the fighting style is constrained. Xiao recalled Qial's earth-shattering strike and thought that he still dared to suppress her with close combat power, then counter like before. She glanced at the magic shackles on her ankles and wrists and cursed under her breath. Damn this mana limit. If it were unlocked by just 10% more, I could use high-tier aura skills. Xiao remembered the times she continuously hacked monsters everywhere. For a year, she had only thought of avenging that bastard, crushing him, shattering his pride. Xiao stood among the corpses of monsters, panting with exhaustion, intending to torment him until he begged for mercy. Along with that came a savage, satisfied smile. She hadn't expected it to come to this. Xiao reveled in her thoughts. Me, among all these people. Then Qial's voice rang out and snapped her back. Still got energy to daydream, huh? Without knowing when, he had appeared right in front of Xiao, smiling and reminding her, "You'd better focus, understand." Qial swung his sword. She nimbly brought the two throwing knives in her hands forward to block. But compared to his strength, she was still somewhat weaker. Xiao trembled as she defended, clicking her tongue in annoyance, tusk. Suddenly, her whole body burst into red flames. I didn't intend to use this. This also took Qial by surprise. A current of electricity spread out, running into his body. It moved toward Qial's heart and enveloped it, successfully locking it down. He stared down in shock, thinking to himself that his mana channels had been sealed. Sensing something was wrong, Qial immediately sprang back a few steps. Seeing him retreat, Xiao mocked, "So you can think after all." She screamed with a crazed look in her eyes, "No mana, you're just a useless bug." Qiao remained calm, watching Xiao and silently guessing, is she using a psychic ability? A type of energy wormed deep into the body to reach the heart, the psychic power of Sixth Sister Li Xiao, the ability to bend an opponent's mana channels and misdirect control. This is mana sealing. If the opponent's mana is stronger, it can be resisted, but if not, even knowing it, they're still bound. Xiao laughed triumphantly when she saw him frozen in place. You're finished. But there was something Qial kept hidden deep inside, one thing Sixth Sister did not know. Moments later, she had to widen her eyes in shock. Impossible. Seeing a stream of blue mana coiling around him made Xiao exclaim in surprise. How can he still use mana? Meanwhile, Qial smiled inwardly with confidence. His mana technique was unlike anyone else's. Amid the thunderous cheers of thousands of spectators, there among the crowd a girl couldn't help but tremble and pray, "Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Because my nephew is very talented." At that moment, Jiowa's face clearly showed her inner unease. She kept trembling, clasping her hands in prayer, subconsciously trying to reassure herself. Yes, this time won't be like before. But if he falls into the same situation again? Jiowa was so frightened that Gawa beside her kept calling, "Elderly Jiowa," but she couldn't hear a word. Then what am I supposed to do? She didn't dare face reality, so the black-haired girl's eyes stayed tightly shut. Suddenly the commentator's voice cut through Jiowa's thoughts. "He's okay, right?" Hearing that, she startled and opened her eyes wide. A young spectator nearby also exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect him to develop so far. His foundation is frighteningly solid." A spectator behind the black-haired girl curiously asked, "What kind of aura skill is that?" His companion replied immediately, "Isn't it one of Sumuiga's mana techniques? They say that illegitimate kid is only 15. Hearing their discussion about her nephew, Jiowa stared down at the arena in astonishment. Down in the arena, Chial's dark golden eyes blazed as he charged forward with his sword. Kang Chi technique Thunder Wrath. This strike hit with such force that the ground shattered. Xiao An nimbly dodged the attack. While she was still off balance from evading the previous blow, Chial didn't stop and swung his sword hard from behind. He then used Kang Chi technique, Yan La, to continue his assault on Xiao A. This time she was still leaning back, making it extremely difficult to evade this strike. Glowing red strands from the black-haired boy's technique wrapped tightly around her body. Xiao A, tightly restrained, immediately collapsed to the ground. She quickly used Kang Chi technique Gale, a powerful move that sliced through the red strands created by Yan La. After taking several full hits from the black-haired boy, Xiao A grew increasingly battered. She glared in fury, clutching a small knife in her hand. Seeing Xiao A break free, Chial couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She used Gale to cut through Yan La. Up in the stands, Jiowa couldn't believe her eyes. She thought to herself, Thunder Wrath, Yan La, Gale, these are the aura skills my nephew and I once created together, all those tangled emotions. As if being cleansed, thinking this, she clenched her hands into fists. Jiowa's eyes shone as she looked at her nephew. That's right, you must win. Because you are a genius. A bright smile appeared on her face, a fierce confidence in Chial. Dust on the arena was beginning to settle as Xiao A stood frozen for a moment. Impossible. I must have sealed his mana source with my skill, so how can he still use mana? She couldn't accept what had happened, her eyes wide. Chial and Xiao A now stood opposed to each other. The black-haired boy thought to himself, there's one thing my sixth sister doesn't know. My mana method differs from ordinary people. It can operate on mana veins alone, he thought, smiling slightly as the sword in his hand began to absorb the abundant energy from around him. Once he felt he had enough energy, Chial didn't hesitate and shouted, now charge in. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shrunk considerably, and Xiao A now found herself on the defensive. The black-haired boy's sword slashed down in her stunned bewilderment, too fast. But just as the blade was about to strike, she forced herself backward to avoid it. To dodge that attack, Xiao A had to skid a long distance. Her hands trembled violently now. Xiao A cursed angrily, damn you. Before she could even gather her bearings, Chial swung his sword again. Once more Xiao A struggled backward to evade the move, and the ground where she had stood was cleaved by his blade. Seeing the force behind Chial's swing, she couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. I can't be pressured back like this. Suddenly Xiao A sensed a terrifying killing intent gradually enveloping her. She startled and glanced up toward the stands. Xiao A's pulse raced as she looked at the person applying that pressure. That person stared at her with jade-green eyes. The woman wore a pristine white outfit, with dark green hair and beautiful jade-green eyes, yet her expression was terrifying. Xiao A looked back at the woman, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly her body trembled, and Xiao A's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something. I. She couldn't contain her emotions when faced with the woman's cold stare, and Xiao A's hands twitched the knife. A blazing stream of fiery energy erupted from within her, and Xiao snarled, "It's all that damned illegitimate brat's fault." Chial quickly recognized something was wrong, an enormous amount of mana. She's forcibly drawing mana. Isn't she paying attention to her wounds? The two small knives in Xiao A's hands were now enveloped in immense mana. Soon the other knives scattered on the ground, slowly lifted as well. Xiao A poured all her strength into controlling those blades. A roaring, blazing red energy surged around her. She raised her hand and sent the knives soaring into the air. This was her secret technique, shooting star. I'll kill you. With that, she decisively brought her hand down, her eyes flashing with madness. In the stands, Yihang sprang to his feet and shouted, "That's a violation of the rules. Stop it now." But his words came too late as the knives, guided by Xiao Ah, hurtled toward Chiao. He showed no panic or intention to dodge. He stood calmly as the sword in his hand began to absorb mana. When the sword had absorbed the needed mana, patterns began to appear on its surface. Chiao merely let out a soft sigh. He then took a defensive stance as the knives drew ever closer. Instantly, the black-haired boy swung his sword in a wide arc. Seeing Chiao apparently cutting through empty air, Xiao Ah couldn't help laughing. "What are you slashing at?" But she hadn't much time to gloat before the next sight froze her. One of the knives flew back and lodged straight into the ground beside her foot. While using his sword to counter Xiao Ah's shooting star, the black-haired boy thought to himself, "There is an immutable truth. Mana doesn't disappear. When mana disperses into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly vanishes." Thanks to that truth, Chiao could easily absorb mana and divert the trajectories of the knives. With only a few skilled sword strokes, he successfully shattered Xiao Ah's technique. But Chiao himself had a fact that contradicted that truth: the ancestral sword, Black Knight Hugia. A sword that can cut and erase mana. After executing a flawless defense, the black-haired boy curled his lips into a confident smile. Chiao stared at the trembling sword in his hand and thought in admiration, "I didn't expect she would use shooting stars, but even so, I still succeeded." He recalled how Xiao Ah summoned those massive meteor spheres and realized his current abilities weren't enough. He had to use the dark transformation power to defeat her. "With my current strength, I couldn't fully stop the meteors, so I used the Black Knight to sever the mana threads connected to the throwing knives." Not only that, Chiao had to use his demonic eye in combination with the throwing knives to perfectly defeat Xiao Ah, but doing so demanded absolute, complete concentration. "With the demonic eye, I can see the mana currents linked to the meteor knives, but both tasks require total focus." Having thought that through, he decided to follow the plan he'd outlined. Then Chiao stepped forward challengingly and presented himself to Xiao Ah with eager tone. "Now, it's your turn." At that, she couldn't help but startle. Xiao Ah gritted her teeth with a worried look. Is he going to use that move again? She swiftly moved elsewhere at blinding speed. Her motion was too fast to see clearly. Only debris at her previous position flew up from the ground. Xiao Ah judged to stay as far from Chiao as possible, but if I widen the distance, he won't be able to execute it. Suddenly, long blue lightning streaks appeared on the sword the black-haired boy held. The space darkened as he prepared to counterattack, causing her to panic. "What? He's switching to offense while still at this distance." Chiao smiled smugly and confidently explained, "Chiakma is a sword technique born to fight monsters." Seemingly knowing what she was thinking, he immediately elaborated and then slowly raised his sword. This distance was never the issue to begin with. Instantly, Chiao pointed his sword down at the ground. A tremendous force descended as he intoned the move. Mugia, Eclipse. A gray-blue flash tore through the night, sweeping everything off the ground and hurling debris chaotically through the air. The black-haired boy stood firm as he unleashed Chiakma, Piercing Demon, towards Xiao Ah. Xiao Ah stood dumbfounded, unable to react. Only when danger drew near did she widen her eyes and curse, "Bastard." A huge explosion rang out, creating a terrifying echo around them, and bolts of lightning struck the spot where she stood. After the blast ended, a thick white smoke gradually cleared and things became more visible. The sky was no longer pitch black. A long, deep fissure, a terrifying scene, appeared across the arena floor. Chiao felt a sharp pain near his eye. He raised his hand to shield and cried out in pain. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth against the surrounding pain, sweat beading on his face as he pondered. This eye pain must be from using the demonic eye to its limit. But this was not the time to rest because the fight was still ongoing, and Chial worried. But it's not over yet. Chiakma hit squarely, but I need to finish this match. Suddenly a silhouette appeared, lurking within the white smoke. A dagger pierced through Chial's thigh. Blood sprayed immediately, and he couldn't react in time, staring blankly at the wound. The black-haired boy staggered forward, unable to stand steady. Suddenly, a foot slammed the ground and sprang up. It was Xiao Ah, her face full of killing intent as she darted before him, making the black-haired boy exclaim in surprise, "Sixth sister, you're fast." A flash of golden light revealed a danger. This move is very dangerous, and the knife in her hand was right at his throat. He immediately dodged quickly, sending debris on the ground shaking. Chial leaped back to evade. They traded advances and retreats, chasing each other without yielding. But his speed wasn't enough. Chial took a full thrust from Xiao Ah. Chial stood motionless on the floor. The two of them remained frozen in place. The knife in her hand pierced right above his chest, blood spreading and staining his shirt red. But he wasn't so easily defeated. The sword in his hand plunged into Xiao Ah's left chest. She immediately pulled the knife out of his chest, drawing a thin thread of red blood. After withdrawing the blade, she collapsed to the ground unconscious while Chial remained unharmed in the match. He couldn't help but think, if I had been a second slower using Black Knight to block that blow, my heart might have been pierced. He dared not imagine that a few seconds' delay could have cost him the fight. But defeating her wasn't easy either. The black-haired boy clutched his left chest wound, wincing in pain. He glanced at Xiao Ah lying motionless and assessed the situation. Sixth sister fainted the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted instinctively to the killing intent. Chial couldn't help but admire her ability. The bloodline sixth sister possesses is terrifying. He turned to the two aides still standing there in shock and admonished, "What are you standing around for? Aren't you going to take sixth sister away? If you leave sixth sister there, she'll die from internal injuries," he said as he sheathed his sword. Only then did the two aides realize they had to act and quickly obeyed. Yes. But they still seemed stunned and waited for him, so he reluctantly pointed toward where Xiao Ah lay, and they finally understood and hurriedly replied, "Yes." They quickly moved to her, one on each side, while the black-haired boy stood proudly, having demonstrated his ability to everyone, and smugly said, "Now do you see?" "The warriors of the clan," he said, looking up at the stands packed with spectators. The stubborn elders, even Chief Elder Chialjung, watching, gaped in disbelief at the arena floor. He didn't forget those who shared his blood, including those half-siblings. The black-haired boy raised his hand high, full of confidence, no longer subject to ridicule. "For the first time, this is for all who thought I'd lose just because I'm an illegitimate child. I've proven myself." Chial wanted those who doubted and mocked him to see him differently. Suddenly, the black-haired boy noticed something unusual. A single clap echoed through the silent space. He looked up toward the stands. Tishin was clapping, acknowledging his decisive victory. Then everyone joined the chant in unison, filling the stands with cheers. He stood bewildered, looking around. This was the first time in his life he had been so warmly received, with no jeers or criticism, and his heart swelled with warmth. But the feeling didn't last long. A voice snapped him out of his scattered thoughts. "Auntie's grandson is the best." The one enthusiastically clapping her hands in celebration was Jiohua, her face full of joy. "Amazing, I knew it, the boy would do it." The maid, seeing her a bit overexcited, spoke up to calm her. "Elder, please stay composed." Over on the arena, Chial stood with his face covered in bashful embarrassment, not wanting to accept Jiohua as his aunt, just thinking, "Oh my God." but the black-haired woman kept loudly cheering proudly for her beloved nephew. "My nephew is the best. My nephew is the best." At that moment, a few people came down to the arena and approached the black-haired boy. Leading them was Lord Li, who didn't forget to praise Chiao. "Well done." The chief elder looked slightly embarrassed and avoided meeting his eyes. Chiao was very surprised by Tishan's praise. Father doesn't seem particularly pleased. He's never before praised a child in front of others. Seeing that Chiao didn't respond, he stared at the black-haired boy and judged silently. This child chose Tihang and staged this scene. He picked sixth sister and steered the match according to his own tactics. That's the enemy he has the greatest counter advantage against. Those who don't know would assume sixth sister's victory is obvious. It sounds easy, but among those here, how many could do that? Lord Li thought highly of him and began paying more attention to him after this match. Then he decided to make an offer. "You have proven yourself, therefore I recognize your qualification to depart on the warrior training route." Chiao happily bowed respectfully, placing his hand on his left chest in salute. "Thank you, father." In a hidden corner, no one saw the enigmatic smile on the black-haired boy's face, so no one knew his true thoughts. Tishan sensed he was about to say something and curiously asked, "You look like you have something to say." As expected, it was all within his plan. Chiao seized the moment with quiet joy. "The time has come." Chiao straightened and looked him in the eye, answering honestly, "As planned, I have nothing to hide from you, father." When Tishan asked if he had something to say, seeming ready to grant it, Chiao thought, "Officially, the reward for this test is permission to enter the warrior route." Then he saw a servant lean in to whisper seriously to Madame Beak, but he paid little attention and continued his scattered thoughts. "I probably shouldn't expect anything more from father." Perhaps the black-haired boy thought joining the warrior route would be enough, but if Lord Li offered more he wouldn't refuse. He decided to express his intent. "Then allow me to say one thing." Unwittingly, Chief Elder Chiaojung glanced to see what he intended next. Chiao told himself, "It's the same with father. If I were Tishan, I'd want to show more too." The black-haired boy raised his hand to his chest and continued, "I have reached the level to graduate early from military training, and you yourself witnessed it with your own eyes. I also went to Chinwisan and passed the bloodless dream test." Chiao decided to voice all his desires now that he had passed every required test. "Since the Council of Chief Elders is the one to decide, I must announce my reward before them." He wanted to ensure he received everything he could. He then continued, speaking with anxious thoughtfulness, "I have proven everything and met all the conditions. So why does the Council of Elders not trust me and insist on testing me without reason?" He wanted to accuse Chiaojung publicly, especially in front of his father, to see how the old man would respond. The startled elder was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chiao to cleverly use a self-inflicted ploy to corner him. Chiao went on to recount how much he had struggled. "In this match, sixth sister was seriously injured, and merely standing here and speaking now has been an effort for me." The black-haired boy looked directly into Chiaojung's eyes, but the old man quickly looked away, unwilling to meet that determined gaze. Chiao muttered firmly that he would no longer allow the chief elder to oppress him. "As for me, I can't help feeling oppressed by the elders." Chiao decided to rise up, and no longer patient, bluntly accused the old man in front of everyone. Then the black-haired boy lowered his face slightly and thought to himself, "I'm only 15. I'm allowed to be a bit sharp and insolent. If I don't speak now, when will I ever get another chance?" He truly wanted to use this one tiny opportunity to voice the suffering he'd endured for years. If he didn't, there would never be another chance. Tishan saw the innocent, hurt look in Chiao's eyes from being suppressed by the chief elders and turned to ask Chiaojung, "Chief Elder, can you answer this youngest child's question?" Chiao also instinctively looked to the old man, wanting an adequate response. Qiaojung held his baton and pondered for a moment. After a while, the old man smiled and said, "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Participation in the warrior route has always been decided by the Council of Chief Elders." True to his age, he quickly denied any fault and refused to accept blame. The chief elder patiently explained to the black-haired boy, "The family code clearly states no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Would the Council of Chief Elders deny the family's own law?" Hearing this, Chial only gave a slight smile, catching the sarcasm in the old man's words. "And yet you deliberately brought up the term illegitimate." He knew the chief elder had always targeted him. "I never mentioned my status." Yet the elder had invoked the family code. The black-haired boy, feeling aggrieved, asked, "Would the Council of Chief Elders really use that as an issue?" Qiaojung replied kindly and quickly changed the subject without answering his vague question. "Yes, departing on the warrior route at too young an age can lead to unforeseen dangers." The old man didn't forget to admonish him like a senior relative. Suddenly Chial asked Qiaojung a question that wiped the smile off the chief elder's face and made him more inscrutable. Chial persisted, unable to let the matter go. "Then why must it be sixth sister? Anyone can see she's much stronger than me and older too." At this, Qiaojung grew flustered and didn't know how to answer, stammering, "That is—" Before the old man could continue, the black-haired boy pressed on with a clear challenge. "I read the official notice, which stated the person who would examine me would be someone just returned from the warrior route." Chial shouted in indignation, demanding the elder clarify things. Shouldn't it have been seventh brother who appeared? If not him, there are many other warriors who could have been chosen. He had countless perplexing questions about this. Lord Li, hearing his questions, gaped and couldn't respond. Any words he was about to say fell back. The sharpness of Chial's remark had silenced him. Meanwhile, Yihang turned his back so no one could see his face flushed from laughing too excitedly, and he praised the black-haired boy. "This insolent brat staged the whole scene and now has the chief elder cornered. I can't help but laugh." The uncle highly commended his top-notch performance, leaving no one a chance to speak. The steward acknowledged his cleverness for rendering the chief elder speechless. "Well done, truly cunning." Suddenly he realized something and turned back to look at Chial with curiosity. "Could it be that you chose sixth sister from the start just to reach this moment?" Qiaojung explained in defense, "We only thought sixth sister was more suitable for the test." The black-haired boy, puzzled, replied, "If that's the case, there was no need to do this publicly. The match should have been held discreetly and privately." Chial clenched his fist and plainly stated his point. "So I want to hear clearly, why did the Council of Chief Elders conduct a test like this?" He looked straight into the chief elder's eyes, directly confronting the scheming old man. The black-haired boy saw the expression on Qiaojung's face turn dark as he knitted his brows, which only excited him more. "Checkmate." "It looks like the elders are bullying a child," he said. He intended to expose the old man's true face to everyone. But Lord Li spoke up to cut them off, not wanting the sides to bicker. Enough. He wanted to preserve the proper order and hierarchy. The chief elder is a senior figure in the clan. Tishan admonished him for his overly rude behavior earlier. "I understand you're excited after the match. That was insolent." Chial immediately bowed respectfully, placing his hand on his chest toward Qiaojung. "Yes, I apologize." Then Lord Li turned to ask the chief elder's opinion. "But ending it like this doesn't seem right." He looked at the old man's face and asked, "Chief elder, what do you think?" Qiaojung felt displeased inwardly and sneered. "An illegitimate child has utterly defeated me." But the old man kept his composure, stepped forward, and smiled gently. "I must admit there were parts of this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Chief Elders should reward him." The black-haired youth stood up straight and sincerely apologized. I also apologize for being insolent." Then Yihang watched Chial apologize sincerely in front of everyone, admitting he had been a bit rude, though he felt no remorse for what he'd done. "I only did what needed to be done, so I won't expect an excessive reward," the blue-haired ant said, enjoying the spectacle he had put on. When the chief elder heard the black-haired youth's apology, he was startled, but it was only a surface reaction. Chial remained firm in his choice to claim what was rightfully his. "But I still want to receive what I deserve." He believed he was worthy of better things, not to be labeled an illegitimate child, and have his abilities entirely denied. A few days after the match, in Chial's room, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the window of the black-haired youth's room. He was still stretched out on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, feeling a bit bored. "I never thought I'd miss Chinwison." He needed to rest his injuries and was forced to stay home, feeling stifled, "Kept here until I fully recover." He couldn't forget the nagging warnings he'd heard for days. "Hey, do you think you're completely healed?" Yihang scolded angrily. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Even the wet-eyed nurse Gawain, nearly in tears, prevented him from going out. "You may not go out until you've fully recovered." Chial wanted to recover quickly so he could move about instead of becoming disabled. He thought, "If there were a restorative potion, I'd heal faster." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The black-haired youth sprang up and called to the person waiting outside to enter. "Come in." To his surprise, a familiar voice he hadn't heard in a long time said, "Long time no see, young master." Three people entered in turn, Kim Han, Bo Seong, and In-ha, and Kim Han cheerfully spoke first. "How have you been lately?" In-ha quickly apologized on learning he had been injured and that she was late to visit. "I meant to come as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy, so I'm late." She asked after him. "Is your back okay?" Chial replied happily. "It's fine," then voiced his frustration at being confined the past few days. "Did you think I wouldn't make time to see you?" The black-haired youth, wanting to chat with them, pointed at the pile of chairs and reminded them, "Quick, grab seats and sit properly." All three obeyed and sat neatly by his bed. Chial sat upright on the bed and asked, "How about you all, are you well?" The shoulder-length-haired girl replied promptly, "Of course." In-ha answered honestly about the days Chial had been absent. "There were some pointless clashes, but we took them as signs we were being watched, so it wasn't too bad." Kim Han beamed with admiration and asked the black-haired youth, "More importantly, how did you train for a year to become this strong?" Chial was puzzled by his eager, intent look. "Huh." Seeing Chial still bewildered, the brown-haired boy clarified, "I mean that match you were in the bout. I watched it." Suddenly Chial glared at him with blazing eyes as if flames burst around him, making Kim Han frightened. "We're almost in our third year, so you must have a lot of free time, right?" The single question made him panic. He signaled to back off and spoke cautiously. "No way, no one would want to miss such an important moment with you, young master." The brown-haired boy, sensing something was off, turned to the two beside him for help. "I bet the others have all watched it too, right?" But his question was met with silence. Both Bo Seong and In-ha closed their eyes and pretended not to hear, leaving Kim Han puzzled. "Huh." Seeing the brown-haired boy embarrassed, Bo Seong spoke up to cover. "Sorry, young master, I planned to come after training but ended up late." In-ha awkwardly added, "Bo Seong was busy because he also took part in the match." Chial cheerfully returned to his usual self and replied kindly, "No need to apologize, it's fine." Then the black-haired youth didn't forget to remind Kim Han, "Kim Han, don't slack off just because I'm not here, okay?" Hearing that, he nervously denied it. "No way," which made the green-haired boy next to him giggle and tease him. Seeing them, Chial breathed a sigh of relief. "You all have grown a lot." In-ha and Bo Seong had been recruited as trainees for the Blood Tiger Squad and the Heavenly Bow Squad. Those two are the strongest units at Sumu Academy, and the 4 elite units like theirs are collectively called the 4 Divine Squads. Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, an institute training swordsmanship in the sword division and hidden weapons in the marksmanship division. Studying both at once was no easy task. He felt very proud of them. I heard half of Class S students were recruited too. Impressive. Then the black-haired youth urged them to keep getting stronger. Keep working hard. I'll need your help a lot in the future. They obeyed, placing their hands on their chests and pledging sincerely, "Leave it to us. We'll become strong enough that you won't be ashamed of us." Their firm promise did justice to Chial's kindness. Inha put the chair away and said her goodbyes. "We'll take our leave now." The black-haired youth stood and politely saw them off. "Yeah, glad to see you. Take care." Suddenly Kim Han remembered something and asked the black-haired youth, "Oh right, almost forgot. Aren't you going to receive a reward today, young master?" Curious at his excitement, Chial asked, "I'm the one receiving the reward. Why are you so excited?" The brown-haired boy explained with a hand gesture, "Because it's a good thing for you, young master." Then he pressed on, curious what Chial planned to accept. "So have you decided what you'll take yet?" Chial only gave a faint smile. The black-haired youth smiled in excited satisfaction at his decision about the reward and replied casually, "Of course." Early the next morning at Sung Mu's armory, 2 guards stood watch at the gate. A car braked to a stop in front of the gate. A pair of legs stepped down from the car's door. It was Chial. Today he wore only a plain white shirt and looked calmly at the scene. "It's been 6 years since I last came to the armory, hasn't it?" Suddenly a voice sounded, curiously observing him. "Huh, isn't that the youngest master?" A young man guarding the gate, seeing him, called out and asked, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" The black-haired youth showed him a permit. "I've received authorization to withdraw equipment from the armory." He checked the document in his hand and replied, "Yes, I've verified the authorization." The gate swung open to both sides and he ordered, "You may pass through, sir." Suddenly he called after Chial, curious why he was called. Chial turned, "Young master." The 2 guards expressed their admiration. "That match moved us deeply. We'll train hard to refine ourselves like you, young master." They took him as a model to emulate. Then the 2 saluted and bowed deeply to him, making Chial stare in astonishment. The black-haired youth stood there stunned, looking at them, and was deeply moved and happy. "This is the first time in my life I've been greeted like this. Until now, most people only scorned and looked down on me because of my illegitimate status. There were no more derisive words. This time people admired his talent and genuinely cared for him, giving the black-haired youth motivation to keep striving to become stronger. Thank you for thinking that way. To live up to it, I will try even harder." Chial did not want to let those who trusted him down. Then he slowly proceeded into the armory, which is jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elders Institute. If the Administrative Institute handles preservation and maintenance, then research as well as equipment intake and output fall under the Elders Institute. And as Chial entered, a guard standing watch scanned him thoroughly with a detection device to check for any dangerous items. Chial smiled, remembering the reward he wanted after the match. "That's why I asked the head of the Elders Institute for compensation." At the arena that day, the black-haired youth had made his proposal. "I only did what I had to do, so I don't dare expect any unreasonable reward. I only asked to receive the items selected at that ceremonial selection." Chial wanted to reclaim what he had lost. The chief elder asked, "Didn't you pick a weapon then and wear it at your side?" The old man was puzzled by his choice. "At that time you accepted a single weapon, now you want to claim ownership of them all." The black-haired youth calmly explained, "By regulation, the weapons chosen during the selection ceremony, I heard later they can be fully received." To be sure of the rule, he asked Yihang directly to verify what he had said. "May I be mistaken in understanding this, steward?" The uncle, surprised that he shifted the responsibility onto him, muttered, "What a clever kid," but not keeping everyone waiting, the steward declared firmly, "Very well, that's correct." By old custom, the remaining weapons were later received as well, and the head of the household said he would follow that precedent. Chialjung glanced at head of household Li and honestly agreed. Ahem, now that I recall, that's indeed how it was. The old man pondered, wrestling with the idea with Chial. Just choose a couple of items appropriate to his status to grant him. Releasing a few won't harm the Elders Institute. The old man found the plan acceptable. It seemed the black-haired youth understood what the chief elder was thinking and smiled confidently. They'll probably think that. If the head of the Elders Institute approves my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the armory will finally become mine lawfully. He turned to Tishan and asked, "Can you do that for me?" Tishan only stared at him pensively and said nothing. After a long pause, head of household Li spoke, "I grant it, those things would eventually come into your hands anyway." Chial respectfully raised his hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you, father." He took it as a given, of course. As long as you demonstrate the qualifications worthy of an owner, the elders will hand the weapons to you, he reminded him, urging Chial to be deserving of the items he would receive. Embarrassed, he realized Tishan had guessed his scheme but did not expose it, only lightly chided. "Indeed, even your father saw through your stratagem." And the head of the Elders Institute didn't notice it, yet father saw right through it, and moreover, he skillfully stood with the elders to close the matter. Then head of household Li ordered his subordinates, "Decide which weapons will be released and hand them over to the youngest master." Thus the negotiation concluded, and Chial successfully obtained the weapons he wanted. "So, I am permitted to receive 4 masterwork weapons." The black-haired youth rode the armory's elevator and thought, "Normally such generous rewards don't happen, but with father backing me, they wouldn't dare pull any tricks." They respected his father and wouldn't act behind his back. The elevator reached the 2nd floor with a ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. Light streamed in and shone directly on Chial's smiling face. "Access is limited from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor, where the standard-grade weapons are kept, doesn't need attention. I must choose things genuinely useful for this journey." Before him was a room packed with advanced, modern weapons. Chial was dazzled by the weapons. A black orb appeared in his hand as he excitedly prepared to pick his favorites. "All right, let's take our time and choose carefully." The scene shifted to Myeongjiang's office. Myeongjung sat opposite Chial and asked calmly, "Are you about to depart?" He replied politely, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, peach blossoms drifted through the air, and he cheerfully thought the trip would be delightful. It's spring, what pleasant weather. He felt Chial was leaving at the perfect time. To begin a long journey, few seasons are as fitting as this. Myeongjung didn't forget to ask, "Have you paid your respects to everyone?" The black-haired youth answered, "Yes. As for my uncle, he's on a distant assignment, so I couldn't meet him." But coaxing Jiowa took considerable effort. It took quite a lot to soothe Madam as well. He chuckled with excitement. "I can imagine." Then Myeongjung asked whether Chial had greeted head of household Li. "So, have you gone to pay respects to your father?" Hearing that, the black-haired youth merely smiled amusedly. "Yes, he still scolds like always." He looked surprised. "Scolds," then he recounted. He said, "With such a great incident caused, if you don't achieve results that please him, you'll be punished." Myeongjung laughed awkwardly. "That does sound a bit frightening." Suddenly he grew pensive and more serious. After a while he finally spoke. "Have you heard news about the 6th sister?" At the mention of Chial looked somewhat weary. "Yes, I heard she has entered a seclusion for cultivation." Even while recovering after awakening, the 6th sister caused a commotion. She smashed everything in the room. Two burly men couldn't restrain her. After recovering, she was placed into seclusion for training by Madame Beek. Myeongjung fell silent, seeing Xiao A's unstable state and unable to do anything. He advised Xiao before his departure to put his mind at ease. Normally, no one can interfere with your martial path, but at least for now, she won't be able to go out and take revenge immediately. The black-haired youth didn't answer, but nodded in understanding. His fingers intertwined nervously as he said, "Brother, may I ask you a favor?" The black-haired youth wanted someone to stay behind to care for his wet nurse, someone he could trust. Only Myeongjung fit that. "While I set out on my journey, please look after my wet nurse." He recalled Gawa crying and pounding on the door in a downpour with no one to help, and Chial feared they might target his relatives. "They might not dare target me directly, but it's easy to go after those close to me. Last life I lost my wet nurse that way. So this time he had to be extremely careful not to let them lay a finger on the maid." Myeongjung quickly agreed to his request and guaranteed Gawa's absolute safety. "Understood. I will keep your wet nurse here, where I live." He assured him no one would harm her, no one will dare touch her. Hearing that, Chial was deeply moved. The black-haired youth stood, bowed respectfully and sincerely thanked him. "I will repay this debt." Myeongjung smiled kindly. "As your elder, how could I not do this?" He looked forward to how he would be when he returned. "I will wait for the day you come back after finishing this journey." Chial stood up enthusiastically and replied, "Yes." 15 years since his return. Places to visit, things to obtain, people to meet, all were packed in his heart. For the first time he left the clan, free to act and to have time of his own. The black-haired youth raised his hand, the ring catching the sunlight, and a new journey about to begin. "Everything starts here," he said, hoisting his backpack to join the warrior route with countless novelties awaiting Chial ahead. At that moment, Madame Beek was leisurely enjoying tea in the flower garden. She lifted the teacup and took a small sip. Then Madame Beek gently set the cup down on the table. She then spoke slowly, "Report." Madame Beek's subordinate emerged from the dense foliage at her command. He quickly knelt and reported respectfully, "Sorry, I lost his trail." Madame Beek glanced and said quietly, "Give me the details." He then recounted the whole incident. "I lost him as soon as he entered the crowded street. It seems he knew we would tail him from the start." She calmly touched her teacup, then slowly rebuked, "Foolish thinking. Even if his appearance changed, there should still be a distinct mana aura." The subordinate hurried to explain. "Among the equipment he received from the match, there appears to be an item that can alter appearance and even mana signature. At this point, tracking him seems impossible." After hearing the details, Madame Beek stared at him. Just a 15-year-old illegitimate brat, yet he shook off the swordman I personally trained. She lifted her cup, swirled it lightly, and snorted coldly. If he couldn't handle this, he'd have been discarded long ago. "I wanted to anticipate his plans, yet I lost his trail in less than a day." "Monitor all news." Madame Beek glared at the swordman and ordered sharply. "If anything suspicious occurs, follow immediately." The subordinate accepted the order promptly. That evening at a tavern, a young man roared angrily, "Bastard cheating! I saw you hide cards up your sleeve." The others, sensing a brawl, egged it on excitedly. "What a fight! I bet 100,000 won on the bald guy." Another youth joined in for fun. "I bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed one." At that moment a cloaked man entered. He walked straight to the bar and ordered, "A beer, please." Seeing him, the bartender stared curiously. Strange face, never seen before. Hearing that, the man slowly removed his hood and coat and explained, "I just came down from the north. Kowloon has been chaotic lately." When his hood was fully removed, it revealed a face with a large scar. After learning the scarred man's explanation, the bartender grew suspicious. But your accent sounds like Seoul. If you're Korean, why come from the north? He set the beer down as he spoke. The scarred man replied calmly, I fled, back then I knew nothing. Hearing this, the bartender didn't press further and changed the subject. What's your name? But the answer, do people in this gutter even use names, startled the bartender. He awkwardly rubbed his neck. You truly look like a drifter. The scarred man peered at his reflection in the beer and murmured, the more I look, the more perfect it seems. The masterpiece-grade mask, 10,000 face iron skin, creates illusions when infused with mana. It consumes mana but is extremely versatile. Behind that mask was Chial's very pleased face. Using the 10,000 face iron skin can change your appearance, infuse your voice with mana to alter its tone, and help hide your identity. It's been a while since I came here. I'm afraid I might not remember the way. He thought this as he glanced around the guild hall. This place in Jagang province, one of the dangerous northern regions, had its monsters cleared but no one cultivated the land. Places like this always lead the darkness home. Across perilous zones worldwide, a village formed of criminals who use martial arts, techniques, and magic, a den of drifters. Some had tried to eradicate this den, but that sparked a series of riots by the roaming vagrants. For that reason, even governments and powerful forces deliberately neglected the den. Chial sat silently at the bar, thinking constantly. This is the largest drifter den in Korea, where criminals gather, secrets will follow. In my previous life, I hid here to avoid my clan's eyes, though I was eventually discovered. The reason I chose this as the first stop on my priceless path. Suddenly Chial looked up at the bartender and slowly said, May I ask you something? When I was in Kowloon before, which organization controls this place now? The bartender asked suspiciously, Why do you want to know? Chial answered honestly, I don't want to die because I'm ignorant here. I need to grasp the aura to behave appropriately. The bartender hesitated a moment and sighed. It's easy to ask, but one beer isn't enough. His condition made the protagonist frown. He didn't hesitate and slapped money on the table. Here, 100,000 won. Bring me some snacks and another beer. Seeing his straightforwardness, the bartender couldn't help but laugh. You're sensible. Then the bartender fetched some snacks and provided the information Chial needed. This den has been run by the butcher Beek Chial Su for 10 years. Even if you're from China, you've heard his name, right? This answer seemed expected. He replied nonchalantly, Of course, who doesn't know him? The butcher, Beek Chial Su, was once an official martial artist. He became a drifter after killing his master. Before returning, Beek Chial Su was the boss dominating Korea's underworld. In his 30s, he seized leadership of the Beekgal gang and began running the black market. Chial tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, Now is when the most valuable goods begin to appear, but the person I want to meet isn't Beek Chial Su. An item once reclaimed by the renowned Lee Marshall clan in my previous life. This time I'll be the one to obtain it. He smirked at the thought. At the same time, at Beek Chial Su's mansion, Chial Su held a stack of papers in his hand and waved them lightly. He revealed a calculating smile. As expected, the black market yields more profit than selling medicines. He was the boss of the Beekgal gang. Chial Su laughed heartily, then turned to the man standing before him and said, Director Jiang, you've worked hard. I knew bringing you back was the right decision. The man standing before him was none other than Director Jiang Jin Su. Having spoken, Beek Chial Su grinned widely. He laughed and then said in a raised tone, Director Jiang, or should I call you Jiang Jin Su? Then Chial Su slowly stood up. Mind that expression on your face. I told you I'm not forcing you to stay. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Jin Su. Boss Beak placed a hand on Director Jiang's shoulder and leaned in to threaten him. If you can stand it, you can leave any time. The murderous tone sent chills through Jin Su, making him tremble. He didn't know how to respond, forcing a strained smile. Then Director Jiang turned to Chiao Su and said, "I'll be careful." Satisfied with the answer, Boss Beak cheerfully turned away. "Good, you look better when you smile. You know I genuinely care about you, Director Jiang." As he laughed and walked off, Jin Su relaxed somewhat. Chiao Su then glanced at him. "You went to a good school, you make money. It's all thanks to me, right?" Director Jiang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After a tense moment of pushing and pulling, Boss Beak relented. "Anyway, back to business. I'm a bit worried we issued too few tickets for this black market event. Who would have thought the upper echelon would like it that way? But why not try giving out a few more tickets?" he asked, grinning slyly. Director Jiang calmly answered, "Keeping ticket distribution limited each quarter helps us retain loyal customers more effectively." Hearing this, Chiao Su shrugged in disappointment. "Right, I trust you'll handle it, Director Jiang. But remember one thing, our goal isn't this cramped, filthy underground, it's up there. You said it yourself, you want to pull away from shady dealings. What we get from the black market is money and connections. Use them as a springboard and we'll step into the light." As he spoke, his face was full of malice and calculation. The sky remained clear above that spacious house. Jin Su continued presenting to Chiao Su. "The black market now opens only to a select few and has become a discreet community. It's most effective for entertainment and money laundering." He slowly explained, "Because of anonymity, it's easy to obtain things hard to find legally, which makes it quite appealing." Chiao Su was examining the dossier in his hand, from drugs and elixirs to high-value art pieces. A sneer escaped the Mythical boss, "Even people if anyone wants." Director Jiang listened quietly to these remarks. The tastes of the elite never change. He slammed the dossier onto the table and continued, "Money-making is proceeding smoothly." He propped his hand on his chin and added, "It's only a matter of time before our Mythical gang steps out of the shadows into the light." He added a warning, "So at a sensitive time like this, if we're exposed." Unexpectedly, the door burst open and an announcement came. "Big news, boss." The Mythical boss clenched his fist in irritation and growled, "What are you doing? Wanna die?" The man, realizing his mistake, bowed quickly and explained, Sorry. He arrived suddenly, I couldn't stop him." Hearing this, Chiao Su couldn't hide his annoyance and barked, "Speak." The man began reporting, "A guest has just arrived at the facility in South Ping'an province. I think you should go yourself." Chiao Su asked curiously, "A guest?" The question made the black-haired attendant hesitate. Well. Then a shocking declaration was made. "It seems he comes from the prestigious Li clan. This place is a safe zone, South Ping'an province." Chiao's foot touched the ground. In front of him stood a building, and he began to ponder. From the outside, it just looks like a normal office. As he entered, the thought continued. But in truth, this is one of the Mythical gang's core locations. The quick-moving attendant stood up, smiling. "How can I help you?" Unexpectedly, Chiao made a blunt request. "Call Beak Chiao Su." At first, the woman politely explained by the book, "Sorry, there's no one by that name here." But he immediately threatened her, "You'd better keep your mouth shut." The black-haired man's expression darkened, seriousness plain. "If you don't want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow." Only then did the woman notice his features. Black hair and brown eyes. See, could he be from the prestigious Li clan? With no other choice, she changed her tone. The boss isn't here right now." Chiao immediately demanded. "Then call him here now." Clearly, the attendant was flustered and hesitant to go. Hearing this, Chiao kindly added, "I could leave right now without losing anything." His words carried a thinly veiled threat, but I wonder if Beek Chial-su could bear the consequences. Left with no choice, the woman closed her eyes and said, "I'll contact the boss." She led Chial to an elevator and announced, "I'll take you to the VIP reception room first." He replied coolly, "Do it." The elevator doors closed quickly. The professional attendant pulled out an access card and scanned it. Meanwhile, Chial glanced at himself in a mirror and thought, "Good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look like I'm in my 30s or 40s now." He rubbed his chin and calculated. Beek Chial-su is a level 5 fighter, so he can't use mana to change his voice. He quickly concluded, "I just need to lower my voice a bit." The attendant bowed her head and politely said, "I'll bring the tea right away." He slowly relaxed into his seat, eyes half closed, thinking, if this were a drifter base, whatever happens is fine. But someone from the prestigious Lee clan wanting to meet a drifter and personally entering their den is extremely unusual. He resolved, so I have to make Beek Chial-su come out here himself. Moments later, the door opened again. The figure who entered was the boss of the Beekgal gang. Chial sipped his tea and casually remarked, "You're late." In response, Chial-su just scratched his head. "Sorry, the road isn't nearby." He kept stammering excuses. "But since I heard you were waiting, I came as quickly as I could." Then he dared to counter-question Chial. "More importantly, why did you come?" A fake smile remained on Chial-su's face as he spoke, but he couldn't react in time when Chial closed the distance. "To meet." He drove his knee straight into the Beekgal boss's stomach. The blow sent the man crashing into the opposite wall with a painful cry. "Urgh." Chial warned in a low voice, "You kept me waiting 30 minutes. You should have knelt and bowed as soon as you entered the room." He asked, "How dare you walk in here with your head held high?" The two men immediately bowed and shouted in unison, I apologize." Chial-su still hadn't recovered, panting heavily, eyes wide as he thought. "At first I thought he was just a madman pretending to be from the prestigious Lee clan." The hand on his stomach clenched, feeling the pain from the recent blow. "But this is real." Observing the man before him, Chial-su continued to think. "I slipped up and got taken down in one move, and that supreme, arrogant killing intent is characteristic of that clan." He quickly assumed a humble posture, forcing a smile and assuring, "He must be from the main line or a close branch of the clan. It's an honor for me to meet blood of the renowned Lee family." His words instantly became exceedingly polite. "I am Beek Chial-su, manager of the Drifters Group and this business." Seeing the change in his attitude, Chial frowned and remarked with implication, "It seems you run a very interesting operation." He flinched and stammered in reply, "Huh, you mean?" Chial stated bluntly, and at this accusation Chial-su was stunned, his face turning pale. "I hear you're running a black market, bold for a thug from one of the 10 great sword schools." He looked down at him with contempt. "I thought you'd rot in the shadows, but you plan to use it to climb into the light." The more Chial spoke, the paler the Beekgal gang boss became. "Using the black market to build wealth and connections, correct?" He stared at the man before him in shock. "He knows both the martial orders and my current activities. If my actions have offended the great clan, I apologize." At this, Chial changed his tone. "That's not why I came." A slow explanation rang out. "My master has been watching you. He wants to initiate something through you." Then he probed before Chial-su could ask, "Curious to know who my master is." He didn't hesitate to admit, "If it's not impolite, may I ask?" Chial chose his words, successfully deifying the man. "He is the purest blood of the prestigious Lee clan, and the most worthy among them of the position." He sneered as he added, "The 7th son of the Lee family." A name was spoken, Lord Lee Yi-hak. The story of the 7th son of the famed Lee martial clan, Lee Yi-hak, a direct heir known as a business prodigy. They say he can fail, but never truly lose, a proactive merchant who always ensures the final victory. Chial slowly explained, "The young master wants to start a plan through you." This statement stirred confusion in Chial Su. Someone like that wants to cooperate with me. He frowned, pondering cautiously. Even if the black market is tempting, it wouldn't make a direct heir show up personally. Then he considered the scale. Also, who can be sure this guy is truly connected to the main line? A remark suddenly escaped Chial. "I see arrogance in your eyes." Chial Su bowed his head and quickly apologized. Sorry." He turned away as he replied, "The young master is far too merciful toward a lowly person like you." As he sat down, Chial hinted further, "Leave this matter entirely to me." His hand reached for an item nearby. "Relax." Chial Su watched his movements. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment I entered the room." The identity of the item was quickly revealed. That is. The boss of the Beakgal gang nearly shouted in shock. "Demonic spear, Beakchial." Then he quietly assessed the weapon. The spear is longer than its shaft, its curve like water waves. Chial Su recalled, "A few years ago, when Lee Yi-hak came to North Sea on a mission, could this be a weapon drawn from the Dragon King's maritime realm?" Chial raised the sword and asked, "You know what this is, don't you?" The man did not hesitate to admit, "Yes, I know, that's the demonic spear, Beakchial." Then he scratched his head and wondered again, "But why do I sense no aura at all?" Chial glanced at the item in his hand and said in a low voice, "Of course, because it has been sealed." His voice continued, "You might not believe it even seeing this, but remember, you are not our only choice." Hearing that, Chial Su couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Pardon me, but I want to ask, what exactly does the young master want from us?" Chial went on to invent, "My master wants you to expand the black market you created and take control of the entire underground economy." This information made him incredulous as he asked again, "The black market? You mean that place? It's just the petty racket we run to make some pocket money." But Chial's answer was firm. "It's not for you to judge. My master has decided." Chial Su's eyes widened at this. A direct heir of a renowned martial clan personally reaching into the underworld. Even the Beakgal boss understood. Dark money is still money, and with Lee Yi-hak's commercial vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Chial Su's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had realized something. He hesitated and asked, "Do I have a choice in this matter?" Chial's answer was unsurprising. "No, you do not." Chial Su's hand tightened into a fist, curses echoing in his mind. "Damn it! If you refuse, then by dawn tomorrow, no, the enforcer squad will arrive immediately." In his thoughts, the other figure seemed immense. The moment that name was mentioned, your answer was already decided. At that moment, Chial slammed the sword into the ground and continued, "However, if you become my master's loyal dog, that's another story." He listed the perks. "You will become the chairman of a prestigious conglomerate. It could be described as a kingdom untouchable under the shadow of a dark organization." Chial continued persuading, making the man look up and listen intently. "And of course, my master will back everything." At this point, Chial Su hesitantly replied, "I." The Beakgal gang boss quickly made a decision. "What should we do?" Chial answered him, "Not so fast, we'll inspect you right away." Then there was a long silence. Very soon only Chial Su and Director Jiang remained. He scoffed and said, "An underling of Lee Yi-hak, the seventh of the famed Lee martial clan." Then he muttered, recalling the earlier matter, "Beakchial, the demonic spear, the weapon Lee Yi-hak once captured in the North Sea." He frowned to a conclusion, "But I still can't fully believe it." He then glanced at the man beside him and said in a low voice, "Director Jiang, you should go and verify this." Jiang frowned and asked cautiously, "We've deliberately avoided clashing with the famed Li martial clan until now, right?" Then he hesitated before adding, with deeper implication, "What if they're hiding some scheme?" Hearing that, Chiao Su slowly replied as he took a cigarette from its case, "If he truly belongs to Li Yihak, then there's no problem." He lit it and inhaled, "And if it's a bluff, we can still claim the credit for them." Exhaling a cloud of white smoke, he continued arrogantly, "If it's worthless, just think about what to do with Bixial at the upcoming black market event." Director Jiang did not respond at first. Then he reluctantly closed his eyes and complied, "Understood." The room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Chial sat wide-eyed, thinking to himself, "A luxury suite, they know how to do things." The room before him was decorated exquisitely. Chial carefully sat on the bed, contempt brewing in his mind. They must be having a headache right now. He recalled the conversation. "I set 3 conditions. The first condition, sell Bixial to see if they can handle such a difficult item. That's how I test their capability." Then he exhaled with satisfaction. "Anyway, the Bixial I gave them is only a fake." Chial continued calculating. "It's a version forged with Mugen. The real Bixial, a spear that devours its master, has long been sealed by the Talgas." A reassurance was made. Even if Bixial Su inspects it thoroughly, he won't detect anything. Not even the clan's techniques can decode Mugen. Chial's gaze returned to his hand as he reflected further. "Moreover, only I can wield that weapon." The thought progressed. "Because I personally anointed it with my blood, even if it loses Mugen, I can still call it back with the Swordmaster's ability." He remembered from before. "Even from a great distance, I can summon it back to my hand, because I poured my mana deeply into it and can summon it at any time." On another note, next, the second condition, inspect the ledgers. He noted, recalling the man's expression. Bixialsu hesitated, but in the end he had to bring them out. The final condition, the client list. We need all 3 items to wrap this up smoothly. Chial glanced and guessed. He's probably racking his brains over the conditions I set, and with a clever man like Bixialsu, it makes things even more awkward. He laced his fingers together, "Anyway." A thought suddenly stopped over Director Jiang. The man standing beside Bixialsu, I remember having seen that face somewhere before. Only then did Chiao startle. He thought seriously, impossible. By day, sunlight blazed onto a high-rise building. A man in a red floral shirt with slick-back hair smiled warmly and asked if the suite suited him, followed by his assistant carrying a stack of documents. He hurried over to Li Chiao, hoping he had rested well. Seeing him, Chiao got straight to the point. "Have you prepared everything I requested?" The man rubbed his hands together with a fake, slightly fearful smile. "Yes, I brought the documents you asked for." "Do you want to review them now?" Chiao sat on the sofa, arms crossed, leg over knee, and said, "Show me." Hearing that, the two quickly sat in the chairs opposite him. As soon as he sat, quick to act, the man gestured to the person beside him and introduced him. "This man oversees all operations in my business system. He'll be easier to have present the details," he finished, and the young man in a suit beside him promptly stood up with the documents. He rose holding the papers in one arm, the other arm relaxed, bowed respectfully, and reintroduced himself. "Apologies for the late introduction. I am Director Jiang Jin-Su." Without preamble, he presented the stack of documents he had prepared and said, "This is the summary of last year's revenue. And this is." While Jin-Su focused on his report, Chiao stared at his face with suspicion. Jiang Jin-Su, could he really be Jiang Jin-Su? He rummaged through his memories. Jiang Jin-Su, I remember him clearly from before the regression. He was famed for using intellect and words like a sword. Thinking of the sword image, He recalled the man with one eye covered and a face half-ruined. He had once been the brain behind the trio, Lee Gunseong. The young man glanced over with a smile when he noticed Chiao looking at him. He also remembered news reports when the patriarch died and the fierce contest for the clan chief position began. Even on forums, it was clear that he had taken a stand for the trio. Even the eldest brother had to deal with Jiang Jin Su's maneuvers. After piecing everything together, he no longer hesitated and silently affirmed that the man still had his left arm intact, with no burn marks. No doubt it was him. He studied the two standing before him closely. Beekgal's rise was also thanks to Jiang Jin Su. Quietly evaluating them, he concluded that Beek Chial-su could manage the organization and the underworld economy, but the breakthrough into the surface world and expanding the black market was Jiang Jin Su's achievement. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his other arm as thoughts kept racing, yet it seemed the man was not currently involved with the trio. A flicker of indecision crossed his face. What should I do? Then he looked the man straight in the eye and asked, Beek Chial-su, what do you intend to do with Beek Chial? The question caught him off guard and his face went blank for a moment. He quickly recovered and smiled. I plan to auction it on the day of the black market. Only verified buyers will be allowed, so you needn't worry about security. As he spoke, Chial not only listened but watched his every expression closely, never letting any sign go from his sight. He asked when the black market would open. Beek Chial-su answered without hesitation, in 3 days. Hearing that, he agreed, but with a condition. I will attend in person, but first I want to review the catalog of goods to be sold. At that, the man flinched and sweat began to bead on his face. You want to attend personally? It seemed he was trying to hide some secret from him and was looking for an excuse, but because he was lying, he couldn't help stammering and hesitating in his words. The goods are stored in a warehouse a bit away, and that place isn't very suitable for someone like you. He sat and listened intently, his face showing no emotion. I already know the goods are kept at the Wanderer's warehouse. His remark made the two of them stop for a few seconds. He laid his cards on the table before them with no respect whatsoever. Do you think I don't know that? His hand, which had been clenched under his thigh, tightened even more. Then let me escort you myself. Beek Chial-su immediately stood up. Shall we go now? Chial rose as well and, hearing the question, nodded once in reply. The young man let him go first, then retrieved his documents, an action that made Chial glance over. Feeling everything was normal, he turned and began to walk. All items brought to the black market are stored here. According to the introduction, this is the warehouse where he keeps goods. At the entrance to the compound, he politely gestured for him to enter first. Please go ahead. As the three entered, he thought, a massive warehouse with security so tight even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, equipped with full defensive formations and security arrays. Fairly impressive, he was mentally assessing the place when the man spoke up. With a group of wanderers, what would you like to see first? He said something off-script that left the man stunned for a few seconds. Not you. Then he pointed his thumb back. It seems this fellow is the one who really knows things here. Annoyed by his tone, the man's brows knitted. What do you mean by that? Seeing his expression become more apparent, Chial thought provocatively, not bothering to hide his face, then adopted a stern look. Do I need to repeat myself? He spoke bluntly. I don't like trouble. One guide is enough. Unable to do anything about him, the man gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Yes, understood. When nominated by him, the young man quickly responded. Then I'll introduce the items stored in the warehouse. This way, please. The man's hands clenched, trembling with anger but powerless. Deeper inside, crates were neatly stacked on the shelves. On the first pass, the young man led the way, both guiding and explaining each crate. The first floor mainly holds herbs, artworks, and magical implements, over on those racks. Suddenly he caught a scent, a fragrance drifting and brushing past his nose. It didn't take long for him to recognize it. He hadn't expected to find this here. Looking deeper, the scent filled the space. Occasionally some crates on the shelves glowed, and it was not hard to identify illegal narcotics and banned medicinal substances, along with monster byproducts and experimental drugs. Recognizing them, he immediately asked the young man, "Not those, do you have old documents or cultivation manuals stored anywhere?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned and answered, "Ah, yes, we do." He straightforwardly requested, "I want to see things like stone steels or inscription tablets." Hearing that, the young man quickly replied, "They're on the second floor. I'll lead you up." Without another word, he nodded. Then he followed the young man up the stairs. Up here, the sense grew even stronger. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something. Before him, an object shone so brightly it dazzled. He silently cheered inside, found it. He quickly stepped forward, unable to take his eyes off it. The tip was corroded, but to find this thing right now. Without hesitation, he quickly picked it up to appraise it. Even all the items in this warehouse combined couldn't match its value. He held it up and inspected it. There were inscriptions related to astronomy, a stone tablet carving the movements of the stars, and symbols of the sun and moon. Realizing he had been careless, he returned it to its place. He wanted to take it now, but this was not the time. Moving to another aisle, his eyes fixed on another object. Approaching closer, he was suddenly taken aback. It was impossible, a spirit beast. In an iron frame, a fox with snow-white fur curled up, its body trembling non-stop as if terrified. Seeing his displeasure, the young man quickly explained, "It's a little snow fox, personally caught by the boss in the north." His face darkened with rage, his gaze seeming to want to burn them. He growled, "Are you insane?" In a lush grassland forest, spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual power. True to their name, an area where spirit beasts reside maintains spiritual balance thanks to their energy. And if the spirit beasts disappear, that area will be plunged into calamity and disaster. It would be like destroying the entire ecosystem of that region. Realizing he displeased him, the young man kept bowing and apologizing. Chial didn't want to pick at it and said, "Forget it." Scanning the shelves, he saw mines, knives, even a skull. He thought of poisons, ghost bombs, level 6 military-grade items, and even the dark mage's black magical weapons. He couldn't believe they stored so many such things. His brows knitted tighter. He had once feared that intervening would warp the course of history, but perhaps it was better to eliminate them all now. Then he asked if those weapons were ever sold at regular black market events. Fearing misunderstanding, the young man explained, "No, they're only sold when there's a special order." Hearing that, he thought to himself that, of course, if such weapons were publicly traded, clans or the government would not stand idly by. Feeling he'd seen enough, the young man hesitated and said, "Well then, let's return." He turned quickly and said, "Before we go, I have a few final questions for you." That remark caused a flicker of embarrassment to appear in the young man's eyes. His expression became very serious as he looked at the other. "There are a few things I want to ask you." Although a momentary worry crossed his face, not knowing what he would ask, he still nodded. "Yes, go ahead." He hesitated, speaking while watching the other's expression. "Is it true? Are you left-handed?" The question stunned the other, who reacted with surprise. "Yes." The surprise didn't last long. He immediately nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Yes, that's right." The next question was thrown out. "While working with the Wanderers, you seemingly haven't learned any self-defense skills." Hearing this, his hands clenched tighter beneath him. Knowing he'd hit the right point, he continued, "Is there a reason for that?" Realizing it could no longer be concealed, the young man spoke. It's a congenital illness of mine. Looking down at his hands, he added, so I cannot cultivate magical power. Recalling the image, though slightly younger and subtly different in features, he assessed inwardly. The face looked a bit off, which made me suspect. Indeed, it's exactly the Jiang Jin Su I know. Having heard everything, he looked at the man bowing before him and asked, puzzled, "Then why are you under Beek Chial Su's command? You don't belong here. Is there some special reason you followed him?" That question made him even more uncomfortable. He fell silent without saying a word. You don't have to say you don't want to, but this could be the first and last opportunity. His brows now furrowed as if he could no longer bear it. He hung his head, stammering as if the next words were hard to speak. I have a daughter." The words hit him like a weight to the head. This answer seemed beyond what he had imagined. He added, his face full of sorrow, "But my daughter's illness was inherited and worsened. Because it's rare, treatment is very difficult, and the only somewhat effective drug is banned domestically and impossible to obtain." Every word he heard from the other made him fall silent. He simply stood and listened thoughtfully. He continued, "I learned of him through the chairman of the company I once served. He then revealed the secrets he'd kept inside. I made deals with Chairman Beek, did work for him, and in return received medicine and money. He traded everything for his child, a little girl with a short fate, he thought. At first it was just things like money laundering or speculation. But using his daughter and his career as excuses, Jiang Jinsu was shackled by it. Although he felt pity for them, his suspicions didn't lessen. How could Jiang Jinsu be so careless as to be exposed like this? He asked another question, "So you were prepared to betray?" This made Jiang Jinsu freeze a second time and reply, "Yes." "You were ready to betray Beek Chial Su, weren't you?" The question was repeated. Realizing he hadn't misheard, the young man startled and grew more tense. He raised his voice a little. What do you mean?" Facing Jiang Jinsu's tension, he remained very calm and said, "Ledgers and lists, details far beyond what's necessary." Gradually his words gained weight. No matter how old a fox Beek Chial Su is, he wouldn't command something like that. Jiang Jinsu bowed as if begging forgiveness, stammering an explanation. I only wanted to be thorough about what you asked me to do." "Don't make excuses," that was said decisively and bluntly. Jiang Jinsu's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. Reading the other's psychology, he continued, "Such records couldn't exist without prior preparation." He recalled the moment Jiang Jinsu presented the file and said, "If those matters had already been handled, why did you insist on recording them into documents and keeping them?" He remembered his father teaching meticulously, which is why he was so sharp with numbers. "Before regression, I mainly handled administrative work, so I could read ordinary books just by looking at the figures." And the documents he'd just seen were nothing to him. The issue was that the papers Jiang Jinsu brought far exceeded that, blatant, nakedly detailed. Before the regression, due to some incident, the White Bone sect had a conflict with Sung Mu and dissolved overnight. Perhaps it was then that he betrayed them, two hands clasped proving cooperation. Yet Sung Mu didn't have to fully erase the White Bone sect, because they needed an organization to govern their territory. And of course, Jiang Jinsu must have suffered retribution. It wasn't hard for him to see how Jiang Jinsu had been tormented by him. A worm under pressure will writhe. Perhaps out of resentment, or through some covert deal, he had struck a bargain with the third brother. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Jiang Jinsu knelt down. I'm sorry." Jiang Jinsu repeatedly bowed his head, begging him for mercy. Please don't tell Chairman Beek, my daughter." Looking at the man kneeling at his feet, he thought to himself, he was once called the brain of the third brother. If the course of history had continued as before, He would be someone who must be dealt with now. And the punishment I thought for Jiang Jinsu would have been the loss of a hand, not leaving his body intact to kneel here. He thought inwardly, if so then. He said, very well. Instead, I'll give you an offer. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu immediately looked up at him, his face showing confusion. Still in that building, elsewhere a small bulb remained lit continuously, and plumes of smoke were exhaled in waves, drifting lightly through the air. He sat motionless, smoking one cigarette after another while waiting for the two to come out. Staring at the door the two had entered with no sign of movement, suspicion began to creep in. Were they only taking Director Jiang? He gripped his cigarette tightly and ground his teeth, thinking, they dared set foot in my warehouse. Even if they're Sung Mu's fighters, this is outrageous. Sitting too long made him overthink, and he suddenly imagined another scenario. Could they be planning to care for Jiang Jinsu and abandon me? He dismissed that thought immediately. No, the black market has grown this strong because Jiang Jinsu followed my instructions to the letter. While sitting quietly, a crew-cut youth entered, rubbing his hands together and smiling as he inquired, "Boss, you don't look too well. Shall I bring you some drink?" Hearing a voice, he slowly stood up. The crew-cut youth smiled with his eyes squinting, apparently unaware he was about to face the storm of someone's wrath. Suddenly, the crew-cut youth was sent flying by him, crashing into the door behind. The youth lay still, trembling. After beating him, he slowly pulled out a cloth and wiped his hands clean, adding, "I told you to change how you address me." He glanced, feeling as if his eyes had been dirtied, and said, "Take that bastard away." "Yes, sir." He tossed the blood-stained cloth aside and ordered, "When Director Jiang and that guest come out, inform me." Then he strode away, thinking to himself that he was displeased. Standing before the window, he gazed into the distance, pondering Sung Mu's sudden visit and the lifeline connection to Li Yihak. He frowned and began calculating in his head whether he should pay attention to someone like Jiang Jinsu. Night gradually fell over a magnificent castle. There was a sound from inside the doorway. Someone entered and spoke, "You called for me, Chairman." The person seated behind the chair asked, "The investigation I asked for, have you finished the inquiry?" Jiang Jinsu did not hesitate and replied immediately. Because the demon blade was sealed, the appraisal was not straightforward. But according to the appraiser, if it was sealed that strongly, then it's surely authentic. The person behind the chair remained silent. He then asked Jiang Jinsu, "So that means you're a subordinate of Li Yihak, right?" Jiang Jinsu stammered, not knowing how to answer about that. After a moment, Jiang Jinsu spoke. "I inquired through clients, but only heard that Master Li Yihak is expanding his business. After all, he has always been expanding his operations." Director Jiang then. He braced his hands on the armrests and slowly stood up, seeming to have lost quite a bit of sharpness. He turned, slicked back his hair in a cool manner, and asked sharply, "The things you investigated, did you think only you could find them out?" He growled and questioned, "So in the end you found nothing, right?" Jiang Jinsu went pale at that. Putting his hands in his pockets, Beek Chialsu stepped forward with a slow but powerful stride. "I don't like keeping useless people." He stopped right in front of Jinsu, his tone mocking. "Now, the things you've investigated, Jiang Jinsu, do you think you're the only one who could have done them?" Suddenly Beek Chialsu's tone changed, gentle but sharp. "Your daughter, is she all right?" Jiang Jinsu's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened slightly. He sneered and curled his mouth. "The medicine's almost run out, isn't it?" Beek Chialsu spoke calmly, "I have an offer for you." As soon as he finished, Jiang Jinsu's face twitched, tension clear in every line. Rewinding a few hours earlier, the man opposite him had proposed a plan. "I intend to take down the black market, and of course eliminate Beek Chialsu as well." The other slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face, and for that plan I intended to use my master. No. Finally Li Qiao's face appeared, his voice steady. I plan to use my older brother. Back in the present, Jiang Jinsu's face was half in shadow. He swallowed as if struggling internally. A heavy silence passed. At last Jiang Jinsu lifted his head. His voice trembled but was firm in the cold room. I have something to report. Early the next morning, the city awoke under a pale dawn. On a high-rise, through a clear window, the man quietly watched the two people approaching below. Li Qiao, disguised, was looking down when a voice behind him announced, "For security, the black market's location will change each time." Beek Chiaosu and Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to explain. The location is sent only to those with tickets for that midnight. If lost, it won't be reissued. He rubbed his hands together, flattering. Additionally, we've set up wards and guards, everything prepared meticulously. Li Qiao glanced at the man behind him, assessing silently. Indeed, though just a band of drifters, they were tightly organized. This all must be Jiang Jinsu's work. His gaze drifted back to the window frame, his brow slightly furrowing, but watching the procession below, Qiao felt the irony. Even my eyes can easily spot the gaps. He could say confidently that because of Beek Chiaosu's incompetence, Jiang Jinsu couldn't fully use his abilities. If he had trusted him, the black market would be far larger. Seeing Li Qiao remain silent, Beek Chiaosu continued, "It's feasible because the entire northern slum falls under my control." He even declared boldly, "I pledge my full loyalty to your policy." Li Qiao suddenly shot out a line that made him flinch, "You loyal." Beek Chiaosu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Jinsu behind him. "Unlike others, I don't distinguish clean from dirty. Assign me any task." Standing to the side, taking in every action with his eyes, Li Qiao quickly judged. He's wary of Jiang Jinsu. Seems he cares about not bringing him into the warehouse. He smirked, inwardly pleased. On the contrary, I welcome that. At that moment Beek Chiaosu pointed in a direction and offered, "An auction is about to begin, I'll lead the way." Li Qiao nodded, "Fine." As he brushed past him, Li Qiao warned, "I don't want attention, so don't stick right beside me once inside." Beek Chiaosu bowed his head in acknowledgement, "Understood." A moment later in the auction hall, the vast chamber was clearly sectioned. VIP clients were seated in separate rooms up high. Li Qiao removed his disguise but put on another half-mask, looking down as the operator placed items on the stage for auction. He scanned the guests, pausing at a tier where two men sat arrogantly dangling their legs, participating in an illegal auction yet pretending to be genteel. He looked in another direction to assess. The martial artists stationed there were only around level 6 to level 5. The white bone sect's internal strength was stronger than expected. Li Qiao quietly concluded that their purpose was likely more surveillance than protection. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed. Before the person appeared, a voice was heard, "Honored guests." At that moment, the stage lights snapped on, focusing entirely on the man conducting the auction below. "Today we have gathered only extremely rare items. Surely many have been eagerly awaiting today. If you see what we've prepared, I'm certain you'll be very pleased. So, without further ado, let's begin." Li Qiao lounged in the private room, looking indifferent after hearing this. Below, the presenter gestured aside and introduced the first item, a grimoire. Light shone on the pedestal, revealing on the cushion a turtle shell-like stele covered in inscriptions. "This is a stele engraved with ancient magic. Starting bid, 10 million won." He announced excitedly that the opening seemed quite gentle. Li Qiao watched calmly. "In case of anything odd, I'll observe with the demon eye." Down below, the presenter's voice continued, while he only glanced and recognized that the so-called ancient magic stele was just an antique with a mysterious appearance. "Well, I don't intend to bid on anything." Thus each item was presented in turn. After a long bidding period, the final item finally arrived. The presenter smiled mysteriously. The item many have been waiting for is the last piece today. He drew out the suspense slowly. Although there had already been many treasures, backstage 2 people were carefully moving a wooden box draped with cloth. They cautiously carried it to the center of the stage, and the host raised his voice. Nothing compares to the value of this item. It was personally brought by Lee Yijak. The 7th son of Sung Mu returned from the northern sea, he said, then gripped the covering cloth. With a decisive yank, he pulled it away, officially revealing the object inside, the demon blade Bikyul. The bidders below erupted. My God, is that really Bikyul? Doesn't it look exactly like the one pictured in the papers? Everyone's faces tightened, anxious over whatever negotiations had taken place. Seated, Li Qiao suddenly took notice of a sound beside him. He smirked and froze a streak of blue aura in his hand. It's starting, then I should prepare as well. Cut to the observation room. The entire live feed was being recorded and played on the surveillance monitors. Beek Chialsu sat cross-armed, exclaiming that although he'd been here many times before, he'd never seen it on such a grand scale. Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to report. I sent private messages to the guests saying today's auction would be a bit more special. Hearing that, he sneered coldly. Well done, Director Jiang. He emphasized that once this matter was settled, joining Sung Mu's ranks would be only natural. Beek Chialsu looked up mockingly. Looks like Director Jiang, after calming down, is full of enthusiasm again. Once you hold Sung Mu's leash, you'll be free to do the noble work you like. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu remained silent, tightening his grip and enduring. He grew more pleased. Jiang Jinsu, no matter how you struggle, you'll still be under my hand. The things you once disliked, you now do avidly, likely hopping to cling to Sung Mu to escape, but will things go smoothly? Even if Jiang Jinsu wanted to run. Once your hands are stained, they only get dirtier. You can never become clean again, no matter how hard he tries. Beek Chialsu considered carefully. Li Yihak approached to dominate the underground economy, not because he saw great potential in this black market. Anyway, Director Jiang personally confirmed they were indeed Li Yihak's subordinates, so if this succeeds, I'll hold a very large rope, thinking that. He smiled confidently, having planned thoroughly. Suddenly, a system monitor staffer unexpectedly uttered a strange exclamation. He immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, Beek Chialsu leapt up and asked, "What's going on?" The system audio cut in. "Here, this is the entrance to Sector A on the north wall. There are suddenly some unfamiliar people." No sooner had he finished than the room shook violently, as if struck by something. After a few seconds it stabilized. He grabbed the monitor's collar and shouted, "Hey, you bastards, what the hell is this?" The man stammered, "I don't know, doesn't look like police or government special forces." Hearing that, Beek Chialsu angrily shoved the monitor back and ordered, "Whether they're cops or whatever, clear them out now." He turned and shouted, "Director Jiang, get the lists and ledgers first." But when he turned back, there was empty space, no sign of the people they sought. Beek Chialsu stood dumbfounded, muttering Sung Mu, Jiang Jinsu that. Realizing he'd been deceived, he screamed in fury, "You bastard! Bring Jiang Jinsu and those others here right now." Outside everything was chaotic, dust and smoke billowing in all directions. Amid the rubble, a figure slowly stepped forward. The bespectacled man looked scholarly. One hand calmly in his pocket, he surveyed the scene. A slow footstep approached. 2 attendants bowed respectfully and reported, "External security has full control, and all recording devices have been cut." Chial turned and ordered, "Teams 1 and 2, breach straight through the outer wall and sweep everything." He looked around and decided, All items on site will be kept as evidence. Leave them. Round up the people. They nodded and shouted in unison, understood. Chial tensed, trying to assess. I thought the 9 Dragons camp was involved, but it turned out to be mere riffraff. Someone from the back chimed in to criticize. They're just drifters daring to use Sung Mu's name to scam. This happened because the young master restricted outside activities. He was a little suspicious, but is there something odd? The man asked, what do you mean? Chial felt puzzled. It coincided with the Baekhyul incident, and the reports came from 2 different sources. He learned more. The information was gathered personally by the trading company's director and the Kim Sword Guild. Chial nodded firmly. That trading company has ties to the White Bone sect, so of course such information would surface. He suspected their cunning trick, but it seemed the other side had deliberately used the Kim Sword Guild's name to get the news to him. A subordinate asked, so someone lured the young master here. Chial nodded in confirmation. Yes. The subordinate guessed. So you thought this was a trap set by the 9 Dragons camp. He still wondered. I assumed they'd unsealed Baekhyul and taken it to bait me. The subordinate reported additional details. However, Baekhyul remained sealed, and the 9 Dragons camp had no intelligence indicating any special movements. Chial's face darkened as he tried to think, who exactly stands to benefit from this? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he discovered something. The subordinate turned and asked, what's wrong? Chial brushed his hand off. Ah, nothing. He exhaled in relief. It was that child after all. Chial crossed his arms, his face showing menace. If he hadn't been discovered, who knows, but once exposed he'll pay dearly. The host working on stage said, please wait a moment. I'm verifying the situation now. Please hold on. From a small corner, Chial began to rise. After all, handling this would be quick. He peered at the scene below through the transparent glass window. Chial cast a spell, producing a stream of blue energy. The sword inside the glass case trembled. Seeing that, the host grew very anxious. Suddenly, a small explosion occurred. That was caused by Chial. The sword shattered the glass case and flew toward where he stood. Everyone panicked. Seize him. Baekhyul has been stolen. Guards from outside rushed in. He's armed. He got the weapon. Attack him. Chial immediately used magic, Kaiwangi Gong. He bound them and sent them flying into the air, fire and brimstone. Then Chial turned back and said emphatically, I'm busy. He dashed forward like lightning. There were too many forces around the auction. Escaping them wasn't a problem, but if Baekhyul arrived it would get complicated. As he ran, Chial suddenly halted. He smiled with amusement. That was quick. Seeing the man before him panting, Chial asked, so, are you ready, Jiang Jinsu? He explained his plan. I intend to use my elder brother to bring down the black market. Jinsu's mind raced. Could it be the attendant, but Li Yihak has a younger brother? He was utterly confused. He has one. The man had recently begun martial activity at unprecedented speed. Jinsu knew the identity of the man before him. Sung Mu's ninth, the youngest son, Li Chial. Chial stressed the seriousness. Whether you accept or not won't change anything. The information has surely reached the Kim Sword Guild. He proposed frightening scenarios. If he comes, the White Bone sect won't stay quiet, and you won't fare any better. Instead of arresting Baekhyul, should we leave the person actually running this black market alone? Jinsu was bewildered. Why are you telling me this? Chial smiled and repeated, you clearly said earlier it was a proposal. He candidly voiced his hesitation. I'm weighing whether to save you or not. Chial laid out his condition. Abandon Baekhyul and come with me. Jinsu had one request of his own, just one. Promise me something. He bowed his head and begged. Protect my daughter, no, heal my daughter. Jinsu decided to sacrifice for his daughter. Then I'll do anything, even die. Chial replied sternly, do you think you have the right to make demands now? Jinsu wasn't weak and threatened back. If you refuse, I'll tell Beak Chialsu everything. He struggled to stand and asserted confidently that Beak Chialsu would certainly flee, and even for Sung Mu, catching him would take time. He could also anticipate the situation. Beak Chialsu is very determined. Eventually he'll be caught, but before that he'll likely interfere with you. Chial's mind churned. If it's Beak Chialsu, he'll obstruct my fighters out of revenge. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now that's the Jiang Jinsu I know. All right, healing your daughter won't be difficult. Chial didn't forget to set a condition, but there's one thing I must make clear first. He had calculated carefully. Sung Mu capturing Beak Chialsu won't take long. It's only a matter of being caught immediately or a few hours later. But suddenly Chial dismissed it. Whatever, it's fine. Then he turned to ask, are you ready to follow me now, Jiang Jinsu? He quickly extended his hand in agreement. Jinsu, face serious, asked, what should I do? Chial immediately assigned the task. Leak the information to the seventh brother and tell Beak Chialsu that I'm definitely his subordinate. When you meet him again, praise him highly. Seems you followed my instructions well. Jinsu, sweating, guessed the issue. Someone like you surely prepared several backup plans. Then he curiously asked, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Chial turned with a mysterious look. Well, what do you think would happen? Then he sprinted ahead, let's go, speaking as he moved. Smoke and dust were rising everywhere across the city. Jiang Jinsu chased after Li Chial, calling loudly, young master. At last he paused, then lowered his voice. The items you requested are all here. Seeing Li Chial's stern gaze, Jiang Jinsu quickly told the truth. The gold ingots were turned into physical form and stored in a vault in Seoul, and the account holding the crypto is on a USB. He handed him a file bag and a USB. Li Chial opened the file bag to inspect. After discovering some documents were still missing, he asked Jiang Jinsu, what about the steel I requested? Jinsu pointed toward the direction and replied, over here. Jiang Jinsu led Li Chial to a warehouse. The warehouse looked old at a glance, but everything was arranged very neatly. Once there, he announced loudly to him, I put it in that box. Li Chial carefully opened the box to check what was inside. A few seconds later, he praised the other, good, it's definitely genuine. Li Chial then asked about the paperwork, are the files prepared? Jiang Jinsu answered honestly, yes, of course. He took the briefcase and warned him, keep it safe, that will be your lifeline. Li Chial also emphasized the earlier letter. The letter I gave must be sent. They'll mistake it for a confession meant to save your own life. Jiang Jinsu promised he'd complete the task. Don't worry. With everything settled, he said farewell. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, Li Chial suddenly remembered something. If a Kim Sword Guild operative comes to search this place, he hadn't finished the sentence when a loud noise rang out outside. Immediately after, an object flew toward them at high speed. In an instant, the warehouse door was destroyed in a loud explosion. Then through the rising smoke and dust, a voice suddenly barked out, you frauds. The one who arrived was Beak Chialsu. He arrogantly sneered, do you dare try to harm the famed Beak Chialsu of this world? At that moment, the smoke and dust inside the warehouse still hadn't cleared. Li Chial didn't want to fight and said, forget it, you're finished anyway. He didn't want to, but Beak Chialsu did. He drew a knife and returned a sinister smile, perhaps. In the next second, Beak Chialsu hesitantly pulled the knife from its sheath and shouted, but. He assumed a ready stance and said bitterly, I won't die alone over such injustice. Not stopping there, Beak Chialsu lunged at them and roared, I'll tear both of you apart. Quick-witted, Li Chial shoved Jiang Jinsu aside. Missing his target, Beak Chialsu shouted insults, Director Jiang, you bastard. While Li Qiao summoned his sword, Beek Chialsu accused him of ingratitude. You forgot saving my daughter's life and betrayed me. He also uncovered Li Qiao's secret. Thought you were playing a trick, but you've changed faces. No wonder your voice sounded like a child. Hearing that, he silently admired his opponent. To recognize him from so little information, truly not someone to be bullied. With his competitive streak, Beek Chialsu charged again, yelling die. His blade was extremely fast and precise, yet Li Qiao still managed to evade. Reluctantly, Beek Chialsu praised him. You're not exactly a nobody. Who are you and what are you doing? Unafraid, he loudly gave his name. I am Li Qiao of Sung Mu. Hearing the name in background, Beek Chialsu laughed loudly and taunted. Ha ha ha, am I being mocked by a bastard? He further mocked Li Qiao as a greenhouse plant, thinking a drop of good blood makes him the terror of the world. Being so scorned, he bristled inwardly. A greenhouse plant of Sung Mu. If Sung Mu were a greenhouse, the world would be doomed. Finally, he decided to teach his enemy a lesson and taunted while waving, planning to fight with words. Bring it on. Beek Chialsu ran up and cursed at Li Qiao. You insolent brat. The two quickly engaged in a fierce fight, and he boasted, today I might have to be a butcher again. After a few exchanges, he realized his opponent was no amateur. He had thought he could block easily, but the pressure was overwhelming. Beek Chialsu fought with full force. To beat him, Li Qiao had to plan carefully. He told himself that though their rank was both 5, there was certainly a difference in realm. Moreover, Li Qiao knew Beek Chialsu had trained magic and martial arts in an orthodox sect, had years of combat experience, and superior physicality. He also admitted to himself that he'd never faced someone weaker than himself before. Seconds later, seeing Li Qiao change his technique, Beek Chialsu was furious. Suddenly, a long sword. Damn, a weapon that can change form at will. It's no fake. Unable to defeat him, Beek Chialsu muttered curses at Jiang Jinsu, that dog, and then loudly warned him. How dare you think of other things during a duel? Immediately after, Li Qiao successfully slashed Beek Chialsu in the abdomen. As blood flowed, Beek Chialsu shouted insults, you arrogant brat. Li Qiao paused for a few seconds to catch his breath and thought to himself, that was tough, but... He decided to activate his demonic eye ability to read the path, his intuition sensing the movement. Additionally, Li Qiao thought to rely on Sung Mu's hardened frame to withstand the force. Having found the optimal fighting method, he immediately joined the fray with a thought rising in his mind. I once fought and beat a 6th rank far faster than Beek Chialsu. The two clashed in a cataclysmic fight, making the warehouse tremble. Minutes later, Li Qiao was blasted a short distance away. However, he rose to his feet unscathed. Seeing that, Beek Chialsu looked puzzled and thought, how could a brat be like this? Beek Chialsu watched Li Qiao raise his sword and murmured inwardly, his mana is comparable to mine, which is acceptable given his prestigious lineage, but the depth of his martial arts is so profound he can't be treated as just a kid. He secretly compared his strength to Li Qiao's, feeling as if he were facing a massive rock. For the first time facing such a strong enemy, Beek Chialsu felt uncomfortable, gritting his teeth. I didn't expect to feel this way when the opponent is only a brat. In the end, he still wanted to win, so Beek Chialsu vowed silently, I must finish this quickly and cleanly. Beek Chialsu couldn't stop doubting, he's just a kid, but what on earth is this? He ground his teeth, feeling as if he were facing a massive boulder. Finally, Beek Chialsu planted his foot firmly and launched himself toward Li Qiao. Every time he swung his knife, Li deftly dodged. His basic technique was as solid as a fortress. After evading, Li slid back and his spear instantly transformed into a long blade. Beek Chialsu froze for a moment. The weapon could change shape. He hurriedly retreated to parry the incoming thrust, astonished. It's like fighting 3 or 4 people. I planned to only tangle with this kid and Jiang Jinsu and slip away. Beak Chiaosu thought to himself that they probably didn't know he had connections in the 9 Dragons camp. If he ran now, he might save his life. But the hatred from being deceived and betrayed wouldn't let him rest. Even if he had to die, he'd slit those two's throats before leaving. Beak Chiaosu pulled back, channeling his energy into his legs. He suddenly stomped the ground so hard it cracked, sending fragments flying. The strike couldn't be dodged. Countless stones flew toward Li Qiao. He crouched and swept the spear, knocking them all away in one arc. Through the dust and smoke, Beak Chiaosu slipped in, closing the distance. From the flank he drew a short blade, aiming to assassinate in this opening, the same strike that once severed my master's throat. Beak Chiaosu tightened his twin blades and executed a secret move, the hidden tiger reversal step, first form. Li Qiao watched his movement in surprise, so fast. In an instant, Beak Chiaosu slashed, but Li had already raised his spear to block. Then he reversed his grip and swung the other short blade. A quick, clean strike found a gap and sliced down onto Li Qiao's left shoulder. The blow forced Li to step back and cough lightly. Beak Chiaosu curled his lips into a sinister grin. Now's the moment. Seizing the chance, he lunged forward shouting, "Die!" The dagger tore through the smoke and drove straight ahead. Li Qiao's eyes widened as a glint of light circled him. In his hand, the spear transformed into a black sword. Seeing that, Beak Chiaosu froze midair, a brand new sword. He tightened his grip on the short blade and swore under his breath, "Damn." Then suddenly, a cord shot through the air from nowhere. Unaware, Beak Chiaosu had his wrist wrapped by Li Qiao's whip, caught. Li tightened the whip's handle and yanked him in. With the distance closed, Li raised the sword to finish him. Victory was mine. He struck with the endless first form, Demon Bane. A blazing blade drove straight into Beak Chiaosu's chest. From the wound, hot bright red blood spurted. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. His body wavered and then collapsed onto the hard ground. Beak Chiaosu trembled all over, his voice strained. "Damn it, you bastard." Li Qiao said coldly that the dying words of a third-rate thug were unnecessary. With that, he swung the sword coldly, and in an instant the man's head and body were split apart. Beak Chiao's body toppled to the floor, fresh blood flowing and staining the ground red. Li Qiao sheathed his weapon, his breath carrying fatigue. Suddenly he staggered and fell. "Damn, my leg is injured." Just then Jiang Jinsu appeared in time to catch Li Qiao. "Are you all right?" He steadied himself and nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm better than I thought." Looking back at Beak Chiaosu's corpse, Li Qiao thought inwardly, "Is this the first time I've killed someone in this life?" Jiang Jinsu stood silently watching as well. Then he looked up at the boy with a thoughtful expression. "Only 15, scarcely different from my daughter." Recalling Li Qiao's fight, Jiang Jinsu couldn't help but sigh. The strength was real. Knowing Beak Chiaosu wasn't ordinary made that power all the more terrifying. He bowed to him and said, "Thank you very much, sir." Li Qiao curled his lips slightly. "No need to thank me. After all, I did it for something I needed." Jiang Jinsu hesitated, then asked, "So what should I do from now on?" He replied with satisfaction, "Being enthusiastic is good, but first we must finish this matter." Li Qiao added something that surprised him. "Deal with your daughter's situation first, because our transaction began from that." Jiang Jinsu was moved inwardly. He hadn't forgotten what was said. He had a nearly certain feeling that this child was different from Beak Chiaosu. A rare relieved smile crossed his face. If in the future the man contacted him, he would sincerely become his aide. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire room. Li Qiao surveyed the situation, and guessed that the White Bone sect was flailing in its death throes. Jiang Jinsu raised the briefcase and asked anxiously, "In that condition, can you get out? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I've put the documents in the bag." Li took the items and nodded. "That's right." Li Qiao reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll get out as soon as the situation is right." He calculated silently. The Kim Sword Group's capabilities were indeed extraordinary, but because I have silver body technique and 10,000 lightning flight. Then Jiang Jinsu suddenly interrupted his thought. "There's an underground tunnel." He explained that a drainage channel ran through, but it was wide enough for people to pass. Jiang Jinsu offered sincerely, "I will lead the way for you." Seeing this, Li Qiao smiled slightly. Has he resolved himself? He recalled the previous deal. The man knew he couldn't back out, so he had surely kept his promise seriously. Li Qiao compared the man's eyes then and now. Now it was not impotence but a display of genuine sincerity. A sense of satisfaction rose within him. Before restoration, the man was called a rare genius brain. "I have gained Jiang Jinsu." Finally, Li Qiao spoke, "Then I will rely on you." Jiang Jinsu nodded firmly, "Yes." The two then sprinted to the end of the corridor together. At that moment he reported, "We've suppressed all members of the White Bone sect in the building." Hearing this, Sung Mu coldly reminded them that most White Bone sect members were vagrants, so there was no need to worry about how to treat them. If anyone resisted, just break a few legs or arms. He spoke cruelly. If they resist violently, they can be killed. Hearing that, he bowed his head and replied, "Yes." The subordinate smiled and asked further, "What about those involved in the black market? What should we do if they shout and call for lawyers and cause a scene?" He chuckled contemptuously. "Even hearing the name Li Yihak, they still act like that, so it seems they haven't grasped the situation yet, my lord." His words were mocking. "We've been granted authority by the state to handle this. However, these powers apply only to targets with special armed forces." Li Yihak's tone darkened. "It seems they don't realize that going out into the building will only put their throats in more danger." He laughed and continued, "The Sungmu defense team." "No." Li Yihak turned his head to look back. The three bound on the ground listened tensely to the man's words. "Just mobilize the young master's personal defense team, and the court case will be clear." At that moment, another man approached to report that the escaping White Bone members had all been captured. Hearing that, he asked, "What about the evidence?" He produced a stack of papers and said, "This is all that was found in the black market." Li Yihak took them and examined the informational material inside, pondering. He then returned them to the man and said, "There are no ledgers or entry lists, so they must be stored elsewhere." Li Yihak fell silent. It would be cleaner to sweep those places too, but then the vagrants would scatter everywhere. Suddenly, the subordinate beside him hesitated and said, About that." He recounted that the Spirit Sword Group had arrested one person during their search. Hearing this, he asked, "Just one?" Then the man pointed over and said that the person was said to have directly handled operations here, but he handed this over. Another man stepped forward clutching a bag, insisting the young master must see what was inside. Li Yihak took out the stacks of papers from the bag and inspected them. After reading their contents, he was startled and amazed. Before Li Yihak was a table of figures. The money transfer history and names of traders, many borrowed name accounts, personal information of clients, the smuggling network and its sources. He then looked up and said, "Bring him here." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." A while later, on the ruined ground with shattered stones, a man approached. The man showed respect. "I request an audience with one who bears the blood of the great family." He looked up and introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Jinsu." His subordinate angrily shouted, "Insolent wretch! How dare you act so arrogantly?" Li Yihak raised his hand to signal enough. He thought to himself that such an appearance would be a shame to waste on working merely for the White Bone sect. Li Yihak began to assess him. Clear eyes, upright posture, no detectable dark aura, yet a man with a composed bearing. Then he spoke. "I am Sung Mu's son, Li Yihak. I have a few questions." Jiang Jinsu nodded solemnly and answered, "Yes, I will respond honestly." He presented the stack of papers and asked why Jiang hadn't destroyed them but kept them, as if they were merely a ploy to avoid the immediate situation. He replied, reminding him that there was a letter in the bag. "That person said it would be enough to show that letter to you." Li Yihak then turned to look at the bag. He reached into the bag and took out a small letter. After feeling its texture, Li Yihak thought to himself that they might have used printed paper to prevent handwriting identification. At that moment, the letter's content appeared. Those documents would not only cover this job's costs but leave a surplus. "Just keep an eye on that man over there for a bit. He has a daughter, so please help treat the girl as well." After reading the letter, Li Yihak smiled slightly. Cheeky brat, daring to blatantly use his big brother like that. He did not deny it. The documents left behind clearly had value. If leveraged, they could yield funds tied to Beek Chialsu and be used to blackmail and pressure the wealthy's weak points. Li Yihak tapped the paper. "This could also be credited as cleaning up the black market. It's just that we've swept the grounds and I've handled the follow-up. Yet now they want to use this to negotiate." Facing the man staring at him, he thought to himself that one shouldn't accept family assistance while on a mission. Suddenly, Jiang Jinsu reminded Li Yihak, "There's something on the back as well." Hearing that, he bent down and flipped the paper to the other side. The writing on the page read as a postscript warning. "Could it be that you grab the spoon before the bowl is full and have your mind elsewhere? Besides, you've already taken the major benefits, so you probably don't care who I am. I think. Unless you're truly petty, in which case you'll quietly close this matter. That's just how I feel." After reading those lines, Li Yihak couldn't help but snort stiffly. He smiled slightly. The postscript was longer than the main content. He wondered if this kid even understood the meaning of the postscript. Li Yihak murmured, "Has anyone ever started a fighter's journey like this before?" He tucked the letter into his coat, "So it's not direct contact then." Li Yihak smiled, truly arrogant but fine. "If the deal is like that, I welcome it." He recalled Chial's bearing. After defeating the sixth sister, still carrying that demeanor. Choosing the youngest over the sixth sister was wise. "I feel we might understand each other." Li Yihak smiled and said, "Captain, end this matter here." He looked puzzled and replied, "Yes." Li Yihak continued, "When personnel from the relevant department arrive, hand things over and summarize. There are dangerous items, so clean up carefully." At this time, the dust in the city had yet to settle. With these documents, the subsequent handling won't be difficult. Then Li Yihak said, "And you are Jiang Jinsu, right? I will temporarily take responsibility for your safety." He smiled and turned away. "Be grateful to the person who sent you that letter." Cut to Chial's room now. He sat cross-legged on a chair, silently cultivating as energy continuously radiated from his body. Suddenly, a strange sensation in his shoulder wound made Chial start and open his eyes. He couldn't help recalling that the clash with Beek Chialsu had been quite a valuable experience. Chial's hands remained touching each other. "It's been a long time since I obtained the infinity, but this was the first time I drew it out to face a human opponent." He began to calculate. "I'd used it against the trainer at Jiakcheng-du and when sparring with my father, but I'd never faced a peer fighter, even stronger than me, without setting any limits." A current of energy gradually emanated from Chial's body as sunlight filtered in. The outcome of the battle was largely decided by Beek Chialsu's arrogance and mistakes, but even if not, I was confident I'd win. Only then did he stir, bracing himself up. In this fighter's journey, real combat matches like that are what matter. Until now they've all been bound bouts. He smiled and put his jacket back on. With everything quiet now, it seems the elders have accepted the deal. Chial made a decision. Now I must call that person out. Back in the Republic of Korea, Seoul, traffic bustled and the air was incredibly fresh. In a quiet alley lined with food stalls, Chial stopped in front of a house and looked up. He looked at the simple house and pondered. No signboard, it looked more like a residence than a restaurant. Then Chial slowly opened the door and stepped inside. At the reception desk he spoke up. I have a reservation under the name Jiang Jinsu. The receptionist immediately replied, yes, I'll show you to the room. He then quietly followed the receptionist to the reserved room. After a moment, the door to a room opened. A middle-aged man who had been waiting inside stood up to greet him. You're here. Chial stepped in slowly and said he hadn't expected a place like this. The man explained, this is a space for private conversations. Nothing can be heard from outside. Seeing the man chuckle into his hand, Chial immediately asked, why are you laughing? The man regained his composure and replied, forgive me. It's just that now I truly feel the young master's age. He then studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps because of Sung Mu background he seemed more mature, yet on closer look he still bore youthful features. A moment later he continued, surprised, young indeed a youth. After observing for a while, he remarked that the eyes and bearing gave no sense of facing a mere boy. Recalling what he'd witnessed, he sighed. A 15-year-old who drew in Lee Jehak, Sung Mu's golden swordsman, captured Baek Chialsu and brought down the entire black market. After some thought, the middle-aged man politely said, first, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I have received a great favor from you, Li Chial. He calmly sipped his tea and replied politely, no need for such thanks, it's just a transaction. The man continued to show his gratitude. Your offering the deal was itself a favor. Without you, I would still be bound by Baek Chialsu. Seeing the man's insistence, Chial sighed and asked, is your daughter all right now? The man reported, yes. Though not fully recovered, she's much better. He also praised that the Sung Mu family's medical center truly lived up to its reputation. Chial seemed indifferent and merely nodded. Well, that's good. At this, the man hesitated for a long moment, as if reluctant to speak. Then he earnestly proposed, you have kept every promise to me. Now it's my turn to fulfill mine. The next words made Chial pause slightly. I'll do anything. What do you need me to do? Seeing the man turn serious, Chial teased, you speak as if I'm about to order you to do some dirty work. The man flustered and explained, no, I didn't mean that. Chial, pleased, suppressed a laugh and replied, I know. Then Chial reached into his always carried bag to take something out and said, first, I have a few things to ask of you. A moment later he placed a file and a USB drive on the table, causing the man to exclaim in surprise, what's this? He then asked suspiciously, isn't this the file and USB you took that day? Why bring them here? Chial explained, I only borrowed them to take a quick look. He pushed the items closer to the man and requested, I'll hand these over to you. Handle them very carefully. It seems I'll have many places soon that will need money, the man said, astonished as if he couldn't believe his eyes. His hand on his thigh tightened slightly as he asked, what do you see in me that makes you trust me with this? The man's voice sounded grave as he asked, this money no longer has an owner now. Don't you think I could take it and run? In contrast, he calmly asked, what, you plan to flee? The man worriedly explained, it's not like that. So he resumed seriously, of course I don't trust you, because you haven't shown me anything to earn my trust. At this he looked deep and said, but I trust the circumstances surrounding you right now. I've been thinking. There are two matters Jiang Jinsu is entangled in. Thanks to the man's daughters, Chiao listed them. First, the ongoing magical treatments for his daughter. Next, he considered the man's connections. Second, ties to the White Bone sect. He was freed by the deal with the seventh brother, but if that person changes his mind, I could drag up his past and bind him again at any time. Then he affirmed, I think that's enough to answer. The man slightly bowed and replied, yes. Suddenly he added something that startled the man. But still, I can't fully trust yet, never mind. Chial reached his hand forward with a friendly expression and said, I hope that one day I can truly trust you. His words seemed to touch the man's reason and heart. It would be good if we could trust each other without thinking of transactions or complicated circumstances. The man looked at the outstretched hand and pondered, unable to fathom what exactly the young master saw in him to be so sincere. Thinking of the contrast between Chial and his former boss, the man analyzed further. I thought he'd be like Beek Chialsu, grasp others' weaknesses and exploit them. Although young Master Li Chial always sets clear boundaries with words and deals, my relationship with him ultimately remains a debt I carry. After a long pause, he finally had his own answer. But now, the way he treats me gives the impression he truly regards me as an equal. Immediately he clasped Chial's hand and said, understood, I will prove each point, it won't take long. Chial replied with satisfaction, I truly look forward to that. Chial observed his counterpart and commented that he no longer saw him as someone who'd lost light under Beek Chialsu, but rather a silhouette of Xiao Jiom overlaying him. Seeing him take the bag, the man asked, where are you headed now? Chial replied enigmatically, south. After leaving the restaurant, as Chial walked down the street, a child's voice rang out, Mom, look, he must be a fighter, he's so handsome. The mother immediately pulled her son and said, don't say that, come here. A man standing nearby overheard and froze, worriedly muttering that he'd thought he'd hidden it well, but apparently something had slipped out. But without wasting time, Chial continued walking. On the bustling street, Chial stood amid the crowd observing everything around him. Elsewhere, in a minimalistic cafe, where wisps of smoke drifted from unknown sources, a woman with brown hair was smoking a cigarette. When the staff brought her coffee, she suddenly let out a cry of apparent surprise. She then looked out the clear window and exclaimed, what is this now? I've caught something interesting. With her cigarette still burning, the woman commented with delight, I've never seen stats like this before. So the woman stood up and stepped outside, saying, let's see who that is. At that moment, a face appeared with bewitching eyes and unsolved mysteries. The woman excitedly added, with those very eyes. Chial sat cross-legged in a first-class train carriage, holding something in his hand. He propped his chin and murmured, a deposit of about 100 million. This sum should cover initial operating costs. Chial looked up. Thanks to Jiang Jinsu, I can travel here comfortably. Closing the bank book, he thought to himself, I wonder how Jiang Jinsu will present himself this time. He lifted his golf bag and prepared. In his mind, he had a plan. The talent has been proven. Let him operate freely for now and see what he can do. A plan gradually formed in his head. If Jiang Jinsu reveals abilities similar to Xiao Jiom's, he could help build a supportive foundation. Chial's eyes gleamed. Having such a backing known to others is essential. Events replayed in his mind. Luck and pretexts were now in place. Knowing the future allowed many possibilities, but from now on he must be more cautious using information from his past life. His thick brows drew together slightly. What I do next must appear as predictions based on reasonable inference. Suddenly an announcement sounded. The next stop is. Chial sighed slowly and stood. First, I must take care of my own affairs rather than Jiang Jinsu's. Afternoon sunlight bathed the station. as the black-haired young man strode forward at a leisurely pace. Standing amid the crowd, Chial glanced at the flow of people around him as he finally arrived at Gyeongsangbuk-do, Jeonju. A sudden pang struck, catching Chial off guard. Rubbing his weary head, he thought that since the training at Chungui Mountain, he had never once lost control. Jeonju holds countless relics and ruins. Here the ancient and the modern coexist. Objects carrying long histories contain power, and within that power lies mysteries modern times cannot explain. A man-made sacred land that miraculously achieved balance, Jeonju. He thought of the item he carried. This place hid traces of that person. The Sungmu ancestor Lee Hyulhyun stories were mainly oral traditions, to the point scholars once rumored he was fictional. On Sungmu Mountain only, a memorial tablet was enshrined during rites. There was no remains of Lee Hyulhyun. Until, in his previous life, a relic related to Lee Hyulhyun was discovered. For who knows how long, Chial walked lost in thought. There, people also uncovered documents related to Huya. As his thoughts reached the crucial point, and with another objective in mind, someone suddenly cut in. "Hey, kid." The person blew cigarette smoke from their full, red lips. A beautiful blonde woman holding a smoking pipe spoke. "Who are you?" Chial's heart's desire had been to meet this person. She smiled. How interesting. The cigarette smoke followed her steps and enveloped him. My detector picked up a strange magical signal, so I came to check it out. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Who would have thought you have the same thing on your eye as I do? Wielders of the demon eye rarely reveal themselves to the world. Yet coincidentally, besides me there is another in Korea, Valerie de Belle, a grand mage from the Eiffel Tower Magic Academy in France, born of French nobility. In her previous life, she was one of the few grand mages to reach level 2. The demon eye she possesses grants the ability to read and understand all hidden information within things, explaining the eye. Chial was somewhat surprised by the situation. He had intended to meet this woman, but hadn't expected it to happen like this. Valerie suddenly closed the distance and said, "Hey, are you afraid of me?" She asked again when he remained silent, "Or are you not Korean?" He had to sigh, "I am Korean." At that she immediately chuckled, "Lucky. Actually, I only know how to say sorry in Korean." Another quiet sigh escaped him. Predictable, but this woman really is hard to read. Rumors flitted through Chial's mind. The nickname she would be called in the future, the eccentric of the Magic Tower. No, better said, the mad woman of the Magic Tower. What baffled him further was her reason for coming to Korea. She suddenly wanted to study incantation, so she came to Korea to learn. Bye-bye. Moreover, she didn't even bother to ask the tower master for permission before leaving. The more he thought, the paler he became, and that she chose to naturalize as a Korean because the fried chicken here is so good. Back to reality, Valerie asked, "Anyway, forget that. Who are you?" Chial threw up his hands. "You were the one who started the conversation. Why ask me?" She clicked her tongue, reached out, "Picky huh. Then let's exchange proper greetings." The sorceress introduced herself slowly. "I am Valerie de Belle. As you can see, I'm not Korean. I am a mage from the tower." He also reached out and clasped her hand in goodwill. "I am Lee Chial." Hearing his surname, she was a bit surprised. Lee, could it be the Lee family called Sungmu here in Korea? Right. Chial nodded, "Yes, that's right." Valerie immediately exclaimed that if he's of Sungmu, then in this country they're almost like royalty. Chial wasn't so arrogant. They do hold great power, but they're still far from royalty. She swung her pipe through the air. "Is that so?" The pipe pointed straight at Chial, bluntly exposing him. "Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away?" Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed the mask. His demon eye nature is like mine, and he awakened his eye long before I did, hardly surprising. She smiled. Not surprised, huh, though I did dig up quite a bit of information. Chial used his real face and continued the conversation. Because I have already seen eyes similar to yours. Valerie's interest was piqued. I've never heard of Sungmu having someone with a demon eye. What power do your eyes have? I don't know why I'm exposing my own power. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. My eyes are the explanatory eye. They can read and render any object or phenomenon as data. And yours? Seeing that expression, Chial had nothing more to say. Her seemingly harmless smile remained, but something began to shift. Well then, there's no other way. In the blink of an eye, her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. I'll have to investigate myself. A powerful force radiated out. Chial's eyes seemed stimulated and shifted color as well. He sank down and covered his eyes, asking angrily, "What are you doing?" Seeing his distressed state, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry, I was just too curious, but it's strange." She stepped closer again, unable to read anything. Seeing his black-haired eyes still angry, the sorceress coaxed, "Don't be so mad. Consider it an apology. I'll tell you something interesting." She put on a fake smile and added in exchange, "Talk with me for a long while, okay?" The sky had already turned toward evening. The evening light flickered into the large corner apartment. Valerie and Chial paused before the old gate of the villa, hesitating and probing. They said they were going for coffee, yet they were going to drink it here. Chial glanced around and muttered that from the outside it looked like an ordinary abandoned house, but Valerie paid no mind and laughed. "All right, let's go in and see." No sooner had she finished speaking than a faint red light swept past Chial, leaving him momentarily dazed. He guessed that the sensation just now felt like the magic of a yokai. Valerie, sensing something too, asked, "So you noticed it now?" Not using a magic eye yet still feeling it, "Could you have learned sorcery?" He replied softly, "I haven't learned sorcery." The strange feeling was obvious, so why be surprised? She explained that such a sensation couldn't be perceived unless one were a master like her. He frowned and considered. A master. Did she mean the Magic Tower Lord of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garrel? If one hadn't reached that level, they couldn't sense it. She already claimed to have reached that. Chial exhaled to steady himself. "I've experienced something similar before." Valerie rubbed her chin and said quietly, "No, it's different. Even if you've experienced something similar, normally you still couldn't perceive it." Her eyes flashed dangerously, "Unless you've trained your magic to the extreme." Chial broke into a sweat and swallowed dreely. "I've felt this strange familiarity for a while now." He went pale as he recalled Jiowa. She resembled my aunt. The image of Jiowa smiling and waving at him. "Child, let's go, it's time for happy training," floated through his mind. Chial composed himself and asked if this was instantaneous teleportation. Valerie pushed the door open and explained calmly, "No, I do have quite a bit of money, but not to that extent." She strode in with pride and satisfaction, and to be precise, said I'd used magic power and inner force to connect a tunnel. The house was covered in dust on all sides. Valerie warmly invited him in. Immediately, Chial quickly stepped inside. Contrasting with the house's dilapidation was a sales counter that was spotlessly clean and tidy. Chial's gaze went to the shopkeeper. He asked curiously about that thing. Looking at the shopkeeper, he thought it wasn't human. He sensed magic power and no signs of biological activity. Valerie, knowing his intense curiosity, answered that it was a golem, a machine with a magic core implanted inside. "From now on, this is my workshop. Expect all sorts of strange things to appear." She collapsed into a chair and asked nonchalantly if he wanted to order a drink first. He put his hand in his pocket to order, "I'll have a cup of hot tea." Valerie snapped her fingers to summon service. "Fine, I'll have an espresso." Chial inquired whether such a thing could be installed in a workshop. Valerie replied casually that she wanted the feel of a real cafe, but going out every time was a hassle. Yes, it's fine. She took the cigarette in her hand, inhaled, and said there were many things she wanted to ask and didn't know where to start. Chial wondered why she thought he would answer, and she retorted that he was so stingy. So then she said, even if I look like this, I actually know quite a lot. Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person may ask 3 questions and take turns answering one. How about that? This is the 3 questions exchange ritual, Valerie's ancient magic, famous for when her curiosity couldn't be satisfied. She would propose a game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. This single-branch magic she developed later became one of the signatures of the sorcerer called Valerie. And simple question swapping is boring, she said loudly, so I'll add a game using my magic. Hearing that, Chial sipped from his cup and thought silently, just as the rumors said. He answered flatly, I refuse, which made her eyes widen in surprise. He stated his position plainly. I just met you today. There's nothing to be curious about. She asked awkwardly in return, not curious about my eyes. Chial added that even without asking earlier, someone had deliberately told him already though. He set his cup of tea down with feeling. This game actually sounds pretty interesting. Let's set terms. The winner gets to make a request. In that case I'll participate, Valerie repeated. A request. You say there's nothing to be curious about, so what would you demand? His face grew serious. That can be thought about later. He added that the chance to make a request of a sorcerer, who even has her own workshop, doesn't come often, leaving her deep in thought. She lifted the wand with obvious difficulty, complaining it wasn't comfortable, but all right. The rules are simple. The wand swung and unleashed a blazing red power that filled the space, her face lit with undisguised delight. From now on, each person will have 3 questions and 3 answers. The red lights merged into a small flame as she explained the rules. Questions are free, ask anything. Answers likewise can be true or false. But you must guess whether each answer is true or false. Whoever guesses more correctly wins. And the loser must perform in detail the 3 tasks requested by their opponent. She smiled to ease the atmosphere and said overly obvious questions are banned, like gender or real name. He asked immediately how one could tell which answers were true and which were false. She pointed to her head and said this magic is a mental spell. It reads the waves of consciousness emitted from the unconscious. She replied that even if the loser intentionally tries to hide the truth, the magic's influence will make them speak naturally. And then, from within the chest, a brilliant mote of light condensed in Valerie. Her voice solemn, I, Valerie de Belle, swear by the title of a sorcerer that I will faithfully carry out what I say, without trickery or deceit. As she finished, the orb condensed and then burst above the 2 of them, and we will abide by the rules, playing a fair match. Valerie placed her hand as if pledging, this is a sorcerer's oath. If I break the vow, I will lose all my magic power. She then began, now you can believe I won't cheat anymore, right? He nodded to indicate yes. At that, Valerie snapped her fingers to signal, then let's begin. The red orbs hovered above their heads. Valerie faced Chial with an oppressive intensity. Chial politely gestured, you first. Valerie cheerfully replied, all right, let's keep it gentle to start. Her eyes gleamed a bewitching purple as she dreamily looked at Chial and asked, your demon eyes, what abilities do they have? He closed his eyes to think. Right from the first question she hit on the thing he most wanted to know, and quickly answered, I possess a power similar to yours. As soon as the answer finished, a flame above Chial's head flickered out. Valerie jumped up in astonishment. What do you mean? Can I count that as the second question? She sighed in exasperation and relented. Fine, now it's your turn to ask. Wasting no time, He asked why she was curious about his demon eyes. She fell into pensive thought. In an instant she answered decisively, from a thirst for knowledge, simply curiosity as a sorcerer. Immediately after, a flame went out. Chial thought inwardly that it was a vague answer. In any case, in this game the content of the answer doesn't matter. They faced each other as he calmly reasoned that the important thing was to have preset questions you wanted answers to, and to see through whether the opponent's replies were true or false. If I win the game, I'll get detailed answers to my questions. And I don't need to be too picky about the question's content. Chial smiled in satisfaction. What I'm aiming for is victory in the game, because afterward I'll have the right to make a request of her. Immediately after, Valerie spoke calmly. All right, second question. Time passed slowly. It was her turn again, now for my final question. Valerie's gaze sharpened as she cut to the chase. You already know about me. She looked straight into Chial's eyes and asked directly, how much do you actually know about me? He replied seriously that from the moment I was born until now, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly Valerie covered her mouth and grinned triumphantly. I win. She watched every expression on Chial's face with delight. Though young, he kept a fairly blank expression, though his features trembled slightly. Now it's your turn to inquire. It's time for me to ask the final question, Valerie said leisurely. Hurry and ask. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled. Then he propped his chin and posed the issue. Do you think I've won? Do you think you will lose? Valerie sighed and judged. That's your final question, really? Chial made no comment and only urged her to answer. She, taking out a makeup compact, replied, fine, very well. Then she confidently declared, you lose, because I have won. But Valerie's orb suddenly exploded, startling her. Valerie looked around in confusion and muttered, did I get it wrong? But it was obvious. Chial said casually, do you want me to tell you why? Then he explained calmly. The first question, someone's curiosity about demon eyes is due to a thirst for knowledge. That's the truth. But for the next one, he straightforwardly pointed out. The second answer, you lied. This made Valerie widen her eyes in astonishment. Chial only watched her calmly and thought to himself that the three questions exchange ritual is a mental-type magic. He lifted his teacup and leisurely added, and the last one. Chial concluded with certainty that that too had become a lie, because the winner is me. Upon hearing this, Valerie acceptingly relinquished. I lost. Per our agreement, I'll answer your questions first. She then calmly recounted. The first question, I also possess demon eyes, so I've always studied them, but research materials are scarce, and finding collaborators isn't easy. When it came to the next matter, Valerie hesitated and spoke awkwardly. The second is. Seeing this, Chial sighed once and generously said that if she found it hard to speak, she didn't have to answer. He wasn't trying to pry into everything. Innate magic is personal, so her hesitation was understandable. Valerie, upon hearing that, exclaimed in surprise, really? Is that truly okay? Chial casually made his request. Instead, let me ask one more favor. She raised her hand to ward him off and warned, so what exactly do you intend to ask me? Immediately he frowned, showing clear dislike. Seeing his face, Valerie hurriedly explained, no, it was just a joke, no need to frown so much. Chial tried to control his emotions and explained, it's not that. I merely thought of someone who looked exactly like you, so I reacted strongly. So what do you intend to do? Hearing that, she patted her head dejectedly and replied, fine. It seems I no longer have the option to refuse. Valerie calmly declared, then the game ends here. Then she stood up and said, then come deeper into the workshop. We'll discuss what you need. When she came up beside Chial, Valerie carefully warned, don't touch anything, just follow behind me. She went ahead and opened the door. Valerie led the way and introduced, This is the center of my workshop. After looking around, Chial inwardly marveled. Unlike the cafe, this is what a sorcerer's living and working space should look like. Then he turned and asked curiously, I heard sorcerers don't let outsiders into their workshops. Valerie smugly replied, that's right. If you accidentally touch a ward or magic array, big trouble can happen. But I'm skilled enough so that's not an issue. Sit over here. Chial replied helplessly, ah, yes. Following her, she asked with interest, so then, what is it you want me to do? He took out a stone tablet and, in a solemn tone, requested, I want you to decipher this tablet, and of course keep all its contents confidential after decoding. Seeing that, Valerie put on gloves and thought to herself that a stone tablet, ancient artifacts can be complicated, but I can handle it. She then picked up the tablet to examine it. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning appeared. It quickly struck at Valerie's eyes, obstructing her study of it. What the? Valerie was hit and had to cover her eyes, then strained to utter each word. This is an artifact from the distant past, at least from the 3rd or 4th century or older. Chial admired and remarked that she recognized it immediately. She gripped the tablet tightly and groaned inwardly in horror. Insane, an antique this ancient. It almost killed me. Valerie recalled his earlier image and words. He had seemed confident then, but it seems the workshop sigils are more rudimentary than she thought. He has demon eyes, but as for magic, at this level I can handle it. Should I still ask him for help? The more she remembered, the angrier she became and scolded him. With an artifact like this, he should at least have warned me. Valerie glared at Chial in annoyance, mentally scolding non-stop that this thing is millennia old. I nearly had to redraw all the workshop sigils from scratch, and he was bragging about his skill earlier. A few seconds later, she returned to normal and said, let me examine it once more. Once again, Valerie's eyes turned purple as she inspected and pondered. It's not like an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie analyzed the tablet intently and said, can I only read this much? After a while, she rested her chin on her hand and mused. I can grasp the movements of the moon, the sun, and the workings of the stars, but only up to that point. Valerie thought helplessly that if it were an ancient script or a simple cipher, she would have decoded it immediately. Then she turned to Chial to ask, it seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple scripts. What exactly is this? He answered calmly, it's a map, and also a key. Hearing that, Valerie admitted that this will probably take some time for her to decode. Seeing this, Chial hesitated and said then, while we wait, may I state my second request? She didn't hesitate to agree, fine. Outside, the sky had turned to evening. The last rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. After hearing Chial's matter, Valerie repeated in surprise, your second request is for me to tell you about demon eyes. He confirmed and added that if it could benefit both sides, all the better. Then he calmly asked, by the way, do you have a training room in your workshop? Instantly, Valerie's expression became very confident and boastful. Of course, a sorcerer needs a place to train. Every workshop has a training area. However, mine is a bit larger than usual. Chial was speechless and didn't reply, quietly boasting. A sorcerer's workshop being that spacious means their power and finances are top tier, which reminded him of someone. Then he asked calmly, it seems you're quite wealthy, aren't you? Valerie replied skeptically, you didn't know. I'm from a long-established noble family. She then smugly declared, anyway, my second request is that, no backing out, one word is binding. Chial reluctantly corrected the phrasing, heavens, you should say a man of his word. I understand. Valerie paid no mind. She summoned her power and said, then let's start. Try opening your demon eyes for me. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his demon eyes. Immediately Chial snapped his eyes open, and a beam of light flashed from them. After Chial opened his eyes, he saw illusory circles behind Valerie. Chial gasped as if startled, his face showing pain. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee on the ground. Valerie, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Chial explained, "No, it's nothing. There are too many sigils in this room, so I'm a bit overwhelmed." She pondered. Just seeing a few sigils makes your eyes hurt. Then Valerie suddenly realized, "Wait, don't tell me you can see all the magic arrays and sigils in this place." Chial admitted and slowly rose. "Yes, my eyes can read the flow of forces and other things normally invisible, though they're a bit hard to control." Valerie wanted to confirm. "First, can you dispel the demon eye?" She requested, "Explain more about your demon eyes. Do they give you clairvoyance or let you see mana?" Chial clarified, "I can't clairvoyantly perceive, but I can infer, like an opponent's movements or hidden auras." Valerie was very skeptical. "Do you know how strange what you just said sounds?" She pointed at him and told Chial that if all this is true, then your eyes aren't ordinary demon eyes. No demon eyes can see so much. It seems there's a long story. First, return to the study. In the study, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie warned Chial beforehand. "Before I explain, you must know one thing. Demon eyes and mind's eye are completely different concepts." He affirmed, "I know that." Then she launched into a long explanation. Also, demon eyes may look like mere visual enhancement, but they're not. Even if demon eye perceptions are manifested by magic, they're still images humans can receive. Chial, embarrassed, scratched his head and asked for pardon. "Could you explain more simply? Korean is really difficult." Valerie tapped her fingers and said, "What I mean is this." Then she had to speak at length, constantly gesturing to make him understand clearly. Valerie put a cigarette in her mouth, annoyed to recall, and because of that, demon eyes are more special than any anomaly. I've had fMRI scans while activating mine. The moment the demon eye engaged, blood flow to my brain surged and my nerves were overactivated. Chial understood. No wonder unregulated demon eyes cause pain. She emphasized that's right, because you must process sensations humans don't normally have, leading to overload. Valerie said thoughtfully that demon eyes are such a dangerous power that so far no pair has possessed composite abilities. However, how many things your demon eyes can do now? He found himself a bit surprised as he listened. Valerie stared at Chial sharply. "You said those eyes were opened through the Sung Mu ritual. Usually, those who open demon eyes begin to see odd things around 5 years before or after that age. So before undergoing that ritual, had you ever seen anything strange?" He bowed his head to recall. Chial couldn't help but admit from the heart that there had been signs beforehand, even when I was only 11. She interrogated whether anyone in Sung Mu had ever opened demon eyes like his. He denied it, no one. Valerie continued investigating. "Do you know why I'm serious?" Chial only replied with one word, "Yes." She suddenly said regretfully that if you were in combat, you probably wouldn't be able to control it. He also paid attention to Valerie's words. Chial glanced as if weighing something. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. "Actually, in battle, I've used the demon eyes countless times." She thought she misheard. "What?" Valerie jumped up excitedly. "How can that be? Even if demon eyes had only 2 or 3 functions, the brain would suffer horrific overload. You should have hemorrhaged or gone mad long ago. Yet you could look and still control them." Chial, much calmer than her, admitted yes. Valerie helplessly held her head. She'd never seen an exception like this. Then a sly smile spread across her face. "Seems we need to run a few tests," she said. Valerie's demeanor made him pale. "Yes, what kind of tests?" At Valerie's suggestion, I stayed in the training room for a while, and before I knew it, several days had passed. Valerie was absorbed in decoding the stone slab until just before dinner. As for me, I began training to push the demon eyes to their limits. Chial lay on the table, limbs restrained, surrounded by bolts of lightning that made him grit his teeth in pain. Finally the device sounded, ending the measurement. Chial was dazed, nearly falling asleep. At first he could bear it, but the difficulty kept increasing. He recalled what she did to him to test how much direct stimulation he could withstand. She thrust tangles of mana before his face. Her smile then was terrifying. "Come on, a little more, just a bit more." Chial could only scream, "You devil." Just then Valerie entered the room to check on him. "How's it going? Are you okay?" He thought to himself that she looked like a mad scientist. Chial glanced at the cuffs being removed. She had said using the demon eyes would overload the head. She smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The mana learning machine will stop automatically the moment you reach your overload threshold." He glared at Valerie, who pretended not to notice. "This woman is insane. I even have to apologize for ever comparing him to my model." She sought justification. "Besides, we're collecting a lot of good data. Limits and characteristics are becoming clear, and the more the demon eyes are used, the more they develop." Chial couldn't deny it. She wasn't wrong, but... She stopped listening and turned away humming. "Let's see if you'll obediently endure the tests." He realized she was deliberately speaking in French. Valerie looked surprised at what she saw before her. She was studying the parameter display and wondered, "What is this? Am I seeing it wrong?" I set it to auto-check and let the difficulty ramp up gradually. How could his growth rate be this fast? "No, it's not growth. It's more like adaptation." Then the issue wasn't in the explanation. The smile on Valerie's face grew increasingly intrigued. Things continued over the following days. First day of training. No, almost called it an experiment. This is training. After all, it's just the test Li Chial requested, not an experiment to satisfy my curiosity. Still, having painstakingly gathered the data, I'll file it. It's confirmed that demon eyes can easily see one-way mana channels. Pain begins to appear from magic level 6 and above, but at level 7 it can still be read without too much difficulty. I might need to bring back a CT machine to help. On the third day of training, to test clairvoyance, I purposely hid a sigil behind a metal sheet and asked him to read it. The results showed it wasn't clairvoyance but reading the energy emitted by the object, a mere pencil. Yet I still don't understand what he read or how. Then I tested moving objects. He demonstrated the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. Traces of a limited precognitive sight appeared. But he can't keep the demon eyes open more than 2 hours. If only the durability of his brain and eyes were a bit higher. More experiments, no more training. On the 8th day of the experiment, he was continuously breaking records for how fast he could handle increasing difficulty. So I tried secretly ramping it up drastically, yet he still kept pace. Even I haven't reached this level. I should have bought that CT machine earlier. At this point, I may have to dissect him to see directly. His demon eyes seem to belong to a completely different resolution system than mine. Li Chial's visual capability is on an almost transcendent level. Yes, if I had to describe it. Valerie heard the noise and hurriedly turned her head. What's going on? She wondered why he didn't pretend not to know, look at his expression. Chial explained nonchalantly, the machine just stopped so I stepped out. The alarm blared, didn't you hear it? She spun back to her desk in disbelief and asked, an alarm? Valerie felt a bit surprised. All the training phases I prepared are already completed. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. He stepped closer and looked at the computer screen. It seems I'm completely done, she said in surprise. What? You can speak French. Chial looked at Valerie and explained that direct descendants of Sungmu are required to learn the languages of key nations, so I can use it at a conversational level. Her face suddenly flushed. Could it be? He grinned brightly as if not caring at all, muttering and cursing to himself. Don't worry too much. It could happen, I understand everything. I'm not like someone else. Valerie cried out in embarrassment. You damn brat. Chial walked over from a distance and called, do you need something? Valerie held her pipe and turned to him. Yes, the preliminary training is finished. She asked for his opinion. Honestly, I'd like to continue lab training, but what you need is practical combat application, right? So now I intend to start proper training. He seemed very agreeable, I'm always ready. But Valerie suddenly intervened. Wait. A magic circle appeared at their feet with her at the center. Valerie explained that she had reinforced the training area's magic array. It would be far more complex than before. She also warned, and one more thing, it's best to break the habit of closing and reopening your eyes when using the demon eyes. Small repeated actions become habits. It might help short-term control, but in the long run it'll have harmful effects. He heeded her advice, frowning as he tried not to close his eyes. Finally, Chial was able to summon his demon eyes. He stared at the room crowded with magic circles. Even though the training area's arrays had been reinforced, I only felt a slight headache. A few days ago, in the middle of Jeonju, I couldn't control the demon eyes at all. Chial slowly observed the surroundings. The flow of mana was so complex it was like looking at a human's mana system. I don't fully understand magic, but he's certainly an extraordinary archmage. Valerie, seeing him not move, asked what was wrong, but Chial just replied perfunctorily, nothing. She handed him a circular band and instructed, now I'll train you to control the demon eyes in real situations. Stick this on your head to sense the mana flow clearly. Chial took it, put it on, and asked how the training would proceed. Valerie smiled, well, we're training the demon eyes, aren't we? Then the method was obvious. Flames erupted behind Valerie. She sent them rushing forward, not forgetting to shout a reminder. Avoid them well. Chial summoned a sword and muttered, damn it. Valerie called out loudly, hey, only use the demon eyes. He had to quickly dodge the fireball. Chial couldn't help but complain that such things should be announced beforehand. What a mad scientist. He glanced back slightly, dodged it. If it had been when I first entered the training room, I surely wouldn't have been able to evade it. Valerie warned kindly, it's not over yet. The fireball hasn't stopped and changes direction toward him. Chial opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The fireball suddenly detonated. She seemed intent on not holding back. Dodge and listen. Now I've grasped the nature of your demon eyes. Your demon eyes, to put it bluntly, are quite similar to my resolution system but a tier higher. After the explosion, Chial was smudged and dirty. She calmly lit her pipe and said, your demon eyes don't read many things. Like other demon eyes, they read one single thing. The room was surrounded by red fire, objects before them, flora and fauna, mana or mere force, and countless supernatural energies. And the entire present of each piece of information. If you had to name it, perhaps call it the presenti, eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this moment. Valerie directed those spheres to move. Chial stepped back to avoid the attacking taunt, feeling that her chosen name was terrible. She paid no mind and continued. Your eyes are reading every present before you, and having analyzed the present, inferring a reasonable future is inevitable. Similarly, you can also deduce the past. There used to be a neat term to describe that. Right, the law of cause and effect, Valerie said cheerfully, as the explosion behind her created a huge shock. Chial still stood after the blast, though filthy. She told him that, in any case, your high-tier demon eyes will themselves become a burden. Despite increased control, you could be devoured by your own eyes in an instant. So then that is. All of this is for your benefit only. The fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, all right, into battle. spheres streamed toward him in succession. After the session ended, Chial, blackened all over, sat sprawled on the ground, prompting Valerie to tease him. Did you just crawl out of a coal mine? Hey, open your eyes nicely. Do you know how hard I worked studying your demon eyes? He said with no emotion. I appreciate that, she replied wearily, but your demon eyes were awakened through Sungmu's specific ritual. So is the late discovery because they're not ordinary demon eyes, or simply because you're an exception. He chose silence and said nothing. Valerie didn't press further and stood up. In any case, I probably can't find the answer myself, sorry. She smiled slyly again. Perhaps advanced imaging or cutting it open will reveal it. Chial saw that expression and panicked immediately. Nothing, one day we'll understand. I'm not sure what you plan to cut open though. Valerie excitedly summoned the fireballs again. Fine, continue training. And hey, for convenience, I think we should name your demon eyes, analysis eye or causality eye. A bit bland. He refused sternly, no names. But she wouldn't listen. No way, such a formidable demon eye must have a name. How about divine eye, Solomon's all-seeing eye, or an Eastern flavor, the Sand King's true eye? Chial firmly refused, not necessary. Valerie decided, Demla eye, pretty cool, right? You must have had a hard time resisting those barrage attacks. At this point, Chial was panting wearily from days of training. Prediction, analysis, selection, and focus. When I used the demon eye's full capability, development speed skyrocketed horribly, yet his face couldn't hide his excitement. A phone in his coat pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie looked down and realized, is it this late already? She stepped closer to tease Chial. You don't turn into a black lump of coal like before anymore. What a pity. Don't train on your own today, shower and go straight to the research lab. He asked confusedly, what do you mean? Valerie winked and announced, because the decoding work is finished. A few books lay on the table. Books were strewn all over the room. Chial asked suspiciously, I left here just a month ago. How did everything change like this? Valerie answered nonchalantly, all of this is just research material. You can throw it away now if you want. She complained that at the Mage Tower she could order graduate scholars around conveniently. Here there's not a single slave. It's boring. Valerie used magic to make the books float and said, since ancient times the Korean peninsula has preserved records well, so decoding the language and script isn't hard. It's quite interesting. Now sit here and look at this first. Chial picked up an object and remarked that the stone slab's shape must be different from before. She explained that because some constellations and characters had faded, she restored them. From now on I'll explain it to you. Valerie took out a document and placed it on the table. She pointed to the picture and asked, have you seen this constellation? He replied immediately, no, I've never seen it. So Valerie laid out two more similar images and said, I knew it. Currently that constellation looks like this. She pointed to one of them. The problem is here. Why did the ancients combine these constellations into one? Look below. This was originally an imaginary constellation. The order of these stars is the key to decoding. Although I was fooled by the disguise for a while, it's neither a moon orbit nor a star map. So what is it? Chial began to ponder. I feel like I've seen this somewhere. Then he suddenly jolted, as if he remembered. Chial asked tentatively, can I tear this? Valerie gave a light, relieved smile. No need to tear it, it's right here. This is a map of the entire dragon veins of the Korean peninsula, not stars at all, but a map of the geomantic points across the land. On the map, points are marked and connected with striking black ink. Valerie's words echoed in the quiet room. This isn't a constellation map, it's a map of Korea's ley lines. She continued, in Eastern doctrine, the world is viewed as a single living organism. Dragon veins are like the meridians of a person. They're the paths through which magical energy flows. Li Qiao stared at the photo, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But this steel was made in ancient times. Back then, they couldn't have extended territory this far north. Valerie replied, "That's exactly why this is important historical material." Her words stunned Li Qiao. It was evidence that the ancients had expanded their land to this region. Finally, Valerie left him space to investigate on his own. As for the locations, that's all I can explain. For the rest, you'd better read the commentary yourself. Li Qiao stared at the photos she gave him, thinking silently. This is the incantation for the ancient magical art of the Zheng Mo constellation. It's a kind of magic that runs on exposed mana. No one practices it anymore, but I memorized the incantation while researching with your mother. He placed the map and the star chart photo close together. If dragon veins really are like meridians, then could it be? Li Qiao began to sense energy from it according to the incantation, channel mana, and then trace the points based on those locations. After a few seconds of feeling, he couldn't hide his joy and gave a faint smile. "I've found it." His heart was filled with excitement. Dongdu, Thoham Mountain, the tomb of the second master of Zheng Mo Hyangxiang, was there. A few days later, Valerie sat holding a magic chopstick, turned to him and asked, "What is it? Are you leaving?" Li Qiao had his backpack ready on his shoulders. He didn't turn back and replied, "Yes." Valerie asked one more thing as he prepared to depart. "Before you go, during that 3-question ritual, can you tell me the trick to deceiving it?" Li Qiao answered. "Didn't you say you'd figure it out yourself?" Valerie frowned, displeased. "Stubborn to the end, I really give up on you." But she still couldn't help him and offered encouragement. "Be careful, though Ham Mountain is quite dangerous." Li Qiao replied, "I know, though it's a spirit mountain, it's special in many ways." Valerie stood up, pointing as she explained, "Best not to go near the ruins. I heard recently a disciple from Buddha State Temple went missing. They got entangled with a spirit, the soul got messed up and was cursed before anyone realized. Do you know how terrifying the curse can be? Monsters can even appear." Li Qiao looked bewildered, waiting for her to finish, then said, "Valerie, calm down. Are you really worrying about me?" At that, Valerie blushed awkwardly. "What?" Li Qiao saw the embarrassed look on her face and cleared his throat. Valerie, embarrassed into anger, snapped, "Worry about me? Who would bother worrying about a rude kid like you? I'm going out to have fun, okay?" Li Qiao replied, "Thank you, Valerie, I'm off then." Valerie saw him wave goodbye and asked in surprise, "Huh, you're really going?" Then she made a promise on the spot, "When you're done, I'll stop by." Li Qiao waved farewell, turned and promised, "Then we'll have fried chicken together again." A short while later, Li Qiao arrived at Thoham Mountain. He wiped sweat from his face and told himself, "It's been almost 2 hours since entering Thoham Mountain." Looking at the map, Li Qiao sighed. He looked between the map and his surroundings. Although the map was made over 1,000 years ago and terrain can change, it's indeed harder to find than I thought. He sighed in frustration. "It's a bit crude, but since I'm proficient with the mana I can maintain it for a very long time." Though it was hard to find, Li Qiao couldn't give up halfway. He groped along the map's path, wondering inwardly. Along the way there were 3 orange-red cords like a guiding path, combining observation of the surroundings with the map. He kept walking until he saw a swirl of orange gold. Spotting it, Li Qiao silently wondered, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt. Excited, Li Qiao realized, this is the place. A pale blue radiance surrounded him. Li Qiao stood up and shouted, "Ba Lang." The blue light enveloped the area around him and shone brightest in the circle at his feet. The light clung to the grass and the stones there. Then Li Qiao drew the light in and deduced, this is the sealed gate leading into the tomb. Now I just need to channel mana in the order of the other constellations on the slab. He touched a stone. Blue energy spread around his body and the rock. He began the opening ritual, starting from the north and turning clockwise. But soon he belatedly realized, this consumes mana terribly. Li Qiao withdrew his hand. Disappointed, not easy at all. A while later, as dusk fell, Li Qiao resolved to touch the slab and try one last time. He told himself, this is the final part. Immediately after, the world seemed to shake, making it hard for him to stand. The internal power from the stone made the earth whirl, as a dazzling blue light burst forth. Li Qiao raised his hand to shield his face, puzzled. What is this all of a sudden? Clutching his backpack to his chest, he thought, why is the mana level so enormous? Could the Ham Mountain's mana have accumulated for a very long time and been activated by my mana? The internal power exploded, sending Li Qiao crashing to the ground. He rose, hugged his backpack, and brushed dust off himself in the pack. He sighed in relief, thought I was done for. Everything around was pitch black. He couldn't make out his 5 fingers when raising his hand. Li Qiao looked around and said to himself, I can't see a thing. Exhausting his mana to the limit meant even the mana eye couldn't be used. He fished a flashlight from his backpack, turned it on and said, luckily I don't sense any presence or movement. He swept the flashlight to survey the area. Suddenly the beam fell on a bronze statue of a soldier with an extremely fierce face. The statue seemed to be sculpted with high artistry. He jumped, almost thinking he was being attacked. Assessing the site, Li Qiao said, at this scale, you absolutely can't call it an ordinary ancient tomb. He shone the light on a stele and reed. This slab stated that land had been purchased from the local deity to serve as the burial site. If some mages saw this, they'd foam at the mouth from shock. Moving the beam to another stele, he saw characters resembling Chinese semi-cursive script, dragon-like strokes and phoenix-like flourishes giving a unique artistic feel. What about this one? Li Qiao read the stele. War King Li Hyangxian of the Li clan lived to 122 years and rests here. Accordingly, he was surprised to notice an inscription. All living and dead who wish to enter this place turn back. Li Qiao carried some unease and thought, this is a warning. He read on, beyond here there is only darkness. And he couldn't help wondering inwardly, is there really something inside? Seeing the energy relatively stable, Li Qiao told himself, my mana has recovered a bit. Try using the mana eye. Acting on it, he used the mana eye to scan around and, of course, perceived nothing. He put his hand to his face. I can't see anything. It's like hitting a gigantic wall, just a sharp, painful sensation. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Continuing to think, he recalled, in a past life, my elder brother said he hid this location. All records were kept strictly secret, except for H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1. Li Qiao wondered, why do that, out of guilt for disturbing the ancestors' eternal rest? Then he dismissed it. No, if that were the case, they'd have hidden the excavation itself. Li Qiao brooded over his thoughts. Unlike his elder brother's style, the information had been revealed in a suspicious way. If you think it's an intentional trap, then. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Li Qiao turned toward where it came from. There, many flames drifted out from nowhere. 2 statues with fierce faces were advancing toward him. Li Qiao alarmedly realized, the Human King statues are moving. The 2 statues shouted angrily, human, leave this place. Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly and thought silently. I've never heard of guardian constructs here. Besides, they're not high-level monsters or sacred beasts, yet they emit waves of will. He was puzzled. Even the mana eye saw nothing. Are they moving without exerting any power? At once Li Qiao rejected that thought. That can't be. Something drew his attention. a cluster of light with sparkling dots like pearls strung together. He watched it, wondering. But before he could ponder, the statue lunged to attack. Li Qiao reacted quickly and dodged in time. He stepped back a few paces, thinking, "Damn, if only I had a bit more time." He planted his toe to steady himself and calculated fast. A prolonged fight was impossible, if he wanted to win with his remaining mana. He had to charge straight in. Li Qiao lunged at the two statues. They warned again, "Leave at once." But before they could advance a second time, some force stopped them. Li Qiao was convinced, "Just as I thought, their movements are crude and simple." He raised his sword and used the technique heartless single strike. As he brought it down, it was chakma. The two statues let out pain cries. Li Qiao calculated, "If I extend the distance, I become the disadvantaged one." Aware of this, he tried to shorten the fight as much as possible. A statue attacked. He couldn't block in time and dodged instead. When the second statue struck, he used his sword to parry. Given the force disparity, it was clear Li Qiao was struggling tremendously against that physical blow. He used Iron Chi Art Yama. Red cords immediately bound the two bronze statues tightly. Just as Li Qiao and the two statues were fiercely engaged, he prepared to raise his sword to deliver the finishing blow. When both statues suddenly collapsed, Li Qiao thought, "Has the mana run out? Hard to operate anymore." Looking at what lay on the ground, he twisted his wrist and sighed. "If it can breathe, there's still air flowing. The Human King statues aren't hurt at all." Immediately after, the two statues automatically shouted, "Leave this place." To Li Qiao's astonishment, he felt annoyed inwardly. "What a bother. My mana is still recovering, but not enough for another fight." He checked with his mana eye. Even so, he had to focus carefully. Moreover, inside their chests were spots of light connected together, exactly like what he had seen earlier. A suspicion immediately formed in his mind. Could it be? Li Qiao drew another sword, thinking, "If they really are that, I must use H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 to cut straight through to the inside in a single strike." Seeing him pull out the black sword, the two statues spoke to each other. The first statue asked, "What's that?" The second statue replied, "It's a pitch-black sword. A purely black sword." Both in unison, "That's our friend." Then they hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, sorry." With the mana eye, Li Qiao could see into their inner minds. He assessed silently. These beings like to play with animals or children and pull pranks. They belong to the mysterious Fey-like race. He drew the sword, pointed, and asked, "We were fighting. What are you doing messing around?" The two statues answered, "That is a terrifying sword, sorry." They continued, "Instead, we will heal you." Immediately, they beamed light onto his body. Li Qiao noticed his wounds recovering quickly. Li Qiao asked, "So why are you here?" They replied, "We don't know and we won't say." He began to threaten, "I might just swing this. Will you answer nicely then?" They cried out, "Humans are scary." Then the two statues began to tell their story. "We made a pact. For 1,000 years, it's been more than 1,000 years." Hearing this, Li Qiao found it strange. The mysterious race was supposed to live in harmony with nature, but he asked aloud, "It must have been hard since you've been guarding this place all that time." Encouraged by his words, the two statues were moved and thanked him. "Thank you. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person. Is that really a sword, though?" Li Qiao asked further, "But who did you make the pact with?" "The one who holds that black sword, should we say? I guess we can. Hair and eyes the same color. That's right." They agreed. "The one we pledged to is the person who went inside. We suffered greatly, but that person said if we guarded this place, they would protect us too." The two statues pointed at the closed door nearby. Li Qiao asked, "Protect you from what?" They answered, "Something terrifying, something that can't die. Terrifying, utterly terrifying." Li Qiao suddenly realized, So you attacked me because you thought I was one of them. He recalled the mountain guardian had said something similar. Li Qiao resolved, in the end, I have no choice but to go in. The two statues said, if you want to enter, you must prove it with blood. Only those granted permission may enter. Obeying, Li Qiao used the H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 sword to cut a line across his palm. Blood welled out. He pressed his hand onto the center of the two doors where embossed patterns lay. The blood soaked in, and the patterns instantly stood out more than ever. The doors opened easily. Inside there wasn't a single light. It was a deep, bottomless darkness. Li Qiao stepped in, whispering, all right, let's go. In the laboratory, Valerie lay face down on the table, sighing. There's so much to research. Why is this happening? She was despondent. Today's a wash. I'll just order fried chicken. She pulled out her phone to call, but the computer screen emitted a beeping alert. Valerie turned to look. The motion sensor. Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot suddenly appeared at a central point in Jeonju. She stared and wondered. Red means death. There's no way such a thing would appear in Jeonju, right? Or is the system glitched? But then her expression gradually turned serious. Valerie stared at the screen and exclaimed in shock. Impossible! 5 gates opened at once. She sprang up and began typing furiously. Could it be because of that kid? But when she checked other areas, everything was normal, which relieved her somewhat. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana remained exactly as before. She immediately packed her things and left. There was no time to be calm. Even if Jeonju had few civilians, it was still very dangerous. Valerie hurriedly left the room and failed to notice that the place she had just checked had shown no abnormal signal at all. When suddenly a red dot appeared. This red dot spread like a virus at an alarming exponential rate. In the blink of an eye, it had nearly covered the entire map. As he walked and looked around, Li Qiao thought to himself that this was not an ordinary cemetery. After walking for a while, he found an old bookshelf. Li Qiao rummaged through it and found what he had come down here for. The book Chi, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1, L letter 1 E5C. Although he needed it, his instincts sensed something even more potent. Li Qiao's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy vibrating around him. His heart seemed ready to leap from his chest with excitement. He stepped forward and felt a strange sensation occurring throughout his body. Still dazed, he looked ahead and suddenly saw an old man with white hair clutching a sword tightly. Li Qiao didn't know whether it was a hallucination or a real spirit. He could feel abundant vitality radiating from him. Li Qiao confirmed everything around him with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw, murals covered with talismans and golden threads. Li Qiao couldn't understand why so many seals were needed. What exactly is this sealing? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was alarmed to see many of the threads had been severed. When the threads snapped, Li Qiao saw countless streams of dark energy pour out and converge toward the old man. Those dark streams then shot straight toward him as well. Li Qiao couldn't react in time and was completely surrounded by the dark energy. They slowly submerged him. After a while, Li Qiao saw a mirror placed in his room. He looked into the mirror and saw a child with sad eyes, appearing lifeless. He thought to himself that it was his past life. Li Qiao recalled and saw scenes of being beaten, tortured simply for living in that life. At that time, he wondered why he had to endure those things and how he could escape them. Li Qiao saw the family's maid dismissed for embezzling household funds. She said, "What will become of the master without me?" A cold voice interrupted. "That is none of your concern." Li Qiao thought there was no better description than that the maid had embezzled, and he would never see her again. Then the white-haired old man looked at Li Qiao and said it was all right. telling him he wouldn't fall so easily. At that time, he was being taken away but still tried to reassure him that he'd return quickly after tidying the room. But Li Qiao knew he would not return. Then someone told him, "Go, he will keep this secret. However, the family will still search for you." He said that you would regain your life. At that moment he ran, thinking he couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and had to abandon his name and live as a fugitive. Li Qiao asked, "Why is the Lai bloodline so cursed?" He knew these were scars from a past life, the weakest part of his subconscious. Li Qiao clenched his hands and wondered why he was being shown these things. Even though he was sent back to the past, this was an undeniable truth, a past full of pain from a previous life he had never turned away from. Those memories were the will that had kept Li Qiao alive until now, so that nothing important would be stolen or lost again. He escaped the illusion and saw the creature sealed within that pile of bones. Li Qiao's head ached as if it would split. He witnessed the scenes and the old man's words. "Prepare it for future generations and seal him with that thing." The other immediately opposed. Li Qiao was astonished. This sensation felt like reading memories through infinite dark energy. He thought to himself, "Did you absorb the power of that thing?" The old man explained that he was only an observer and would appear one day. He would carry the thing within him. He said a child chosen by H letter 1EAFC, D letter 1EA1 would be born. That child would become hope. He gave the other a stone steel and instructed him, "Create it and shout it into the world." A child would come seeking according to the steel's words, and say they would help him bear this burden. At the end of the vision, Li Qiao vomited up that filth. He hadn't expected things to be so difficult. Li Qiao sat on the ground, using his sword for support and panting. What just happened? His hand pressed against his left chest, sensing something slightly shifted. Magic seemed to be spreading throughout Li Qiao's body, and he felt clearly. The dark energy that had been confined to his heart was now dispersing throughout his entire body, making him physically larger and more imposing than before. He gently opened his palm. A pitch-black magical aura emanated, darker and denser than before. Li Qiao clenched his palm tight. What on earth is this? He jumped to his feet and looked toward the figure sitting on the well's surface. This place was not a graveyard but a space for sealing. The ancestors had waited for descendants to find this place in the distant future. Could it be they were waiting for him? Li Qiao gripped his sword. Though he had reached the highest realm, could a person foresee destiny thousands of years ahead? Something was. He slowly adjusted his clothes. Now Li Qiao solemnly faced the elder and bowed respectfully. "Honored ancestor, forgive my rudeness for the late introduction." He raised both hands with reverence. "Descendant of the Li clan, I pay respects to the ancestors." Li Qiao bowed deeply and continued. "Though it is belated, by the ancestors' decree I have found this place. From now on, let me shoulder that burden." The elder did not speak, but his body slowly vanished, leaving only an outer robe behind. May the Ninepool ancestor rest in peace. The robe gently floated to where he was kneeling. When Li Qiao took it, he cheerfully said, "It's like receiving a gift." "Very well, I accept it." I don't know how much time had passed. Still in this dark, deserted place, Li Qiao's steps fell into a steady rhythm. "It's out, it's done. Amazing, amazing." That voice kept echoing as he walked in. "Thank you, my friend. Finally, the promise has been fulfilled." "Can we go now?" Li Qiao glanced over at those glimmers and nodded. "Yes, you've done enough. Good job." At his words, the glimmers immediately darted through the air. "Thanks, we're fully recovered too. Because of you, friend, let's play again later." Watching each speck depart, the space fell into solitude once more. Li Qiao sighed. "They leave without cleaning up anything." He forced a laugh. unsure how his report to the clan would go later. The spirits had all fled. The place had become desolate. Li Qiao grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. They'll figure out how to handle it themselves. A stream of magical energy suddenly gathered before him. There had clearly been no door a moment ago. Could this be an exit? Without thinking, Li Qiao stepped straight into the heart of that magical current. He felt as if he were falling into a boundless void. And in an instant, Li Qiao landed with a painful thud. He sat up, rubbing his head. Oh gods, this really is impossible to get used to. He looked up at the sky and suddenly realized it was morning already. But he froze, sensing that something was off. So Li Qiao drew his sword and took a ready stance. He stepped back and trod on the grass, which rustled underfoot. Surrounding him in a circle stood cloaked figures with indistinct faces. Li Qiao found himself encircled in the center. He held his sword, highly alert. Who are you? If not for my intuition, I wouldn't have detected you. Suddenly, something shot toward them at incredible speed, freezing him in place. It smashed a nearby boulder to pieces. Li Qiao reacted quickly, leaping aside to avoid the arrow. He raised his vigilance. Who are you? What are you? They behaved like a chaotic horde, looking sickly and unusual. Found it, the fragment. Piece by piece we must tear off the mask, strip it off, strip it off. The cacophony left Li Qiao momentarily speechless. A strange voice that sounded like many people speaking at once. What? His eyes widened as he witnessed the scene before him. The aura was clearly the mana of a monstrous beast, but the vital sign felt unmistakably human. They showed no restraint and immediately leapt up. The gates open. How can humans be in there? One of them wielded a large tree trunk and headed straight for him. It was a great free-faced mask. Teeth gritted, Li Qiao slashed in a single arc. Damn it. His blade struck directly into the trunk the attacker swung. Staring at that unimpressive trunk, Li Qiao was astonished. How did he swing that just now? It's not something a human could heft. Only then did he study the attacker's face more closely. The flesh was a dull gray-green, features like a pig's, an orc. But Li Qiao dismissed that thought upon closer inspection. No, not an orc, a human wearing an orc skin. Why are humans wearing orc skin? Meanwhile, that guy emitted an unpleasant cry as he advanced. Behind the tree trunk attack, something flashed, heading toward him. Li Qiao quickly leaned aside to dodge the incoming strike, and at the same time swung his sword up. He reacted fast and managed to block the poison dart flying at him. The poison dart was knocked far away, and he discovered how that shooter had been firing. He didn't know what those things were, but this place was unsuitable for dealing with large numbers. After that thought, Li Qiao channeled power into his sword, causing the surrounding space to stir. Steel Chi Art Ba Lak. Taking advantage of the chaos he created, he moved away very quickly. While running, Li Qiao thought, first, change location. It still wasn't fully dawn. He remained in the lonely mountain forest. Where on a high rock, a figure wearing a white mask stood silently observing. This person spoke in a terrifying voice, black hair and yellow eyes, descendant of Sungmu. I hurried here because the tomb gate opened, but what exactly is that thing? Bastards disgusting. Oh, those who are truly free, I will help you strip off the last remaining mask. The mountain forest quivered at that, as a grotesque sound rang out. A portion of the sky had grown faintly light, cutting across the sparse woods. Li Qiao ran until he was out of breath, about 30 enemies. They were clearly human, yet they were using monster power. It was impossible to tell whether humans had become monsters or vice versa. Fortunately, they didn't move in an organized way. Their paths kept crossing. Though using human weapons, their movements were like raw recruits, and they only knew how to swarm in attacks. I'll capture the rest alive myself and investigate later. In his hands now was a shield, the weapon he received as a reward from the duel with Luke, the masterpiece-grade holy shield Ansel. Though the heavenly-grade shield was legendary as one bestowed by the Lord upon Rome's second king, Numa Pompilius, the replica forged by divine command was rated masterpiece. I had taken the chance to absorb it while at Valerie's workshop. Though the heavenly-grade shield was legendary as one bestowed by the Lord upon Rome's second king, Numa Pompilius, the replica forged by divine command was rated masterpiece. I had taken the chance to absorb it while at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, the man lunged forward at high speed. In an instant the person was nowhere to be seen. He leapt up, screamed loudly, and brought an attack aimed to kill Li Qiao. He prepared quickly and used his shield directly to block that blow. His sword hand quickly chopped off the man's arm. This opportunistic move of Li Qiao's had been trained into his reflexes beforehand. After severing the arm, he continued to deliver more sword strikes, making the man bleed profusely. After Li Qiao took down one, the others lunged at him. Li Qiao's gaze was icy. Their attack pattern had shifted into coordinated combos. Have they not completely lost their minds? His shield flared unusually bright, but it was fine. Li Qiao spun, the shield unleashing classic beams of light that knocked them back. And at the same time he spun his sword, striking as he turned. Of course they were dealt with just as harshly. Not a single one was spared. Blood dripped onto the ground, seen by the remaining ones. Li Qiao prepared to meet the second wave. If they won't come, I'll go to them. He shot forward like a bolt, green energy flaring out around him. A short while later in this same forest, Li Qiao easily tied up 3 of them. I've broken their arm and leg bones, so they definitely won't be rampaging anymore. He fell into thought as he observed them more closely. Cloudy eyes, an aura of monsters. It didn't seem like corruption but some kind of brainwashing or curse. Li Qiao cautiously reached out. I should try channeling mana into them to see. Suddenly, a burst of sound echoed from afar. Deafening and piercing, forcing him to cover his ears in pain. What is this sound? That terrible noise shook the 3 who were tightly bound. The masks on their faces suddenly began to melt, droplets trickling onto their clothes. In an instant, they somehow found extraordinary strength and broke free, the rope snapping clean. Li Qiao looked up toward the massive shape looming over them. He froze on the spot. The 3 seemed to have become one, forming an indescribably large body. What on earth is this? Scene change. Valerie hovered above, eyes scanning below. Why is it so quiet? She kept watching one direction, and then the other from on high. After a while, Valerie gently landed and walked slowly along the quiet path. She suddenly paused, momentarily bewildered by what lay ahead. Because ahead of her a gate was stirring, yet nothing emerged from it. A streak of energy flashed past Valerie's eyes. Is this intentionally creating a mana imbalance to open a terror gate? There's a limit to how crazy someone can be. She looked around anxiously. But if the gate was open to terrorize, the fact that it was so quiet made no sense. Valerie froze again at an unusual sensation. Wait, what's that? Isn't this an ordinary gate? The conduit looks like a teleportation magic array, doesn't it? Valerie's face darkened, her brows knitting in thought. But is it only a one-way passage through here? Just then, a stream of energy plunged past her head, making her cry out in sharp pain. Valerie clutched her head, staggered. This isn't magic, it's beyond my understanding. I can't fully decode it right now. I need to check other places. So she cautiously flew up and circled the whole street. Passing through an area, Valerie saw a group gathered around a magic gate. Has the military arrived here? She slipped behind a large wall. Or should I just rush in and claim I'm checking the gate? But she pushed that idea aside. No, the fact that I'm in Korea must remain secret. Master also told me not to reveal my identity. Then what exactly is that thing? She couldn't hesitate long and hurriedly turned away. First, she had to return and study it further. A little later, Valerie flopped wearily onto the sofa. After being tense then relaxing, I suddenly feel so hungry, craving fried chicken. Her eyes caught the computer screen, so she sat up. Could there really be another gate? She hurried to her desk and looked at the computer. What is this? This is the first time I've seen these mana frequencies. What are these things? Gates are red, monsters are black, but this is gray. Why does it show unknown? Her fingers flew over the keyboard. There were a total of 31 mana frequencies I didn't recognize. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly lit up. It's them, the ones who passed through the gate or those who created it. And that theory made her blurt out. That bastard Li Chial clearly said he'd come to Thoham Mountain. The yellow dot indicates someone with a mana eye. After a moment of scanning, Valerie realized they clearly looked agitated. This is too dangerous. Li Chial is still facing off against that giant monster. It even transformed into a true beast. He studies the creature and silently assesses it. It looks like a lizard god but with some differences. Clearly a monstrous body, yet the way magic flows through it is human-like. Its tail suddenly lashes out. An attack carrying a horrific force. Li Chial immediately shoved himself back to dodge. Earlier it felt like he was imitating the monster's fighting style, but now it was as natural as if he'd regained his original body. And on top of that, he fought like a human. Yet something was suppressing magic inside his body. Damn it, my mana is being held back. Even the hand holding my sword can't move. An endless aura, the moment he let his guard down. It rushed forward and drove into him with full force. Li Chial took the hit and was thrown, crashing straight into a large tree nearby. Even shattering part of the trunk, Li Chial panted, shit. At his feet clung a mass of slime. When did that slime get here? Is my mana being drained? Is it absorbing energy? Li Chial clicked his tongue and immediately kicked the disgusting blob away. What a nuisance. The monster stood still and showed no sign of attacking. It didn't rush like before. Its intelligence had clearly increased. If not, I'll come to you myself. Thinking that, Li Chial's eyes suddenly shone. Mana surged and he charged like a god. The technique he used was Essence Chi, Squirrel Wind. His blade slashed decisively across its body. After striking, Li Chial sneered, sliced to the torso, but before he could finish the thought he was wide-eyed in surprise. Not only was the monster unharmed, it whipped its large tail straight at him. Li Chial noticed the slash on its body. Has it regenerated already? The slime absorbs energy, the lizard god regenerates, and the wail of the vengeful spirit suppresses magic. I've never heard of a case like this in any life. This made him grind his teeth. Forget about the mana or whatever. Li Chial raised his hand decisively and shouted, I'll cut them all down. A mysterious green energy condensed and was unleashed toward it. That was called Ba Lang. The monster was repeatedly struck by the energy and staggered. Right after, Li Chial launched himself like a god. A killing intent appearing in his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate after your head is off your shoulders. Saying that, Li Chial directly severed the monster's head. The body then fell with a thud. Li Chial suddenly froze at a strange sound. What's that noise? He startled and turned pale. Could there still be remnants left behind? But the scene before him made him even more bewildered, because something suddenly burst into flames. What is that? Seeing it advance, Li Chial gritted his teeth. A collision was imminent. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. After the blast's aftermath, The ground and rocks in the area were cracked. A leg emerged, appearing with confident bearing. This lady has arrived. She appeared like a fairy godmother and said, "Li Qiao, I'm here to help you. Are you okay?" He was momentarily bewildered. "Other than almost dying because of you earlier, I'm fine." Li Qiao sighed and continued, "Couldn't you have landed a bit more gently?" Valerie laughed and waved her hand. "I was worried and came to help. Are you kidding me?" He looked suspicious. "You weren't trying to assassinate me, were you?" She foolishly replied. "Aren't you unharmed?" Seeing Valerie turn away and laugh, Li Qiao felt annoyed. "Sorry, miss, for comparing you to that madman." She pointed ahead and said, "More importantly, what are those things?" Li Qiao answered curtly, "They're enemies." Hearing that, Valerie was exasperated. "Obviously. They transform from humans into monsters. What nonsense are you talking about?" He nodded seriously, "Just as I said. Until just now they were still in human form." She, annoyed, retorted, "I told you that absurdity." Suddenly, the enemies emitted an ear-piercing sound. Indeed, the sound made them both clutch their ears in disarray. "What the hell is this?" Valerie also felt the magic within her stir. "Has my mana system just been shaken?" Li Qiao assumed a combat stance. "Talk later. Valerie, can you capture them alive?" She flinched at that. Probably." At that moment his eyes flashed sharply. "I need to capture those two alive. When I give the signal, you strike." While Valerie hadn't yet understood. "Wait, why?" Li Qiao cut her off and charged forward. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. "If aura can seize even spiritual entities." Li Qiao used the essence chi technique, Yanla, directly flinging off the red cords wrapped around the opponents. "It's time," he spun back and called out. At that moment, Valerie quickly raised her wand. From above it manifested a magnificent formation, a sixth-rank sealing spell, the 100 Directions Array. While creating the talisman, she said confidently, "When dealing with demons, rituals are still best. It's all about order." With that, energy began to spiral forth continuously from Valerie's hands. At that moment, using his magic, only the slime remained. Even with special abilities, a slime is still a slime. With that thought, he decisively swung and struck the goo at his feet. Li Qiao's hand slipped through the slime and closed around a green gem. Then he decisively pulled it out of the ooze. Looking at it, he let out a relieved breath. Li Qiao handed it to her and said, "Keep this for me." Valerie showed displeasure. "Why do you want this?" He replied, "Because I might need Valerie to analyze it." She exhaled. "Fine for now, and there's this other matter." He replied, "Because I might need Valerie to analyze it." She exhaled. "Fine for now, and there's this other matter." After Valerie recounted everything, dawn had fully broken. She said, "So a space gate appeared in central Jeonju." "Yes, an artificial gate." Valerie grew serious. "But it's not a normal gate. It's more like a passage." Li Qiao folded his arms calmly. "Then how is that different from a teleportation array?" She carefully explained. "A teleportation array requires preparation at both point A and point B, like two sides reaching out to grasp each other. But this time it's different. It teleported instantly from point A to point B on its own. And moreover, it wasn't by any other means, but through a space gate." Valerie rubbed her chin, her expression grave. "With current human technology, no, that's simply impossible." Valerie stared at the beheaded monster. She continued, "The generation principle of the gate itself has been clarified, but applying that principle is impossible. With current human technology, no, it's simply a technique that cannot be realized." Hearing that, Li Qiao fell into thought. If she said it was impossible, then perhaps it truly was. There are countless powers in this world that cannot be explained by logic. Even so, it was surprising that Valerie's analysis eye couldn't grasp the exact theory. Valerie rubbed her wand after confirming the gate and returned to the workshop. The detector had scanned something very strange, which is why she came back straight here. Li Qiao looked at the monster's corpse. Perhaps what the detector scanned were these. Valerie still wondered, so what exactly is this? He replied cautiously and briefly. As I said earlier, humans transformed into monsters. She, more serious than ever, said, "Hey, what have you been saying all this time? If it's grafted or something similar, I could understand. It's not that they're under an illusion spell, is it?" Li Qiao sighed in frustration. "Do you think my eyes can't tell the difference? That's why I wanted Valerie to see what I caught with her own eyes. And also examine the body of that lizard man." Valerie exhaled. "So you think he was hit by an illusion spell?" So she reluctantly agreed to his request. "All right, let me take a look." Valerie's eyes grew bright and clear, taking on an indescribably sharp perception. When she examined it with magic, she said, "This is just a monster. In terms of ability, it's quite special, but after all, it's still a monster. There are monsters that can take human form, but this one is merely a lizard man. Its magical system is strange, and it also has unique powers." But Li Qiao suddenly cut her off. "However, there are ones in human form mixed with monsters. Please come over here and take a look." The sky had now brightened, the whole forest bathed in fresh light. He gently swept aside some leaves to lead the way for Valerie. "This way." However, Li Qiao halted, startled by something he noticed. Before him was just the corpse of an ordinary monster, nothing special. "Hey, this is just a goblin." As she sat down to observe, Li Qiao remained stunned. "When I defeated it, it was still in human form." While Valerie was using her divination, she suddenly discovered something. She looked at the goblin's foot. "Boot, why is this on the monster's foot?" She also recognized footprints indicating it had moved when it was human, and the clothing it wore. There were traces showing it had once been a person. Valerie's brows immediately knit. Could it really be true? She rose slowly and said solemnly, "We need to investigate further. I've taken enough samples, so I'll look into this personally." Li Qiao asked again, "Do you believe me now?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "These monsters are all strange anyway, and the evidence is enough. For now, the best course is to incinerate all the corpses. You've dealt with them all." He lowered his eyes and answered nonchalantly, "Yes, I've finished handling all 30. Valerie was shocked. "Huh, isn't it 31? I saw 31 unidentified mana sources on the detector just now." This reminded him. Could the sound from earlier be? Although not seen with his own eyes, it seemed there was one more person. And that person was the one who had been exploiting these mutant creatures. At Valerie's workshop. At that moment, Li Qiao opened the door and entered. "Valerie, what's the result?" Valerie lightly removed her glasses. "Didn't find much. It's the same as what I saw with my magic eye back then." After a moment of silence, he called Valerie's name. She answered. "Yes," he continued. "Do you remember I won the 3 questions game?" Valerie jumped and slammed her hand on the table. "Of course I remember. Why?" Li Qiao folded his arms calmly. "Didn't I say it's easy to tell when you lie?" She scowled. "You're cheeky." Valerie, annoyed. "If you knew how I am in France, you wouldn't argue and would just walk away." "Yes, yes, I know." Still she insisted. "No, seriously. I was once the famed Rose of the University of Arcane Magic." This made Li Qiao pause. "The Rose, isn't that the madwoman?" So he urged, "I get it, so stop teasing and just tell me." Valerie pressed her lips together, her whole body trembling. Seeing her tremble like that, Li Qiao understood. This was about to get messy. Therefore he tried to soothe her. "Someone of Valerie's caliber couldn't fail to find anything. No stalling needed, I know how capable you are." Hearing that, she was astonished. "Huh." Li Qiao awkwardly continued. "You're the holder of the analysis eye. You helped raise my mana level, and you decrypted the secret of the slate my ancestors hid. Surely only Valerie could read it. He spoke at length and then realized, oh no, that compliment was too long and sounded like reciting a reading assignment. I hope she won't be annoyed. Suddenly, Valerie pushed herself up. After his praise, she crossed her arms confidently. Of course, there's nothing I can't find. Seeing that, Li Qiao was pleased. Simple enough. Valerie remained serious. Before we continue, I have a question. Her expression suddenly changed. Those mutant creatures attacked you this time. They targeted you from the start, didn't they? Li Qiao thought for a moment. Probably, since we couldn't communicate, I can't be certain. But seeing his sentence trail off, Valerie grew more curious. What did you discover at the place with that slate? Do you know what those people were after? Now he sat beside the spot she had earlier said belonged to someone. Li Qiao with a composed expression. I collected a few things, but it's hard to explain everything. I trust you, Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that slate is a family heirloom. I can't disclose it to anyone on my own. This made her fall silent and ponder for a long time. He also wondered why she asked this. Valerie leaned back in her chair. Remember, this is just my speculation. Treat it like a fantasy novel if you want. During the war era, there once existed a great war organization. That war, also called the World War, began with a large-scale invasion of monsters. But as the conflict escalated, it was no longer simply a fight between humans and beasts. Humans, heterodox races, and monsters, their interests and losses converged, turning the world into a sea of blood. In that bloodthirsty era, and under its call, countless things that had been sleeping beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations came forward like that. They were bizarre and mysterious, yet irresistibly compelling. Each had different locations and forms and influenced the world in different ways. Because of that shared strangeness, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Valerie sat cross-legged. Those organizations are hard to find in history books. Actually, the name was told to me by my master. Although people grouped them together, it's said they didn't regard one another as the same kind. Li Qiao asked again, do you mean that what I encountered was one of the organizations you mentioned? She pressed her lips and said, among them there is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to what you described. Their ideology is actually very simple, to break away from reason. Valerie rubbed her chin. Humans should live by the unconscious or instinct. Li Qiao clicked his tongue. Isn't that the thesis those scholars and thinkers of that time advocated? She nodded. If you stop there, then yes. The human form is, after all, just a mask, and if you remove that mask, you can achieve true freedom. To obtain that freedom, it is said they operated in the guise of monsters. This surprised him with a huh. Valerie clarified further. They believe that a monster acting on instinct is the truest form of a living being. Upon hearing that, Li Qiao couldn't help but wonder. So does that mean they were turning humans into monsters back then? If there's precedent, why did you say it's impossible, Valerie? At his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you said are different. She said they wore masks or donned skins imitating monsters rather than people literally becoming monsters. Valerie took out a cigarette and struck a match. Behemoth believes their ideology is absolutely correct. They poured effort into spreading it and created many followers. They were an immensely powerful organization that once even fought nations. It's still unclear whether the one behind this is Behemoth, but an organization targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qiao remained calm. Yes, I understand. The cigarette in her hand emitted thin white smoke. So what then? Valerie asked, what do you intend to do next? Honestly, I'm a little worried. He appeared composed and stated his plan in a resolute tone. I'll continue my training journey as I am. If I were going to return to the family over an undefined danger, I wouldn't have left in the first place." Hearing that, Valerie involuntarily sighed, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. She assumed a calmer attitude than ever. "Yes, I knew you'd answer that way." Back in his room, Li Qiao examined the cloak hanging in his cupboard. Looking it over, it didn't resemble ordinary clothing at all. He rubbed the fabric and pondered. Sure enough, it's not from a monastery. From the start, it's not ordinary material, and when I first put it on, I felt it. For that reason, Li Qiao carefully put the cloak on. He slid his arms neatly into the sleeves. Wearing it, Li Qiao felt very comfortable. Indeed, the size adjusted itself. He stepped to the mirror and observed. This is pretty good. It's stretchy so movement is comfortable. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Valerie burst in from outside, waving cheerfully. "Let's order fried chicken tonight." As she spoke, she noticed him checking himself in the mirror. She also caught his gaze. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Valerie burst into a delighted laugh. "Well, that's fitting. At that age you look at the mirror and give it a spin. Is 15 really like that?" She tried to restrain herself. "Last time I invited you to go clothes shopping, remember?" Valerie suddenly approached Li Qiao and cried out in alarm. "What are you wearing?" He didn't understand what was happening. "Why are you like this?" Suddenly she picked up the cloak and examined the magic runes closely. "Wait, let me see that for a moment." When Li Qiao tossed it back, Valerie suddenly trembled. "This? Where did you get this? Did you actually go and take it?" He still didn't understand. "Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time," she fumbled. "It was dark then, so I couldn't see it clearly." Valerie's eyes fixed on the garment. "This is definitely heavenly silkworm thread. This pattern is surely a spell inscription, yet I don't sense any magical resistance." Li Qiao, still dazed. "Heavenly silkworm thread." She immediately lowered her gaze. "You don't know. It's the silk produced by a spirit beast that looks like a silkworm called the celestial silkworm. As far as I know, it takes decades to produce a single strand, so people used it to sew a garment." Li Qiao hadn't realized it was that precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. Just precious. If the whole thing were made of heavenly silkworm thread, it'd be nothing less than heavenly tier equipment. This made him exclaim in shock. Heavenly tier. Could Valerie have misunderstood? When I observed it with the magic eye, I didn't sense any special power. She waved her hand. "Of course not, because heavenly silkworm thread itself is not a finished fiber." Valerie clenched her palm. "Heavenly silkworm thread grows with its master. It's so rare that enchanters use it only as a conduit for spells, yet it's been used to make a cloak. This is an astonishing piece of gear that humanity will likely never see again." She pleaded, "Let me try it on just once." Li Qiao refused. "You can't have that much." Valerie looked ravenous. "Just one strand, no, 2 strands, only 2 strands." He stepped back. "Wait a moment." A moment later, Valerie sighed in relief. "I didn't expect it to accept an owner." She hugged the cloak excitedly. "It has a spirit, it's insane, it's really insane." Of course Li Qiao was not amused. "How long are you going to behave like that, Valerie?" she hurriedly blurted. "Okay, fine, sorry, I just finished looking." Valerie handed him something and said, "Here, read this." When the book opened, it contained information about the celestial silkworm, a spirit beast that feeds on mana and grows where yin and yang are balanced. It incubates every 10 years, and after 20 years forms a cocoon. The thread produced by melting that cocoon in a spirit elixir called celestial spirit water is the heavenly silkworm thread. Heavenly silkworm thread has a spirit, recognizes its master and absorbs mana. Even if cut by sword, it absorbs mana to heal itself. It won't get wet when exposed to water, and if burned by fire, it quickly restores to its original state. Li Qiao took the cloak from her. "So equipment can be conscious." Valerie replied calmly, slightly different but almost the same. Look at this. She pointed to a line of pattern on the cloak. Most importantly, this is equipment without limits. Its magic resistance stat is almost zero. Even coding it with pure mana wouldn't achieve that level. Valerie sighed. A third-rate enchanter with this could become top tier. If it had an owner, I'd have already asked for a strand. After hearing that, Li Qiao unconsciously looked down at the cloak. I knew it was special, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Valerie asked, "What's the name of that cloak?" He answered as he put it on, "It's Yinhan." The name was written in white patterns on the inside of the coat. Yinhan means Milky Way. No name fits better. The sword contains the black veil of night. And the outfit contains the Milky Way. Though not a pair, they fit together as if they were. Valerie nodded. You've obtained something truly precious. A few days later in the bright room, a soft voice said, "Translation is taking longer than I thought." Li Qiao was holding his head over a stack of documents on the table. They were written in ancient script. If he gave them to Valerie, she could translate easily, but since this concerns family secrets, she couldn't be allowed to see them. He rubbed the nape of his neck. Anyway, obtaining these books is thanks to Valerie. Try translating them and see. In Li Qiao's mind, the translated words appeared. I leave this line for posterity. Leaving the tale of H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 goes against my father's wishes. This made him wonder. Was this written by the second-generation ancestor Li Hyangxian? The book records, I cannot be certain this account will be safely passed down to future generations. If it is done, it will be. Li Qiao read to this point and then took down another bamboo volume. The other contents remained intact. Why are only these places affected? Aside from a few specific characters, none of the writing is blurred. Did someone deliberately erase it? Had someone looted the tomb before me? No, impossible, because there were no traces at the ancestor's tomb. His face was inscrutably thoughtful. Moreover, the ancestor wrote as if he had foreseen this. Content recorded as notes might not be preserved. Li Qiao stroked his chin and thought. The explanation of the sword's sealing isn't as extensive as I thought. It's only at the level my elder brother discovered and published publicly. Could it have been written by ancestor Li Hyangxian? No wonder it only records up to the seal number. He sighed at that thought. So elder brother wasn't intentionally hiding any content after all. Li Qiao's fingers gently brushed over that covered book. He couldn't help but utter, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 is a sword forged by a god to cleave to this place. Li Qiao was stunned. I didn't misread this, did I? A sword forged by a god. Just then his phone rang. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The sender displayed on the incoming message made him flinch slightly. Jinsu Jiang. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. An issue has arisen. I want to meet you for a bit. At this time, he had finished packing his things and was preparing for a new journey. He thanked Valerie. Thank you for everything. The girl proudly patted her chest and replied, Of course, researching the magic eye, decoding the stone tablet, even the matter of the outfit, I told you about all of that. Seeing her like that, he frowned and thought to himself, here we go again. Then he sighed, I'll introduce you to a few people later. The suggestion made her curious. Introduce who? He continued. One is my aunt. Well, I think you two would get along very well. After saying that, he turned and left, bidding farewell. Well then, I'm off. Just as he was about to go, she immediately called out, Wait, wait. She bashfully offered a gem. Take this. It's not something extraordinary. Ah no, it's actually quite extraordinary. It's a stone I poured all my effort into making. I infused it with a charm for safety. I don't know how effective it is. It's just a simple anti-evil talisman. Receiving the stone, he cheerfully replied, Thank you. I always accept things from Valerie. She shook her head to deny it. No, actually I haven't had time to. Before she finished, he cut in. What, Valerie too? Are you hiding something from me? She bashfully looked away and shook her head. Ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself, I can't tell him. In Li Qiao's Magic High thesis, she had named it Supreme Superhuman and Demonic Mana Trui. Recalling that moment, she giddily thought, if he doesn't notice, is it even a crime? He probably doesn't read those papers. Only the worthless magic users holed up in the room would read them, right? He sighed and replied, it's a bit bitter, but let's just say that's the case. His indifferent attitude angered her. She pointed at him. I told you I'm not hiding anything. What do you mean, let's say that's the case? Then she returned to the main topic. More importantly, what are you going to do now? He answered. I probably have to go back to Seoul for a trip. Hearing that, she reached out and offered, all right, see you next time then. He also smiled pleasantly. Then shook hands, thank you once again. Scene changes to the outskirts of Seoul. As soon as he arrived, Jinsu Jiang greeted him with a tired expression. Long time no see, young master. He scrutinized Jinsu Jiang and asked, you don't look very well, do you? Jinsu Jiang replied, it's just been a bit busy with work. Then he pointed further into the office. Please, this way. He added awkwardly, I'm a little embarrassed to show you this, but things are gradually getting on track. Observing the place, he thought, it's a bit small for an office. I assumed the investment would have been sufficient. But the staff all look very positive. Seeing him stand there lost in thought, Jinsu Jiang turned and asked, are you a little disappointed? He replied, at first yes, but now I think I understand. Did you intentionally start small like this? Jinsu Jiang nodded and continued, yes, exactly that. He brought out 2 cups of tea and continued, when you said you needed money, I thought a lot about whether you wanted immediate profit or whether you wanted to build an organization with a solid foundation. So I recruited people with knowledge and talent who still lack field experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they can handle big deals later. We haven't achieved anything major yet, but we're growing slowly and steadily. Watching him, he thought, although I entrusted him a large sum, it seems he chose to strengthen the foundation. And that's exactly what I wanted. A satisfied smile tugged at his mouth. Jinsu Jiang put a hand to his chest and asked, have I been presumptuous? He replied, I told you to do as you saw fit. Even without concrete results yet, continue on the path you believe is right. Looking at his worried face, he thought, if I praise him for doing well, he'll commit to this direction. It's best to let him fully utilize his abilities without pointless constraints. Studying the stack of documents, he asked, by the way, what is all this paperwork? He answered, it's paperwork to legitimize money from the black market and turn it into your assets. Because this sum is considerable, it must be done that way. Please review and sign for me. He watched for a while and thoughts came to mind. Even if it's been laundered superficially, it's still black market funds. The tax office isn't stupid. A newly formed company moving money with unclear origins will be investigated. But if they know the money came from me, they won't dig deeper. He continued, so essentially you want to make me the representative of this place, right? Jinsu Jiang nodded in confirmation. Exactly that. I'm merely the operator managing your capital, young master. He smiled. So you're planning to leverage my family name? The man replied. You told me to do as I wished, so I'll use every card I have. Hearing this, he exhaled lightly and thought, he's trying to define the master-servant relationship. This is the chain binding Jinsu Jiang and his oath of loyalty. Without hesitation, he signed the papers. All right, do it that way. Now to the main matter. You didn't call me here about this, did you? Jinsu Jiang spoke, making him start slightly. The 9-dragon camp has already moved. He asked with some puzzlement. Suddenly, why the Nine-Dragon Camp? Jinsu Jiang explained. Actually, during the money laundering process I discovered ties to the Nine-Dragon Camp. It seems Beek Chial Su has received some backing from them. He lightly stroked his chin, thinking, Beek Chial Su has connections to the Nine-Dragon Camp. That's not impossible. The Nine-Dragon Camp is a force on par with the Sungmu clan, but unlike Sungmu, they're willing to get involved in illegal matters. Jinsu Jiang continued. Since I learned the Nine-Dragon Camp was involved, I've been observing quietly, but in the end I heard you deployed manpower. Thoughts began to form in his head. They can't act overtly. Korea is the Sungmu clan's territory, so they can't operate openly. And besides, the person handling the matter is said to be the seventh brother. So the target can only be one person. And that is Jinsu Jiang. Cut to night. Thunder and lightning were cracking outside. The atmosphere grew somewhat fearful. In some corridor, a man was hurrying along. As he stopped, a silver-haired man said, "You're late." The other replied, "Late because I had to carry out orders from the camp." The man spoke in a way that made the youth a little afraid. "I know full well the camp never issued any official orders." The young man answered, "It was entrusted to me by the elders." The man continued, "The brat who used to live by scavenging has really grown up, can't live off a few coins and now wants to wield a sword, huh?" He replied clearly, "Precisely because I scavenged, I'm curious what might be there." The man went on, "Already cozying up to the elders and playing politics, your mouth fighting is better than your swordsmanship now." He tossed a letter straight at the young man. The boy caught it and began to examine it. He explained, "Anyway, as a master I should assist my disciples' ambitions. This is an assignment from the camp. It seems the chief elder started something and botched it. Unluckily, it involves the Sungmu clan, so they want to get a handle on the situation. And it seems the brat in charge needs a blade to command. Do you want to go on this trip?" He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands in salute. "Your unworthy disciple Jang Han thanks you for your concern, master." Looking at the cup of tea in his hand, the man warned, "Be careful. If you think the Sungmu clan is just the force of some petty state, you'll pay dearly. After all, they're just hypocrites who like to put on airs." Receiving the order, he now wore an expression of utter determination and turned to leave.
The vehicle leisurely drove inside, entering the southern Jilin safe zone checkpoint, China. Inside the car, a young man slowly handed out a paper, here, the travel pass. The guard inspected it closely, his gaze extremely cautious. He peered inside suspiciously. No matter how he looked, they didn't resemble laborers at all. Then the guard decisively ordered everyone to get out for passport and pass checks. As soon as he finished, Yang Xiaodan unexpectedly stepped down and said, "What is this? Boss, didn't you meet us yesterday?" But the guard showed no intention of letting them pass. "What are you trying to pull here?" he said sternly. Calmly, Yang replied, "Our boss has been through a lot," and the guard answered, "When did I meet him?" Yang Xiaodan bowed slightly and quietly slipped money into the guard's jacket pocket. "We met yesterday, boss, you're making me sad, maybe you still don't remember." Seeing that, the guard smiled. "Oh right, I remember now, I drank a bit too much yesterday." Then he didn't hesitate and immediately ordered them through. They proceeded inside, not at all satisfied. Yang Xiaodan, irritated, complained, "I'm the next elder of the Great Nine Dragon Camp, yet we have to move like this. Does that sound fitting to you?" Yang Xiaodan is the heir of the Yang family and the incoming elder of the Great Nine Dragon Camp. He asked coldly, "Why didn't you say anything? Isn't your executioner supposed to be leading the guard squad?" In response, Jang Han slowly explained, "It's to avoid drawing Sung Vo's notice, second young master. This mission isn't official, so I thought using routes likely monitored by the network would be unwise." Yang Xiaodan sighed helplessly. "You think I didn't know that, so you ask. Deception is one thing, but did it have to be this dirty?" The man beside him just glanced at him, thinking he should be more flexible at work, truly useless. Jang Han suddenly bowed his head and earnestly apologized. "As a subordinate, my narrow thinking caused inconvenience, please forgive me." He added, And you gave me a hitman from the filthy slums as a bodyguard. Yang Xiaodan continued ranting. After this is over, I'll have to reassert the authority of a new elder. The man beside him couldn't help but curse inwardly. The Yang family's fools demanding authority, what arrogance. Then Jiang Han suddenly recalled that the loudmouth at the tavern yesterday had been blabbing about the mission, so the information might already be leaked. He tightened his fist in anger. After much effort, he finally got a proper assignment. He couldn't let it be derailed by being led by the nose. Jiang Han silently calculated, this was a godsend opportunity, he must not let it slip. A short while later, somewhere else, a sudden laugh rang out. I knew they'd act like that. The cupwasher replied, planning something outside your fate. Go hang yourself if you must, just don't drag us into it. Park Byung-beek slowly staggered to his feet drunk. What are they leaving already? He asked anxiously. Hearing that, the other turned and said, we should start moving. I told you this is the hour to cross the border. That answer surprised the cupwasher. Why is the #1 drunkard of this swallow nest suddenly so diligent? Park Byung-beek opened the door. Big brother, no, after Beek Chial-su died he linked up with brokers. These days there's no better money than human trafficking. However, a strange ring of mana appeared at his feet. Park Byung-beek looked around, bewildered. What is that? Before he could react, an iron-hard punch flew straight at his face. What the? Caught off guard, Park Byung-beek took the full force of the blow. Losing his balance, he immediately toppled to the ground. The one who struck so forcefully was none other than Jiang Han Park Byung-beek, a white-bone sect member who specializes in human trafficking. He turned away and ordered at once, that's right, drag him away. A cry of pain echoed through the dark warehouse. Jiang Han gripped his sword tightly and spoke. So you mean after the white-bone sect fell apart, they scattered everywhere for fear of revenge from second young master Sung Vo? With a trembling voice, Park Byung-beek stammered an explanation. Yes, that's right. Master Li Yihak is the 7th of second young master Sung Vo's line. But he was cut off coldly. We've already covered that. If you stall any longer, I'll chop off the other hand. He babbled, each word sincere. Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. After he spoke, Park Byung-beek cried out in pain. He manages the black market funds and all the other accounts. Jiang Han showed no mercy, coldly stamping on him. Who is it? Captain Jiang? Captain Jinsu Jiang? Park Byung-beek begged desperately. I really don't know anything else, please spare my life. Hearing this, Jiang Han lifted his foot, thinking to himself that this name had appeared for the 3rd time and was listed in the mission orders. Finding this person would mean the mission was essentially complete. Thinking he would be spared, the man stammered and raised his head. Will you spare me now? But unexpectedly, Jiang Han decisively ended Park Byung-beek's life. Looking down at his head on the floor, he muttered, killed like a worm. At that moment, Yang Xiaodan silently stepped up from behind. For the first time, I'm pleased with that executioner. Next time, let me do it. I'm confident in interrogation. Jiang Han's next words stunned him. We've gathered the necessary information. Korea's security will be tight, so we must hurry to cross the border. He leisurely sheathed his sword. If we move fast, we can dine at the hotel tonight. Yang Xiaodan suddenly said, the hotel. After that, Yang could only shrug and say, fine, I'll go to the car first, move quickly. Upon receiving the order, Jiang Han immediately replied, understood. Over here, Li Qiao flipped through the files. Sure enough, the person Beek Chial-su had colluded with was a force tied to the Elder Council. Jinsu Jiang sat opposite and handed over another stack of documents. Yes, it seems they provided moderate support and observed the situation. Hearing that, Li said, if it were major support, the family would have noticed from the start. Suddenly, Li Qiao recalled that the 9 Dragon Camp still had many flaws to be considered a unified power. He thought to himself that although the organization was huge, because it began as an alliance of many martial families and schools, it not only failed to unify but kept fracturing, each kept its own traditions. Li Qiao memorized every important detail carefully, including that the Elder Council comprised 5 sects and 4 major families, and that the 9 Dragon Camp Lords faction consisted of affiliated forces. With a cold face, he calculated in a low voice. Overall, the Elder Council leads, but the Camp Lord's overwhelming force keeps the balance in check. Then Li Qiao spoke to break the atmosphere. Now, take detailed notes, everything from personal data of key Elder Council and Camp Lord figures to their cooperative ties and power struggles. He asked curiously how such a structure was investigated. Jinsu Jiang admitted, I know an information dealer in the Swallow Nest, I bought the intelligence there. Li Qiao quietly calculated. Selling information at this level means the merchant is from this side's world, and whoever holds such high-grade intel isn't ordinary. Could it be the Black O Association? He smiled faintly. You recognized it immediately, didn't you? He pondered slowly. An organization with influence across East Asia, the Black O Association, a renowned information trading boss with trusted networks and intelligence. If the information came from them, it could be believed. But Jinsu Jiang suddenly spoke up. Next, concerning the figure from the Nine Dragon Camp who is handling this mission, Li Qiao glanced over. Yang Xiaodan, that idiot, aside from political ability, everything else about him is terrible. Has it come to this? He propped his chin on his hand. It seemed the camp lord had purged him after all the scandals he caused. Probably they intended to let him earn a bit of merit. Seeing that expression, Jinsu Jiang awkwardly explained that Yang had been loudly claiming he'd personally been dispatched to Korea and was expected to enter illegally this week. Li Qiao merely sighed, eyes showing helplessness. Does the man even have a brain? He'll probably cross through a dangerous area. Then he suddenly proposed a plan. Should I lay low for now to buy time? Because of second young master Sung Vo, they can't stay in Korea long. But he rejected that idea. No, if we do that, the Nine Dragon Camp will just send someone else. Li Qiao closed his eyes and praised, that's a pretty good idea. Jinsu Jiang asked blankly, what idea? He said that he couldn't do it alone and would need Jinsu's help using some force. Jinsu looked at him seriously. If it's something I can do, tell me anything. Hearing that, Li Qiao beamed and replied cheerfully, seriously. Jinsu Jiang, flustered, answered yes. Meanwhile, at the Jiangno Chinseng Hotel. Suddenly a voice rang out, well, has that Li Yihak released him? Yang Xiaodan lounged on the bed, listening. Yes, that's right, perhaps he survived and leaked a lot of black market information. He studied the stack of documents, that's why I don't deal with unknown types. Then bored, he tossed them aside. Then just capture this guy and we're done, then we can leave the country. Standing beside him, Jiang Han could only curse inwardly. You speak as if you've done anything while everything gets shoved onto others. He thought, however, my impression of the Sung Mu-Ye family has changed a bit. Not directly related information, but everything is so discreet. Could the Sung Mu-Ye family's influence really be this extensive? Just then, the landline phone began ringing rapidly. The remaining subordinate quickly picked up. What's the matter? Seeing that, Jiang Han immediately stepped forward. What's going on? The man stammered. It's about. Unlike the subordinate, he calmly listened. Hello? The caller said someone claimed to be a guest looking for you, so I contacted you. Jiang Han repeated, puzzled, a guest. The caller replied, yes. They said if you mention the name Jinsu Jiang, you'll know who they are. Looking at the caller, Yang Xiaodan exclaimed that the person they're seeking had unexpectedly brought himself here. With a sharp gaze, he coldly asked, how did he know we were here? Facing that look, Jinsu Jiang calmly said, I learned it through an information seller. Observing proper etiquette, he greeted politely. It is an honor to meet Yang Xiaodan of the Great Nine Dragon Camp. Inwardly, Jinsu Jiang thought he didn't expect Yang to be at a hotel while on a mission. Indeed, as the young master said, he really is staying at the hotel. Yang Xiaodan, surprised, responded immediately, you know me. Without hesitation, Jinsu Jiang succinctly replied, you're about to become the head of the Yang family, so of course I should know. Hearing that, he raised an impressed eyebrow. Seems you do have some information networks. Without any restraint, Yang Xiaodan began to criticize. But even knowing who I am, you still dared to show up with bodyguards. Jinsu Jiang calmly explained, meeting a martial artist from the Nine Dragon Camp calls for some precautions. After all, as you can see, I'm just an ordinary person who can't use mana. Those words made him uneasy. The atmosphere suddenly turned suffocating. Just a petty merchant from a small country and he's so arrogant? Anyway, since you came here yourself, fine, come with me back to the Nine Dragon Camp at once. Then Yang Xiaodan rose without showing courtesy. You'll explain the black market matter, I'm tired, stop here. Despite the threat, Jinsu Jiang remained silent. Breaking the silence, he bluntly questioned, that won't do. Struck in his soft spot, Yang Xiaodan asked blankly, what? But Jinsu Jiang only bowed his head slightly and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to go with you. Completely losing patience, he shouted angrily, impertinent, do you think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation, it's an order. Faced with that, he replied coldly, I'm not here to negotiate either. I'm here purely for business. Yang Xiaodan slammed the table in anger. I will be the next elder of the Nine Dragon Camp. Do you think someone like you has the standing to do business with me? Jinsu Jiang placed a hand on his chest and assured him, I know why you came to Korea. The Nine Dragon Camp has no reason to seek me out. This matter shouldn't harm you, Yang Xiaodan. But he couldn't accept that. Shut up, if you won't go willingly, I'll drag you by the collar. With an authoritative tone, Yang Xiaodan immediately spoke. Hey, swordsman. From behind, Zhang Han nodded slightly, yes. He pointed decisively at the man beside Jinsu Jiang. First, kill that one. No sooner had he spoken than a blade lunged forward, tearing through the air. Reacting extremely fast, Li Qiao nimbly parried the attack. Hidden behind his mask, his eyes betrayed surprise. That was fast. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Xiaodan used the moment to leave. Who allowed you to swing your sword like that, you foolish swordsman? Li Qiao held his sword and thought to himself that the situation had become troublesome. Yang Xiaodan was arrogant and foolish. He'd assumed a few flattering words would control him easily. He wondered in disbelief that the man was more pathetic than expected. Before regression, he distinctly remembered that his political ability had been recognized. In doubt, Li Qiao's gaze began to assess. More importantly, who exactly was this guy? He calmly looked at Zhang Han, at most 17 to 19 years old, smelling of iron, gunpowder, and blood. Li Qiao tightened his grip on his sword. That aura was unlike anything he'd seen before, sword intent forged naturally through countless real battles. He was very strong. Seeing that strength, Zhang Han thought to himself that he had planned to chop his head off in one strike, but the other had sensed the moment and countered powerful. The face half hidden behind the mask, voice breaking. He himself felt certain that the youth's age could not be greater than his own. Suddenly, Zhang Han muttered to himself, 10 paces, if the youth closed within that distance, I wouldn't be confident I could control the situation. But the room was cramped, the gap was already under 10 paces. Pushing aside his unease, he reassured himself, it's fine. Without a word of warning, Zhang Han suddenly lunged at Li Qiao. I just need to complete the mission as always. Like a streak of black lightning, he shot forward at high speed. Despite the blade so close, Li Qiao was lost in thought. He's here, heart, head, he immediately parried. Using mana skills would expose his identity, he must rely on his sixth sense. The clash rang out, filling the room. They began testing each other's swordsmanship, blades striking again and again. In an instant, Li Qiao swiftly dodged Zhang Han's blade. This wasn't orthodox martial arts. The opponent aimed only at my fatal weak points. One strike there would be enough to cause grievous injury. He quietly analyzed his foe. If this was an assassin's style, then unsurprisingly the opponent held the advantage in many respects. As he thought this, Li Qiao began to channel mana, but if that was all. A blue mana flow wrapped around his sword. With that I would surely win Iron Chi technique, Swift Gale. Seeing that, Zhang Han tried to use his blade to parry the previous strike. However, Li Qiao quickly launched the next move. Zhang Han gripped his sword tightly, moving at an angle his body could hardly endure. The sword in his hand began to chip. He thought to himself, doesn't he care about the wounds at all? The sword. Zhang Han quickly scanned the nearby henchmen. If the sword broke, it was over. Those guys couldn't stop this person. Zhang Han's face suddenly darkened. He had to deal with him before the weapon failed. Then he suddenly unleashed a red mana flow around his sword. For a moment the red mana flashed brightly at the blade's tip. Without hesitation, Zhang Han swung down, Heavenly Death Blade first form. Witnessing that, Li Qiao thought in confusion, truly a monster, where on earth did someone like this come from? He didn't hesitate to use his own mana either, but now was not the time to worry about that. Then Li Qiao swiftly charged, unarmed first technique, Chain Demon. The two differing mana streams collided, erupting in a fierce light. After a moment, Zhang Han's sword finally snapped. In the shock, he clutched his mouth in pain. His chest tightened and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood lost. He recalled the stench of that dump. That sword had been swung by him thousands, 10,000s of times. He glanced up at Li Qiao, yet still couldn't touch him. But then Li Qiao suddenly asked, what's your name? Summoning what he had left, Zhang Han panted and forced out, Zhang Han. After a while, Yang Xiaodan finally stepped forward. So it is. He retreated anxiously, thinking he had expected only some insignificant assassin. He hadn't realized the kid was that strong. While Yang Xiaodan was still lost in thought, applause suddenly rang out. Moreover, the martial artist had subdued such a person. Wasn't that little different from a monster? Jinsu Jiang slowly suggested, let's stop here for today, we'll withdraw for now. He glanced toward the door. It seemed chaos was erupting outside from a loud explosion. Then Jinsu Jiang politely bowed, "I will return to see you in the near future." Yang Xiaodan, no longer daring to make trouble, replied, "Fine, do that." In the hallway outside, the two of them calmly and slowly left without speaking. Jinsu Jiang couldn't hide his worry and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Qiao casually comforted him, "Though it's an internal injury, it's just a wound that will heal soon, it's fine." He then said, "I've secured the situation in case anything went wrong." The man beside him marveled, "You intervened at just the right moment. If it had dragged on longer, it would have been a huge mess." Li Qiao suddenly stopped, but perhaps that was for the best, since they had now grasped the crux of the situation. He slowly removed his mask, thinking to himself that more importantly was Jiang Han. Li Qiao turned his head toward the company, his mind in turmoil. He had thought he'd face him someday, but never expected it would be now. He gradually recalled that the heavenly death blade Jiang Han was born in a dump, raised to be an assassin and proven in strength, and had caught the eye of the 9-Dragon camp leader. Etched into his heart, that image stayed with Li Qiao. When the current 9-Dragon camp leader purged the Elder Council and stabilized the internal ranks, the sword he kept at his side and used most often was Jiang Han's. He couldn't hide his sympathy. Ultimately, the man became the recognized successor to the 9-Dragon camp leader, a guy both different from him and yet bearing many similarities. At that, Yang Xiaodan spoke anxiously, "I have only one request, join the 9-Dragon camp." Jinsu Jiang replied cautiously on behalf of himself. "The one tied to the 9-Dragon camp is Beek Chial-su. I'm no longer under Beek Chial-su's command, so I have no reason to go to the 9-Dragon camp." He folded his arms and asked curiously, "So you mean I should leave empty-handed?" Hearing that, Jinsu Jiang slowly explained, "Not at all, what I mean is let's reconsider your mission." Jinsu Jiang made no secret of it and laid everything out. The 9-Dragon camp had secretly supported Beek Chial-su to influence South Korea's underworld. During that process, the Sungmu clan intervened, so you must pay attention to the Sungmu clan's movements. With a determined gaze, he looked straight ahead. "Surely you don't want a conflict with the Sungmu clan. You came to investigate the black market, and in doing so you found me." The next remark startled Yang Xiaodan. "From the start, your target here wasn't me." He immediately voiced his guess, "So you're preparing something else related to this case for me?" Jinsu Jiang nodded slightly to confirm, "Correct." In a tone full of implication, he added, "And I can offer you an even better gift." Yang Xiaodan propped his chin and said, "A gift?" Without hesitation, Jinsu Jiang revealed shocking news. He had evidence showing the Sungmu clan would take no action regarding this matter. Yet Yang paid little heed. "That counts as a gift," he hinted. "Depending on how you report it, it could become a gift of great weight." Jinsu Jiang extended his hand. "You have the documents that capture the Sungmu clan's intentions. That alone proves your capability. Wouldn't that be an achievement?" At that moment, Yang Xiaodan began to sense what he wanted from him. He merely smiled calmly and explained leisurely, "I don't ask for much, just to build a good relationship. After all, you'll be the elder of the 9-Dragon camp." Hearing that, he burst into loud laughter. "Well done, who would have expected someone like you in such a tiny country?" Then Yang Xiaodan waved to his subordinates. "Then let's talk a bit more privately, everyone out now." A bolt clicked and the room's door shut. Li Qiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is this?" Jiang Han's face paled as he stammered a request. "Can I talk with you for a moment?" Persuaded by the plea, he accepted, "All right." In another room, the youth earnestly said, "Can you tell me your name?" Li Qiao put his hands in his pockets and coldly replied, "Why do you ask?" His expression hardened as Jiang Han frowned slightly. "To confirm whether you are indeed the person I suspect, I'll stake my life that I won't tell anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he coldly removed his mask. Li Qiao said seriously, "I am Li Qiao of the Sungmu clan." But Jiang Han showed no surprise. "So it is," he said calmly, holding the mask. "How did you recognize me?" He showed no change in expression and explained evenly, "I'd heard rumors that the Sungmu clan had a youngest direct bloodline in history who had stepped onto the path of a martial artist." Faced with those words, Li Qiao remained silent. Jiang Han frowned before his opponent. "If it weren't that person, he wouldn't have been able to parry my sword since he clearly looks younger than me." Suddenly he spoke up, "Powerful indeed, this is the first time I've met an opponent like you." Inwardly, he replayed each detail of the technique, the killing blade. Jiang Han had followed a martial path specialized in killing opponents. Li Qiao silently acknowledged that excellence. Conversely, the youth was walking a path of hunting both trick moves and orthodox skills. Then he slowly asked, if it weren't a face-to-face confrontation like just now, but an assassination scenario, how do you think it would go? With unwavering eyes, Jiang Han replied calmly, 9 out of 10, I would succeed with a 90% assassination rate. He bluntly voiced his thought, though surely both of us are hiding a few things. Jiang Han folded his arms and added casually, the rate I mentioned is calculated only from what you've shown. Realizing his ploy had been exposed, Li Qiao could only sigh helplessly. Staring at him, Jiang Han said, you already knew, if you didn't recognize me, I'd be a fool. Shortly after, Jiang Han suddenly revealed, next year there's a grand tournament in Germany, see you there. Li Qiao merely replied indifferently, if I'm free, I'll go. Furrowing his brows, he quietly remarked, the Sungmu clan is really insufferable. At that, Li Qiao quickly chimed in, good thing I'm not fond of the Nine-Dragon camp either. Jiang Han declared firmly, next time we fight, I'll show you everything I'm hiding. He adjusted his mask and added, same here. Regaining his icy composure, Li Qiao turned and walked off decisively. Don't bring that idiot along then. A short while passed. Weighed down by fatigue, Jinsu Jiang quietly exhaled. Taking it all in, Li Qiao teased, what a scare, you and Yang Xiaodan really hit it off, huh? He hesitated as Jinsu stammered, I'm still not used to dealing with martial artists. He was very curious about the conversation, especially how you convinced him. Later, he'd even treat you like a blood brother and prepared a plane ticket, you're really tactful. Jinsu Jiang's face suddenly brightened. If you've worked in a Korean office, it's not hard. Li Qiao was stunned, terrifying the Korean office worker. He eagerly added, I only did exactly as you instructed, sir. Li Qiao joked on, if you're being modest, stop it. Li Qiao suddenly pulled out a stack of documents. Here, take these. Jinsu Jiang took them curiously. What is this? He explained calmly, a brief compilation of notable companies and talents, use it as a reference. Recruit the people I've marked at all costs, no matter the expense. Li Qiao gripped his bowl tightly, but don't get swept up in it, you know this world better than I do. Jinsu Jiang replied tactfully, of course, sir, the young master dislikes those who obey blindly. He added, you know me, I will be out of contact for a while, so don't wait up. He immediately asked, are you heading to some unexplored land? Li Qiao slammed his bowl down, no. Finally, he made his decision, I'm going to Jeju Island. At a splendid manor of a certain clan, golden sunlight spread through every corner. Inside, in the Sungmu clan patriarch's office, Li Tishan calmly ordered, report. A subordinate appeared at once from nowhere. As you predicted, they've begun moving. 5 spatial gates have appeared on Toham Mountain belonging to Behemoth. There is evidence they were opened using relics of the Mathine sect. That report made him pause his pen slightly. Li Tishan replied coldly in a nonchalant tone, they've been shattered twice already and still haven't woken up. They're just the lost souls of a bygone era. The subordinate continued, those who crossed the gate were confirmed as 30 ordinary tier figures and 1 white-faced tier individual. He asked at once, how's the pursuit going? The man bowed slightly, we have completed tracing the white-faced individual, we are continuing to monitor him. As for the 30 ordinary tier ones, they have all been killed. Hearing that, Li Tishan slowly removed his glasses, killed. The subordinate added, young master Li Qiao is in Jeonju. He froze and asked in surprise, what? Li Tishan immediately felt suspicion. Did they risk being detected just for the youngest? The man quickly answered, yes, aside from the young master, there was nothing unusual on Toham Mountain. Seated, he asked, why is the youngest in Jeonju? But the subordinate only knew this much. Since he was evading under the family head's orders, the subordinate could not know more. Li Tishan, helpless, nodded, is this about to repeat itself again? Butler Choi looked at him with concern, master. Li Tishan ordered immediately, Spirit Sword Corps, track the youngest's movements at once and report back to me. I need to know why the Mathine sect is targeting him. He mused, those insignificant pests. I won't tolerate anyone who dares obstruct the Sungmu bloodline's advance. Li Tishan said coldly and decisively, if Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, pursue them to the end and wipe them out for me. The subordinate vanished quickly, understood. He inwardly praised his son, he had defeated 30 villains. Meanwhile, Jeju International Airport. Li Qiao squinted. Indeed, Jeju Island, though it's early summer, the heat already felt different. He sensed quietly that, and this was only the airport, the magical energy in the air was already overwhelming. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, hey, student over there. The man cheerfully inquired, traveling or university research? Where are you headed? Get in, I'll give you a cheap fare. But Li Qiao gave no answer. "What, is there something on my face?" he said coldly, his voice commanding, "Get lost." He tugged his bag sharply as the only taxi at the airport drove straight toward him. The remark made the man flustered. He hastily withdrew his hand. Those hands were not the driver's. Li Qiao bluntly exposed him. "The Black O Association has really gone downhill, sending agents like this." The man stammered, "How did you know?" As he spoke, Li glanced sideways. "Probably because they judged me unimportant, right?" I am Yang Muk suddenly appeared behind them. "Sorry for making you feel that way. Our staff are still in training, so there are shortcomings." He gave a friendly smile. I am Yang Muk, branch chief of the Black O Association's Southern District." Li Qiao replied coldly, "You don't look much better yourself." He spread his arms warmly. "It's just because the young master is exceptional that one would feel that way." However, Li did not hesitate to ask directly, "What does the Black O Association want from me?" I am Yang Muk quickly opened the car door. "This isn't convenient to discuss here, let's move, I'll take you straight there." Li Qiao remained cold and watched silently. After a moment he reluctantly agreed, "Fine, drive to the Halasan entrance." In the car I am Yang Muk babbled on, "I've already ruined the crucial first impression." Li Qiao shot a cold look. "Time is money, state why you sought me first." He placed a hand on his chest and smiled warmly. "You like bluntness, huh? Fine, we want to sign an official contract with the young master." He suddenly remembered the organization's emblem, its scale, sphere of influence, communication methods. The whole secretive news trading group known as the Black Crow Association, proud of its formidable intelligence network across East Asia. Even Li Qiao was surprised. He hadn't expected to meet them this way. "An official contract," I am Yang Muk immediately explained. "We will supply the information you need and pledge not to sell the young master's information externally." He kept smiling and added, "In return, occasionally provide us with necessary intel or lend us that high-level force of yours, either would do." Li Qiao asked at once, "Why sign an official contract with me?" I am Yang Muk answered shortly, "Because of what the young master has demonstrated recently." He went on calmly, "Born out of wedlock, the youngest martial artist at the 5th-tier martial realm, and the ability to defeat Baekjeol Su." I am Yang Muk quickly listed more. Also, a connection with the senior elder successor of the Nine Dragon Camp. Those are factors we couldn't ignore. As soon as he finished, Li Qiao retorted teasingly, "You planning to brag about your intel gathering skills?" He waved his hand hurriedly, "I'm only explaining." He thought silently, ridiculous. Listing such hard-to-get details was basically a veiled threat that they could sell him out at any moment. After a moment I am Yang Muk asked, "So what's your decision?" But Li Qiao stepped out of the car. "I refuse." His face flickered with awkwardness. "Yes." He stood by the car and patiently tried to persuade him. "If the young master aims for the pinnacle of the Sungmu family, you'd best accept our offer." To that, Li Qiao coldly walked away, "Whatever you say." Li Qiao suddenly delivered a final line, "The answer is still no." Unable to persuade him, I am Yang Muk resorted to a ploy, "You'll regret this." Li Qiao spun around and fired questions rapidly. "Regret who? I intended to offer a cure for that sickness, but I changed my mind. Tell the association head I'm very sorry, just say that and he'll understand." He stammered and added a few words. "How can you be so sure we're the Black O Association?" Li Qiao only smiled as he climbed the slope. "Sure about what? I was just testing you a bit." I am Yang Muk watched in bewilderment. Huh. Not letting him continue, Li cut in. "Tell everyone to train properly, your lapses are worse than I thought. Disappointing. Is the whole Black O Association like this? Even our disciples aren't that bad." His words angered I am Yang Muk. Or is it just the southern branch chief who's like this? I don't know, surprised. After Li Qiao left, he angrily kicked the nearby fence. "Damn it." I am Yang Muk panted, his face full of fury. The subordinate beside him asked softly, "Are you all right, branch chief?" He shot a glare and cursed inwardly. "I only meant to bring back some bored kid to play with, but because of that idiot my reputation is ruined." I am Yang Muk hurriedly pulled out his phone. "Why did the higher-ups make me come sign the contract in person?" He slowly reported, "I report the situation. He wasn't as manipulable as I thought. The negotiation failed." The person on the other end was stunned and repeated, "Really, that's it?" I am Yang Muk quickly added, "Yes, that's correct." He recounted the entire incident. He had a message for the association head. After hearing it, the person on the line faltered, "Is that for real?" The person on the other end immediately fired questions. "Pursue him now? No, where is the target currently?" I am Yang Muk gripped the phone. He's passing through the north gate of Halassen's danger zone right now. The line ordered urgently, for now mobilize all personnel from the southern branch, do not lose his trail, and you prepare to resign as branch chief. Hearing that, he barked helplessly, yes, why is it like this? The other side added, if it stops there you'll be lucky. If he truly knows about that, things won't end so simply. A worried voice sounded over here, are you okay? The guard explained further, he's a level 6 hunter so he knows these places better than we do. This area is completely different from the northern danger zone. But Li Qiao was resolute, I know so it's fine. He hurriedly handed the pass back to him. If only you'd come with a team, that would be better, I already checked the ID. The iron gate immediately opened and let him through. Li Qiao silently thought that just passing through one gate made the heat feel entirely different. He stepped forward into the interior, but there was no turning back. Looking at the surroundings, Li Qiao thought inwardly that here, within Halassen, the god recorded in the Black Knight record must exist. That majestic place is known as one of Korea's 3 sacred mountains, Mount Halla. Since ancient times, Jeju Island, brimming with spiritual energy, has been the only danger zone in the southern Korean peninsula today. Li Qiao broke into a sweat. The first reason conquering it is difficult is the existence of sea monsters, the second is. He panted painfully. This dense forest covers the center of Jeju Island with Mount Halla at its heart. Li Qiao trudged step by step. If it were only about the jungle he'd be lucky, but he scanned carefully around him, he's in. He peered deep into the woods. Is this the phenomenon called a demon's prank or an elf's trick? Maybe a space teleportation magic array. Without a gate, the scenery can change in an instant. He looked up slightly, this time it was a pine forest. Li Qiao calculated inwardly that until recently he knew little about Mount Halla, until he read the Black Knight record. He suddenly recalled that at the far south of this land, Go Yulna, Bu Yulna, Yang Yulna, there existed the Tamla kingdom built by 3 divine beings. Images came one after another, but in truth they were a mysterious race born of nature, known to people as Ditgabi. A dazzling golden light appeared. They were mages, carpenters, and dreamers, forging stars from the heat of ley lines and creating countless mystical artifacts. In the cavern, those very Ditgabi created the Black Knight. A stream of lava slowly flowed by. A burly man stood, concentrating intently before the fire. He clenched his teeth, it was unbearably displeasing. At that moment, the burly man suddenly sensed something. He rose angrily and snapped, showing bold audacity. On the forest side, each monster was felled. Li Qiao, exhausted and helpless, thought that he hadn't expected level 5 monsters to be able to use magic. This place was truly insane. He slowly scanned the surroundings. Perhaps because the mountain's own magic was so dense, they seemed far stronger than outside monsters. If the Magikai field shifted mid-route, the path would change instantly. He'd clearly underestimated this area. Li Qiao sheathed his sword. Even monsters never seen on the peninsula appeared. No wonder Mount Halla is called a demon realm. He suddenly recalled the word Tamla he'd seen in the mirror on Sungmu Mountain. Tamla, one of the 5 essences of the Black Knight, exists here. Then Li Qiao stepped forward, approaching the summit, about to enter the valley. But at that moment an angry voice rang out, who dares set foot in this demon realm? He panicked and drew his sword. Could it be a monster capable of projecting a divine thought? The voice drew near human. Li Qiao whipped his head around behind him. The two lunged at once, their blades clashing. Li Qiao hazily studied the figure before him. Who was it? Suddenly bolts of yellow lightning flashed across his face. Li Qiao clutched his face in pain and sank down. Holding his face, he calculated silently. His mind and vision felt like they were burning. Only 3 seconds, a brief instant. An answer suddenly sparked in his mind. Perhaps the presence before him is so grand it cannot be comprehended. He slowly lifted his head. There it was. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you referring to the Black Knight? Certainly, the imagined god mentioned in the Black Knight record is this Ditgabi. Li Qiao politely bowed. Descendant of Sungmu Iga Li Qiao, I humbly pay respects to the earth god. The elegant man murmured Sungmu Iga, then he clenched his teeth. Before Li Qiao could explain, the elegant man immediately unleashed mana. I never allowed humans into my domain. The action left Li Qiao wide-eyed and stunned. If he continued to wreak havoc here. Having said that, the man turned and hurried away. I will show no mercy. His hands trembled as he reached out, pleading, wait please. Li Qiao tried to follow, please wait a moment. However, the elegant man vanished in an instant. He coldly spat a single sentence, be gone. His whole body suddenly shifted. Li Qiao, bewildered, blurted, this is. He stared intently. The entrance to Mount Hala, he hadn't even had a proper conversation before being driven off. That left Li Qiao quietly puzzled inside. Fine, let it be, he needed to know the reason first. He silently turned his gaze toward the forest. After all, because of the Black Knight's seal, he would have to go up the mountain again. His face darkened instantly, we'll see about that. The sky was gradually growing dark. On a certain street, Li Qiao walked in thought, very well, I'll prepare thoroughly and try again. His gaze dropped gently, hold on a moment. Li Qiao quietly surveyed the surroundings. The Black O Association, they're moving rather quickly. Thinking that, he immediately turned into an alley, but he had no intention of confronting them now. The pursuer chasing Li Qiao ultimately couldn't keep up. The man hurried off, this is Unit 17, we lost the target at Alley 19, Sector A will continue searching the area. The alley fell suddenly silent. An invisible footstep slipped away noiselessly. It was none other than Li Qiao, his hard chi and spirit light. He tried applying the invisibility technique to his aura skill, but it was still a bit unrefined. He held the mask in his hand, going out like this would surely get him followed again. Luckily, he'd used dark chi earlier to absorb the many-faced device. Mana suddenly enveloped Li Qiao's entire body, his face was done for. His face transformed before him, this should work. Right then, time to buy the necessary supplies. Back at the area, the guard grew flustered. You're going in again, you went in this morning too, did your business go bankrupt? He stammered and hurriedly waved his hand. Or are you drowning in debt? My God, you're still so young, think this through. Li Qiao replied, bewildered. Huh. Finally, Li Qiao explained warmly, it's not that, someone seeking death wouldn't carry so much gear. The guard felt somewhat reassured. Now that you mention it, you do have a lot of luggage. However, he suddenly said, yes, because I plan to stay there for a few days. The guard looked confused, not understanding. Startled, Li Qiao resolved, all right then, I'll come back later. This time I won't retreat so easily. Li Qiao continued to wander through the forest. He thought with difficulty. It's been 2 days since entering this mountain and he still hadn't found a water source. Li Qiao suddenly paused, search until the end of today. If he can't find any, he'll have to go into town to resupply. He slowly sensed a strange surge of mana, very faint, but he felt a different current. Without stopping, Li Qiao's steps quickened. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, found it. He bent down gently, the water was slightly warm. No matter how much yang energy the mountain holds, it shouldn't be this warm. He sprang up suddenly, determination on his face. The area's magical aura is very weak, probably because this is the water source. Having said that, Li Qiao turned and decided to rest for a bit. From behind him, a blue mana current slowly stirred. Before long, Li Qiao had a tent set up. Exhausted, he collapsed inside, using his magic eye so long had drained him, he'd just rest his eyes a moment. Not long after he lay down, a scream rang out. Li Qiao snatched up his sword reflexively at the cry. Worried, he held the blade close. Was it a monster? Then Li Qiao peered out calmly. 2 evil spirits had suddenly appeared near his tent. Could they be fiendkind? But this is a spirit mountain where spiritual energy gathers. He fell silent and focused, calculating every option. Based on the number of horns and wings, they're at least level 5. Other monsters on the mountain had grown tougher than usual, so these might actually be level 4. Thinking that, Li Qiao glanced out, no need to provoke them. A scream sounded again, making him leap up. Was that a child's voice? 3 trembling figures ran forward in panic. No. The scared boy squeezed his eyes shut. You vile demons, get out, get away, hurry. In panic, the pink-haired girl burst into tears. Joan Chang, seeing this, quickly comforted her. Hold tight to my hand. Before they could react, the girl's hand slipped. The 2 blue mana streams that had been hovering suddenly surged from the ground. With a sly smile, the fiend blasted out a stream of blue mana. They immediately kicked the mana up into the air. One blast struck the children directly, sending them falling in pain. Seeing that, the fiend lunged forward like a starving tiger. A sword wreathed in mana without hesitation slashed across. A blue thunderous aura burst forth, engulfing the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipated. The boy turned around in a daze, his eyes full of bewilderment. The one who came to help was none other than Li Qiao. Are you all right? He calculated silently, weighing his next moves. He'd cut one down, but contact with demonic qi would be dangerous. Yet the fiend spat a powerful stream of purple aura from its mouth. Li Qiao's steps moved with extreme agility, but unfazed, he surged forward with astonishing speed. The move startled the fiend, surprise clear on its face. Li Qiao acted decisively and finished off the fiend before him. He murmured that he'd hesitated over what to choose as his final gear, and clearly this choice was right. Li Qiao touched the pendant at his neck, which radiated holy energy that repelled wicked auras, a masterwork protective charm. Then he gently handed his coat to the kids. Take this. Li Qiao turned and asked softly, Kid, what's your name? The boy fumbled and whispered, Chang. He immediately instructed, all right Chang, put this on and never take it off. Zhong Chang nodded obediently, yes, understood. A cunning fiend suddenly attacked from behind. A sly fiend struck unexpectedly from the rear behind. He channeled mana to form a solid shield before him, like a demon wall. Without hesitation, Li Qiao promptly finished off another fiend. A series of cries echoed, shaking his mind violently. Li Qiao watched intently, his gaze tracking the others. Special abilities, could it be them? A fiend spoke up with scheming tone. Humans, why interfere? Kill it and offer it to the king as a sacrifice. He was genuinely surprised by the scene. These were unlike the previous ones. They had to be at least level 4. Thinking quickly, Li Qiao circulated energy through his body. If he could nullify their special ability, he could still cope. He planted his feet firmly and braced himself. This stance should be enough. Next, Li Qiao nimbly lunged at them. A streak of blue lightning suddenly flashed. The lightning slammed down, tearing the stillness of the air. A voice suddenly rang out. Seeing you appear on the mountain made me wonder what was going on. He blinked, visibly puzzled. What just swept by? A burly figure with blonde hair appeared unexpectedly before them. It seemed to be because of you. She immediately expressed clearly, thank you, human. Because of you, the children survived. Seeing that, the pink-haired girl burst into tears and rushed forward. Grandma. She spared no courtesy and gave each of them a smack. You brats, I told you not to run off on your own. The fiend's voice rang out softly, causing both to startle and turn their heads. She was quite surprised by their stubbornness. Indeed, they were persistent little creatures. Immediately she proposed, from now on, leave them to me. In an instant, those hands controlled the qi. She had said not to do that, but she couldn't ignore anyone who dared target the children. A blinding blue lightning burst into being in her palms. She clenched it tightly, smiling faintly. Without hesitation, she lunged forward decisively. I won't kill them. The cerulean bolt swung forward instantly, crackling violently. In a flash, the mystical blue lightning spread across the vast forest. The Dakibai kids trailed after Li Qiao, curiously asking him all sorts of questions about the world. Ryo found the children annoying and had to tell them not to bother the honored guest. Seeing Qiao curious about the outfit she wore, Ryo smiled and said she had made it herself. But she modestly added that she only pulled the threads, not that she made it entirely from start to finish. When Qiao mentioned the Great Elder, Ryo explained that although the place belonged to the Elder, she was the one managing it. She laughed out loud, saying the Elder generally disliked humans, but she was an exception. After walking a while, Ryo told him to come closer so she could open the gate into the village. A surge of powerful energy erupted when she drove the weapon into the ground to lift the seal. The gate opened and Ryo smiled, inviting him to step into their domain. As soon as he stepped through, Li Qiao was stunned by the dazzling, mystical scene before him. Tiny fairies fluttered everywhere, creating an incredibly magical atmosphere. This was Mirani Village, where races live in harmony with nature atop ancient tree canopies. Ryo handed him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey. Qiao was quite surprised to learn that other races besides the Dakibai lived here. He sipped the sweet drink while she introduced the Jangi, also known as the elves. At that point, Ryo formally introduced herself and said she was the village chief here. Just by glancing at his hair and eye color, she immediately guessed he belonged to the prestigious Sungmui Li clan. She then casually asked if he knew the guy standing guard on the mountain outside. Upon mentioning him, Ryo flew into a rage. calling him an idiot who brought misery on himself for getting involved with humans. Seeing her agitation, Chial chuckled and said the man was doing fine, though he was a bit of a drunk. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for rescuing the mischievous children in the village. For the Dakibai, debts must be repaid, so she wanted to help him with something in return. Although Chial intended to decline, Ryo insisted he voice any questions he had. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded, seeming to know what he should ask about. Chial placed the sword Hyukia on the table, making the atmosphere instantly serious. Ryo's expression immediately changed when she recognized the familiar weapon. He asked curiously whether she had taken part directly in forging the sword. Ryo said many Dakibai had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Dakibai only prepared materials and cast the mold, while the Great Elder completed it. Looking at the sword, she breathed a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true owner. However, she asked whether he felt anything strange when holding it. Chial wondered if a spirit might be sealed inside the sword. Ryo's face grew extremely tense. She told him this was not a sword but destruction in the form of a weapon. She explained that all things possess their own energy. It may weaken but never disappears on its own. He nodded in understanding, realizing the energy she referred to was mana. Ryo warned that Hyukia could completely erase that energy. Anything struck by it would never recover. If it's that dangerous, Chial couldn't understand why anyone would create the sword in the first place. She shrugged, saying only his ancestors or that great elder would know. But Ryo believed everything appears for a reason, and this sword was certainly born to be used. She secretly wondered how a sword silent for thousands of years could suddenly react to a teenager with a mysterious fate. Chial touched the sword's scabbard, mentioning that it was currently restrained by 9 layers of seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal. She nodded but warned that it would be quite difficult. Chial curiously wondered what kind of test it was that made Ryo so serious. When she replied that he would have to defeat 100 Dakibai to pass, he froze for a few seconds. Seeing the guest still confused, she asked if he had ever heard of their tribe's wrestling Siram. Chial said he knew it in theory, a spiritual ritual where the strengths of souls clash directly. Ryo nodded, saying that was close, but precisely it was a battle of mental strength. To make it easier to picture, she called Jeong over to prepare a quick practical demonstration. Hearing his name, Jeong jumped up excitedly to be the first to fight, making the other kids jealous. Looking at the small child before him, Chial couldn't help but doubt, asking the village chief if he really had to fight him. Ryo snorted with a knowing smile, asking if he was afraid of losing to a brat, seeing his face turn pale. She introduced Jeong and 2 other children as the youngest members of Mirani village. Ryo ordered them to begin, while Chial remained overconfident, thinking it would be much simpler than expected. She told Jeong to go easy, but warned Chial that once he tasted it, he'd find it wasn't easy at all. Following instructions, the 2 sat facing each other, closed their eyes, and prepared to enter the mind duel. Suddenly, Chial felt an invisible pressure surge straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in an endless white space, with no people or obstacles. A laugh sounded from above, making him shiver as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of Jeong appeared, looking at him mockingly because he seemed as tiny as an ant. Without warning, the giant Jeong lunged forward as if to grab him. Chial cried out in panic for it to stop, saying he hadn't had time to prepare mentally for this bizarre situation. But it was too late. A colossal foot descended from above, creating a terrifying pressure that threatened to crush him instantly. Snapping back with his eyes wide, Chial gasped, feeling as if he'd returned from death. He panted, drenched in sweat, his mind feeling as if it had undergone a brutal ordeal. Sitting flat on the ground, Chial looked around dazed, trying to steady himself and see where he was. He pressed his forehead with his hand, his breath still rapid after the experience. Ryo sat beside him, smiling, and asked how he felt and whether he could hold up. Chial wondered about that strange space, where everything seemed to change according to thought. In his memory, a giant foot had just fallen, causing a terrible shockwave. Ryo's eyes showed surprise at her young counterpart's keen observation. She nodded in acknowledgement, surprised that Chial had recognized the nature of the spirit world so quickly. In the distance, Jeong jumped up and down in celebration, while Ryo could only smile wryly. Li Qiao looked at the small child who nonetheless harbored immense power in that world, silently admiring his perspective. He asked about the time discrepancy, since it felt like only seconds had passed while everything here was different. Though tired, Li Qiao still wanted to try again. His will truly was exceptional. Ryo patted his shoulder, advising him to rest because wrestling with Dakibai is extremely draining mentally. But seeing his determined face, she knew she couldn't stop him. Ryo gaped when she saw Li Qiao ready to rush into the next battle without hesitation. As soon as the match began, he was flung away by an invisible hand. Joan won again, laughing gleefully while Li Qiao was sent soaring into the air. The kid won once more. Li Qiao scrambled to his feet. Despite repeated failures, he felt he was edging close to awakening. He panted, sweat pouring down, but his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, inwardly impressed by his astonishing tenacity and persistence. The sight of Li Qiao now reminded her of a renowned senior from the clan. The training area fell silent as everyone turned their eyes toward him. The Jiangyi clan elder and the women approached, unable to hide their amazement at his progress. Li Qiao wiped his sweat and offered a modest smile. He wanted to finish the work to deserve the meal they offered. Power erupted from his hands, a blue breeze spreading cold like a storm wind. With a single strike, Li Qiao settled everything, producing a powerful blast that shook the ground. He realized his thinking speed had noticeably increased thanks to those spiritual wrestling matches. The Jiangyi elder smiled and offered him some refreshing drink to recover his strength. He drained the can, feeling his mind clear and all fatigue vanish. Ryo watched the Jiangyi villagers tend to Li Qiao in surprise, since they were usually strict with outsiders. Yet now he was helping them carry huge stones with ease. Li Qiao stopped when he saw Ryo approaching, scratching his head for fear he'd worked too hard. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him along once the work was mostly done. The elder scolded her for shirking duty, so Ryo pretended to cover her ears and hear nothing to let it pass. Turning to Li Qiao, Ryo laughed because he had integrated into the village so quickly and even helped with chores. Ryo explained that being offered a drink was a great honor, because the Jiangyi do not easily accept anyone. Li Qiao nodded, no wonder he felt his spirit recover so miraculously. It turned out to be a rare elixir, refined from soul essences and herbs that took decades to produce. Li Qiao was curious why they lived so reclusively, but he was too shy to ask directly. He felt that as an outsider he shouldn't pry into the tribe's private matters unless they offered them up. His question led him toward the blazing memories of the Great War, a fire that still smoldered in the dark. Ryo told Li Qiao about the Great War, the time when humans drove her tribe into miserable exile. Since then nothing has changed, the pain remains just as it was on day one. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so he shouldn't worry. The villagers now consider him one of their own. Mid-conversation, Ryo suddenly remembered she had something to do and told Li Qiao to go play wrestle with the kids for fun. After saying that, she waved goodbye and hurried off, leaving him standing there alone. After walking a bit, Ryo's expression suddenly grew pensive. She seemed worried about something. She went to find a tribal elder and asked why he had traveled all the way here. The old man looked at Ryo reproachfully and asked why she dared bring back that human fellow he had once driven away. Ryo didn't hesitate to defend Li Qiao, insisting he wasn't like the others because he saved the children and always helped people. The elder reminded her that making Li Qiao take the test was only to fulfill an old promise. He insisted he didn't want humans sniffing around his territory and ordered Ryo to chase him away immediately. Ryo fired back, saying if he hated him so much he could go and chase him himself, teasing that the old man was still hot-tempered even now. She showed him how Li Qiao was getting along with the kids, reminding him of the time when the two sides were once good friends. But the old man remained prejudiced, firmly declaring that humans and the Jiangyi tribe could never live together again. Ryo warned in a stern voice that the seal was weakening, and the tribe truly needed human help to survive. Her eyes showed clear anxiety when she saw the seal beginning to display terrifying cracks. The elder turned his back and walked away, leaving a cold remark that humans are selfish and never willing to sacrifice for others. Ryo stood alone with an annoyed look. It was obvious she disagreed with the elder's stubbornness. Back at the training ground, Li Qiao sat silently as if focusing his spirit on something. He rose to his feet, his confident stride showing he was ready for the next phase of the journey. The kids cheered excitedly when they saw him stand, shouting they wanted to face every challenge with him. Li Qiao merely smiled, a confident smile of someone who had found his own direction. Li Qiao stood among a group of kids in the spirit space. The youngsters were cheering him on, saying he had to break something first. Close up on Li Qiao, his face was extremely calm and confident, the look of someone about to do something big. A massive vortex of energy erupted, mixing water and fire. Below, the children waved and shouted non-stop. Facing a blinding burst of light, Li Qiao looked small but resolute. He exclaimed, "All right." He smiled triumphantly. It was time for Li Qiao to strike back after days of being bullied by her. The scene cut to fragmented shots. There were groans of exhaustion. It turned out they'd been wrestling for 3 hours straight. The jangy female warrior watched with obvious astonishment. She hadn't expected his willpower and mental strength to be so formidable. She smiled with satisfaction. This trial seemed to have produced results beyond expectation. Li Qiao flopped down to rest. The kids crowded around and he greeted Ma'am, the very girl standing before him. The kids chattered away, tattling to Grandma about Li Qiao, that he used her very moves, fought endlessly without tiring, and didn't flinch even when set ablaze. The jangy female warrior only smiled and listened quietly to the children's snitching. She announced that training with the kids was enough for now. Li Qiao looked dazed, not yet understanding what was happening. It turned out the real challenge was just beginning, wrestling 100 opponents. Hearing that, Li Qiao brightened with excitement. But not immediately. She said they'd have to wait about a week to gather enough people. Looking toward the distant mountain range, she explained they needed time to summon Dakibai roaming everywhere back here. 3 days later, a large festival took place. Crowds gathered to watch the long-awaited wrestling matches between humans and Dakibai. Li Qiao stood amid the noisy crowd, a little bewildered. He still seemed unused to the bustling atmosphere. Those around him chatted animatedly about old times, even mentioning some Mr. Kim who had died 30 years ago. The jangy female warrior approached and patted Li Qiao on the shoulder, asking where he'd been and what he'd done these past few days. Li Qiao politely thanked her. She looked at him seriously and asked if he was ready to begin the test. The crowd behind them began to shout, and the atmosphere heated up. She warned him clearly, if the adult Dakibai don't acknowledge his strength, the test could go on forever. Li Qiao nodded in agreement. He remembered the time limit within 1 week. She smiled encouragingly and told him to do his best. Once it was done, there would be a grand festival. She shouted to settle the crowd, announcing the start of the matches without further delay. The sky was clear blue, leaves fluttering as everyone cheered excitedly. The 3 kids from before appeared first. Li Qiao noticed they seemed very different from a few days ago, much stronger. Score 1-100. The kids were quickly defeated, lying sprawled on the ground lamenting their loss. Score 4-100. This time the opponent was a nimble tiger Dakibai. Score 10-100. Li Qiao was airborne, facing multiple opponents at once. Score 22-100. He took a defensive stance, sweat began to fall, the battle grew more intense. Score 41-100. A Dakibai in an elegant gentleman's suit appeared, admitting Li Qiao was an astonishing human. Score 57-100. A giant panda Dakibai holding a bamboo stalk blocked the way. Li Qiao looked very small behind it. Score 63-100. A massive energy entity in the shape of a fire dragon manifested, devouring a portion of the sky. By the 3rd day, Li Qiao began to exhaust. He collapsed to his knees, panting. People worriedly asked if he was okay. He stubbornly insisted he was fine and demanded to continue. Li Qiao realized this test was actually an extreme mental training. The jangy female warrior signaled to resume. The crowd's cheers echoed everywhere. Though tired, Li Qiao still smiled. He was giving it his all. Score 83-100. Li Qiao sat cross-legged, wiping sweat. His body ached, but his will remained unshaken. Close up on Li Qiao's face, eyes squeezed shut, drenched in sweat, he was regulating his breath. Score 99-100. A long-haired man smiled and gave a thumbs up, acknowledging his effort. Only one opponent remained. Li Qiao looked up and exhaled. He murmured a thank you, preparing for the final turn. A jangy master sat cross-legged, relaxed. He began to issue a challenge, signaling the final bout to start. He smiled confidently, declaring this the 100th match. Lightning crackled around them as if welcoming a life-or-death battle. Across from him, Li Qiao stood dwarfed by a wall of swirling smoke and clouds. The pressure radiating from his opponent was terrifying. Close up on the opponent's eyes, sharp and indifferent, he stated he held no personal grudge against Li Qiao. Yet because this test honored an ancient pact, he declared he would fight with full force, showing no mercy. Power erupted instantly. A blinding light swallowed Li Qiao's position before he could react. Li Qiao stood firm amid the electric storm, but his body began to protest. He thought to himself he was exhausted beyond words. Sweat drenched him, teeth clenched, yet his eyes still burned with resolve. Though drained, he refused to collapse. A spit of blood splattered on the cold ground. He froze, realizing that even in this spirit world the injuries felt terrifyingly real. Li Qiao crumpled down, clutching his chest as he coughed blood. The pain was tormenting his mind. Despite everything, he gripped his hand and forced himself up. He ignored the wound and pleaded desperately for one more fight. The opponent uttered in astonishment at his stubbornness. He hadn't expected a human to possess such iron will. A colossal mountain suddenly collapsed before them. Li Qiao watched in bewilderment as massive boulders tumbled down, unsure what was happening. Shards of rock flew everywhere. He was stunned to realize all the previous trials had only been a warm-up. Li Qiao gritted his teeth, his face taut with strain. The scale of this challenge far exceeded anything he'd imagined. The opponent began to lecture, saying that persistent human effort could eventually level even a great mountain. A devastating beam of light descended from the heavens, symbolizing unparalleled power capable of destroying everything. Li Qiao braced himself against the direct strike. The opponent was impressed he blocked it, then immediately prepared an even stronger technique. The surrounding space erupted with violent collisions of energy. Huge rocks were blown away like scraps of paper. He stood at the eye of the electric storm, trying to maintain balance and watch every tiny movement of his foe. Li Qiao gave a bitter half-smile, telling himself this situation was beginning to exceed his limits. A massive blue explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield and swallowing Li Qiao in a dazzling aura. Li Qiao was trapped in a violent surge of spiritual energy. He sat motionless, his body emitting a white aura amid the streaks of energy lightning. Around them, the Jangi villagers gathered to watch. They murmured that this was already his 50th time facing the Elder's trial. The young men in the village worriedly told each other to go easy on the old woman, lest she exhaust herself to death. Li Qiao suddenly snapped awake, drenched in sweat and gasping as if returned from death. He asked dazedly how long he had been unconscious. Staring at his trembling hands, he still couldn't tell where reality ended and illusion began. The Jangi female warrior standing nearby answered briefly that he had just been unconscious for about 2 hours. Li Qiao clenched his fist, indifferent to how many times or how long he'd fallen. He asserted that whether in the mindscape or reality didn't matter, he would continue until he succeeded. The Jangi female warrior was stunned by the young man's crazily iron will. She watched silently, sweat streaming down as she felt the pressure radiating from him. Li Qiao turned his back and walked away, leaving the warrior behind with a pensive expression. She secretly admired that he truly fought continuously, without resting for a single second. The Jangi elder standing with the others behind couldn't help but wonder whether an ordinary human could endure that level. Li Qiao stood firm amid the whirl of spiritual energy, asking himself why he had to push this hard. A violent surge of power shattered the surrounding earth and rock. He dismissed any thought of when this trial would end. He no longer cared who he was fighting. His mind was completely purified. He had erased all distractions, leaving only eyes blazing as he looked forward. In his head there was now only one goal, to win at any cost. A radiant light burst from Li Qiao, enveloping the entire surrounding space. The Jangi female warrior thought to herself that it was almost over, and that this time he would surely prevail. But then she suddenly froze, her face filled with bewilderment. Li Qiao had reached the realm of no-self, completely forgetting the existence of himself. His eyes had gone milky white without a single spark of human spirit. She wondered if he was destroying himself. The Jangi warrior gritted her teeth, sweat running down her cheeks at this terrifying transformation. She cried out in horror, believing this was not a path a human should take. Li Qiao's face was as cold as ice, emitting a pressure that made others shudder. A colossal column of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling all the mists in the psyche. The warrior realized something was very wrong. This was no ordinary no-self state. He wasn't just merging, he was seizing control of the entire mental space she had created. The illusory world began to crack and collapse under the terrifying pressure from Li Qiao. She could not believe her eyes, wondering how a human could accomplish such an impossible feat. Amid the ruins of the mental space, Li Qiao strode out with authority. This form of his profoundly shook the jangy female warrior. His gaze was unusually calm, yet contained an absolutely overwhelming power. As soon as the trial ended, Li Qiao collapsed onto the magic circle from exhaustion, and the female warrior breathed a sigh of relief. Observers began to murmur and praise, admitting that his spiritual power was truly impressive. Li Qiao pulled himself up, drenched in sweat and exhausted, asking if it was all over. The jangy female warrior smiled brightly, firmly confirming that he had passed the test. Li Qiao bowed his head in contemplation and asked naively, "Have I lost?" The girl looked at him speechless, wondering if he realized how earth-shaking his feat had been. A voice affirmed, "You won," ending the days of grueling training in his mind. Li Qiao opened his eyes slightly, a strange sense of satisfaction showing on his face. He stood in the undefined space, wondering if everything he'd just experienced was only a lucid dream. Every movement, every sword technique practiced in that space remained vividly etched in his mind. It was so vivid that he felt as if he had just lived through it directly. The entire process of fighting and enlightenment in the spirit space was crystal clear. Even the image of that powerful black sword did not fade from his mind at all. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, emitting a black aura as if resonating intensely with its bearer. Gasp! Li Qiao jolted awake, breathing hard and tense as if he'd just escaped a long nightmare. He forced himself up in a wooden house, beside a jangy man who had been keeping watch and caring for him. The man handed him a cup of medicine and sighed in relief, having thought he wouldn't wake today either. News of his waking spread quickly. Jangy villagers flocked in, cheering because they'd never seen anyone with such iron will. Outside, a lively festival was underway. People invited each other to drink in celebration of his feat. The jangy female warrior suddenly appeared, scolding some young men for making noise in front of the newly awakened man. She inquired about his condition and then revealed a shocking truth. He had slept in a coma for a whole week after the trial ended. Li Qiao stared in disbelief. He couldn't even clearly remember how he'd passed the trial. Seeing he was still hazy, they had to confirm once more that he had indeed achieved a glorious victory. That night, the entire Jangi tribe was bathed in the twinkling lights of a celebration for the worthy successor. Afterward, the female warrior led him to view the secret ancient records called the Records of Hukia. Holding those records in his hands, Li Qiao finally understood more about the origin and power of the Black Sword. Finally, Li Qiao donned the noble martial robe from an ancestor, a fated gift he felt was meant for him.